Yan Xiaoling, who was recording the match with her phone from the stand, also had her mouth wide open and a dumbfounded expression on her face. She was still worrying earlier that she would not help cheering for him when the match became exciting cheer. She might even flail and accidentally hurl her phone away. Who knew this development of this match would be so unbelievable, and she was transfixed even now. There was no cheering nor excitement. She immediately closed the camera app and uploaded the video to the forum, with a title that best expressed her current feeling. I might have seen a ghost. User Unparalleled Dragon King watched the less than a minute video and sent an emoji scratching the back of its head. He replied, "Fuck. What was Muyu doing? Lu Cheng won just like that. Is it because of the boomerang effect of Mu Yu's supernatural ability?" User Road to the Arena somehow noticed this post and left a comment. "Ha ha ha. I see. That's hilarious. I laughed so much my stomach is hurting." User Nyechichi sent a laughing emoji. "I watched it twice and laughed each time. How is this a martial art match? This is obviously a comedy sketch." User Okamoto's fan replied with a cry-laughing emoji. "Hands up. Didn't you say that the boomerang effect only affects others?" User Brahmin sent a cry-laughing emoji along with a dumbfounded emoji. Unparalleled Dragon King commented with a belly-laughing emoji and added, "Lu Cheng is the heavenly son with great luck. However, Muyu used his supernatural ability on Lin Ke and Lu Cheng in succession, so it's natural for him to experience the boomerang effect. Totally makes sense. It's the exact reason." Brahmin sent a big laughing emoji and said, "So that's it. Then I can laugh with ease. But he isn't affected when he fought Peng Liyun last year." User Wonton Seller, a senior student in high school, had been waiting to watch this specific video at break time. "There's no problem. Last year, Muyu used the misfortune at first to fight with the corvine mouth of Su Wanyan like Kilkenny cats, so he barely won the match. As a result, he was too weak to use his supernatural ability by the time he fought Peng Liyun. Unparalleled Dragon King was a human database and was well-versed with that match. Of course, Lu Cheng may be talented in resisting this kind of supernatural ability. Oh, I see Eternal Nightfall. Can I upload this video to Weibo? It's so funny that I want more people to see it." User All Good Names Are Taken by Dogs sent an emoji that rolled about. Of course. Yan Xiaoling began to smile, gradually recovering from shock. All Good Names Are Taken by Dogs immediately posted the video on Weibo with the caption, "An unbelievable match. Lu Cheng who wins without moving versus a self-defeating Muyu." In the end, she tagged a few of her good friends on Weibo. One of her female friends with the username Dumdong sent a cry-laughing emoji and said, "Haha, what a professional show. There's not a single flaw. He's really using his whole life to perform. Oscar Best Actor." In the martial arts arena of Shanbei University, Fang Zhirong had completely suppressed his opponent. Su Wanyan and Peng Liyun sat side by side, showing no interest in this boring match with an obvious outcome. They even doubted if they would have the chance to fight because their opponents were so weak. If he was not manager of the martial arts club and had to take care of his image in front of his classmates, he even wanted to take out his phone to search for Lu Cheng and Mu Yu's match. Did his taste of the stars really restrain Mu Yu's supernatural ability? In November last year, he suffered the boomerang effect when he used Corvine Mouth to make fun of Mu Yu. But one example cannot prove anything. While he was lost in thought, someone handed him a phone. "Brother Peng, what's wrong?" He looked at Peng Liyun beside him. The corner of Peng Liyun's mouth upturned and he implicitly answered, "Just take a look." He was actually an easygoing man when not in a daze. "Look." Su Wanyan looked down to see Lu Cheng's fan forum open on the screen. It was a video of the match between Lu Cheng and Mu Yu. He suddenly could not help holding his breath and reaching out to click the play button. Fuck. Su Wanyan's expression shifted several times as he watched the video. When the less than a minute video was done, he just sat there and lost in thought. In the end, the referee's voice announcing Fang Zhirong's victory shook him out of his reverie. "Brother Peng, if I met Lu Cheng." He suddenly turned around and looked at Peng Liyun with a tearful face. Can I just give up? Peng Liyun chuckled. What do you think? Su Wanyan inhaled a deep breath. I'm afraid I can't control my mouth. How about you guys tape my mouth shut? Outside the arena, Muyu finally began to accept reality. He was neither frustrated nor pained about his failure. There was only confusion and bewilderment. He carefully stood up and looked up and down Lu Cheng several times. He walked slowly towards the home team seats out of fear that the ground he stepped on would suddenly collapse and create a deep pit for him. Leader, what's going on? Watching him coming over, Lin Xiaoji cautiously stood up and welcomed him back. Muyu thought for a while and answered, the boomerang effect of my supernatural ability. This was a fact. But what he was not sure what was the reason for it. How is it possible? Lin Xiaoji frowned, but suddenly nodded in understanding. I get it. It's because Lu Cheng is blessed by God. So neither curse nor misfortune work on him. Having lost its target, your ability will fail and cause the boomerang effect. What kind of theory are you talking about? Muyu blurted out in surprise. Lin Xiaoji answered him seriously. Metaphysical theory. Muyu was momentarily stunned before explaining his own suspicion. I suspect Lu Cheng has a third supernatural ability, an ability that can restrain or even rebound curse and misfortune-related supernatural abilities. It's possible. Jean Dali came to stand beside Lin Xiaoji. After seeing all his team members, Muyu finally removed himself from his bewilderment and confusion. Sorrowfully, he expressed his apology to them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I can't lead you to advance to the national finals this year. The students who dared to join their martial arts club really had true love for them. The atmosphere abruptly became sad and solemn. Lin Xiaoji was about to cry, but she took a breath and put on a hopeful and relaxed act. Leader, even if we didn't make it this year, we still have next year. What's there to worry about? We still have a chance. Why not the next year? Jean Dali asked in confusion. Isn't it obvious? Peng Liyun will be in his final year next year, while Lu Cheng and Lin Ke will have another year's worth of growth. Shanbei and Songcheng University will be invincible. How could we have a chance to go to the finals? If we wait for next year, Peng Liyun would have graduated. We could still get the other advancing position, even if Lu Cheng and Lin Ke become more powerful by then. Lin Xiaoji was initially trying to cook up some reasons, but she got more emotional as she continued. They also wanted to participate in the national finals for once. They needed something to pursue in their 4-year university life. But I'm in my 3rd year now. I'll have graduated by then. Muyu interrupted her in a daze. Lin Xiaoji glanced at him and laughed. Leader, you can't abandon us. Without your ability, how can we advance to the national finals? Why don't you apply to defer your graduation? You've failed several classes anyway. You might not even have enough credits to graduate. Shannon University, like other top universities, used the credit system. 1 to 4 credits for a course. With enough credits for undergraduate classes, students are allowed to graduate on time or earlier. If the credits were not enough, one could apply to delay graduation by 1 to 2 years. Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoji suddenly became irritated. She usually got good grades, but her leader has used his ability on her twice, worsening her luck. As she was reanimating the atmosphere, the audience sitting in the stands of the arena began to cheer. Their sound grew louder and stronger, finally turning into unified chants for the host team. Stand together through storm and stress. Stand together through storm and stress. Muyu and the other members were shocked and looked around instinctively. They were so touched that they cried due to the audience's chants. Under the chanting, Lu Cheng returned to his seat. He first saw Xu Rui and her team recording details of the match. Trying to be friendly, he waved at her. Just as he was about to go over and say hi, Xu Rui suddenly paled when she saw him. She even took a few steps backwards, as if she was afraid of getting affected by some mysterious things. Her team did the same thing. In the end, only the cameraman was left standing there, looking embarrassed. Cheng, that's miraculous. You won the game without making a single move. Just then, Kai Zoming gave him a thumbs up to compliment him, resolving the awkwardness in the air. I'm pretty shocked. Lu Cheng smiled and walked to him. Kai Zongming quietly moved back to keep a distance from Lu Cheng. Why are you hiding? Lu Cheng said humorously, seeing Yan Zheka walking to his side with surprise and pleasure. He already understood that these people were afraid of being affected by him and to be as unfortunate as Muyu. Kai Zongming snickered, hiding behind Lin Ke without a word. Are you still my friend? Lu Cheng helplessly glanced at Talker. No, I'm not. Kai Zongming answered without a shred of shame. Lu Cheng was amused by his answer. When he saw his fairy moving to stand beside him without hesitation, he had one thought. This was true love. Just then, he heard his own master's voice. Maybe the legacy you got from Longhu Immortal can help you rebound supernatural abilities like Misfortune and Corvine Mouth. His words were like a lightning crossing his mind, clearing the fog in it. Lu Cheng immediately understood what had happened earlier. When he was asleep, Jin Dan could sense approaching danger. Thus, when he achieved the Dan stage, his supernatural ability seemed to have blended into his own Jin Dan. Was this his third awakening ability? Of course, so far, most of the power in this supernatural ability was derived temporarily from the Jin Dan. What should he call the supernatural ability that combined Blessed by God with his predicting ability? Son of Heaven? Lucky Star? Lu Cheng subconsciously glanced at Li Mao and the other teammates. He was surprised to find them still wearing the same shocked expressions and showed no response to his master's explanation. His master showed his strong ability again. While Lu Cheng was still shocked about his master, Yan Zheka stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. Cheng, did you notice anything odd in the match earlier? Lu Cheng smiled and explained, I probably awakened my third supernatural ability, helping me deflect Mu Yu's misfortune and causing the boomerang effect. To be honest, this ability has been awakened a long time ago. But it's either I haven't noticed it or I didn't know its effects. He shared with Coach Yen his experience catching a thief in the train station. Oh, I see. Yan Zheka looked at him with pleasant surprise, before harumphing. I'm so angry now. I thought it's my ray of moral light that led you to victory. I thought it's me who awakened your supernatural ability, character. Look, for Muyu to experience such serious boomerang effect, so your light is also working. Lu Cheng tried his best to placate her. He thought of a problem and said, Ku, why aren't you afraid of being affected by my misfortune and take the initiative to welcome me? Is it because you believe in me or is it because you think you need to worry because you have the light? Yan Zheka answered him with a snicker. After waving goodbye to the audience, Mu Yu and the other members returned to their locker room. Since the leader has already experienced the boomerang effect, Lin Xiaoji was much more relieved and never worried she would be affected by his misfortune. She took off her shoes and walked into the washroom. She took off all her amulets and stuffed them into the closet with her clothes. With the splash of hot water on her, every cell of her body was quivering with comfort. After shampooing her hair, Lin Xiaoji began to enjoy her shower. Just then, she saw the light overhead flashed a few times and sizzled. After a brief struggle, the bulb finally died. Lin Xiaoji found the sizzling hot water had turned into the bone-chilling cold water. She turned to look at her closet, feeling that her lovely amulets were so far out of her reach. Though everyone from Shannon University Martial Arts Club was depressed, they didn't react violently toward the fighters in the locker room. So Lu Cheng and the others didn't escape from Shannon in a hurry like they did after defeating Yimo. Instead, they spent a while relaxing and celebrating their victory in the locker room, after which they packed their belongings and came out slowly. At this time, most of the audience was already gone, with only several students remaining to do exercises. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, they immediately began scattering like small animals who were terrified that the Demon King came to invade. Even Mu Yu the Bane suffered due to Lu Cheng. Normal people better stay away from him. Seeing this scene, Kai Zongming and the others could not help laughing and turning their gazes toward the well-known hero teasingly, because they were among the few people who knew Lu Cheng had actually used his third supernatural ability to reflect Mu Yu's curse. Holding Yenjika's hand in one hand, Lu Chang covered his face with the other, sighed, and then said, "They're acting like I'm a supervillain." While feeling embarrassed, Lu Chang also thought it was kind of cool. When all the members of Songchang University Martial Arts Club arrived back at school, exhausted, it was already 8 o'clock at night, so they quickly said goodbye to each other and went back to their dorms separately to catch up on their chores for the weekend. The next day, after another round of morning exercise and special training, Lu Chang went to the number 1 school building with Yenjika in the afternoon, looking for an empty classroom to study in. With 2 school bags over his shoulder, Lu Chang chuckled as he watched the students coming and going, and then said, "Actually, I like seeing girls on their way to class or to study, with books in their arms. It's like a scene from a book. I used to do that, but someone always takes my books once he sees them," said Yenjika. Then she turned her watery eyes to Lu Chang, giving him a gentle smile and added, "I thought it was difficult for him to carry 2 piles of books at one time, so I put them in a bag. Otherwise, I would get to see a tall and strong man walking around like a girl with several books in his arms." Haha. She was almost choked by her laughter. Lu Chang arched his lips and echoed, "That scene is too fantastic to be seen. But I'm not as strong as you think. It's more about balance." Chatting and laughing, they entered the school building and headed up to the 3rd floor while looking for a good place to study. They finally found one after checking almost every classroom on the floor, in which there were only a dozen people studying quietly. They seated themselves in the back row near the window. Even on Sunday, there are still so many students here? The academic atmosphere here seems to be good, Lu Chang said while recalling what he had seen in other classrooms. Lu Chang sighed and then added, "But every time I go back to the dorm, Little Ming and Godman are always fooling around, which has greatly influenced my impression of students these days." Godman was the nickname Tang when received from Talker and was acknowledged by the whole dorm since he had been so addicted to online games that he forgot the examination time as well as the makeup exams. Taking back her school bag, Yenjika smiled before opening it and said, "It reminds me of what our marketing management teacher usually says. Survey results mostly depend on the samples you use. It's like doing a survey on the academic atmosphere in this university. If you want a good result, you would look at the students studying in the school buildings and library, but a critic would do the survey in the martial arts arena." She carefully controlled her volume in order not to bother others. Such a faint voice didn't affect their communication at all from this short distance because they both had good sight and hearing. While speaking, Yenjika opened her school bag and took out all the thick textbooks, reference materials, half-filled notebooks, scratch papers, and a pencil bag with a pink piggy pattern on it. On the other side, Lu Chang also took out the textbook for discrete mathematics, a detailed explanation of examples, a notebook with key information in it, scratch paper, a pencil, and an eraser. They arranged all the stuff on the desk almost at the same time in the same order, as if there was a mirror in between. They exchanged a look and smile with each other, while enjoying the warm sunshine that poured in through the window. The atmosphere here was just right. When Lu Chang was about to open the book, Yenjika suddenly looked up at him with her left hand supporting her chin and said, "Chang, do you think it's too boring?" "What's boring?" Lu Chang asked in confusion. "I mean," Yenjika turned her gaze up, bit her lips and added, "You always accompany me to study, but there hasn't been time for us to date. Do you think it's boring? Other couples aren't like this." "That's what you're talking about?" Lu Chang couldn't help laughing as he said, "Not boring at all. I was once addicted to studying, and at that time, the joy and satisfaction of figuring out a difficult question was equal to winning a challenge tournament. In addition, my subjects are more difficult and I have to study harder in order to pass the exams. Besides, isn't what we are doing now a kind of date? Everything I do with you is like a date to me." He had compromised on his studying from getting all A's to only graduating with passing marks. After all, it was hard to balance the time and energy he spent on martial arts and schoolwork. "Disgusting," Yenjika said with smiling eyes and lowered her voice. In fact, I feel good now." While studying, each time she raised her head to look at Cheng's face, she would feel warm and cozy knowing Chang was always with her. "Me too." Lu Chang said with emphasis. With twinkling eyes and 2 dimples showing on her face, Yen Zheka replied, Really? Do you really like it? Do you like it a lot? Yeah, I really like it. Lu Chang spoke his mind without hesitation. Since you like it, we will cancel all future dates and study whenever we are free instead. Yen Zheka straightened her back and stated cheerfully. What? Lu Chang was stunned, and then said, These two can't be mixed together and treated as the same. Before he could finish his words, Lu Chang saw Yen Zheka's eyes brighten, and her mouth puff up with her lips clenched tightly, as she tried hard to stifle her laughter. I was tricked by you again, said Lu Chang. Then he sighed while covering his face with his hands. Hee hee. Yen Zheka bent over the desk, laughing into her arms. Her shoulders were shaking and her hair drooped down. She was really enjoying herself. With this, they both felt happy and relaxed. They even seemed to study more efficiently. After reviewing 1 chapter of discrete mathematics and finishing the corresponding exercises, Lu Chang was slightly satisfied with his progress. However, he was feeling a little dizzy, so he decided to take a 10-minute break. What a difficult subject. And it is said that many students fail the exams every year. Staring at the textbook for several seconds, Lu Chang sighed and then turned his gaze toward Yen Zheka, who was completely focused on her writing. She frowned, pouted, smiled, and bit her lips. All of her small actions were attractive and intoxicating. Looking at her with a smile, Lu Chang became captivated by her fluttering eyelashes, spirited eyes, and pink cheeks. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. Play with your cell phone, she said. Unable to bear his warm gaze, Yen Zheka glared at him bitterly and tenderly. Lu Chang gave her a smile and withdrew his gaze. Then he took out his cell phone and unlocked it, intending to visit the forum. The first post he saw was by All Good Names Are Taken by Dogs. Haha, I'm in the headlines. The video I forwarded became a hot topic. What video? Lu Chang went to the webpage through the link in the post and saw a video named Relaxed Winner Lu Chang vs. Self-Defeated Muyu. The video of their match was so funny that lots of viewers had forwarded it, causing it to spread like a wildfire. Within 1 day, the webpage was forwarded more than 10,000 times and commented nearly 10,000 times, while its views were countless. Lu Chang watched the video from the view of a spectator and was also amused, feeling very sympathetic for old fellow Mu. Haha, maybe I've won this match in a dream. He went on looking through the comments with a smile, waiting for Zheka to finish her schoolwork and then share the funniest parts with her. He was not only a powerful fighter but also a good actor. This will keep me laughing for the whole year. Haha. My mom wants to know why I'm kneeling down in front of the computer. It was so magical and there was no flaw in his actions. Even Lu Chang just stood there looking stunned. Gradually he noticed several interesting IDs like Muyu of Shannon, Old Fellow Mu, Muyu the Bane, Lu Chang of Songchang University, and Fighter Lu Chang. Lu Chang of Songchang University sighed with emotion and wrote, It was the first time I fought in a match like that. I was almost overwhelmed. Fighter Lu Chang saw Lu Chang of Songchang University and began accusing him, You fake! That's a newly registered ID. You must be copying me. You said on the web page that you were in the capital. So has Songchang University moved to the capital? Lu Chang of Songchang University argued back. Damn it! Who are they? I haven't registered any IDs yet. Lu Chang thought, stunned by all the fakes. They were all newly registered IDs for the purpose of partaking in Lu Chang's popularity. At this time, Yen Zheka's mobile suddenly vibrated with the notification for a new message. Having just finished a problem, she was feeling rather satisfied and relaxed. So Yen Zheka picked up her cell phone, finding a message from Yen Shaoling. Senior sister, get Lu Chang an ID on Weibo. We're going to follow him. There are so many guys masquerading as him. The video of old fellow Mu and his match is currently a hot topic. Her disorganized words took Yen Zheka quite a while to understand. Chang! Zheka immediately turned her head and said, Do you know what's happening on Weibo? The video of your match with Muyu. Yeah, I'm watching it. There are 3 fake Lu Chengs arguing with each other. Lu Cheng replied, wanting to laugh and weep at the same time. The ongoing argument among the 3 frauds had attracted more than 10,000 Weibo users to follow them. In Shannon University, Lin Xiaoji was standing on the balcony in a protective suit, calling Muyu. Captain, check Weibo. You are currently a hot topic. Achoo! I've seen it. Isn't it bad news? Muyu's face was flashing red and white from anger and embarrassment at the banter. There are more people following you, and it's definitely good news. Maybe you'll be a celebrity on Weibo and make a big fortune through it. Achoo! Come on. Change your literary and artistic ID into your real name, and we'll prove you are the real one. Lin Xiaoji urged him. Damn it. How could I get a cold from taking a cold bath? I'm an energetic professional 9th pin fighter. Just my luck to be Bane's friend and have to pay the price for his supernatural ability. On the other side, Lu Cheng and Yan Zheke were still cheerfully watching the 3 frauds argue, along with the other onlookers. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's cell phone vibrated with the notification for an incoming call. He hurried to answer it with a lowered voice. Senior sister? It was Shi Yuejian calling. Shi Yuejian was laughing. I saw that video and it was so funny. Come on. Register a Weibo ID and stop those guys from stealing your popularity. I already have one, Lu Cheng said as his mouth twitched. He had registered on Weibo to look at something a long time ago, and his ID was very embarrassing. You have one? What's your ID? I couldn't find it. All the present IDs related to you are fakes. Shi Yuejian continued asking. Lu Cheng covered his face with both hands, too embarrassed to say the name. He liked reading fantasy novels at that time, and thus his Weibo ID was Tai the Greatest God. Up to now, he only had 1 follower, not counting some zombie IDs, and it was his little fairy, Swordsman Dislikes Drinking. As for Zheka's QQ ID, she had already changed it to Little Ku. I'm going to change my ID. I'll call you back when I finish, Lu Cheng said, without telling Shi Yuejian his original ID. Okay, I'll help you with the authentication procedure, Shi Yuejian said and then hung up the phone. Lu Cheng rushed to change his ID, Tai the Greatest God, to Lu Cheng 129. 129. Watching as Lu Cheng changed the ID, Yan Zheke murmured to herself and smiled, making dimples appeared on her face. She couldn't help feeling a touch of sweetness in her heart. January 29th was her birthday. Hee. Lu Cheng smiled without saying a word. Soon his change was acknowledged and he sent the new ID to his senior sister. Within minutes, the ID Shi Yuejian of Wuyue Club, who had hundreds and thousands of followers, forwarded all good names are taken by dog's webpage and added some words to it. That match was so funny. Lu Cheng 129. Actually, he's my junior brother. The seemingly plain post on Weibo from Shi Yuejian immediately caused a stir. Well, he's my junior brother. These several words shocked lots of viewers, who forwarded and commented on the post, one after another. This is a stunning piece of news. So Lu Cheng is your junior brother, Superwoman Shi? No wonder he advanced to 8th pin, and got the championship of Xing Province Youth Tournament within 1 year, making him a promising competitor for the God's Favored One. No wonder. Lu Cheng is also a disciple of a great sect. Then the loss Zhang Zhutong and Han Zhifei faced is justifiable. Is that really the attitude you should have? There's no rule saying that only disciples from great sects can be a genius. We should change it to geniuses will eventually join a great sect. Even if one of the sects was blind, they can't all be blind. This comment came from Unparalleled Dragon King. Of course, the Dragon King in Lu Cheng's fan forum was using his real name in Weibo, Chun Chi Tao the Dragon King. Unparalleled Dragon King's words made Yi Yaoting, who was going through the comments, feel ashamed of herself. Just now when she saw Shi Yuejian's Weibo post, some thoughts suddenly flashed across her mind, which were similar to some of the comments. No wonder I was defeated by Lu Cheng at that time. No wonder he was always able to create miracles and overtake all his peers including me at a high speed. It was all because of his background as a disciple of Ice God sect. Yi Yaoting herself had just reached Dan's stage and was recently accepted by Xuanwu School. She didn't even have a physical invulnerability master yet. After Unparalleled Dragon King refuted her post, she felt tortured in spirit and broke out in a cold sweat. My thoughts and attitude just now were dangerous. As a warrior, it was okay to accept her loss, but she must not make excuses to justify it. Turning her gaze down, she continued to go through the comments. Wow, Lu Chang is your junior brother? No wonder I had a good impression of him. Your junior brother is excellent, he has just won a championship. Right? Yeah. But Lu Chang didn't use ice sect movements. Only the 24 blizzard strikes. So Lu Chang has been in Dan's stage for 4 months? He must have learned some special ice sect movements as Superwoman Sher's junior brother. Wow. I'm looking forward to his competition with Peng Liyun and Ren Li. Superwoman, let your junior brother share with us his feelings when he was faced with such peerless acting. Was he confused? Was he laughing like a fool? They didn't know Lu Chang was busy sharing his senior sister's Weibo post with Yan Zheke. After the two of them finished enjoying the liked parts, Lu Chang was stunned because his ID, Lu Chang 129, suddenly had more than 20,000 followers, and the number was still climbing. What good? Yan Zheke said jokingly. Most of them were not my fans and just came to have fun. Lu Chang replied, calmly and rationally as usual. He knew his real fans in the forum still didn't amount to more than 10,000. Though he thought this way, Lu Chang was still excited and asked Yan Zheke in a low voice, Ko, is it time for me to make a post? What should I say? Just be yourself and say anything you like. Yan Zheke said and gave him a smile. Yeah, I'm a fighter and fans are not my whole life, so I don't need to devote myself to acting like a perfect model. Just do what I like. Lu Chang made up his mind and nodded seriously. What Coach Yan taught me is more useful than 10 years of studying. You liar. I have taught you hundreds and thousands of lessons, but are you as smart as someone that lived hundreds and thousands of years? Yan Zheke debated with him deliberately, giving out soft laughter. I don't know how to answer you. Lu Chang also burst out laughing. Then he forwarded his senior sister's post and added some words. Thanks for senior sister's acknowledgement. Laugh to tears. I was indeed confused and even believed that student Mu Yu was making a dangerous attack that would harm both of us. So I dared not act rashly. Finally, I understood that Mu Yu's supernatural ability, misfortune, had rebounded onto him. Several seconds after he made the post, a new comment appeared. Clicking to expand it, Lu Chang found this little mouse in Hudong, only left 2 words. Like me. The first commenter was usually regarded as a lucky one. Again refreshing the site, Lu Chang found the forwards and comments under his post increased by a large amount. Eternal Nightfall said, a big hug to my Lu Chang. Let's take a photo. Brahman001 said, my idol. Look at me, see my waving hands. My hair's much longer now, said, I'm coming. Unparalleled Dragon King commented with a smiling cat emoji. What should I say? A group of fans from the Longhu Club forum has arrived. Yan Zheke was greatly amused by them and helped Lu Chang refresh the site frequently. There were many familiar names as well as a lot of new IDs. If she hadn't noticed Yan Shaoling in advance, everyone from Lu Chang's fan forum wouldn't be in the first several sections of the comment area. I don't want to hear your explanation. I'm always actor Mu Yu's fan. So it was because his supernatural ability rebounded. Bane, what a cool name. While Lu Chang and Yan Zheke were going through the following comments, a popular ID forwarded his post. Mo Jingting, who had hundreds of thousands of likes, said with a flushing face emoji, my excellent junior master. In a classroom on the 4th floor of the number 1 teaching building, Qiu Zhigao stretched himself after reviewing some lessons, preparing to do something to relax. He clicked on the Weibo for Mo Jingting's official fan club, looking forward to Tuesday's vocal concert. While browsing, he saw a new comment. Come on, our sister just made a post. Let's go like and forward it. What happened to my Jingting? Old Chiu clicked the link with great interest. Her excellent junior master? Who? Chiu Zhigao found out the ID that made the original post Mo Jingting forwarded was Lu Cheng 129. Haha, the same name as Cheng. Jingting's excellent junior master is also called Lu Cheng. What a coincidence. Chiu Zhigao clicked on Lu Cheng 129's homepage to see his self-introduction. The leading player of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. The leading player of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club? The same as Cheng. Wait. Chiu Zhigao froze when he saw those words. Damn it, is this the Lu Cheng I know? He's Jingting's junior master? Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika also noticed Mo Jingting's action, because his likes had increased to 50,000 and was rapidly approaching 100,000. Now he was famous. There are too many guys focusing on me, which is unreasonable at my age, he said with self-deprecating humor, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What does junior niece Mo mean by exposing her identity and background? It may not be good for her. Besides, too much attention will be annoying. Lu Cheng wasn't prepared to be a real celebrity yet. He just wanted to compete for honors and awards, fight against tough opponents, and move on towards the peak of martial arts. You are complaining about something that other people dream of, Yan Zhika said and smiled. Is it a kind of peace offering? But I don't like it, Lu Cheng said and sighed. It's enough for her. Well, for those who don't know the inside information of Ice God sect, this post will be enough to convince them that there is a good relationship between the two of you. As long as you keep advancing and growing stronger, her post won't be in vain, said Yan Zhika while rolling her eyes. After analyzing Mo Jingting's intention, Yan Zhika continued, unless you post denying it, but I don't think you are willing to do that. At this moment, Lu Cheng's mobile suddenly vibrated with the notification for a new message. Junior niece, said, Little junior master, I forwarded your post out of excitement. Will it bring you trouble? Well, she apologized after everything is done as usual. Lu Cheng showed the message to Coach Yen, and then replied after thinking for a while. It indeed brought me some trouble, so don't do it again. Seeing what he texted, Yan Zhika burst out laughing. Poking fun at him, she said, What a serious junior master you are. You are speaking like an old man. Mo Jingting soon replied, Junior master, you are really nice and broad-minded. I won't do it again. I promise. Of course you needn't do it again since your goal was accomplished. Complaining in his mind, Lu Cheng put down the cell phone and turned his focus back towards studying. At this time, Yan Zhika bit her lower lip and suggested, Ask her when would be a convenient time to meet, before or after the vocal concert. We should play the hospitable host here and invite her to dinner. Usually it is hard for us to leave school, so we'll just go to her vocal concert instead of treating her if time is limited, said Lu Cheng. He actually wanted to ignore the vocal concert if it hadn't provided him with an opportunity to go on a date with Zhika. Lu Cheng's words greatly satisfied Yan Zhika, who put on a smile and said, I've just said you were like a responsible junior master, but now you want to ignore your junior niece because of a little trouble? There are only a few people I want to do things for no matter the cost, and she is not one of them. Lu Cheng replied with a smile, taking the opportunity to bare his heart. Tut tut. Has your skill in flattering advanced again? Yan Zhika said, turning her head aside to hide her smile and glittering eyes. I'm speaking my mind. It's not flattery, Lu Cheng said shamelessly, while texting Mo Jingting to ask when she was available to meet for dinner. Mo Jingting replied immediately, as if she kept the cell phone in hand. Thank you, junior master. I know you can't leave school during class time, and you are going to my vocal concert this Tuesday, so I can't always bother you. Is it okay if I come to your school tomorrow afternoon? Let's have dinner in the cafeteria. It's also a unique meal in Songcheng. Cafeteria? Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika exchanged a look because they had never expected Mo Jingting to be so considerate. Will she do something strange? Lu Cheng frowned while whispering. No, unless she wants to force you to become hostile. Yan Zhika thought for a while and replied, It's likely that she wants to show her consideration after attaining her goal. Lu Cheng nodded and typed a reply to Mo Jingting. The quality of our dining hall is lacking. I'm afraid you might get sick and miss your vocal concert. He wanted to order a meal in the school restaurant because it was more proper. Junior Master, I'm healthy and strong. As a professional ninth pin fighter, how can I get sick for eating something? Anyway, it's up to you, Mo Jingting said, in an attempt to make concessions. Mo Jingting's acting cute made Yanjika feel uncomfortable and regretful for being so polite and broad-minded. She should have Chang ignore this junior niece completely. On the other side, Lu Chang replied to Mo Jingting dryly, "Okay. Text me before you arrive." Putting down the cell phone, he exhaled, gave Yanjika a wry smile and said, "I felt sick when reading her words. It's too disgusting, but I don't know why. Maybe it was the so-called acting cute deliberately and mischievously. Maybe it was because Mo Jingting was a calculating girl in his mind and acting cute didn't suit her." "Ha ha!" Yanjika burst out laughing, letting go of the unpleasantness. Suddenly, Lu Chang received 2 messages from Qiu Zhigao and Qin Mo. "Chang, I'm dropping to my knees in honor of you. My brother Chang. I respect you as my brother. Please let me meet Mo Jingting." These 2 funny guys. Lu Chang was amused by the messages and replied to old Qiu first. "You shouldn't kneel down in front of me. I have nothing to do with it. Instead, you should kneel down in front of my master, Coach Shur of the Martial Arts Club. He's actually the junior brother of the master of Mo Jingting's master." He explained the origin of their relationship with a tongue twister. Qiu Zhigao texted him again with a blinking eyes emoji before Lu Chang could close the dialog box. Is she as beautiful as she looks on the television? Some popular stars were actually ugly in real life. Do you, a strong man, know how disgusting it is to see you using that emoji with such a soft tone? Lu Chang replied with a vomiting emoji as they usually did in their dorm. Then he added, "Not too bad. Pretty close to her usual appearance." Mo Jingting was an energetic young girl in her prime, so she didn't need makeup. What's her real personality like? Old Qiu continued to ask questions, ignoring what Lu Chang had just said. After thinking for a while, Lu Chang began typing quickly. "She's quite outgoing." Of course, she was also calculating and capable, but old Qiu didn't need to know that since he wouldn't be in contact with Mo Jingting. It was fine to let old Qiu's keep his good impression of her. Besides, he didn't want to gossip about her. And old Qiu was not someone Lu Chang would share all of his thoughts with. So, in reality, she is the same as she is on the television? Qiu Zhigao replied excitedly. Lu Chang ignored him and closed the dialog box to check Qin Mo's message. He sent a giggling emoji and replied, "As the saying goes, sometimes it's better to admire someone from a distance instead of ruining it by approaching them. Why not hold onto your fantasy, since reality is usually disappointing?" He declined Qin Mo's request to meet Mo Jingting. On one hand, it was not polite for him to bring Qin Mo without asking Mo Jingting for permission. On the other hand, he didn't want to owe her a favor for asking her to meet his friends. "Could you say something I understand? Do you mean the real Mo Jingting will let me down? Just answer my question. Is she as beautiful as she looks on television? Are her eyes still as attractive? Is she still good at acting cute?" Qin Mo asked. "These descriptions quite suit her." Lu Chang said honestly, "But in the other aspects, I don't care about the other aspects since I have no chance of marrying her. She's just my ideal, so I don't care too much about the other things. It seems I won't be disappointed." Qin Mo replied with a despise emoji. "You beast." Lu Chang was actually speechless. "You are not a qualified fan." At 9:30 that night, after sending Yanjika back to her dormitory, Lu Chang went back to his room in the number 7 dormitory while thinking about his plans for Jika's birthday. Pushing the door open, he saw Qiu Zhigao and Qin Mo sitting on the sofa with the martial arts competition broadcasting on the television. "You aren't playing online games?" Lu Chang was surprised and asked casually. Qin Mo gave him a big smile while pushing up his gold-rimmed spectacles. "I felt too tired and hungry to play the game. Chang, Would you like to have a midnight snack with me? Barbecue. It's my treat. Though the cafeteria and restaurants on the campus were all closed at this time, there was a night market nearby and most of the students had a takeaway app on their cell phone. Besides, the new campus area of Songcheng University was separated from the outside with the iron railing instead of the wall, and the lunchbox could easily be passed through the railing gap. But lunch boxes containing many different items were still too big to be passed through the gap. Once a student ordered some pickled vegetables with fish that counted dozens of yuan, but the restaurant packed it in a supersized plastic bowl, which brought trouble to the delivery person because it wouldn't fit through the railing gap. That poor student wanted the food so badly, he might have tried to eat through the railing like a prisoner. Fortunately, the story had a happy ending. That deliverman was an amateur martial artist and quickly climbed over the railing with the lunchbox without even spilling a drop of the soup. From then on, all the students learned a good lesson. It was good for them to know martial arts. No, eating this late would affect the quality of sleep. Lu Cheng refused politely. Okay, we're going to eat while you stay in the dorm, Qiu Zhigao said and smiled. I fetched some hot water for you so you won't need to do it yourself. Don't act like this. You must want something from me. Lu Cheng questioned him jokingly instead of replying politely. I just want to share the honor of the junior master. Qin Mo joked. Cheng, I don't want you to do anything difficult. Just ask her for some autographs. Old Qiu begged shamelessly. Okay. If I get the opportunity, Lu Cheng said, and then shook his head, feeling it ridiculous. I'm also a famous Weibo user. Why don't you fawn over me? After Lu Cheng finished his lessons the next afternoon, he received a message from Mo Jingting. Junior Master, I'm on the bus heading to your school. Okay. We will meet you at the bus station. Lu Cheng replied, stressing the word we, and immediately telling Yan Zheka. Yan Zheka replied with a lovely sitting emoji. I'm now in my dorm getting dressed. Just come and wait for me outside of the building. What? Why not ask me to wait on the long bridge? Lu Cheng found it interesting and soon replied, okay. It seems that Ke takes it seriously if she even went back to dress up. She once said that girls would always take it more seriously when they were going to see the other girls. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Cheng, who was waiting outside of the number 3 dormitory, finally saw his fairy. Yan Zheka put on simple makeup this time and dressed like a gentle and delicate girl. Lu Cheng immediately lost himself in her elegant and refined beauty. What are you staring at? Let's go. Yan Zheka complained softly. Turning his gaze, Lu Cheng took the girl's hand in his and smiled while saying, I'm staring at my fairy. Though he saw Zheka every day, he was still stunned by her beauty just now. What a pity that she seldom takes their dates seriously. Yan Zheka turned her gaze up while lifting the corners of her mouth without saying anything. On the way to the bus station, there were many people attracted by Yan Zheka, and even the winter dusk was lit up by her gorgeous appearance. Not long after they arrived at the bus station, they saw Mo Jingting getting off a bus. She was wearing sunglasses that covered almost half of her face, which made her noticeable at sunset. She seemed to have spent time dressing up, stressing her tall figure, long legs, and plump lips that were sparkling like rubies. Mo Jingting noticed Yan Zheka before getting off the bus and was also stunned by Yan Zheka's beauty. Even though Mo Jingting was also a girl, compared with Mo Jingting, Yan Zheka behaved much more calmly since she had seen Mo Jingting dressed up on television many times in the past. She only felt a little jealous of Mo Jingting's height while greeting her with a polite smile. When the two girls made eye contact, Lu Cheng felt as if he could see sparks flying out in all directions. Let's go to the restaurant first. This isn't a good place to chat. He took a step forward and said. The passing students watched as Lu Cheng and Yan Zheka walked by, hand in hand, while Mo Jingting was following them behind, looking at their hands. After seating themselves in a box in the academy cafeteria, they waited for the dishes to be served. Mo Jingting took off her sunglasses and looked at the couple in front of her with her misty eyes, which were always filled with emotions. Junior Master's girlfriend is so beautiful. No wonder he never spares a look for other girls. What should I call you? Junior Aunt? It sounds like a middle-aged woman. Yen Zheka, just call me Zheka, said Zheka, smiling gently to show her dimples. Are you a disciple of Shushan's study? Mo Jingting asked curiously, while supporting her chin with one hand. I am. But how did you know? Yen Zheka said, surprised. My surname is Yen and my birthplace in the household register is Shoshan. Though I'm able to use yin-yang twist, no one could identify it. Has she investigated my data in school? But it should still be hard for her to associate me with Shushan's study. Mo Jingting glanced over at Lu Cheng with a smile and said, Junior Master mentioned something about you. I didn't mention anything. Lu Cheng blurted out to clarify it before Yen Zheka turned her gaze toward him. Normally people would think about whether they have said it before defending themselves. Junior Master's reaction was quite unexpected. Mo Jingting noticed the situation was slipping out of her control. Are you sure you didn't mention it? Maybe you just forgot. Yen Zheka looked at her boyfriend with her lips tilted. Lu Cheng coughed and said, It was my master. Our conversation at the time left a deep impression on me and I suddenly recall it. He said I need not join Wuyue Club since he would be even happier to see me be a special coach in Longhu Club or marry into Shushan's study. He repeated Geezer Sher's words deliberately to amuse his fairy. Ha! Marry into Shushan's study. It sounds like you were going to marry my brother. Yen Zheka burst out laughing with a flushed face and watery eyes. She had intended to make a joke and change the topic. But the new topic seemed to be more interesting. She even began trembling from the humor. So funny. While Yen Zheka and Lu Cheng began showing off their relationship, totally ignoring Mo Jingting, the latter picked up the teacup to take a drink, feeling a little miserable. I should not have come here, she thought helplessly. She realized at the same time that she had done something wrong, and that was why Lu Cheng was being distant. They were passionately in love and no one else was able to disturb them. Her flirting with Lu Cheng could only make him unhappy. The more she fawned over him, the more he would avoid her. She should have tried simpler methods since she didn't really want to flirt with Lu Cheng. It might be better for her to really be his junior niece. Having changed her mind, Mo Jingting immediately changed her attitude and began talking with Yen Zheka actively instead of focusing on Lu Cheng. Though Mo Jingting might still be more immature and less rational than Yen Zheka, she had still spent several years in showbiz. So she had a lot of experience as a social butterfly. When she switched topics to the other star's secrets, both Lu Cheng and Yen Zheka let down their guards a little and began listening to her. Finally, the dinner ended in harmony. This was gossip from a star instead of an entertainment journalist. Everyone likes to gossip to some extent. I can't believe they told everyone his secret. Yen Zheka was astonished by what she just heard about a certain male star. Bisexuals are quite normal in showbiz, and we are even used to the dirty deeds. You'll seem like an alien if you get excited over everything, Mo Jingting said while sighing with emotion. If I didn't have a sect background from an influential sect, I might have joined in their evil deeds while under such a pressure. She dared not to ask for a promise from Lu Cheng, but she kept looking at the two in front eagerly, hoping what she said would leave an impression on them. If she ran into trouble someday, she might be able to ask her junior uncle for help once he reached high-rank dance stage or even reached physical invulnerability and possessed a powerful voice in the sect. As expected, Lu Cheng only sighed at the chaos in the showbiz instead of making any promises casually. Tidying up her mood, Mo Jingting went on talking about something interesting while suffering through the couple's romance. When they were about to leave, she took several tickets out of her purse and gave them to Lu Cheng and Yen Zheka. Junior Master, Zheka. These are VIP tickets to my vocal concert. Covering her smile with one hand, she added to explain, You are not in our circle and might feel uncomfortable being in the area for special guests. Besides, you wouldn't get to enjoy your date there, so I decided to give you some good seats instead. Thank you. 2 tickets are enough for us since the others already have their own. Lu Cheng said politely, Junior Master, you are my elder and needn't say thank you to me. Mo Jingting said jokingly, The others? Are some of your friends my fans? Quite a lot. Lu Cheng said, taking the opportunity to ask for Mo Jingting's signature for Old Xiao and Qin Mo. Smiling happily, Mo Jingting took out her memo pad, tore off 2 sheets of paper, and signed them for Qin Mo and Xiu Zhigao. It's much more beautiful than your signature, Yan Zhika teased Lu Chang. I'm not relying on it to make a living. Lu Chang replied with a smile and called a waiter to compute the bill after Mo Jingting had put on another pair of glasses. After sending this big star, who had changed her attitude, to the school bus and waving her off, Lu Chang and Yan Zheka exchanged a look and sighed in relief. It's more tiring than a match, Yan Zheka said and sighed from exhaustion. The secret war between 2 girls. Shall I knead your temples? Lu Chang suggested with a smile. She learned to behave herself in front of you, so it's good. Yeah, she's a clever girl, Yan Zheka replied and nodded to herself. After chatting for a while, they moved to a nearby bench. When Yan Zheka took out several tissues, Lu Chang took them and wiped the bench surface like it was second nature. How many tickets in total? Yan Zheka asked casually. While kneading her temples, Lu Chang thought for a while and then answered. 4. 2 for us and 2 extra. Ask your roommates if they want to go to the concert. Both Old Xiu and the Beast already have tickets. Okay. Yan Zhika took out her cell phone to call Li Liantong and others. Li Liantong said she wanted to go but she had an important lesson Tuesday evening, and so did Shi Xiangyang. Thus they missed the chance to attend the first day's vocal concert. As for Zhong Yanru, she disliked Mo Jingting and didn't want to go to the concert. None of them are coming. Just give them to Old Xiu and Qin Mo since these seats should be better than theirs. Or maybe you can give the tickets to Talker. Yan Zhika suggested. Okay. Lu Chang began imagining Old Xiu's expression of gratitude. On the school bus, Mo Jingting withdrew her smile and calmed down, losing herself in thought. She searched for Yan Zhika's name using her cell phone and then asked one of her friends in the martial arts circle. Do you know which elder in Shushan study is Yan Zhika's master? Yan Zhaka? Yan? I've never heard of that surname in Shushan study. I'll ask around. That friend also knew little about it. After several minutes, he replied in a serious tone. She was the granddaughter of 2 grandmasters in Shushan study, Ji Zhenjiang, the heaven-leaning sword, and Dou Ning, the 7-star. Heaven-leaning sword? 7-star? Mo Jingting couldn't stop her wrist from trembling and dropped the cell phone. After taking a walk along the lakeside, Lu Chang brought Yan Zhika back to her number 3 dormitory and then came back to his own dorm in a good mood. Qin Mo and Old Xiu were in the room discussing the vocal concert tomorrow night. Here you are, the signatures you wanted, Lu Chang said, smiling while giving them the 2 sheets of paper. Signature. Old Xiu took the paper and was immediately stunned. You got Jingting's signature so quickly? Qin Mo was able to read between the lines. Getting even more surprised, he asked, You met her? Otherwise, you couldn't get her signature on such short notice. She's my martial niece and I should treat her since she came to Songqing. Ku and I just had dinner with her. Lu Chang replied frankly. Brother Chang, how could you forget to bring me? Qin Mo pretended to be depressed while Qiu Zhigao's facial expression was also a mixture of surprise and regret. I had a chance to meet my goddess and I missed it. She didn't want to be bothered. Lu Chang naturally blamed Mo Jingting and then took the opportunity to give them the remaining 2 VIP tickets. She sent the tickets to me. Just take them since the seats are better than yours. Well, I'll not stand on ceremony. I owe you a kowtow, Qiu Zhigao said and took the ticket without hesitation. Qin Mo was also overjoyed but soon turned angry. I wouldn't have been extorted by that ticket scalper if I knew it earlier. Do you know how much he asked for the ticket? Do you know how much? It was not because of the money but a point of honor. I don't want to know how much, Lu Chang said, and then burst out laughing. Maybe you can give your original tickets to Talker and Chang if they want to go. Tuesday soon came. At dusk, Lu Chang got a certificate under the name of his club and bought bus tickets to their old campus. Then he left for Mo Jingting's vocal concert with Yan Zhika, Qiu Zhigao, Qin Mo, Zhao Chang and Kai Zongming. Skipping class is a rare experience. Yenjika sighed with both regret and excitement while watching the school buildings disappear outside the bus window. She was corrupted by Chang. Lu Chang leaned over to put his arms around Yenjika's waist. The teacher will definitely discover you skipped class, he told her deliberately. Everyone including the teacher will notice the missing beauty in the classroom. But the teacher may not remember me since I'm plain looking. That's the disadvantage of beauty. You! Yenjika hit him softly. I'm not stupid, I've already asked for leave, so you don't need to worry about it. Thank you. Ru helped her ask for leave and she believed the teacher would allow it since she wasn't skipping a professional lesson. It was the advantage of beauty. There were many people waiting outside Songcheng Martial Arts Gymnasium, including the peddlers selling tickets, flowers, and light sticks. It was the second time Yenjika went to a concert, so she was still excited. While looking around and walking up and down, she acted like a child who was eager to stop and visit every stand. Chung, let's buy some light sticks. We should wave them during the concert. Chung, that pie looks delicious. Chung, just follow me. I won't bother to look for you if you get lost. Looking at Yenjika with a big smile, Lu Chang took her swinging hand in his and tried all the different kinds of junk food with her. It was not the concert but their date that was important. When it was time for them to enter the gymnasium, a flower boy approached them and yelled, Brother, buy a bunch of flowers for her. She's so beautiful. Lu Chang was immediately moved by his words and intended to buy some flowers. Yenjika pursed her lips and turned over her hands to grasp Lu Chang's wrist. Don't do this. I don't like flowers and we'd better hurry to enter the gymnasium. Let's go over there. Lu Chang gave up taking out his wallet because of Kochian's persistence. When they rushed forward and left the flower boy behind, he whispered, What's wrong with that? Though the flowers were a little expensive, what he said was right. You are so beautiful and deserve to be decorated with flowers. Yenjika explained while puffing out her cheeks. You men are all vain creatures who want to show off your money in front of women and regard yourselves as real heroes. Those flower sellers are just taking advantage of it. I don't like seeing someone take you for a fool. She was acting like a female tiger protecting her kids, which warmed Lu Cheng's heart and widened his smiling mouth. Mo Jingting kept behaving herself during the vocal concert, acting as good as she could as a singer. Lu Chang and Yenjika were familiar with quite a lot of her songs and would sing to her occasionally while waving their light sticks. They even made some videos as souvenirs. They were enjoying themselves. Hey, your face seems larger and my face seems smaller when we take photos together, Yenjika said as they left the gymnasium. Yenjika was reviewing the photos they took just now while breathing the cold air at night. Your face is originally small. Lu Chang covered Yenjika's face with his hand for comparison. Looking around, he coughed and said, It's late and we've already missed the last bus. Old Chiu said they are going to sleep at Chin Mo's home tonight. Shall we also stay outside school tonight? He had been considering and expecting this since they decided to come to the vocal concert. Yeah. Yenjika nodded like a chick picking grain. Let's order a special car online. What an unexpected answer it is. Lu Chang was stunned. Ko, your answer didn't make any sense. What's wrong with you? There's still enough time for us to get back to school before lights out. Yenjika blinked her clear eyes with a naive expression. Oh, okay. Lu Chang put a stop to all his distracting thoughts and began finding a special car online. Actually, he was complaining in his mind. I hate online car hailing. Though there are many people waiting for taxis after the concert, and though Lu Chang was praying that no taxi driver would answer his order and ruin his night, Kochian was a lucky girl and a driver took their order after several minutes. He would make more money this time since the school campus area of Songcheng University was far away. What shall we do? I'm so excited imagining us climbing over the school wall while waiting for the taxi. Yenjika put both hands in Lu Cheng's and smiled excitedly. I haven't done something like this before. Looking at her flushing cheeks and blinking eyes, Lu Chang immediately forgot all the depression and replied with a smile. We're the naughty duo. It seemed to be quite interesting, teaching his fairy to be a little mischievous. There was no rush hour at night and the taxi stopped half an hour later. In the moonlight, Lu Chang led Yenjika while they searched for the camera's blind angle. He laughed in front of the tall railing and then said, "I'll climb up first and then pull you up." "Okay." Yenjika nodded seriously with glittering eyes, supporting his body with one hand and gathering strength to both feet. He suddenly jumped up and landed on top of the railing steadily. Then he bent to grasp Yenjika's hands and pulled her as she jumped towards him. Yenjika felt her bodying flying in the air for a short moment before landing on the railing, which made her eyes brighten. "It's so much fun." She began walking back and forth on the railing while balancing herself with both arms, seemingly shaky but actually steady. Lu Chang followed her with one hand in his pocket. He stared at her beautiful back and black hair, which was glittering in the moonlight, greedily trying to capture this moment in his mind forever. Then he stepped heavily on the railing with a smile. On the other side, Yenjika was about to take another step forward when the railing shook, suddenly making her immediately lose balance. Instead of screaming out of fear, she activated her backbone and strengthened her muscles unconsciously, intending to straighten herself. At this moment, an arm appeared around her waist and pulled her back without much effort. Then she felt a familiar chest. "You are always up to mischief," Yenjika replied. After realizing what had happened, she hit Lu Chang out of anger, joy, and excitement. Before she could finish speaking, she was kissed by Lu Chang, warmly and tenderly. Taking a glance at the ground below, Yenjika slowly closed her eyes and hugged Lu Chang, while telling herself it was a dream and she could do anything she wanted. Passing cloud blocked the moon temporarily. Approaching her dorm at a brisk pace, Yenjika stopped outside the door to check if her face was still flush before entering the room. "Ku, why do you come back?" Li Liantong turned to look at her in surprise. "Why can't I come back?" Yenjika looked at her dumbfounded. "You must have missed the last bus after the vocal concert." Hey, at this time, a man would suggest relaxing in a nearby hotel and going back to school the next day. Then, he would order 2 rooms at first but finally remain in the girl's room shamelessly. He usually says he won't do anything except sleep with you in his arms. "I'll just touch you but won't do anything else." Li Liantong's topic started turning dirty. "Stop!" Yenjika interrupted her with flushed face. "Can't you be more innocent?" She suddenly realized that Lu Chang mentioned old Chio's sleeping outside school deliberately. He wanted me to stay outside? No wonder his reaction was strange then. Li Liantong went on to ask her jokingly, "Didn't your Chung try?" "I can't believe it. He just said there was no bus." Yenjika replied in embarrassment. "What? Then how did you reply?" Li Liantong and Shi Xiangyang both asked with great interest. I said, "Let's order a special car." Yenjika replied and then turned her gaze aside. "Order a special car. Ha ha ha. What a perfect answer. I admire you so much." The 3 listeners all burst out laughing while smacking the bed and table. Yenjika felt even more embarrassed because of their laughter and began gnashing her teeth secretly. I didn't notice the implied meaning in his words. I just wanted to offer a convenient solution. I must have been infected by Chang and become a stupid coup. In the dorm, Lu Chang got himself cleaned and lay down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, he was actually recalling the scene of Yenjika balancing herself on the railing and her complicated expression after doing so. The soft moonlight and her hot response were still echoing in his mind like a poem. It felt good even though he failed to get Jika to stay with him in a hotel for the night. What looked like a bad ending might turn out to be good. What a pity that he was absolutely fascinated and forgot to take some photos. Besides Lu Chang, Zhang Jinya was also in the dorm, typing and checking code on his computer, while Zhao Chang and Qiu Zhigao were sleeping at Qin Mo's home. Lu Chang could only hear the sound of typing echoing in the quiet room. After expressing his sorrow to Ko Chien for forgetting to record her anecdote with the camera, Lu Chang logged on the forums, intending to write something. Even though he suggested staying outside the school with Zheka yesterday night, it could be seen from Zheka's expression and reaction that she actually didn't understand his intention. Shall I post a question online, like, what's a good way to make suggestions to my girlfriend? Or should I insinuate what I want in another way? After all, I'm not shameless enough as to say it directly. After thinking for a while, Lu Cheng made a post. Should I be thankful for our school's closed-off management or hate it? After clicking to submit the post, he suddenly remembered he has hundreds and thousands of followers now instead of just Jika. Damn it, I'm a famous Weibo user now, but I always forget it. Reading what he wrote carefully and finding no sensitive content in it, he decided not to delete it out of laziness. Besides, he enjoyed interacting with his girlfriend this way to show off their relationship in public. Why should he care about what other people think? After withdrawing all his thoughts, he turned to QQ and pretended to ask Yenjika casually, I've just posted on Weibo. Did you write about my awful deeds in it? Yenjika replied with a looking dumb emoji. Though she also regretted that Lu Cheng hadn't recorded her naughty moment. She wasn't that depressed since there were so many regrets in life and the best way to remember something was to record them in your mind. Lu Cheng sent a laughing to tears emoji. How could I write that? I know you don't like to show off our romance in front of others. Let elder sister fondle your head. What a considerate boy. Yenjika sent with a grinning emoji. I'll go to see what you wrote. Clicking to open the Weibo and refreshing the page. She soon found Lu Cheng's post. What is this Lothario suggesting? Yenjika turned over on her bed with the cell phone in her hands, complaining about Cheng secretly. I wouldn't have noticed his attempt if Dirty Tong hadn't explained it to me. Yenjika rolled her eyes and commented on the post while gnashing her teeth. Lu Cheng also refreshed the page and found comments and forwards were increasing. It seemed others were quite interested in this topic. You won't ask this question when you've experienced the sheep grazing management. It's so cool. Even without closed-off management, you would suffer from dormitory locking, network cutting, and all lights out in time. You amateurs still have a long way to go and don't bother to care about the details. Thinking back to the old days when our school adopted the closed-off management, I broke my hand climbing over the wall to a nearby internet bar. Damn it, I've exposed my real age. After going through several comments, he found a familiar ID, Shu Rue of Songqing Television, commented with a laughing while covering one's mouth emoji. Shall I report it as big news? I'll title it What a Shock. Martial arts club leading player complains about the school management rules. It took Lu Cheng great effort to hold back his laughter as he replied to Shu Rue. This title won't draw enough attention. You should say, What a shock. Closed-off management evokes students' dark side. Then he browsed the pages quickly, skipping the other comments until he found his fairy's reply. Within minutes, he saw Swordsman dislikes drinking, replied with a dog emoji. What are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Well, she seems to have noticed what I meant. Lu Cheng smiled. When he was about to say something on QQ, Ku sent a laughing while pounding the table emoji. There are a lot of funny comments under your post. Hurry up. Take a look. Lu Cheng switched back to Weibo, beginning to check the comments he had skipped. Unparalleled Dragon King said, Does the closed-off management make any difference considering your kung fu? Of course, there's a big difference. A bachelor wouldn't understand. Lu Cheng complained in his mind and went on checking the other replies. He knew Unparalleled Dragon King was a martial arts addict and indoors man who hadn't gotten a girlfriend yet, even though he had spent several years abroad to further his education. Brahman001 said, A day student in junior high doesn't know what you mean. Eternal Nightfall commented with a smiling through tears emoji. It doesn't make any difference to me. I only get out of bed for class time or to answer the call of nature. There had already been dozens of comments with several familiar IDs. Our school also adopted the closed-off management at the same time as cutting off both electricity and the network signal. In order to watch a foreign martial arts competition broadcasting, we tried every method. Finally, we got a TV signal in the aisle. Maybe we were too excited and noisy, and thus annoyed those in the other dorms. They came out to punish us but quickly retreated when they saw dozens of half-naked men. Your words reminded me of it and I want to apologize to them. Haha. I've also fooled around in my dorm after lights out. But the guy sleeping above me came down and gave me a good beating. Why do you say it in a casual tone? Aren't you angry? What happened afterward? Afterwards, we got together. Haha. Lu Cheng burst out laughing. He must be telling a joke. Going on to look through the comments, Lu Cheng found quite a lot of funny ones and felt a little worried while laughing happily. Am I going to be a crosstalk comedian in the martial arts circle and a warrior in the crosstalk circle? Gradually, Lu Cheng felt sleepy in the happy atmosphere. After saying goodnight to Yen Jika, he went to sleep in time without making any dreams. The next morning, when Lu Cheng was running to improve his endurance after morning exercise, he jumped over the fence on a whim and rushed to the nearby market, where he bought the Brother Dong deep-fried twisted dough sticks and soup dumplings with soybean milk that Zhang Jingye and his girlfriend praised profusely. The moment he handed the breakfast to Yen Jika, she was so surprised that all she could do was blink with a joyful expression. When they finished breakfast and went to the martial arts gymnasium, hand in hand, they found Kai Zongming already there, yawning. Didn't you sleep well last night? Or maybe you couldn't sleep in an unfamiliar bed? Lu Cheng asked jokingly. At this time, Yen Jika went into the female locker room with her personal belongings. Kai Zongming shook his head and said, I had a nightmare and woke up with a start. After that, I couldn't fall asleep again. What kind of nightmare? Lu Cheng asked with interest. Kai Zongming hadn't recovered from the nightmare yet. I dreamed about being the first one to fight in the arena. I was so happy and made a great speech during the talk time. But the one on the other side didn't even spare a glance at me, which made me so angry. When I took a close look at him, I found the speechless fighter. My opponent this time was Lin K. Damn it. I encountered Lin K during the talk time. It was horrible. Horrible. Lu Cheng was stunned for a while and then adjusted his facial expression while asking, Talker, do you think I'll sympathize with you? Actually, I want to laugh since your nightmare was so funny. You can't understand that fear. Kai Zongming shook one finger in front of him. When Lu Cheng was about to continue teasing him, Lin K entered the room, and there was instantly a chill in the air. Peaceful days soon passed and it came to Friday. The opponent in December 1 ST's group competition was so weak that Lu Cheng didn't need to fight against them himself. So he devoted himself to practicing and cultivating with full strength instead of having reservations for the competition. When the match came to its end, Geezer sure coughed to clear his throat and said, You bum boy. Do you have anything to do tonight? If you do have anything, cancel it. No, master, what do you need me to do? Lu Cheng asked curiously. On his schedule this semester, only Friday and Saturday night, as well as Saturday and Sunday afternoon, were left empty. The special training took up all his mornings. Yen Jika's schedule packed even more than his because she still had professional lessons Friday night. Since all the students were from the same class, it was difficult for Lu Cheng to mingle with them. Geezer sure coughed and then continued, My old friends made some headway in their research work on Longhu Immortal's remains and found many belongings related to cultivation. So they are planning to explore the Longhu district near Zhaoshan Lake for more useful tracks. Come with me to get more access to it and see if there is anything to gain. All the dangerous things have already been cleaned there, so don't worry. Since he was found out Geezer Sure was suffering from old injuries that affected his lifespan, Lu Cheng had been thinking about ways to cure his master and wondering if there was any headway in the research work. So he replied without hesitation, Sure. Geezer Sure nodded slightly and said, Listen to them carefully. Talk as little as possible. And never cut in unless it's necessary. There's a hot-tempered old guy there. Of course, I'm not afraid of him, but I don't want to waste time on him. Yes, master, said Lu Cheng. Keeping old Shure's warning in mind, he decided to be a mute following his master the whole night unless the other elders asked him something. At nightfall, Lu Cheng stayed with Yen Jika until the class ring belled. Then he returned to the faculty's apartment and spent some time there. His mater finally came. Let's move. They will arrive at Zhaoshan Lake any minute. Geezer Sure wagged his head as if he was just awake. How? Lu Cheng murmured unconsciously. He guessed that mighty ones of physical invulnerability would march differently than average fighters do. Geezer sure stared at him. They ran. You have good stamina, don't you? If you say so. Lu Chang looked distracted, thinking of running over there. Zhaoshan Lake was far from here, but it was okay. Lu's irresolute expression made Geezer sure impatient, and sure said, "What were you thinking? Hail a special car now. You have a strong physique, but I am too old for the run. Hail a special car." Lu Chang looked up at the sky, picked out his mobile phone and opened the hailing app. Is that the way how a mighty one of physical invulnerability supposed to march? Later, the master and his apprentice left the campus and got on the special car. To Zhaoshan Lake? Now? Asked the taxi driver, restlessly. For Zhaoshan Lake was a tourist spot. No visitor would take a tour there after sunset. At the moment, the image of drivers killed by passengers in the middle of nowhere flashed before the driver's eyes. Shaking with fear, he regretted that he took the order. If it were not on my way home, I would never take the order. He set up the GPS, turned off the distant lights and quietly took a photo of 2 passengers on the back seat. He decided to send it to his wife and told her that if anything happened to him, the passengers were the suspects. After sending the message, the driver switched to the GPS. He did not even take a closer look at the picture he just took. As sensitive as Lu Chang, he had already noticed the driver's abnormal behavior, yet Lu could not care less. Funny. He saw his master closed his eyes and rested. So he followed his master and tried to keep in a top form. It was a silent journey. When the special car arrived at Zhaoshan Lake, Lu Chang opened his eyes, seeing a scenic lake reflecting the moonlight. In contrast to daytime, the dusky and tranquil surroundings would make people lost in meditation. In the middle of the lake, there was an isle, lying as a behemoth. "Thank you." Lu Chang showed civility and got off the special car. Geezer sure shut the door as he got out of the car. The driver finally felt some relief as if he was set free. The driver waved his hand to Lu Chang and Geezer sure, and then he pulled the stick, backed his car, spun the steering wheel and rushed to leave. The taxi-hailing app rang a belt on Lu Chang's phone when the deal was done. Lu Chang and Geezer sure went to the shore of the lake. "Master, where are they?" Lu Chang looked around and found no one. "On the isle." Geezer sure clutched Lu's shoulder and they leaped forward to the lake together. "No, I have not taken a change of clothes." Lu Chang popped up with this weird idea. He thought he was about to fall into water, but he felt something hard under his feet as if he was on the ground. He took a quick look down. It was something glittering and translucent under the feet. Within a radius of tens of centimeters, the water was frozen under the master's feet. "Let's go." Geezer sure lifted Lu Chang's shoulder to avoid too much pressure on the ice. As they moved along, the water was frozen all the way as a narrow path to the isle. The driver drove for about dozens of meters. After he calmed down, a shadow of doubt fell on his mind. What is the nature of the old and the young's visit to Zhaoshan Lake? Fishing? They carried no fishing gear. Are they looking for someone? They were not heading to the living area. The driver was so confused that he could not help looking at the rearview mirror. The passengers have disappeared. Disappeared? He shivered with fear, put on the brakes and pulled over. He rolled down the window and craned forward to take a look at the shore. The bright ripples spread under the moonlight. 2 receding figures were walking on the water and then disappeared. "Oh my!" The driver broke out in a cold sweat. He jumped into his car, rolled up the window with heart speeding up. At that point, his cell phone rang. The call was from his wife. "Yes," he answered with panting. His wife asked in confusion, "What is wrong with the picture you sent me? Are you okay? I just crooned the baby to sleep and read your message." "Something wrong?" The driver blurted out with his flesh creeping. "You asked me to remember those 2 passengers, but there is no one in the picture." His wife felt puzzled. The driver dropped his phone by the brake. He picked up his phone in shock and hanged up. And then he checked the picture he sent to his wife earlier and all he could see was a hazy and empty view. There was no passenger at all. Pop! His phone dropped again. He was too scared to pick up his phone. The driver started the taxi as if he was running for his life. This was sheer nonsense. Oh my gosh. I will never make fun of my wife's superstitious beliefs. He almost had a nervous breakdown and overturned his car into the ditch several times. Fortunately, the road conditions were good and he lived nearby. Finally, he arrived at his community safe and sound, yet backed his car for a while and left it crooked. He ran wildly home. The first thing he said to his wife was, "Hurry! Put up the portrait of the primeval Lord of Heaven in our bedroom now." On the aisle, Lu Cheng followed Geezer Shi to a steep cliff, finding two figures standing there. "Just two of you?" Geezer Shi raised his eyebrows, picked out his flask and sipped. One of them was in middle age with deep eye sockets, a tall nose, and a few silver hairs. It seemed that there were blaze gleaming behind his sharp eyes. He answered in a cold tone, "It's no big deal. Two of us would be enough." Geezer Shi introduced him to Lu Cheng. "This old guy is just like me, nameless, wandering from place to place. He had high aspirations when he was young, mixing several tricks of plague sect into fire sect. He named himself Star of Evil Flame after Star of Virtuous Flame, since he had no idea what Virtuous Flame means. He then changed the title into Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame. Master, you have just warned me that do not provoke that fellow due to his bad temperament." Lu Cheng was frightened by Master's satire. He saluted to that man and addressing him as senior. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame said nothing. It seemed that he had got used to Geezer Shi's teasing. Geezer Shi stopped provoking and turned to another figure. "There is no need to introduce. You should have known her. Of course. She was the mighty one with a world-renowned reputation for 30 years. Queen of Thought." Lu Cheng suppressed his excitement and saluted. "My pleasure, Madame Fei." Queen of Thought Fei Dan was already past 50. She was one of the most active fighters of physical invulnerability. She was equally famous as Dao Jian Wu Qiao, the Lord of Shushan Study. So far, she had won 20 titles, the most famous one of which was Queen of Thought or King of Thought. In recent years, although her martial skills attained perfection, her strength was waning. She lost most of the battles between her and Dragon King or Warrior Sage. Besides, she actually ran the Xinghai Club, which was a mysterious organization with members specified in varied martial arts skills, including a part of skills of Water Sect, the Ground Divine skill out of Fighting Sect, and Tai Chi, which is derived from Restriction Sect of Taoist School. Less than 170 centimeters tall, Fei Dan looked like in her 30s by her elegant appearance. After Lu Cheng saluted, she smiled. "Young man, would you like to join Xinghai Club after graduation?" Lu Cheng blushed with fear, not knowing what to respond. "Oh," Geezer Shi jumped in. "Stop seducing him. He worships Dragon King and his wife is from Shushan Study. Your Xinghai Club had no chance. Let me tell you something, son. She looks educated and reasonable now, but she was of a bad temper before. Can you shut your mouth?" Fei Dan. Queen of Thought shook her head and interrupted. "Let's move down." As she spoke, she shone out with brilliancy, forming a sphere in which everyone was enclosed. Lu Cheng was curious. The sphere was so transparent as it was made of liquid film. "Jump!" Fei Dan's voice entered his ears. Lu Cheng hesitated no more, falling from the cliff. The crystal ball was swaying lightly and landed on the water and sank. It was getting dark under the water. Lu Cheng looked around and could not believe that he was under the water of Zhaoshan Lake. He breathed just fine, bearing no water pressure or humidity. Falling for a while, his feet contacted to earth. They have arrived at the bottom of the lake. Queen of Thought, Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame, Geezer Shi were familiar with the place and traveled around the bottom of Isle, and they found a gap on the rock, like a crack between a door and its frame. Lu Cheng obeyed his master's guidance. Observe more and talk less. He remained silent. At the moment, Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame discharged a green blaze from his wrist, piercing through the water ball and reached the crack, and there emerged a stretch of flames. Suddenly, a clap of thunder came, and the Isle started to shake. The crack broadened and drew back. It was literally a crack in the door. The door opened. A stone stair lay in front of them. It seemed an invisible barrier held the water from swarming in. The water ball was glistening, and floated into the abodes of fairies and immortals, and then disintegrated into bubbles. Lu Chang looked right and left, breathing freely. The air inside was fresh and cool, and he even felt a faint breeze. Lu Chang pulled himself together, following his master and others, stepping up on the stair. Meanwhile, he paid attention to his Jindan, wondering if it would change in its original abode. They climbed up the stairs and entered the hall. Upon entering, Lu Chang had a panoramic view of the cultivator's den. There was a Dan room, a study, a meditation room, and a living room in the den. It was small, but it still had everything a cultivator would need. Even the walls seemed to shimmer, barely lighting the interior. Looking around such a cool and dusky den, Lu Chang shivered and recalled the layout of tombs he had seen in an archaeological documentary. This place seemed like a former residence, but it was now cut off from the outside world. Geezer sure coughed to clear his throat and then said, as if he guessed what Lu Chang was thinking, "I have no idea why cultivators select sites under lakes or in caves to build their dens that end up like a tomb. We are basically in a coffin now." That is not true. The owner filtered through the sunshine and moonlight, so the room was naturally lit in the daytime and became darker at night. Fei Dan, Queen of Thought, replied and smiled. They had already visited and searched before. Now they were here for only one reason. While talking, they entered the meditation room. From what Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame and Queen of Thought said, Lu Chang basically understood the difference between cultivation and martial arts. A martial artist exercised the body first, with some meditation training augmented. Once he began developing his spirit, the fighter would start spiritual training, merging his will, chi, and blood into one. But a cultivator would start with the spirit, trying to harmonize his soul and chi first. Meanwhile, his body would be forced to toughen naturally until he reached the 7 returns and 9 turns. Upon crystallizing his chi into Dan, he would finally reach a balance. As for other more advanced and detailed concepts, Fei Dan barely mentioned them. Even if she did, Lu Chang would not have understood. The layout of the meditation room was almost entirely bare, only containing a stone bed and a stone table. Far below what Lu Chang imagined he would find in a cultivator's den. It should be on the wall. Fei Dan looked around and said with confidence. On the wall? What were they looking for? Lu Chang looked as far as he could, but the room was so dark. He could not find even a trace of something. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame lowered his voice and said, "I told you we missed something, but you were in such a hurry." A green blaze spurted from his hand, casting a gloomy light over everything. Lu Chang followed Old Shur obediently. He dared not interrupt while the others were talking, and thus looked at the wall closely, only to find some mottled marks. "Why are you in a daze? Want to spend the night here?" Geezer Shur sipped at his wine and mocked, as if he was purely an onlooker. Humph! A dark green blaze flew from Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame's wrist, separating and then hitting the wall in 8 different locations. There was a humming in everyone's ears, and a series of ripples emerged on the surface of the wall, glimmering lightly. An instant later, 9 Chinese characters revealed themselves on the wall. Confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman, wholeness, formation, dequeuing, forwarding, attainment. Some characters were damaged, some faded. But army, swordsman, and forwarding remained untouched, even appealing. "That is true," Fei Dan said, then sighed meaningfully. "This is the 9 words formula of Taoist school." Geezer Shur informed his apprentice. Lu Chang had heard of 9 words formula before, and its derivations from novels, animations, and materials of cultivation. Therefore, he was no stranger to it. But he was curious why Queen of Thought and Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame explored the den again, seeking the same 9 words formula everyone already knew. As the idea flashed across Lu Chang's mind, Geezer Shur carried on. "This is different from the one you've heard of. 9 words formula of Taoist school and 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra of Daxing Temple were alike. Son, you have encountered the hum formula once. You know well the force of those characters. Reciting them would bring about various effects? Lu Cheng asked. Geezer sure taunted. Reciting it is not enough. You have to recite and visualize the formula at the same time to display its true power. I know, and I am not stupid. But Lu Cheng would not dare to talk back. Fei Dan stood beside them smiling and said, You also have to read it in its primitive pronunciation instead of the contemporary one. Otherwise, no matter how hard you tried reciting, it would be useless. For example, the character confrontation should be. Suddenly she took a serious tone of voice. Her chest was vibrating and her vocal cords resonated as she said, Confrontation. The sound reverberated through the building, entering Lu Cheng's ears from all sides. He felt the jindan in his lower abdomen. The stars in his stomach were shifting, causing ripples within. Something was about to emerge. But it was fragile and transient, lacking a strong stimulus and effect. Here, the confrontation formula or 9 words formula caused a change in the jindan. Lu Cheng was pleasantly surprised. This was a rewarding trip. He imitated Queen of Thought's pronunciation and repeated, Confrontation. This time, the nebulous jindan remained still, and Fei Dan laughed then said, You spoke with an accent of Xing province. Damn. Lu Cheng lowered his head in embarrassment. If you are interested, I will sort out the ancient pronunciation of those words and send it to your master. However, without the coordinated visualization, it is of no use. Fei Dan sighed and turned around to Geezer Shi. By analyzing the last words of Longhu Immortal, we found out that 9 words formula was not only a secret discipline but also a manual. By following its instructions, it's possible to reach an incredible level of power. The reason why Longhu Immortal stands first on the list of cultivators is that he always brought forth new ideas. He actually applied 9 words formula into his own cultivation. We hope it will help us break down the barrier between martial arts and cultivation. I want to find a way to resolve the problem before I am too old. The 9 words formula found in the den confirmed their speculation about Longhu Immortal's methods of cultivation. What about the corresponding visualization? Lu Cheng almost blurted out this question. Fortunately, he bore his master's warning in mind. Keep silent. The reason that confrontation formula only caused a few ripples in the jindan must be because he lacked the supporting visualization. Geezer Shi threw a quick glance at Lu Cheng. Gaining insight into his mind, he smiled. This was indeed a fruitful trip. The 9 words formula wrote by Longhu Immortal when he was cultivating contained spirit and essence, which was basically a visualized diagram without minor details. Right? It only takes some time to master the skills. However, only 3 characters were intact, said Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame in a soft and regretful tone. Except for the character of Army, Swordsman, and Forwarding, the rest were deficient in essence. It's no big deal. Longhu Immortal was not the only one who understood 9 words formula. Geezer Shi gave a snort. Those 3 characters on the wall are the visualization diagram? Lu Cheng was shocked. He could see that those characters were in an elaborate and thickly colored style representing a special meaning. They seemed to illuminate some of the ultimate mysteries of the universe. To be specific, Army was sharp, Swordsman was dignified, and Forwarding was full of vitality. While Lu Cheng was obsessed with these characters, Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame stepped forward, placing his fingers on the wall. With swishing sounds, the green blaze cut off the characters of Army, Swordsman, and Forwarding, leaving the rest to burn. 3 pieces of stone flakes with characters flew to Queen of Thought, falling into her hands. Such telekinesis was far stronger than Lu Xuanzhen's supernatural ability. Lu Cheng restrained the impulse to stop her from taking away those flakes. They left the cultivator's den and returned to the shore. Lu Cheng and his master gazed at the receding figures of Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame and Queen of Thought. Lu Cheng lowered his voice and told Geezer Shi, Master, 9 words formula had an effect. Lu Cheng was not finished, and Geezer Shi interrupted. It affected the thing in your body that was left by Longhu Immortal? Right? Lu Cheng nodded hard. That was correct. He added, the ancient pronunciation is not enough. We have to find the right visualization. I will ask them for a rubbing of those stone flakes. Although the display would be less ideal, it is better than nothing. You can try with that and confirm the effect first. Geezer sure mispronounced the word rubbing. Thank you, master. Lu Cheng answered joyfully. Geezer sure was indeed a good master. There was a ray of hope that the mystery of Longhu Immortal's Jindan can finally be solved. He took out his phone and noticed the signal strength was restored. Yenjuka had sent him an emoji of stretching herself. We finally get a break. Our teacher taught so fast that he finished dozens of pages of a textbook in one class, and it was exhausting. Lu Cheng checked the time. The last message was received several minutes ago. That adventure was over very quickly. It lacked the breathtaking and thrilling moments he had expected. I managed to find time to have an adventure. He sent back an emoji of snicker to Yenjuka and tried to hail a special car with the app. He waited. No taxi had accepted the order by the time Yenjuka replied. Let us call it a night. I am leaving first. You can go for a run if you like. Geezer sure waved his hand and held in his laughter. Master, you are not taking me with you? Said Lu Cheng with a steady look on his face. He could not believe his master. Geezer sure coughed. You know I am wounded. I could do just fine by myself, but I can't take you with me. You are a red-blooded young man. Go for a run. Oh, okay. Lu Cheng accepted the excuse. Without the least hesitation, Geezer sure strode forward, disappearing into the darkness. Geezer sure took a rest from time to time. Whenever he stopped, he was unspeakably happy thinking of Lu Cheng's embarrassed look. You have an abundance of stamina, don't you? So run and keep running. Lu Cheng pulled himself together and ran. Breathing in the fresh and humid air by the lake and following the GPS on his phone, he headed toward the new campus of Songcheng University. On his way to the school, Lu Cheng received Yenjuka's message with an emoji of puzzled face. Adventure? I do not understand. Lu Cheng explained roughly without revealing things about the others that were involved. There was a cultivator's den nearby that was previously explored. My master took me there. Do you know what a cultivator is? Of course. Shushan Study owns enormous material on cultivation. The first cultivators were the fighters of Taoist school. Yenjuka replied with a pondering face. Are you still in the den? Your phone has service there? Do you have a global package? No. I am already running home. Lu Cheng replied with mixed feelings. But what Coach Yen told him thronged his mind. Maybe more material of cultivation could be gathered from Shushan Study. Lu Cheng ran smoothly back to the new campus of Songcheng University and picked up Yenjuka from her class. After running for so long, he was still panting and furiously sweating even with his great stamina. Yenjuka found it hilarious to watch him, but also felt sorry for him. She handed him some tissues for him to wipe his forehead and said with concern, Let's skip our walk today. Get a bottle of hot water and wash up in your dorm. In early winter, it was not a challenge for Lu Cheng to shower with cold water. It was simply not too comfortable. It's fine. Ever since I helped old Xiu get the signature and gave him VIP tickets, I have hot water ready for me every day. Lu Cheng was so happy to find clues about Jindan that he wanted to take Ku around the lake and share his joy with her. Wrinkling her nose, Yenjuka put on an expression of disdain. You stink of sweat. Though she said this, she did not let go of Lu Cheng's hand. She followed him as they walked slowly to the lake, looking happy and adorable. Don't think I'm tired just because I've sweated a lot. Running is getting less effective on my stamina, unless I'm willing to spend half or an entire day doing it. Lu Cheng shared his feelings on this topic. He wondered how mighty fighters of Inhuman Dan stage practiced. Are you showing off? You're really showing off. Yenjuka glanced at him, baring her white teeth to show her annoyance. Due to her innate defect, her physical ability was worse than fellow same-level fighters. Lu Cheng burst out laughing. He gave her nose a slight pinch and said excitedly, I'm considering which new method should I use to increase my stamina. My master told me he'd hand me some compiled information on cultivation, including copied versions of the 3 words formula of the 9 words formula. I really hope I can comprehend them and learn something useful. Hehe. Maybe I could even help you improve your stamina. What he actually meant was focusing his cultivation of the spirit and supplementing it with body refinement. Perhaps this method could help to make up for her innate defect. Of course, this was not something a regular cultivation method could achieve. Otherwise, her grandfather would have long mentioned about it with the massive collection of Shushan study. Thus Lu Chang did not directly bring up this plan in case he failed after giving her hope. As for the 9 words formula, he did not consider it a secret. He would use this martial art sooner or later. It would not something that could go undetected by people. Dimples appeared on Yenjika's face when she heard how Lu Chang was still concerned about her physical state, even as he was thinking about practicing martial arts. She felt very sweet on the inside. Why you do keep on pinching my nose, mouth and face lately? Do you think I'm still a kid? Though she was being cute with him at first, she began to say seriously, 9 words formula? I've heard about it from my grandfather. Each of the 9 words has their unique abilities. I don't know if Shushan study collected this formula. But even if there is, the formula must be rather incomplete. Either way, I've never heard of anyone practicing this secret discipline in the faction. She subconsciously wondered if Shushan study has the remaining parts of the 9 words formula, and if she could help her boyfriend collect the whole thing. Could this be considered a girl being nicer to her boyfriend than her own family? Lu Chang could tell the implied meaning behind Yenjika's words, and was secretly pleased. He only chuckled about it instead of making fun of her to her face. That's for sure. If there are people in each sect practicing it, then I wouldn't have only heard of the 9 words formula now, he said, recalling the top professional matches and the title matches that he had watched. Chatting as they walked further and further in until they reached a secluded area close to the west side of the campus still under development. Yenjika looked around and stopped walking. She pursed her mouth and looked at Lu Chang with a serious expression. This place is so secluded. It reminds me of a saying. What kind of saying? Lu Chang asked, smiling. Raising her chin, Yenjika smiled. Go ahead and cry for help. Even if you burst your throat crying for help, no one will come and save you. Lu Chang snorted. Why are you saying my lines? He laughed and pretended to be frightened of her. On the last day of November, Yenjika returned to her room early to get a good rest. She needed to get herself in the best fighting state because she, Lin Hua and Lin Kei had matches with the martial arts club of Linghua University as the leading players of their university club. The moment Lu Chang entered the 7th building, he received a call from his master. Hey, brat, come and see me now, Geezer Sher said briefly without any explanation. Lu Chang became excited, guessing that his master was going to give him the cultivation materials and the copies of the 3 words formula. Army, swordsman, and forwarding. Sure enough, his master threw him a file pocket the moment he walked into his master's dormitory. Take it back and read it carefully. Don't come and tell me you've already mastered it tomorrow, Geezer Sher quipped. Geezer Sher had to poke fun at his disciple this way because he had mastered the visualization, the thunder roar zen, and the severe warning too quickly. Then I'll tell you I've mastered it the day after tomorrow, said Lu Chang, responding to his joke. He undid the string on the cover and took out the documents inside. What he saw were thick materials about cultivation and 3 mysteriously charming copies. As for the visualization photo for Zhu Rong Force, he had returned it to his master before going back to university. Okay, if you have the ability, bring me the good news the day after tomorrow. Geezer Sher waved, indicating for Lu Chang to leave and not interrupt his drinking time. Carrying the file pocket, Lu Chang left the instructor's apartment briskly. He also shared this with Yenjika. Naturally, Yenjika had already gone to bed, so there was no reply. Back in his dormitory, Lu Chang was almost unbearably excited and happy. He first went through the cultivation materials in the quiet room. All his roommates had gone out for their own businesses. He found predecessors like Queen of Thought did not receive the practice methods of Longhu Immortal. Rather, they only received related notes and ancient records. He could only get a general idea and some specific but fragmented details. He only looked through the materials instead of reading them carefully. He found a written URL and the corresponding code for extraction at the end, with a note that read, 9 words formula. Queen of Thought actually had such elegant handwriting. After admiring her penmanship for a few seconds, Lu Cheng downloaded the audio file and listened to it carefully on his phone for several times. It was only now that he got down to business. First, he selected the copied swordsman formula, viewing its essence and charm to help in his mind. He then found the corresponding gestures and explanations for this formula written on the corner of the paper. Practicing this without the gestures would help internally. With the combination of the mysteries of sound and minds, it can have incredible effects on one's body. With gestures, the formula will connect one internally and externally, activating the mysteries of sound, minds, and body at the same time. In the end, it will affect the outside world. Lu Cheng listened to the word "sha" over and over. He only stopped when he realized the Jindan in his body was responding to this sound. He became certain he has already mastered the right pronunciation of the word. He climbed onto his bed and sat cross-legged, trying to visualize the charm and essence of the formula with his palms facing up. He closed his eyes, attempting to do concealment of spirit and chi to first get his mind in absolute peace. He began drawing the word swordsman in his mind carefully. But understanding the essence of a formula was never an easy task. The word appeared in his mind one after another, but none contained the thick and long essence and charm that he saw on the copy. Never mind triggering changes in his Jindan. Lu Cheng became tired after multiple attempts. His thoughts were beginning to sway, so he decided to try another way to practice it. For example, he planned to pronounce the word swordsman with his vocal cords while visualizing, seeing if the visualization effort and the word would be linked and create a certain essence. The practice of bravely making assumptions and carefully making confirmations had Lu Cheng's habit for many years. As soon as he was inspired, he immediately put it into practice. While visualizing the word that had little essence and charm in his mind, with the humming of his chest and the vibration of his vocal cords, he exhaled and pronounced the word, swordsman. The sound echoed in his mind. The Jindan in Lu Cheng's lower abdomen had a slight reaction to the sound, rotating slightly as the stars around it showed indication of shifting. Just then, the shining and mysterious nebula seemed to come alive and began to vibrate with the word in his mind. The ripples around the Jindan became more and more obvious, almost forming a wave. Above the wave was a swirling star, seemingly formed out of hundreds of shining vogue ancient words. Those words scattered around the word swordsman, which had growing vitality and thick charm. The word was reflected in Lu Cheng's mind as soon as it appeared, changing his visualization with it. After a while, Lu Cheng withdrew the concealment of spirit and chi and thought over the feeling he had just now. He once again looked at the copied formula, wanting to get a deeper understanding of it. He seemed to be very familiar with the process this time. He successfully visualized the word with essence and charm in less than half an hour. Did he just pull it off this way? Lu Cheng himself was frightened by his learning speed. It seemed the Jindan of Longhu Immortal was really merged with the 9 words formula. What was more, the formula also contained his practicing methods. After Lu Cheng exhaled a breath and calmed down, he closed his eyes and began to visualize again. He again drew the word swordsman, which was of thick and growing charm in his mind, and pronounced, swordsman. His visualization vibrated with this sound, seemingly activating some mysterious power through the barrier between virtualization and reality. The power went inside Lu Cheng's body and tempered his spirit and body. The reaction of his Jindan became more and more acute. The motion of the stars around it became more apparent. Finally, he could clearly see the hundreds of vogue ancient words. The effect of the innate practice of swordsman formula is to help fighters temper their spirit and body. Lu Cheng thought, staring at Zhao Cheng's tidy quilt and bed opposite his own. The practice allowed him to eliminate running from his morning exercise regime and help him slowly improve his spirit. This was the most urgent thing for him right now. He took out his phone and wrote down the words he had tried his best to remember in the memo app. Swordsman. Swordsman. Sitting on his bed cross-legged, he pronounced this word and practiced the internal training again and again to remember the ancient words. Until 10:30, he finally remembered and wrote down all the scattered words in the memo app. If I could collect all the 9 words formula, then I'll be able to complete this kung fu. Lu Cheng looked at his phone and realized he could not understand all his fragmented notes. He rubbed his temples and watched the gestures on the paper. He began to practice the external training. Swordsman. Swordsman. When Zhao Chong and Qiu Zhigao returned to their dormitory, Lu Cheng was still on the bed with his legs crossed. They also heard him shouting, "Cheng, what are you doing?" Zhao Chong and Qiu Zhigao yawned, exhausted from studying. Lu Cheng smiled, not answering. He gave the bed handrail a light tap and put one hand on his lap with the other nodded. He then shouted solemnly, "Swordsman." Sinking into a mysterious ambience, Zhao Chong became suddenly alert, and all his drowsiness disappeared. Why am I suddenly not tired anymore? Old Qiu looked at Lu Cheng in bewilderment. It is because you frightened me? Think whatever you want. Lu Cheng smiled with slight fatigue. That night, Zhao Chong could not fall asleep until 2. Old Qiu was so energetic that he ran 10 laps on the field. The next morning, Geezer Shi let out a laugh and looked at Lu Cheng. How is it? Do you think you can master it by tomorrow? He teased his disciple once again. Lu Cheng coughed a little. I'll let you know tomorrow. As a man, he would keep his promise. If he promised to tell his master tomorrow, he would never tell in advance. In the afternoon, everyone in the martial arts club arrived at Linghua University, also located in Songqing. They easily defeated their opponents and won their second victory in the group competition. This meant they could successfully advance. What they needed now was another victory to avoid fighting Shanbei University before making the top 8. In this match, Yan Zhika once again did a good job with her professional 9th pin level strength. She combined Yin-Yang Twist and 24 Blizzard Strikes to attack her opponent. Lin Hua also took the opportunity to defeat one of their amateur first pin opponents who had consumed a little stamina then. Lin Kei ended the match by winning the leading player in 3 moves. On their way back to the university, Lu Cheng and the rest only made it to the new campus at about 6 due to the terrible jam and had a delicious dinner in the university dining hall. As usual, he and Yan Zhika took a walk to aid their digestion. She shook her hand and sighed thoughtfully. It's pretty exhausting to fight like this. I still haven't recovered yet. She fought Lu Ku today, who was also a professional 9th pin fighter. She had to struggle hard to earn her victory. After the match, Lu Cheng planned on helping her relax and massaging her to relieve her fatigue. He had to give up for they were in the locker room of the other team and surrounded by Shu Rui's shooting team. Hearing Ku's cutesy words, Lu Cheng remembered the new secret discipline he had mastered. He put on a teasing air and said, "How about I perform a magic trick for you? You won't feel tired anymore after this." Liar! Yan Zhika glared at him, annoyed but also tickled. No, I'm serious. Just look at how sincere my eyes are. Lu Cheng deliberately widened his eyes. Let's go over there and I'll show you. He pointed to the lawn behind the trees. It was much more secluded compared to the busy main road. What are you going to do? A shocked Yan Zhika asked in suspicion. It was still bright out. Where has his shame gone? Not to mention that so many people were still passing by. Nothing. Just an actual magic trick. Lu Cheng chuckled. Ku, are you thinking of something dirty? Of course not. Yan Zhika turned her head and denied his words. Cheeks and ears flushed red. She only followed her boyfriend to the lawn behind a tree after he promised not to do anything to her. Go on. She stared at Lu Cheng, gnashing her teeth. Humph. Since when did he learn how to perform magic tricks? Lu Cheng smiled gently. He first visualized the word swordsman, with its thick and long charm. One of his palms faced up and the other was knotted. He pushed air out of his chest and vibrated his vocal cords. At last, he recited the word in a low voice. Swordsman. The moment the sound was made, there appeared a blow of wind. The sky dimmed a little, Yen Zhika trembled, feeling that all the organs in her body shaking. A strange but familiar force entered her body in an instant. Shocked, she opened her mouth bit by bit into a cute O shape. While she was staring at Lu Chang in bewilderment, she also subconsciously moved her body. How do you feel? You don't feel tired anymore, right? What do you think of magic trick? Reining in his smugness, Lu Chang smiled at her. But he also looked a little tired. The external use of the 9 words formula added a fair amount of burden on his spirit. I am really not tired at all. Yen Zhika answered him in a daze. She suddenly came back to earth and raised her right hand. Surprised and pleased, she blurted out, "You've mastered the 9 words formula? The swordsman formula? How was this a magic trick?" This was obviously a secret discipline. The day before yesterday, Chang said Coach Sher would be giving him the material Not had given him. How could he have already mastered it today? Did this not seem a little too unrealistic? That was why Yen Zhika thought about the 9 words formula when Lu Chang brought up the magic trick that could relieve her fatigue. Yes, perhaps I'm fated with the formula. Lu Chang told her the truth in a joking manner. Thanks to fate, Longhu Immortal and the 9 words formula merging with his Jindan had given him the key to practice this secret discipline. Fate! Yen Zhika has always been smart, so she was somewhat doubtful. Lu Chang exhaled and said sincerely, "This involves a secret. I'll explain everything to you in the future." Okay. Yen Zhika smiled and stopped her questioning. She thought it involved a secret about Coach Sher. They looked at each other and laughed. Lu Chang then suggested, "I'll use it again. Try and see if you can feel the changes in your body this time." Okay. Yen Zhika nodded, like a chick picking at grains. Lu Chang repeated the previous process. He nodded one of his hands and pronounced the word with a deep voice and a solemn expression. Swordsman. Wind swept them again, this time swirling into a whirlpool. What was more, the evening sky has turned much darker. Yen Zhika closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes carefully. After a minute, she said very cautiously, "It's like the external force is coming from you. It's not really entirely external, it seems to be coming from a close yet far place. It refreshes my spirit, also helps me recover from exhaustion. But that relief is from the first time, not this time." Lu Chang asked thoughtfully, "Then do you feel more energetic? Is your stamina better than when you felt the most energetic in the past?" "No," she answered with certainty. In other words, the swordsman formula can only relieve one's fatigue, but not improving strength. Well, there's also a possibility that I've just mastered it and haven't achieved a profound level. Lu Chang was basically certain of the current effect of the formula. He smiled and said, "What do you think? Isn't this magic trick wonderful?" "Yes, it's great," Yen Zhika answered cheerfully, glancing at him. "Now I'm not at all tired. Earlier, I was thinking of finding a secluded area and get you to massage me, but I don't need it anymore. In the future, you can just use this formula on me instead of massaging me." He seemed to have done something wrong. Being a smartass only brought him momentary pleasure. Lu Chang did not know if he should laugh or cry. That's different. The formula can't help you ease your bruises and cure the external wounds. As he talked, he noticed a sly grin on Yen Zhika's face. Near Weishui Lake on Monday morning, Geezer Sher strolled towards Lu Chang with his hands clasped behind his back. He could not wait to tease him. "How is it? Have you mastered it? It's been 2 days since we met." Lu Chang remained calm. He set up a stance and nodded with his 2 hands. In addition, he said solemnly and seriously, "Army." An odd, violent atmosphere enveloped their surroundings in an instant. Geezer Sher seemed to have seen thousands of soldiers on horseback charging furiously at him. Their iron heels stepped on the ground, making earth-shattering thumps. A thick murderous intent penetrated deep into his heart. Any ordinary person facing such a violent scene would have peed in his pants. But being a powerful martial arts expert, Geezer Sher was not frightened. His pupils only shrank out of shock at Lu Cheng's learning speed. There were thousands of words he wanted to say. There are many emotions he wanted to transform into curses. But in the end, he just gave a soft smile. Hee hee. Did he just master the army formula in less than 2 days? With only a copied version? The top-level fighters of physical invulnerability, Fei Dan and Zhao Jingrong, have not even comprehended these formulas with the original version. This brat really needed to be dissected, or his various abilities would shock him to death one day. Geezer sure scolded his disciple in his mind. Taking out his wine pot, he took a sip of alcohol to help him recover from the shock. He pretended to ask casually, "When did you master it? How many formulas have you learned now?" Lu Cheng gave an placid smile. "I learned the swordsman formula the day before yesterday and the army and forwarding formula yesterday." What? Geezer sure choked on his alcohol and said after a moment, "Did the legacy of Longhu Immortal help you learn the 9 words formula?" With his vast experience, he thought of the main point immediately. Lu Cheng felt pleased to see his master losing his composure and honestly replied, "Yes, it's linked to the 9 words formula. It helps me visualize the charm of the formula in reverse and allows me to understand the main points of this kung fu within half an hour. But I still need to rely on the visualization diagram." So he could not practice another 6 formulas now. Geezer sure did not continue his questioning to disguise his emotions and maintain his dignity as a master. He changed the topic and said, "Not bad. This is considered an addition to your previous adventure reward. If army formula is spirit and vigor secret art, what about swordsman and forwarding?" Lu Cheng answered him frankly, "The army formula tempers the will. It doesn't enhance the will, but rather make it sharper and harder to an extent. If I use it externally, I could suppress my opponent's momentum and attack his spirit. The forwarding formula trains the mind. Can also be combined with ice mirror. If I use it externally, it won't target on my opponent, but will influence my mind to help overcome negative emotions, such as fear, terror, fear, panic, and so on. As for the swordsman formula," listening to his disciple speaking so reasonably, Geezer sure was actually speechless and could only nod in the end. Good. He planned on practicing the 3 words formula of the 9 words formula later to check how long it will take him to understand the basics of the kung fu. On December 8th, a Sunday, the Martial Arts Club of Songcheng University easily defeated the Martial Arts Club of Yunxia Geological School. Li Mao, Kai Zhongming, and Lu Cheng were the leading players in this match. They successfully advanced to the final 8 as the winner of their group. Based on the rule that the winner of one group would fight with the second place of another group, they got their wish to avoid a match with Shanbei, Sanjiang, and Haiyuan. Back in the new campus, the sky was already dark. When the members separated, they clapped each other on the backs as congratulations. But they were not too excited, for they had already anticipated this victory before the district contest even started. Their goal was not to be the winner of the group, but to enter the national finals. They would unleash their joy at that moment. After bidding farewell with Kai Zhongming, Lu Cheng, who was carrying his luggage, pulled Yan Zhike aside. "What's wrong?" Yan Zhike somehow guessed what Cheng wanted to say. Lu Cheng bit his lip and shamelessly said, "Cool. Let's sleep out tonight." That was right. After a period of exercise, he had become even more shameless. Now he could say it directly instead of just dropping hints. Ah! Yan Zhike never thought he would be this frank. Shocked, she immediately blushed. How could he say these things so directly? How was she supposed to answer? Only then did Lu Cheng realize he had forgotten to mention the key point. He added quickly, "It's your birthday after 12 o'clock. I want to celebrate your 19th birthday with you. Don't worry. I've booked 2 rooms. Yan Zhike suddenly recalled something Dirty Tong said. They'll first book 2 rooms. Then they'll shamelessly stay in the girls' room. Yan Zhike looked down, still blushing. She bit her lip and turned around to avoid his expectant gaze. She finally answered in a low voice, "Okay." The minute she agreed, she became strangely guilty. So she added, "I believe in you." Great! Lu Cheng could not mask his joy. Just then, Yan Zhike's phone rang. She took out her phone and found it was her mom, Ji Mingyu, calling. Empress Dowager. She reminded Lu Chang and chose to answer the call. Hey Ku, you're probably back in campus. Ji Mingyu asked with a smile. Yes, I'm here. Mom, are you calling to celebrate my birthday in advance? You haven't given me your presents yet. Yenjika said cutely. Lu Chang stood by her side silently, planning their date at night and the process of giving her the present in his mind. With his excellent hearing, it was easy for him to eavesdrop on the conversation over the phone. Ji Mingyu smiled. I've long prepared it. Your dad happened to be free these couple of days. We're already here in Songqing. What do you think? Are you surprised? Yenjika opened her mouth in shock and turned to the frozen Lu Chang. She replied blankly, it's really a surprise. Surprise? Lu Chang felt darkness come over his eyes as if the palm of Empress Dowager pressed him down. At that time he was like the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who was pressed beneath the 5 elements mountain by Buddha. No matter how hard he tried, he just could not jump out of it. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. I can never win the mothers. No matter how perfect my plan is. I never imagined that Ku's mother would come to Songqing directly to celebrate Ku's birthday. Hearing Ku's response on the phone, Ji Mingyu seemed to find nothing weird and she continued to say with a smile. Last year, because your dad and I were busy working, we didn't celebrate your birthday by your side. This time we'll make it up to you. We are in Songya Hotel now, you can just come here by taxi. Anyway, skip the class tonight. It's only a class meeting. Isn't it? You can ask your counselor for a leave. Okay, I know. Yenjika agreed with her, feeling warm but depressed. Songqing University had a custom which was to fix the class on Sunday night as a class meeting. Certainly, on the curriculum, it had to be substituted for the other names such as situation and policy. It was the only lesson in the preset schedule that students could not change. Because both Lu Chang and Yenjika had matches which were held on away grounds on Sunday from time to time, they usually came back very late. They directly asked the counselor for a long leave through the school management department. The long leave meant that they needed not take this class for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Yenjika pursed her lips and looked at Lu Chang with a complex expression. She opened her mouth several times, but at last, she still failed to say any words. Lu Chang exhaled a breath quietly and smiled again. Now I really want to ask you a question. How big the shadow of sadness in my heart is? Well, that's okay. Actually, your official birthday is tomorrow. I will invite you to dinner tomorrow night. He tried to defuse Ku's guilt with his self-deprecating humor, but his own loss and pity were not so easy to be eliminated. It was her first birthday since they had begun their romantic relationship, but they could not hold hands to celebrate it together. Furthermore, Lu Chang also lost the excuse to persuade her to sleep outside with him. Yenjika looked up and bit her cute teeth lightly. Suddenly, she turned around to avoid Lu Cheng's eyesight and slightly lifted up her chin. You can also go to the hotel with me. What? To visit your parents now? Will that be too hasty? Lu Chang was shocked by her words. At first he was startled, but after a few seconds he quickly calmed down and stopped panicking. I have made progress. I am able to guarantee Ku a stable future life. Now I can be confident to visit Empress Dowager and my father-in-law. I have nothing to be afraid of. This is based on my ability, confidence, and faith in our loving relationship. Certainly it'll be impolite for me to visit her parents without any gifts. I have to take the time to buy some gifts. What kind of gifts should a son-in-law bring when he first visits his parents-in-law? Seeing Lu Chang showing a surprising but thoughtful look, Yenjika definitely realized that he was planning for the future and was being concerned too much. So at that moment, she said in a hurry, "What are you thinking now? What I mean is that you can stay in Songya Hotel tonight. After my mom and dad fall asleep, I will come to your room and wait for my birthday to come together with you. If my mother came here by herself, she would certainly ask me to sleep with her. However, my dad also came here this time. They are too romantic and intimate to sleep separately. Like us." Lu Chang smiled and consented to her suggestion. He stopped thinking about visiting the parents-in-law, but again he began to look forward to tonight. Yenjuka glanced at him fiercely and suddenly felt like she had made some mistakes. She also saw the luggage carried by Lu Chang and suddenly awakened. So she blurted out, "You have hidden the birthday cake in your backpack, haven't you?" Just now. She was wondering why Chang deliberately brought the big backpack with him today. More than a birthday cake. Lu Chang smiled and left her guessing. With his current ability for controlling his power and body, even if he ran around with a small cake in his backpack, he was able to keep it from being damaged. "You also bring me gifts?" Yenjuka asked him curiously and delightfully. "I really want to know what it is now." "Hey, you will know tonight." Lu Chang still kept it a secret, even while Ka kept asking him with her cute look. Ku was finally united with her parents. They had a good dinner and a warm conversation. Her parents gave her surprising gifts. But all these things had nothing to do with Lu Chang. He stayed in room 1218 and was busy preparing for the surprise event. After he finished the preparations, he began to surf the internet and chat with Yenjuka online. He patiently waited for her. In room 1902, Yenjuka sat on the sofa and held Ji Mingyu's arm while chatting with her parents casually. She told them something about her major. There was a half-eaten cake and some burned candles on the end of the table which was set in front of the sofa. She checked the time on her phone and deliberately yawned, covering her mouth. "I have to get up early tomorrow to go back to school to participate in the special training." "Oh yes, so late. You should take a bath quickly and go to bed now." Yen Kai checked the time on his wristwatch and consciously understood what his daughter implied by saying this. "Okay, then." Yenjuka nodded and asked them one more question for feeling a little guilty. "Dad, Mom, when do you go back home? I want to see you off." "On tomorrow morning's plane. We are family, so why do we bother to send each other off? You should go back to school and study hard." Holding Ji Mingyu's hands, Yen Kai answered her generously and gently. "Well, okay. I love you." Yenjuka let out a smile and behaved very cutely because she had a good mood. Watching her entering the bathroom and hearing the sound of water, Yen Kai seemed to notice something. Ku seemed to care about other things, and she was occasionally absent-minded. Is it because this is the first time for her to ask for a leave for this reason? Ji Mingyu glanced at him with a funny look. Should I praise him for being so careful, or should I ridicule his sluggish mind? She exhaled a breath and leisurely said, "Girls at this age will inevitably have a variety of thoughts." She gave her husband a hint. Yen Kai gently nodded and sighed. Imperceptibly, Ku has grown up and become a big girl. Oh, I always think she still is the little girl in my memory. In the future, while the future is not far away. Time flies. It had been 20 years since his daughter was born. As he had come to this age, he inevitably would have such a feeling. Yes, she has become a big girl. Ji Mingyu also sighed silently. Turning off the lights and tumbling onto the bed, Yenjuka tried her best to stop herself from falling asleep, because she had already developed a living clock to sleep at that point. While chatting with Lu Chang aimlessly, she also listened to the sound in the living room. At 11 o'clock, she heard that her parents had begun to take a bath. At 11:20, she heard that the door of the other bedroom was closed. She held on to the patience to wait until 11:40. Then she changed her clothes and shoes and cautiously opened the door to go out with careful and light movements. First, she closed the door of her own bedroom and put away the spare room card. She then walked toward the door silently and wrenched the doorknob more carefully than the moment when she was fighting in a challenge tournament. At last, she opened the door with a very faint sound. After she walked out of the room, she closed the door without making any sound. At that moment, she was finally relieved. So she took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Chang. "Your sister is coming. Be ready to welcome me." Her footsteps became light. She seemed to jump into the elevator excitedly. She swept the room card to let the elevator take her down to the 12th floor. In the end, she found room 18. While stopping in front of the door, she inexplicably became nervous. She took a breath and knocked on the door lightly. Creak! The door immediately opened like a magic show. Yenjika looked into the room subconsciously and found that the whole room was just in darkness with no light on. But there were bright stars highlighted in the darkness as if the vast and fantastic sky in the prairies had been moved here. The stars slowly moved to form various beautiful and meaningful constellations. While below Sagittarius, there was a cake surrounded by 19 candles which was placed on the bed. The candles flickered warmly and reflected the crimson characters on the white cream. "Happy 19th birthday, my fairy. These are so beautiful." Yenjika silently sighed and walked into the room. She was even moved to tears and tried to remember what she was seeing now. At that moment, she heard a familiar male voice. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Lu Cheng closed the door and sang the birthday song while walking behind Yenjika. He then took out a silver clavicle necklace from his pocket. This necklace did not have a complicated design and only had a round shining pearl on it. Very simple and elegant. "Let me help you put it on," he whispered in her ear tenderly. "Okay." Yenjika stood there quietly and looked at the beautiful scene in front of her. She seemed to lose herself in it. Lu Cheng first circled the necklace around her neck, then he buckled it with his flexible fingers. The length of this necklace fit just right. The pearl was set exactly in the middle of Yenjika's two beautiful and delicate clavicles like a water droplet. "Is this necklace beautiful?" Lu Cheng kissed the side of her neck. All the gifts he prepared were selected based on his daily observations of what she liked and disliked, on her daily conversations, and on her voluntary sharing of information. "Yes," Yenjika answered him in a soft voice. There were many emotions in her heart and many words that she wanted to express. But the moment that she was about to speak, what she said became an inexplicable thing. How can you put candles on the bed? Be careful. They might burn the bed." She only felt that she was about to cry and her face had blushed a little bit. "You have forgotten that I am a walking refrigerator now?" Lu Cheng laughed in the girl's ear and pulled her over to the bed. "Let's wait for the coming of the new day so that you can make a wish." "Okay." It was the third time for Yenjika to answer like that tonight. She looked around, trying to find a topic which would not make her feel more excited and moved. "Does this clavicle necklace have any special meaning?" Lu Cheng had prepared for this question, so he laughed. "A pearl means that it's your first birthday since we fell in love. What's more, it means that I will dedicate the first championship I won this year to you." If you gave me a clavicle necklace with one pearl on it for my first birthday, then when my second birthday comes, will you give me a necklace with two pearls on it? And in the future, do you plan to give me a pearl necklace?" Yenjika was a little shocked for she was touched by Lu Cheng's words. She worried that she would cry out, so she subconsciously talked back to him in a cute way. "Great idea." Lu Cheng smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Yenjika touched the pearl and looked around. She asked, "You even prepared some stage properties?" "Yes, the star projector. I was stupid before. At first, I bought a normal one that cost hundreds of yuan and the effect was as bad as the slide in our class, which can only cheat children. So I quickly bought this one. Although this is rather expensive, the effect is actually much more excellent." Lu Cheng shared the story with her happily. "When will you stop being stupid?" Yenjika lifted her chin, smiling beautifully. Time went by. While they were chatting, the new day also came quickly. Lu Cheng looked at this girl, who looked more beautiful under the dim candlelight, and said tenderly, "Honey, happy birthday. Make a wish now." "Okay." Yenjika knelt beside the cake and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes and leaned over. She then exhaled a breath to blow out the candles, leaving only the star projector shimmering in the room. "What kind of wish did you make?" Lu Cheng smiled. Yenjika pursed her lips and chuckled. "I made 3 wishes. The first one is that all the people I love can be in good health and go well. The second one is that I can do well in my own martial arts and my study. The third one, I will not tell you, it won't work if I told you." "Well, okay then. You can tell me after it worked." Lu Cheng picked up the knife and began to divide the cake. He took a slice of cake and shared it with Yenjika. At first, they were just eating, but later they began to kiss unconsciously, from a light kiss to a French kiss. When Yen Zheka threw her head back and her lips became tender and delicate, Lu Qing said in a low voice, "Ko, tonight, you shouldn't go back to your room and wake your parents up. I will wake you up tomorrow morning before I do the morning exercise. I promise I will not do anything that you don't like." Yen Zheka felt like she was living in a dream since she had walked into the room. She felt as if she were stepping on the clouds with a happy mood. Watching her boyfriend's yearning eyes, her heart suddenly was softened by his eyesight. So she said, "Okay, I'll stay. I believe you." After she finished her words, she was held tight by Lu Qing again. They kissed so intensely. Both of them took off their clothes and shoes, and Lu Qing grasped the edge of the rest of the cake on the bed and threw it onto the round table. In the end, the cake fell on the table steadily. Witnessed by the vast sky and shining stars, he kissed that girl from head to toe while Yen Zheka at that time bit her lips tightly because she had never experienced such a raging sensual desire. She sometimes grasped the sheet tightly and sometimes loosely, for she did not want to let out a happy moan. Watching this erogenous scene, Lu Qing became a little impulsive to move to the next step because he has endured his desire for almost half a semester. But Yen Zheka did not forget her bottom line. So she stopped him and showed her attitude clearly. Lu Qing respected her will and kept his promises. He stopped from moving to the next step and went into the bathroom. When he came out, the girl had already put on her underwear. She covered herself with the quilt and lay on her side with her face flushing and muttered, "You did not follow the steps." "What steps?" Lu Qing was confused. "These are normal steps." Wearing a red face, Yen Zheka laughed in a low voice and did not answer him. No, Qing did not follow the script. He did such sexual things not like what Dirty Tong told me. He did not say anything, but just started. After Yen Zheka took a bath again, she lay on the bed and shrank herself into Lu Qing's arms. At that moment, she completely trusted him. Lu Qing hugged her and lowered his head to give her a deep kiss that was not so hot nor so intense, but warm and gentle. When their lips separated, they smiled at each other. They opened their mouths almost simultaneously. "Good night." This was no longer a QQ message that they sent to each other online, but a truly beautiful sentence that happened in reality. At 5:30 the next morning, Lu Qing got up to begin his morning exercise. Again he understood the kind of eternal feeling which men usually had after they got married. That was, every morning became so warm and beautiful while seeing their lovers. He ran out of the hotel filled with energy. However, Yen Zheka stayed in bed for a while. After she cleaned up, she quietly went back to the 19th floor and opened the door of the suite. Just when she was going to slip into her own bedroom quietly, she suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. Empress Dowager wore a nightgown and sat there with her legs elegantly crossed. Everything became black before her eyes, and Yen Zheka blurted out, "Mom! Does Lu also stay here?" Although Ji Mingyu was asking her, her tone was very assured. "Yes, but we did not do anything." Yen Zheka answered her even before she asked more because Yen Zheka felt very guilty. Ji Mingyu stared at her eyes for a while, finally feeling relieved, so she sighed. "My daughter has grown up and has become a good girl." She patted the sofa and said in a soft voice, "Come here and sit. Let Mom tell you something." The match between the final 8 came quickly. Because their opponent was not so powerful, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club still took the way to fight in turn. Sun Jian, Yen Zheka, and Lin Kei cooperated with each other and defeated Yeyang University. On Saturday, December 14th, Lu Cheng's club entered the semifinals. On Sunday afternoon, the teams which entered the semifinals were settled. The committee announced the battle team in the first round. Sanjiang College versus Haiyuan School. Shanbei University versus Songcheng University. Coming events always cast their shadows before their arrival. Shanbei. When Li Mao saw the battle team, he blurted that out in the office of the martial arts club, forgetting that Xu Rui was still leading her team to shoot material here. As long as they entered the semifinals, they would certainly confront Shanbei. That was a fact that both Lu Chang and he had known before. But they still had never expected to confront this team in the first round, for it had won the last 2 national championships. Shouldn't it be the same as in games, where people always fight according to their rank, from the weaker opponent to the stronger one? So we should at first fight with Haiyuan, and then confront Sanjiang. Only waiting for us to have accumulated great momentum, then we can challenge the ultimate boss? How can we confront the big devil in the beginning? Lu Chang and Yen Zhika looked at each other for a while. Lu Chang then glanced at Lin Quebec. He had a complicated mood, for he felt not only excited but also nervous. That was because their first match was with Shanbei, which meant that it not only involved the result of this match but also involved the influence that the result would have on their following matches. If their fighting momentum was disrupted, it would result in a low morale. Maybe they would also lose in the following 2 matches. Shanbei. In Sanjiang College, Chu Hui took off his top hat and studied the Western gentleman, making a slight bow toward the computer screen with a smile. What a perfect draw! If the first match for Songcheng University is with Shanbei, they will certainly lose all their energy in the first round and gradually become exhausted. It obviously is beneficial for our martial arts club. Except for him, the other present members of Sanjiang Martial Arts Club were also happy and excited. Shanbei. Sitting in front of her desk in the dormitory, Yan Shaoling almost jumped up and quickly updated a post in the forum to help her relieve the pressure. Unparalleled Dragon King, what should we do? Lu Cheng's club has to fight Shanbei in the first round. Unparalleled Dragon King sent a funny emoji and said, "What to do? They certainly will not give up. Huh. This should be a wonderful match." A rain of terror and fierce long knives seemed to come into my eyes. Okamoto's fan, who always pretended to be an old hand at sex, used some literary words. But he then also added, "If Songcheng University wins this match, I will share all of my porn collection with you. Then you will at least be detained." Bull Demon King responded to this poser, while Brahmin screamed excitedly, "Oh my god! I really want to watch the match at the scene. Little Changya, you must watch the show as carefully as you can to make up for me. May I ask a question? What should I bring to the away ground to cheer for Lu Cheng? Banners? Big photos?" Yan Shaoling stopped being frightened and gradually became excited, which mixed with worry. "You don't need to take anything. Remember this sentence. Take care of yourself, in case other students beat you." Unparalleled Dragon King poked fun at her. As the people were having a hot debate in Lu Cheng's fan forum, the battle table also became one of the most discussed topics on Weibo. Since it was a match between several heavenly sons of the age, it was normal for this match to attract so much attention. Or, to be more specific, ever since He Xiaowei, the famous commentator, selected out who the 4 heavenly sons of this age were, many people started to look forward to this match. National University Martial Arts Competitions, the official Weibo account, also took the initiative to update some pre-match predictions and wrote a long and detailed Weibo with a short but striking topic as followed. "This is the most eye-catching match among all divisions. This is a match between heavenly sons. Will Peng Liyun, who is an established fighter, win the match? Or Lu Chang and Lin Ke, who are still fresh, now trying their best to beat this powerful tiger down? 3 p.m., December 21st. Let's meet at the Flying Bird Stadium of Shanbei University. Here's the newest introduction to the leading players and the main bench fighters of these 2 teams. It's said that Peng Liyun has achieved the professional 6th pin during the summer vacation. With more than 4 months of hard work, with his great pace of progress, and with his daily performance, we absolutely can look forward to his current strength. Whether he is a strong fighter of the professional 6th pin, a top fighter of the 6th pin, or has he even already crossed the threshold of the inhuman stage. As for Su Wanyan, his corvine mouth has improved a lot, but he seems to indulge in practicing his supernatural abilities, so his martial arts doesn't make any progress. He is still a top fighter of the professional 9th pin and fails to step over the threshold of the Dan stage. This time, his opponent, Lu Chang, seems to be able to restrain his abilities, which is not good news for him. So we'll see whether his corvine mouth is much more powerful or he will be terribly hurt by the fierce boomerang. As for Fang Zhirong, he at first attended a martial arts school and participated in Haiyuan where he also got cultivation. But then he chose to enter Shanbei and he was in the same grade as Lin Quebec. He was more famous than Lin K before and he also entered the Dan stage as early as he did. He succeeded in mastering the Dan stage in August. As we know, because the fighters had contact with different people and practiced different kung fu, they will go through a period during which their martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds after they achieved a new level. So, for months have gone by, which level has Fang Zhirong achieved now? In addition, back when Fang Zhirong was studying in Haiyuan, he mainly practiced the kung fu derived from the dark sect and mastered kung fu, related to the plague sect and the magnetism sect as his assistant movements. He was so arrogant and stubborn, so people usually called him bad boy. However, after he entered Shanbei, he became much gentler under Peng Liyun's threat. Mao Chengjun, who is in the same grade as Peng Liyun, is one of the bench fighters and became a top fighter of professional ninth pin in his martial arts club. Bernhard, a freshman from Northern Europe, has his own supernatural ability and is good at making air explosions, so his nickname is Nobel. But because he is still weaker than the fighters of the professional ninth pin, he is unable to become a leading player for now. Then let's talk about Lu Cheng. He is the most talented disciple of the Ice God sect in this age. In August, even when he just entered the Dan stage, he showed his strength, which was as powerful as the fighters of the professional 7th pin. Now 4 months have passed, and he hasn't presented his ability in public. Like what we said about Fang Zhirong, Lu Cheng is also in the period during which he will advance by leaps and bounds. So what kind of surprise he will bring to us? What kind of magic will this magical boy create for us again? Lin K, the freshest direct descendant of Shushan study, mastered the Dan stage in June. Now 6 months have passed. We don't know how many movements in the fighting sect have already been mastered by him. However, in the previous matches, it said that he had astonishing performance after he showed a little of his current strength. So let's look forward to Lin K, the boy who is still in the period during which fighters can advance by leaps and bounds. As for Yan Zheka, we shouldn't only focus on her beautiful looks, but we also should know about her great improvements in martial arts. Within 1 year, she has grown up from a normal person with no rank to a fighter of the professional 9th pin. Certainly, she is different from Lu Cheng, because 1 year ago, she actually was as strong as a fighter of the amateur 6th or 7th pin, but she never attended any ranking events. No matter what, she has made an astonishing improvement to advance to the professional 9th pin. She is the leading bench fighter. Li Mao, who improved from the normal amateur 3rd pin to the professional 9th pin in 1 year, is a fighter that most people can imitate. As for Kai Zhongming, it is said he at first was a fighter of the amateur 5th pin, but he achieved the top amateur 1st pin in only 6 months. Sun Jian, the old qualified member of their martial arts club. He is a fighter of the top amateur 1st pin. Lin Hua. She is expected to achieve the amateur 1st pin this month. Okay, now we have finished the introductions. Let us interview a few leading players about their views on this match. Peng Liyun of Shangqing. The Iron Mouth has been broken for million years. Fang Zhirong 001. Lu Cheng 129. As for Lin K, I think he possibly doesn't have a Weibo account. In the classroom, Lu Cheng also saw this Weibo because a lot of people had transmitted it and addressed him. He suddenly had many thoughts moving up and down in his heart, and at that moment, he did not know how to reply to those comments, with what kind of attitude or tone. At that moment, he saw that Peng Liyun of Shangqing had updated a Weibo. I am looking forward to fighting with Lu Cheng and Lin Quebec. This actually was a normal and polite sentence. But after different people interpreted it, it had completely different meanings. Does Lu mean that Lu Cheng or Lin K cannot defeat him on their own? Does he mean that he is looking forward to fighting an attrition warfare with both Lu Cheng and Lin K? He is so confident. After a while, the Iron Mouth has been broken for million years showed his attitude. Songcheng University is powerful. Also, we very much admire the great progress of Lu Cheng and Lin Quebec. But what I want to say is that the ultimate victory belongs to us. Fang Zhirong 001 said concisely. We are waiting for them. Lu Chang held his phone and hesitated to reply to them because he had already felt the strong momentum and confidence held by his opponents in Shanbei, who were the national champions. What's wrong? Just after Yan Zheka had learned a tough point, she was aware of the abnormal behavior of her boyfriend. Lu Chang handed her the phone and showed her the Weibo that he read. He told her the whole story in a low voice. You do not know how to reply these comments? Yan Zheka looked at Lu Chang with concern and asked him straight to the point. Lu Chang nodded and sighed. I really want to win, but I clearly know that we only have a small possibility to win the match. If I behave very confidently and show a firm attitude for winning the game, after the match the result may make me lose face. But to yield in the beginning of the match isn't my style. I just can't. Yan Zheka looked up and pursed her lips slightly while thinking. The corners of her mouth lifted. Chang, I thought of a sentence that I read several days ago. It's a little vulgar but is still reasonable, which is also suitable for your current situation. Which sentence? Lu Chang asked curiously. Yan Zheka's smile was as beautiful as fresh flowers. She whispered quickly, careless about life and death. Fight if you don't want to say uncle. Now you can change this sentence. For example, care less about victory and failure. Fight if you don't want to say uncle. Careless about life and death. Fight if you don't want to say uncle. Careless about victory and failure. Fight if you don't want to say uncle. Lu Chang repeated her words again in his heart and just felt that his blood was burning. He already knew how to reply to those comments. He considered his tone and did not use blunt words. After all, people had to be polite in public talks. He typed the sentence quickly on his phone and read it again before he updated it. As a fighter, you can lose the game but never yield. Now, since you never admit defeat, let's fight. Let's fight. Lu Chang's reply soon attracted spectators with mixed reviews. Bro, not bad. I like your sincerity. Coward. Already frightened before the fight. One may lose the battle but not the war. Why couldn't you just ask him to bring it? That's called rational. Only a fool pretends to be confident in front of a losing battle. You like those braggers? What coward are we talking about? I see only respect and politeness. You just can't understand the art of words. Refusing to concede defeat is longing to win. I want to win. Bring it. Feel better now. You blind supporters. Don't you try to speak for him. He's a coward. He has no faith in himself in front of Peng Liyun. Actually Lin K and him together. Some familiar IDs also popped up. Wonton Seller commented, very well said. I don't understand those antis. Go for it. Eternal Nightfall said, whatever they say. I'm on fire now. Brahmin001 replied, I'm always here for you no matter what you say. Unparalleled Dragon King laughed. To be honest, the manner is not imposing at all, but it suits you. Neither arrogant nor blowing his own horn. While reading through those comments, Lu Chang's mood shifted from furious and tempted to reply to gratify for mutual understanding and eager to like their responses. Eventually, he logged out Weibo and put his phone down without doing anything. Maturity is not defined by having no mood swings, staying unaffected in front of irritation or longing for nothing. It is more about self-control and thoughts measuring against impetuous and blind taking out. Yan Zheka was also reading comments under this post and felt angrier than him. These people are terrible. I want to grab them and ask them to explain themselves. Looking at her bulging cheeks, Lu Chang burst into a laugh and all the gloominess instantly went away. He urged, go ahead. I've never seen Coach Yan yell at anyone. Yan Zheka threw a glare at Lu Chang, brusque but amused. I always yell at people. You idiot. That's true. Lu Chang smiled at her yell. In the flirtatious banter, Lu Chang completely adjusted his mood and left all the comments behind, looking forward to fight on that coming weekend. December 20th, Friday, 8:35 p.m. Those of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club arrived at the city of Pingjiang in Shanbei Province. They got here one day earlier to confront the defending champion in their best form. The university booked the same hotel Lu Chang and Geezer Shi had stayed last time for its great location within walking distance to Shanbei University and its decent environment and facilities. The nearby private martial arts club could be rented for a few hours for them to have a warm-up session. However, this hotel didn't have as many stars as Geezer Shi had bragged. He stubbornly forced the school president to book a room for each of them instead of two students sharing one as they did in the past to save some face. Of course, he made up a very convincing reason. Everyone needs a good night's sleep to ensure the delivery of their best performance tomorrow. Once the rooms were arranged to each of them in the hotel, Lu Chang quickly put down his belongings before sneaking into Yenjika's room to continue watching fight videos, taking every second to discuss the rivals. This is to be the strongest rival in my career so far. There can never be enough preparation. Ku has fallen behind her study for this, which she has to work hard to catch up. At 10:30 p.m., he left Yenjika's room on his own initiative considering of her reputation. Yenjika curled up her legs and half sat on the bed, hanging on his neck. She initiated a passionate French kiss and said good night with affection in her eyes. Good night. Lu Chang gently placed a kiss on her forehead and left the room with the corner of his mouth rising. Always treat me as if I'm a little kid. Yenjika stroked her forehead and lay down hugging her duvet with a bright smile. The next morning, Lu Chang got up before 5:30 and changed into his martial arts suit after washing up. He opened the door of his room, about to begin his morning training somewhere. As soon as he walked out of the room, an odd feeling hit him. He turned around and saw Xu Rui and her camera team standing not far from him. Morning. Xu Rui yawned, with confusion and mist in her eyes, apparently not ready to leave her warm bed. Lu Chang was taken by surprise, blurting out, "Reporter Xu, you are up early. No one else in the martial arts club is up yet. They are not being lazy. The special training every day is draining their physical strength, and they are used to their routine. A sudden change on the very day of the match is not a good idea." In a fashionable light black jacket, Xu Rui smiled. "Everyone talks good things about this job, but it's not that good at all. Training from dawn to night is quite common. My skin is so bad compared to my university days. Half of my salary has to be spent on skincare products." After drawing herself closer to Lu Chang with a complaint, she continued with a smile. "I've heard about your 5:30 morning training habit, but never get a chance to film it. Finally, don't worry, we won't film your moves. Just some running and looking for your exercise spot." "Sure," Lu Chang agreed. Xu Rui looked cheerful, instructing her team to get to work. She asked, "Is Lin K also into morning exercise?" "Yeah," Lu Chang confirmed without hesitation. "I heard it from Ku." What time does he start?" asked Xu Rui, pleasantly surprised. "I'm not sure. He's a loner." Lu Chang outstretched his hands. Xu Rui clapped with a sneer. "Breaking news! The two leading fighters of Songchang University Martial Arts Club are on bad terms. We are actually relatives. I never saw you talk this much in front of Lin Quebec." Lu Chang vented out some silent judgment and ended the conversation by running into the elevator. Xu Rui waved her hand and the entire camera team followed professionally. Outside of the hotel, Lu Chang entered the mist of the early winter and ran to Shanbei University after gaining his direction. An old memory struck him, driving him towards the stadium. Now, today, is he training there? Following the strange path in his memory, Lu Chang reached a big sports field and turned to a maidenhair tree. Yellow leaves were drifting down from the tree in the dark mist. A young man in a white martial arts suit was there, practicing moves in an imposing manner. He is here. No flaccidity at all. Lu Chang felt touched as before. In such a distance, he couldn't see very clearly, but he had watched too many videos of his these days that he was certain that young man in white was the lead of Shanbei University Martial Arts Club, a direct disciple of the Shangqing sect, and the favored fighter of the age, Peng Liyun. Lu Chang didn't stay and watch as it would be a taboo. Before he could turn around and look for his own spot, Peng Liyun suddenly stopped and raised his head to Lu Chang's direction. In a split second, Lu Chang felt two flashes shoot in front of him. lightening up the surroundings and driving off the mist. That was just his illusion. There was no flash but 2 beams of light from Peng Liyun's eyes. 2 beams of light from his eyes in such a distance are so overwhelming. In a flash, Lu Chang remembered one sign of the Taoist school thunder sect: empty the heart and mind. A well-trained martial artist has extremely vigorous vitality in his blood and qi. His mind is overbearing, as if taking on a physical form that can spin his danqi in an empty dark room and create light. Peng Liyun has already reached this level? Has he completed everything before the inhuman stage? Lu Cheng's determination had been well tempered by the army formula, allowing him to remain calm in front of the sudden empty the heart and mind. He didn't try to avoid the eyes or close his eyes subconsciously. He gazed at Peng Liyun and nodded with a smile, leaving his burning desire for fight obviously. The light in Peng Liyun's eyes faded. He also nodded with a faint smile as his response. No other communication was necessary. Peng Liyun carried on with his training and Lu Chang ran to an isolated spot. Last winter, I came here and got my first lesson, beginning my martial arts journey. Now I'm back as a qualified rival. Got it. Xu Rui didn't expect to see the confrontation between Lu Chang and Peng Liyun during this routine morning exercise. Her excitement could be told by her raised tone. What a rare material. I didn't get the meeting of their eyes. We'll have to edit it somehow, said the cameraman with pity. Okay, this is some real first-hand record. It will be great on TV. Xu Rui held her fists tight. After his morning exercise, Peng Liyun took his time to enjoy his breakfast before heading to the martial arts club to meet Su Wanyan and Fang Zhirong doing some warm-up training. Brother Peng, I heard those Songcheng University kids arrived last night, staying in Cinnamon Garden Hotel, said Su Wanyan enthusiastically. Peng Liyun smiled. I saw Lu Cheng this morning. You saw him? He also trained this morning? How was it? How was it like seeing him in person? Su Wanyan shot many questions out in a row. Peng Liyun burst into a gentle smile. Not bad. His eyes turned blank. At 2 p.m., Lu Chang and his mates entered the Shanbei University Martial Arts Arena in their casual clothes. Built in the shape of a flying bird, this stadium was also called the Flying Bird Arena. It was still early, but the arena was pretty full already. They were not rude at all when the Songcheng University team entered. Instead, they clapped and cheered as if in a party. This is the magnanimity of the champion. This is their absolute confidence. It felt like they didn't care about us. Kai Zongming muttered as walking into the guest team locker room. Lu Cheng poked fun at him. Don't you worry. They didn't mean it to you. They didn't even look at you. They probably don't know who you are. I'm the leading fighter on the bench. Kai Zongming didn't feel offended. After putting their luggage away and changing into their martial arts suit in the bathroom, Geezer sure sneered. Let's decide the order now so we don't have to be bothered or distracted by it from building up energy. He turned to Yen Zhika. Yen girl, what place do you think Peng Liyun will play? He used to address her by different names, but it had fixed as Yen girl, since Lu Cheng officially became his disciple. Very used to this, she pursed her lips and answered, I've checked about him. Peng Liyun is usually playing the last to give his teammates more opportunities to practice. There were a few times he played in the middle or in the beginning. The first time was 2 years ago during the national tournament against Huahai, Guangnan and the capital. The second time was last year against the capital. Li Mao nodded slowly. So he won't show up early unless the rival is worth his attention. Li Mao's words sent everyone in the locker room into a dead silence, questioning themselves if Songcheng University Martial Arts Club was considered an important rival by Peng Liyun. Under the heavy air, Yen Zhika opened her mouth. No matter what, he can't afford to despise us. So he won't be the last. Why? Sun Jian blurted out. Isn't it contradictory? Peng Liyun was the last one to fight last year against Huahai and Guangnan. Yen Zhika smiled elegantly and glanced at Lu Cheng. Because Lu Cheng has the supernatural ability that can restrain the Corvine mouth. Unless Shanbei wants to give us a free victory, they will put Su Wanyan to the last. He might still encounter Chang, but it would be an exhausted Chang, so he would have a bigger chance of scoring a win. Also, nobody knows if Chang's lucky star could still protect him against the Corvine mouth when worn out. No similar supernatural ability bearers can help with experiments. Even Lu Chang himself can't give you an answer, but he doesn't think it will be affected by his physical strength, considering it is a result of the Jindan. Yan Zhika's explanation relieved everyone from the tension and stress. They nodded their agreement. So Su Wanyan will be the last. Do you think Peng Liyun would lead the attack or play it safe to first send Fang Zhirong to consume us? Asked Li Mao, lost in his own thought. Kai Zhongming waved. Easy. Everybody can tell you without thinking. Say it. Sun Jian and Lin Hua turned to Ming with surprise and expectation on their face, while Lu Chang shot a questioning glance at him. Peng Liyun will either be the first or the second, said Talker seriously. Laughter burst out with some teeth-grinding sound. Sun Jian was annoyed and amused. You should be the first and use your gifted tongue to the full. We really want to Aruba you. Aruba is a game where a boy will be lifted and carried towards a column with his legs open, and then rubbed against the column as a mental and physical torture. You guys are too stressed, so I'll help you loosen up a bit. Don't hurt me, please, answered Kai Zhongming with a smile which soon vanished when he noticed the sneer shared by Lu Chang, Sun Jian and Li Mao. He quickly jumped back to the topic. What I was trying to say is Peng Liyun being the first or the second has no impact on our order. Now we are sure Su Wanyan is to play the last. Lin Ke should certain fight before Lu Chang. Because Chang has more advantages than Lin Ke against Su Wanyan in case Fang Zhirong and Peng Liyun are dealt a defeat in turn. The first fighter of theirs will be kept to the last just like Su Wanyan in the other team, or it will be a free round for the rival. Right? Sun Jian thought about it and then nodded. Okay. We are not going to Aruba you. He Z-eyed at the seniors and listened carefully to their conversation. Xu Rui was denied access to the pre-match gathering by Geezer Shi to secure everyone's best form. Yan Zhika's silence since Li Mao's second question was then broken with a gentle smile. Actually, both Chang and I think Peng Liyun will play the second. Why? Lin Hua and Li Mao turned to Lu Chang and her. Does this mean Peng Liyun attaches extra or little importance to us? Lu Chang looked at Yan Zhika with a loving smile, waiting for her to continue. She pursed her lip together. It's not about Peng Liyun but Fang Zhirong's personality and thought. He's a cool and arrogant loner. He was mentioned briefly during the discussion about the favored fighters of the age, but then buried by predictions about Peng Liyun confronting Chang and Lin Ke for this match between Shanbei and Songcheng University. I'm sure he's not happy about it and desperately longing to prove himself. He will probably volunteer to be the first against Chang or Lin Ke in his best form, which Peng Liyun will most likely agree to since it makes no difference for him. Considering Peng Liyun's strength and confidence in himself, sure he will agree. Lin Hua clapped with a sudden realization. So very likely Shanbei will play in the order of Fang Zhirong, Peng Liyun, and then Su Wanyan. Sun Jian agreed. Yan Zhika looked about and took a deep breath upon seeing Lu Cheng's encouraging eyes before continuing. It leaves us with two possible plans which each has its pros and cons. If Lin Ke plays the vanguard, he will be worn a lot during the round with Fang Zhirong, so he won't be able to consume the professional 6-pin Peng Liyun in the Dan stage. Then Chang will confront Peng Liyun, who might still have 80% of his strength. Cheng's chance of winning will not be high, but in case he does defeat Peng, he will have a great mental advantage against Su Wanyan. If he can't defeat Peng Liyun, he will at least exhaust him to the extreme, giving our third fighter a chance to win. Su Wanyan is not strong enough to defeat a rival of the professional 9th pin level with his Corvine mouth, even if it's close to his physical limit. He simply won't have the chance to talk. Lu Chang is no longer the legend with unlimited physical strength. Su Wanyan won't change his mind. They pondered on Yan Zhika's words while waiting for her to explain the second plan. If Lu Chang takes the lead, he can take advantage of his physical strength and defeat Fang Zhirong with enough power left to drag Peng Liyun into a fierce fight, giving Lin Ke a decent chance of a victory. It seems better than Plan A, but the exhausted Peng Liyun still won't be an easy target and will probably cause big trouble to Lin Ke, laying a solid foundation for the Corvine mouth to score an easy victory. Su Wanyan in his good form can deal one of us a defeat with ease. She turned to Geezer Shur, who had remained quiet all this time. Coach Shur, please choose one. Geezer Shur coughed and then laughed. Let's decide our third fighter first. Li Mao, you take the place. Yes, Coach Shur, answered Li Mao, pleasantly surprised. Yen Zhika's face fainted slightly, blaming her menstruation. Since her physical attribute reached professional 9th pin, her period had become very regular, rarely hastened or delayed. Tomorrow should be the first day, and she prepared to fight today, but she felt it was coming this afternoon under the great pressure from last year's champion team. Her body condition could handle a decent rival, but Shanbei was a terrifying opponent, whom they must exert themselves fully to strive for a win. She felt her weakened form and offered the great opportunity to the significantly improved Li Mao, who was in his best form. Hopefully senior brother Li Mao won't be too nervous in the ring. As her mood shifted up and down, she felt some warmth streaming in from her palm. Lu Cheng quietly grabbed her hand. They locked eyes without a word. Geezer Shur cleared his throat and continued with a sneer. Since the two plans both have pros and cons, we shall. He chuckled before giving his decision. Take a draw. Ah, a draw. Lu Cheng was stunned. So were other members. He can't be serious. In Shanbei University's locker room, the gray-haired middle-aged coach Huang Qing glanced at Su Wanyan. You will be the last. A well-experienced coach in the university martial arts circle, this professional 8th pin coach in the Dan stage was widely known for his expertise in teaching young fighters. He had trained numerous students to the professional 9th pin level or higher, and over 10 of his students were in the Dan stage. Many martial arts clubs and schools made him sweet offers, but he chose to stay in the university circle for the atmosphere and fairly good wages. Staying out of the spotlight, his achievement had been shadowed by Peng Liyun's success in recent years. Yes. Su Wanyan sounded relieved and pleased. Before Huang Qing could continue, Fang Zhirong took a step forward abruptly. Coach, I want to take the first round. Looking at the stubbornness in his eyes and the freckles on his face, Huang Chong subconsciously threw a glance at Peng Liyun, who had just returned to reality from a trance, with a careless smile. Okay, you'll take the lead. Huang Qing approved Fang Zhirong's request. This bad boy took a wrong path in his freshman year. Fortunately, he was corrected and instructed by Coach Huang in time and steadily improved to the Dan stage within a year, making the coach proud. Fang Zhirong nodded with strength and took a very deep breath, looking out of the window. I'll prove it. I'm also a favored fight of the age. This year, a large video website purchased the broadcast. So the match between Shanbei and Songcheng University was only available online. Brahma, with 2 plates hanging in front of her chest with snacks piled on the desk, completely lured by the broadcast, listening to the host and the guest commentator, an advanced Dan stage Grandpa Zhang He. Thanks to Senior Zhang's analysis, now I know the key of today's match is not if Songcheng University can win over Shanbei, but if Lu Cheng and Lin Kei can team up and defeat Peng Liyun, said the host with excitement. Many comments popped up on the screen above his head. I don't think so. Lu, go for it. Prove that they are not qualified to be the favored fighters of the era. A professional 6th pin fighter's physical strength is way beyond average. Peng Liyun does have a decent chance of defeating the two of them. Fans of the Shangqing sect check in. Wuyue Club is not concerned. Lu Cheng will create another miracle. Apparently, Peng Liyun's supporters had the advantage. Brahma pulled her plates with anger and turned off the pop-up comment. She was just so pissed off. I better not read this. In the Capital College Martial Arts Club office, members gathered together in front of the projector. The manager is still not here? The delicate and pretty-looking Shin Yu was very concerned. A cute girl with big cheeks let out an ah sound before answering. Sister said she would come over by herself. She asked me not to wait for her. Shin Yu covered her face. Damn, she must be lost again. I'll give her a call. You guys watch. In the joyful atmosphere, Yan Shaoling and Mu Jinyan felt rather terrified until Geezer Shur came out. followed by Lu Chang and Lin Quebec. They immediately pulled themselves together and shook off fear, blowing their cheering horns. As the two teams settled in their dedicated area, an high-ranked dance stage referee stepped into the ring. The announcement for the first round came out. Round 1. Fang Zhirong. The announcer paused on purpose to give Fang Zhirong a moment to enjoy the cheers and applause. Then he continued in a flat tone. Versus Lin Quebec. A focal fight was about to start. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. December 21st. In the center of the ring, the referee announced loudly, competition between Shanbei University Martial Arts Club and Songchang University Martial Arts Club. Round 1. Fang Zhirong versus Lin Ke. As the voice resounded, Lin Ke and Fang Zhirong rose to their feet at the same time as if they had been waiting for a long time. Maybe it was out of habit or under the influence of the environment. Lin Ke didn't head directly toward the ring. Instead, he fist-bumped his teammates from left to right, with the crowd cheering. When he came to the coach, Geezer, he coughed. He was not excited like the young people and spoke only one word. Easy. Easy. Lin Ke repeated the word silently, a bit of a glint in his dark eyes. He turned and left the seats. He stepped up the stone stairs along the path of the defending champion. Horns blared out an incessant and deafening sound, welcoming Fang Zhirong to the ring. Fang Zhirong was a small shy boy of average height with fine, delicate features. His eyes were wild as if a proud, sharp soul was hidden deep within his body. Standing to the right of the referee, he looked sharply at Lin Ke, eyes burning with eagerness for the fight. Not giving any impression of weakness, Lin Ke stared back at him, eyes burning. To be able to defeat a professional opponent was what every fighter wanted and dreamt about. Seeing such scene on the ring, the presenters couldn't help but say, last September, they were both highly respected talented fighters, but they've never played against each other. One is overshadowed by Peng Liyun while the other was overtaken by Lu Chang, and a miracle gave a dull gray tinge to his everything. Both have had some losses and frustrations. Today, this fight must have a winner and a loser. Well, a tie cannot be ruled out. All in all, the winner will regain his glory while the loser will fall into depression and suffer greater frustrations and pressures. Elder Zhang, who do you favor? It's hard to say. Zhang, he shook his head, not giving a judgment. It has been only a few months since they've entered the dance stage. Both are making astonishing progress now. How many fighting sect moves has Lin Ke acquired? Has there been any significant breakthrough in his meteor force? What Fang Zhirong has learned from the damaged dark sect, plague sect and magnetism sect still remain unknown to the outside. That's to say, they know little about each other. This game will be full of changes. When the presenter started chatting with guests, the referee looked to his left and right, then stretched out his hand, announcing, the talk time starts. Fang Zhirong smiled shyly, but his eyes were burning with aggression. He said, when I was still a freshman in university, I often heard your name and people always compare me with you. I thought it was somewhat inevitable that I would play against you. But the club manager awoke the supernatural ability, Corvine Mouth, so I lost the chance. But now, I can play you finally. At this point, without hesitation and showing no modesty or courtesy, he said, we'll see who is stronger, who is more in name than in reality. We'll see who is the favored fighter of the age. I've been waiting for this day since August, waiting for this fight to prove myself. Hearing his provocative and irritating words, Lin Ke did not even blink. He stood silently with a poker face, preparing and calculating. Knowing Lin Ke's usual behavior, Fang Zhirong didn't care much. After speaking his mind, he felt relieved. It had adjusted his body slightly, shifting the local magnetic field and lifting his spirit towards a climax. As the talk time was about to end, Lin Ke opened his mouth and replied in a cold voice, unfortunately, you're not Peng Liyun. Unfortunately, you're not Peng Liyun. You mean I'm not qualified? Am I still a long way from Peng Liyun? The last thing he wanted to admit was that Peng Liyun was better. So he raged with a sense of inferiority hidden deep in his heart, just like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on with its pupils constricted and hackles rising, ready to attack the opponent and rip him up. Sooner or later, I'll defeat Peng Liyun. Sooner or later, I'll exceed him. And it begins with you. Fang Zhirong was still thinking and suppressed his emotion. The referee raised his right hand and sliced the air with a snap, saying, "Begin." Lin Ke was incredibly perceptive when it came to grasping the psychology of the opponent and using time wisely, proving himself a top student in the School of Psychology. However, when it comes to psychology, even the best doctor can't cure himself, and also has resistance to others' treatment. With a pang of rage, Fang Zhirong arched his back, winding his way near the ground and came to the opponent. So fast and so strange was his footwork that no one could predict where he would place his feet. Although Lu Cheng's footwork was excellent, it was not as good as Fang Zhirong's. Despite the fury, Fang Zhirong was still a battle-hardened fighter. He'd seen the last couple of Lin Ke's games and was impressed by his blitzkrieg by taking advantage of the dance stage, so he didn't even give him a chance to use it. Unruffled, Lin Ke didn't start aggressively. With control he moved his muscles and fascia, walked a new step and came to Fang Zhirong, facing his attack without dodging. The wind blew in the ring. Both walked around and past each other, seeking and waiting for the right time to attack. However, such a moment was always covered by the opponent when it occurred. Therefore, they didn't touch for about 10 seconds. It was as if they were performing a dance. As the old saying goes, the insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. While the audience was a little upset because they saw no hand-to-hand combat, Lu Cheng merely watched attentively. There was a clear divide in the footwork between Lin Ke and Fang Zhirong. One had smart turns and moved like a shooting star, attempting to win by speed and adroitness. The other turned and twisted, unpredictable and tricky like a ghost in the night. Of course, both of them didn't get anywhere in this aspect and were not as strong as Qiu Lin. The girl had gotten herself to a lotus step, thundercloud movement realm by practicing her family moves. Lin Ke had brought his U-step to the level of to tread Dubhe and Alcade. Among every step, he was escorted by the Dubhe wind and rapid crackle which was roughly comparable. As they wheeled around for a while and got closer, Lin Ke and Fang Zhirong took their opportunity at almost the same time. Before they could use strength and explode Dan Qi, one moved his shoulder, swung his forearms rapidly, and threw lightning-fast punches. The other pumped up his back, slid forward, and punched as quick as illusions in the night. Bang! Both were intercepted by each other. The two punches collided in the air, making the first thudding noise since the beginning of the game. Seeing the two punches stop in midair, Fang Zhirong moved his elbow joint magically as if it was dislocated. He raised his forearm like a poisonous snake. He climbed up Lin Ke's arm with his 5 fingers spreading and snatched at his arm, strong, fast and accurate. At this moment, Fang Zhirong's fingers with their slight black overtones looked like poisonous fangs, about to inject the deathly substance into Lin Ke's body. Dark Sect, Dark Poison Force. This force, also called Plague Poison Force, initially came from the Plague Sect and had been acquired by the founder of Dark Infinite Sutra. He integrated it into what he had learned, making it one of the core forces in the Dark Sect. Compared to the original, it was less toxic but trickier to execute. If Lin Ke was hit by this force, he would be poisoned unless he stopped it with an explosion of force. Considering Fang Zhirong's current ability, his Dark Poison Force wouldn't be a fatal blow to Lin Quebec, but at least it would make him suffer all kinds of effects. It would cause dizziness, difficulty breathing, and weaken him considerably. Poison would accumulate over time and Lin Ke would eventually fail to endure it. Just like sharp teeth, his fingers were about to bite, too fast to avoid. Immediately, Lin Ke's arm muscle tightened and contracted inward, so close to the bone that Fang Zhirong's poison teeth missed its target and hit the air. This tightening and contraction were not normal, but performed through Lin Ke's forced concentration. Almost immediately, instead of attempting to snatch at his opponent's wrist, he erupted Dan Qi and pressed his left foot hard against the ground. The 16th move of the fighting sect, earth cracking. Bang! The sound burst out from the ring. The ground under Fang Zhirong cracked suddenly and a force rushed up like a volcanic eruption. Lin Ke had made a lot progress in this move. With an acute pain in his feet, he couldn't help but withdraw his leg. He lost his balance and his body jolted. During this process, he put his right hand up and, spreading his fingers, he let go of Lin Ke's arm, failing to grasp him again or inject the poison. Eyes flaring, Lin Ke seized the chance and started serial moves. Fang Zhirong neither dodged nor avoided footwork as his body shook. He didn't use force concentration or make his qi and blood flow back to steady himself and resist the attack. As he staggered, he shifted his weight, moved his shoulder and threw his right hand, aiming at Lin Ke's arm with the back of his hand before Lin Ke could withdraw it back. As he visualized in his mind, the black tone around his fingers disappeared quickly, and a bluish color appeared around his hand. Bam! Lin Ke was about to attack when the back of Fang Zhirong's hand grazed his forearm. He had no time to avoid it. It was as if he'd been fractured and hit squarely on the chin. He felt unbelievably sharp pain and everything went black. Just a graze could deliver such strong pain. Plague Sect, Move 27, Scorpion Tail Needle. Fang Zhirong's effort in these last few months had paid off. He had acquired not only force but also 2 unique moves. This blow hadn't used the poison of the dark poison force to its full power, but it could generate an unusually irritating and painful feeling and affect the opponent considerably. Despite the extreme pain, Lin Ke's right hand hadn't actually been injured, but it hurt every time he attempted a force. It felt as if his hand was broken. At this moment, Fang Zhirong staggered and retreated a few steps. Lin Ke knew that this thrill could be soothed by contracting qi and blood, force and spirit. But it meant a waste of a chance to use Dan's stage explosion. So he gritted his teeth and bore the pain, with resilience. His face turned pale, and he had cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Ke tried to bear with the extreme pain, but Fang Zhirong was not ready to relax yet. For this competition, he had watched a lot of videos of the strong Dan stage fighters of the Shushan study. He had a deep impression of their scary combination moves. Hence, though he had just hurt his feet and lost his balance, he remembered those fights and he quickly whipped out his scorpion tail needle move. He did not want to fall any closer into the jaws of defeat. Initially, he wanted to use the moves of the Plague Sect at the most critical moment, when Lin Ke was suffering from tremendous pain to score his victory. However, now it had to be prematurely displayed. Not only did he lose the surprise factor, but his body had to undergo a substantial amount of stress. This was because he had fallen for the provocation of his opponent and was fighting with increasingly risky moves. Fang Zhirong was feeling frustrated and annoyed, but he tried to control his feelings and once again lowered his stance. He started to circle Lin Ke in meandering curves. He did not attempt to attack and did not give his opponent the chance to use force concentration to relieve his pain. A fighter would have to use energy to try to distract himself or to try to overcome the pain. So Fang Zhirong wanted to prolong this process so as to tire Lin Ke out, or even make him live with the pain. In the midst of his movements, he seemed to be limping. This was because the sole of his right foot had received a blow during the earlier earth-cracking movement. It was bruised. If it was not for his shoe which acted as a barrier, he would probably be more severely injured right now. In this short exchange, both sides were already suffering from injuries. At this moment, the guest commentator in the live broadcasting studio, Zhang He, took the opportunity to explain a couple of the technical terms he had thrown out earlier. Dark poison force is a core force of the dark sect. It has a strange toxic nature. No matter where the target is, it would leave the effects of being bitten by a snake. As for the effects after being poisoned, it would depend on where Fang Zhirong is directing it towards. Different fighters from the dark sect would have different dark poison force. Some would cause hallucinations, some would cause breathlessness, and others dizziness. Scorpion Tail Needle is a Dan stage move from the Plague Sect. It's a move that had a number of paralyzing effects, and it would amplify any pain multiple times. The host who was listening to the commentary was somewhat stunned, and he exclaimed, "Senior Zhang, is this true? But Fang Zhirong doesn't have any supernatural abilities. How did he manage to train such a force and move? For dance stage fighters without supernatural abilities, when they are trying to enter the inhuman level before their root pulp changes, they would need to align their muscles with their mental state, including the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, before they could create any special moves and effects. Even then, the moves would not be too strong. For example, normal dance stage fighters of the Ice Sect would not be able to execute Frost Force as powerfully as Lu Cheng, not to mention even being able to perform it. But after hearing Senior Zhang's commentary, the impact of Fang Zhirong's force and moves was felt even more keenly. Zhang he chuckled and said, he must have taken some medicine or booster to help with his training, just like how fighters trained for the poison palm. Such force and moves would only work if the opponent is hit at a specific place. It would weaken each time, and it is necessary to retrain it after every competition. At the same time, it would place a heavy burden on the body and cause substantial injury. Some become slower in breaking through their physical limits, while others have bodies that are not as strong as those of the same level. This will happen because their root pulp is affected. Only then will there be a reaction and improvements. Only then would the body recover bit by bit. While he talked, Fang Zhirong saw that Lin Ke was already starting to get used to the pain. Hence, he stopped circling him. In one move, Fan Zhirong tightened his body and started to attack with his fists and feet. He tried to make use of this moment or he would lose the opportunity to win. This was the move that made him famous when he was a 9th pin professional fighter. It came from his plague sex, prolonged illness, the ultimate skill of the 9 illness hits. The word tangle would spring out and close in on the opponent from all directions. This meant that anyone facing this move cannot escape and could only make a stance, as though the person had contracted various illnesses and could only painstakingly wait for recovery. Pam pam pam. Bam bam bam. Fang Zhirong repeated went for Lin Ke's right hand and did not give him any good opportunity to use the force concentration to retaliate. At this moment, Fang Zhirong had the upper hand, and although Mu Jinyan and Yan Zheka were at different places, they both had the same worried expression on their faces. As he calculated and estimated how long before the pain would subside, Fang Zhirong quieted down, suddenly revealing an opening. Lin Ke had waited for quite some time. Without any hesitation, he took in a deep breath to absorb all his pain into his qi, blood, and spirit. Pum! Like a volcano, Lin Ke erupted. His danqi was exploding everywhere. His right arm swelled, and his right fist became a hammer, swinging ferociously at his opponent. Cracked through the air like a plane flying through the clouds. They were too close to each other. He did not have enough time and space to expand into the meteor blast. Although he was about to face such a force, Fang Zhirong did not panic. He used his force concentration and sat steadily like he was in a gold carriage. Pam! He took a large stride forward, making his body larger than it was. He swung his fist confidently. Raise the fire! Burn the sky! Bam! The sound of an explosion echoed throughout the arena. The 2 fists froze in midair and Fang Zhirong's legs sank down. The martial arts shoes that were already torn earlier broke apart. Lin Ke did not move an inch. He erupted twice continuous and delivered another earth-cracking blow. Then, Lin Ke suddenly sensed a strange suction force from his opponent's fist. Then he realized that his pullback from the punch was actually getting slower. Magnetism sect? His mind started to churn. He took in a breath and started to shake and vibrate his muscles. Not only did he stop pulling back his fist, he went with the suction force and with the yin-yang twist skill. He used Fang Zhirong's suction force to hit Fang Zhirong. Seeing his move, Fang Zhirong did not panic. In fact, he was pleased. His face turned red, and with a turn and a shake of his wrist, it transformed into a push force, slowing Lin Ke's attack. With this slow down, there were sounds of an explosion within Fang Zhirong, like there were turbines turning crazily inside him. He controlled his body and within a split second, he changed his internal magnetic field to influence each other, affect each other, accumulating a terrifying explosive force. Magnetism sect, turn of 2 ends, the turn of the magnetic field. Bam! With a sound, his fist split the air in front of him and like a piston, charged towards Lin Ke. This move, even without the forced concentration, was almost as strong as a Dan stage explosion. With the inhuman level, he would have stronger control. His physical body would have changed. Without the need for more visualization, he could complement this move with forced concentration, multiplying the explosive force of the Dan stage. Of course, this also meant that the burden on him would be multiplied just as much. Fang Zhirong used medication to help him train his force and moves. This had damaged his body and affected the number of times he could execute forced concentration. It was less than the average Dan stage fighters. He could only erupt twice continuously once, so he practiced hard for the ultimate move so as to make up for his weakness. However, during normal situations, there would usually be insufficient time during a battle to let him use this move whenever he wanted to. For now, he wanted to exhaust Lin Kei's Dan stage explosions, and to increase Lin Kei's anxiety as he was already worried about the next fight. Like this, Lin Kei would probably make mistakes during the fight and he would have the opportunity to strike. As for himself, he was not in a hurry at all. With Peng Liyun next, no one would be in a hurry. Due to the short distance, Fan Zhirong's fist was so powerful that Lin Kei could not avoid it. This forced him to use either the forced concentration to harden his stance or allow himself to be hit and pushed to the line of defeat. Lin Kei's eyes started to darken. He raised both of his arms and relaxed his wrists, one in a push position, one in a pull position. He chose not to release his Dan stage force at this moment. Bam! Fang Zhirong's fist seemed to have sunk into a mud swamp. With the guidance and push from his opponent, he lost some attacking force and his punch fizzled out. He was unable to release all his strength. Pam! 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 Lin Kei moved back 3 steps. His balance shook a little, but his body was not agile enough. This is the moment. Fang Zhirong noticed the good opportunity, and with a large step forward, his right hand reached out with his fingers extended. He grabbed Lin Kei's left arm, and with a dark flash, injected his force. He finally had the chance to use his dark poison force. Seeing that he got his way, Fang Zhirong's heart leaped a little. Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly noticed that Lin Kei's eyes were expressionless. In fact, they seemed to have expected his move. Lin Kei took in a breath and his body started to tremble. All the muscles seemed to twist in unrest. His right hand hurriedly reached out. His 5 fingers stretched out and were already black with poison at their tips. G Family's yin-yang twist. He returned the dark poison force with another dark poison force. Lin Kei's fingers latched on to Fang Zhirong, and he returned half of the dark poison force to its owner. Immediately, Fang Zhirong started to feel short of breath. Although he had some resistance against some of these poisons, but to take so much at one go, he would definitely be hurt. As for Lin Kei, he was still far from releasing all the toxins from his body due to the short distance of the yin-yang twist. He still had a great amount of poison in his body and his strength was leaving him. However, he was already prepared. So once he hit Fang Zhirong, he immediately activated his force concentration and minimized whatever negative effects the poison had. While Fang Zhirong was still trying to recover, Lin Kei took the opportunity to explode the human body Big Dan and accumulate his force. He swung back his arm and with swollen muscles he charged. Boom! The air between the 2 fighters exploded and a huge force rushed towards Fang Zhirong. Fighting Sect, Move 127, Meteor Blast. Just as Lin Kei was about to punch, Fang Zhirong contracted his pupils. He did not dare to slack back and quickly used his force concentration to gather his chi and blood at his dantian with the explosive force at his arms. He lifted his arms and blocked the aggressive blow. But Lin Kei started to launch attacks consecutively. He was not going to let Fang Zhirong off easily. He did force concentration and then he let go, before stomping his left foot on the ground hard. Fighting Sex, Earth Cracking, Double Explosion, one after the other. Bam! A sound rumbled in his body and the floor started to crack. Fang Zhirong was too focused on protecting his head. He neglected his feet. When the attack injured the soles of his feet, his body swayed again. He had no choice but to enter the Dan realm again. getting his chi and blood back to maintain his balance. At this point, Lin Ke made a step forward. He went very close to Fang Zhirong and leaned against his shoulder. Then, with a stretch of his arm, Lin Ke conveniently blocked Fang Zhirong's elbow joint and stopped him from making any further moves. Almost immediately after he locked Fang Zhirong in position, Lin Ke took in a deep breath and visualized a scene of the meteor shower. He flew up and with Fang Zhirong facing down, he slammed onto the ground. Triple explosion. Fighting sect. 10th move. Doomed death. Bam! Dust flew everywhere. Fang Zhirong was on the ground and lost his ability to fight back for the moment. Lin Ke lowered his body. His arm relaxed and with a spring of his forearm, he pressed against the throat of his opponent. The referee lifted his right arm and announced loudly, Lin Ke wins. Songcheng University Martial Arts Club had won. Hearing this, Mu Jinyan jumped up immediately and cheered. Hooray! Lin Ke was so awesome. Lu Chang, Yan Zhika and the rest were relieved and happy, but they were still not too excited because the competition was not over yet. There were more hurdles to jump over. In the broadcast room, the guest commentator, Zhang He was praising Lin Ke's earlier attacks. If you look at these three moves individually, it shows a brilliant use of force and skill. The way they complement each other. These complementary moves are a perfect combination. There is a continuous flowing force, like rain flowing through the clouds, one after another, never giving Fang Zhirong the chance to retaliate. Lin Ke has certainly scored those few points with the fighting sex essence. Till the very end, Fang Zhirong didn't manage to struggle free. 1 was because his arm was held. 2 was because his joint was restricted from moving. And 3, Lin Ke must have given him a blow that affected him deeply, into his bones. This paralyzed him, and he was not able to make another move. That is why we call this move, doomed death. The moment when Lin Ke grabbed Fang Zhirong, take a close look at his fingers. There is evidence of dark poison force. This should be the ultimate move of the fighting sex, swirling star. If I guessed right, it's probably G family's yin-yang twist. Risky move, very risky. At the stage that Lin Ke was at, it was a risky move. At the end, Lin Ke held back on his force. With that move, he held his opponent down, jumped and hit the ground. If he didn't control his energy, given the physical condition of Fang Zhirong, he would have been badly injured. If he was unlucky, and his spine had hit a sharp stone, he would be paralyzed by now. This Fang Zhirong. How should I put this? Other people take a day before they start getting impatient. Him? Only one move and he completely forgot to be careful. He was too anxious to win. He was too eager. Hearing old Mr. Zhang's explanation, many lines appeared on the screen. Gosh! Lin Ke looked so good when he pushed the other guy to the floor. I can feel the blood pumping through my veins. That moment, that sound. When Fang Zhirong hit the floor. OMG. I'm burning. This is what we call a battle. This is what we call martial arts. That miserable one earlier? But I'm a supporter of Shanbei. The way that Fang Zhirong was thrown onto the ground made me. A fervent reader of novels. Think about an expression. A bullied, torn rag doll. Seems like Fang Zhirong is off the team now. He's probably out of the race for the overall championship too. Can't even beat Lin Quebec trash. Damn, is this rigged? Just look at the betting odds. To think that I backed him so much. Really, soft mud would never become a wall. The disappointment was apparent on everyone's faces in the audience. Losing was not something that everyone enjoyed seeing. But, as the supporters of the defending champions, with the gripping experience and battles all these time, they still managed to keep their cool and gave heartfelt applause for Lin Quebec. The applause was for his performance and effort. Facing Mu Jinyan's agitated and excited shouts, they also held their cool. When Yan Xiaoling saw this, she could not help but be stunned by it. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Maybe Shanbei did not have many supporters to start with, and all these people must be hired performers. Great sportsmanship. So, this means I can just be unrestrained later. she thought to herself silently. In the midst of the applause, the Shanbei students subconsciously looked towards the seats where the chairperson was seated. They were waiting for the king of the stadium to raise his staff, sit on the throne, and to say a few words to comfort everyone. Since he entered university, he had never lost once. Peng Liyun looked towards the arena. Unhurriedly, he pulled down the zipper of his sweater. He took off the winter coat, revealing the martial arts suit inside. Shanbei's traditional martial arts suit is pure white, quite similar to Songcheng University's white with black trimmings. With such a similar outfit, it would be difficult to differentiate one from the other. This puts the broadcasting people in a spot. So, the defending champion had to put on their backup uniform, black. Decked in mysterious black made Peng Liyun's skin look so fair, like white jade. It was like there was some dull shine, making his whole aura seem purer than ever, like a god. At the chest area of his martial arts suits, there were 2 embroidered crowns. This represented that Shanbei had 2 championship wins at the National University Martial Arts Competition. 2 years ago, there were none at all. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, Peng Liyun straightened his clothes, collected his thoughts, and with focused eyes, he stood up. The moment he stood up, the whole arena roared. Countless cheers reverberated. Champion! On the arena, Lin Ke released Fang Zhirong and stepped back 2 steps. He opened his mouth and started to take huge breaths of air like the air was thin and had little oxygen. This was because he had used up too much of his energy and fatigue was starting to set in. This was also because of the remnants of the dark poison force, which continued to affect his body. Dark poison force contains toxins. Although its impact and pain could be resolved with force concentration, there would be some after effects. The toxins would have to be removed from the body slowly with each metabolic cycle. If a fighter received such a big blow and did not have a strong enough body, he would need medication before he could recover. When Lin Ke was not using force concentration to fight against Fang Zhirong's turn of 2 ends, he was already risking it and was using the dark poison force. He wanted to use the yin-yang twist to catch his rival off guard. This was because he felt that the combination of the dark sect and plague sect was crafty and toxic. Just a small distraction would cause a mistake, and that meant that he would lose the competition. If that was the case, he would rather take the initiative to create the opportunity for victory. Even if it meant that he had to pay a hefty price, he would still go for it. Against a rival like Fang Zhirong, it was impossible to win without pain, without paying a price. Although Geezer Sure had reminded him time and time again before the match started that he should not rush, Lin Ke eventually trusted his own instinct and judgment when it came to the battle. Fang Zhirong struggled to stand. In his eyes were all fire and fury. He was angry with his opponent and even angrier with himself. If he had not been too pleased with himself after he had hit Lin Ke's body with the dark poison force, if he had not been too greedy to hit Lin Ke one more time, he would not have been injured by the swirling star. If only he followed the usual strategy of withdrawal and not give his opponent the opportunity to retaliate while waiting for the poison to take full effect. In that case, Lin Ke would not only lose 1 round of exploding his dance stage to neutralize the poison, he would also be weaker by quite a bit. This meant that he would have been so close to victory. Regret and pain pricked Wang Zhirong's heart like twining vines with thorns. This made him lose his composure. He turned and exited the arena in an unsteady manner. It was like the fury in his body would explode at any time. He could already imagine what kind of comments would appear on the forums. Thinking about these, he got even more upset and embarrassed. He felt even more regret, more fury, and pain. On his way back, Fang Zhirong met Peng Liyun. However, he was completely immersed in his own world. Fang Zhirong did not notice Peng Liyun, or rather, he did not want to notice Peng Liyun. Walking past each other, they made no further effort to interact. Peng Liyun took in a small breath and shook off the little bit of unhappiness that he was feeling. He smiled and walked to the stone steps. He climbed the steps. He did not release any other air or power, but with just the aura he was giving off, Lin Ke subconsciously held his breath. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree, the favored fighter of this age. Naturally his aura would be overpowering. Amongst the spectators, Lu Chang, Yen Zheka and the rest had focused expressions. They stopped cheering. They fell silent and solemn. Since he had executed the forced concentration, followed by the triple explosion, with the remnants of the dark poison force in his body, how much more can Lin Ke take? How much more could Lin Ke fight to challenge the reigning champion? In the midst of the oppressive atmosphere, only Geezer Shur was nagging and talking to himself. This rascal never listens. Told him so many times, don't rush, don't rush. He had to rush like that. If it was not because Fang Zhirong got agitated by him and also panicked, he would have lost. If Fang Zhirong was more rational and clear-minded, this rascal would have no chance. I never listening to his elders. He did not want him to suffer a loss. In the midst of the deafening cheers of champion, Peng Liyun and Lin Ke stood on either side of the referee, in their positions. The referee did not wait any longer. He announced loudly, "Round 2, fight." As fight was still echoing in the air, the chi and blood around Lin Ke started to contract and expand, pumping quickly. Everyone thought that Lin Ke would use the avoidance tactic and try to preserve his energy while trying to tire Peng Liyun. It was only logical that he would wait for the critical moment before he allowed his dance stage to explode again. Bam! The ground below Lin Ke's feet seemed to have exploded. Millions of shards flew everywhere. His entire body had transformed into a speeding heavy-duty truck. With a loud bang and an aggressive posture, he bulldozed towards his rival like he was ready to flatten everything in between them. However, just as he took a step, it was like Peng Liyun had already expected this move. Peng Liyun's chi and blood gathered and thickened. He lowered his waist into a sitting position and started to sway. He was like a cloud, natural and harmonious. Ready to bounce out any time, ready to face the attack, not moving a single inch. With this sway, a shadow seemed to appear in the air. It was like a split second after Peng Liyun made his move that he had already arrived in front of Lin Ke. Bam! With a stomp of his foot, he shook the entire arena. Everyone in the spectator seats, Lu Chang and Liemo, all felt the power and force of thousands of galloping horses. They saw Peng Liyun strike a pose with his arm at the back, and with a lightning strike, he threw a powerful fist out. The 36th stroke of the Thunder Sect, flash attack. Lin Ke quickly stopped and tried to turn the moving force into strength. The muscles around his body swelled. With a raised arm, the fist became like a bomb and there was a spark of electricity. He knew Peng Liyun had the flash attack, but he did not expect that his rival would have predicted his moves. Boom! The meteor exploded. The air currents turned into waves, crashing into Peng Liyun, trying to drown him. The champion simply hit back with one fist and dispersed the waves, swooped through like a tornado and hit Lin Ke's left fist dead on. The ringing sound was muffled by the loudness of the explosion. Lin Ke's body bent backward. He seemed like he had trouble holding on and was about to retreat. Then he used the forced concentration again, stabilized his chi and blood and regained control over his balance. He steadied his stance, took a step with his right foot and looked ready. Almost at the same time, Peng Liyun entered the Dan realm. His left leg swelled and he channeled a force down the soles of his feet. Bam! The arena rumbled from within, but the tiles did not crack. Lin Ke's earth-cracking was just easily neutralized like that. Peng Liyun borrowed the rebound force. He straightened his body and stretched out his hands to grab his rival's shoulders. Lin Ke only felt a piercing pain through his shoulders. He quickly raised his arms and tried to hold his stance. At this point, every vein and vessel of Peng Liyun were bulging and rippling under his skin like snakes and dragons. It was obvious that he possessed great strength. With a move of his waist and back, he flowed smoothly behind his rival, like a quiet river. His grip never changed, but he moved in an arc and avoided Lin Ke's move. Peng Liyun's arms pressed down and he applied force to his fingers, numbing Lin Ke's body. Lin Ke was paralyzed, almost collapsing like jelly. The referee raised his right hand and announced loudly, "The second round, Peng Liyun wins." 3 moves exactly and Peng Liyun won. Lin Ke recovered a little and turned to look at Peng Liyun. His eyes were filled with mixed feelings while his opponents were calm and relaxed. He said in a low voice, "Thank you. Thank you for not cutting me any slack and fighting me with your full force." Peng Liyun smiled gently. He did not look like he had just fought a battle. In the midst of the spectators, Lu Chang exhaled deeply and took off his jacket. These 4+ months of training, rounds and rounds of scenario practices and discussions with Yan Zhika, all these flashed past his mind. So, are we finally going to start? Was it about to start at last? In preparation for this moment, he had waited for over 4 months and even given up his chance in the ranking event. Stretching out his hand to grasp Yan Zhika's, Lu Chang suddenly stood up, turning his gaze past the glorious road and into the ring above. When the audience around them noticed his actions, they let out a satisfied sigh. While admiring the king in Flying Bird Stadium, as he easily beat his opponents, they shouted in unison and sincerely cried out, "Number 1! The top-ranked fighter of the University Martial Arts Circle." Hearing their praises, Mu Jinyan could not help biting her lip and stamping her foot as she looked in distress at Lin Ke. She was just so pissed off. What a bully. Our Lin Ke had just finished a tough match. On the live website interface there was a fierce discussion taking place. Only 3 strikes? Peng Liyun actually defeated Lin Ke right after warming up. It seems that Lin Ke is just SOSO and not really qualified to be called another candidate for the favored fighter of this age. Peng Liyun is really a gifted touchstone. Beaten in 3 strikes? So what? Lin Ke just defeated Fang Zhirong, and it consumed a lot of his strength. Don't forget he was still suffering from the Dark Poison Force impact, and is nearly 2 ranks lower than Peng Liyun. After all that, losing after 3 strikes doesn't mean anything. Fool. As you said, he is still 2 ranks lower than Peng Liyun. Is he still a candidate for the favored fighter of the age? Yes, he is. Lin Ke is a year younger and a grade lower than Peng Liyun. Naturally, he is much more talented. He will catch up sooner or later. Catch up? Can he rise 2 pins in a year? Can he become a strong 6th pin by this time next year? I think it'd be difficult. No, it's almost impossible. There were a lot of spectators who supported Peng Liyun, and there were quite a few who supported Lin Quebec. The young warriors who were competitive, handsome, cold, and elegant were always popular. Both sides quarreled so fiercely that the heated discussion almost covered up their upper images. Senior Zhang, what do you think? Is the distance between Lin Ke and Peng Liyun really that large? The host asked the commentary guests the moment Lu Chang came on stage. Zhang he laughed. The gap is certainly there. Peng Liyun is a year ahead. But if Lin Ke catches up to him, then he will not be called the favored fighter of the age. As to how wide the gap is, that will have to wait until Lin Ke fights with Peng Liyun in good condition. As for this round, if Lin Ke hadn't been so injured, he would not have lost within 3 strikes. Are you trying to say that selecting Lin Ke was a mistake? That it was too daring and risky? The host asked sharply. Zhang he shook his head and replied steadily. It's hard to say. I tend to believe that the Dark Poison Force's impact on Lin Ke was significant. His consumption was great, his physical strength had declined severely, and his ability to resist was weakening. If he had used other methods, he may not have even lasted that long. This would not have been as good as venturing to fight and seeing if he had a chance to give Peng Liyun a set of strikes. Even if he couldn't win, he could exhaust his opponent. Who knows, maybe Peng Liyun's absolute reaction is more powerful when having a sense of malice inducted into the body. And so, with only 3 strikes he defeated Lin Quebec. From what you're saying, I think Peng Liyun is truly too strong to have any rivals. I'm afraid that Lu Chang may also lose. With his 6th pin strength nearly at the inhuman level, Peng Liyun has just warmed himself up in the last fight, the host said, sighing with emotion. At this time, Lu Chang slapped palms with Yan Zhika, then turned his body, waving his fist toward Li Mao and the others. Come on! Kai Zhongming and the rest of them shouted in response. Without further delay, Lu Chang left his seat to head for the ring. Just then, Yen Zhika bit her lip slightly and suddenly shouted gently, "Chang!" "Ha!" Lu Chang looked to his girlfriend confusedly. Yen Zhika's eyes looked bright and firm. Making a slight lunge, she took the initiative to hold Lu Cheng's fingers while pouting. She then mustered the courage to speak. Darling, go for it." In public, while surrounded by hordes of spectators, and with both the eyes and ears of martial arts club teammates on all sides, the beautiful Yen Zhika flushed but still finished her sentence. As for whether she would be ridiculed or not, whether she would be photographed on television or not, whether there would be any other influence or not, she did not want to think about it and did not care at that moment. At this time, the most important thing was to support and encourage her Chang. At first, Lu Chang was surprised, but then he smiled and grabbed her soft hand. Holding it, he gave a deep nod, filled with warmth. "I'll go all out." Not saying anything more, he turned his body and walked toward the ring, his thumb rubbing the area under his palm, savoring that last heartfelt touch. Halfway up, he saw Lin Kei heading toward him, gasping as if he was having difficulty breathing. Lin Kei stopped, his eyes revealing a kind of painful unwillingness from Lu Cheng's perspective. Even if it was only the inhumanly powerful Peng Liyun that he had lost to, and even if he had defeated Fang Zhirong despite his grievous injuries, he could not help being full of regret, feeling that he had still not done well enough and could have been better. A painful, burning feeling arose in his eyes, just as Lu Chang thought his brother-in-law would say the two words, "I'm sorry," like when they fought at Wunxing School. Lin Kei reached out and gave him a fist bump and said in a hoarse voice, "Come on, Lu Chang. Come on. Use my pain and everyone's hope to refuel. Come on. Don't be affected by my emotions. Come on." Lu Chang spat out a foul air as he passed by Lin Kei and approached the stone steps. With each step, his body was adjusting, his strength was condensing, and his fighting intention was pumping up. For more than 4 months, he had not gone all out in a fight and was now somewhat unused to the feeling of bursting out with all he had. Pop! Crisp sounds emanated from his body, sounding like machines that were starting up again after a long time and were shaking off the rust, applying lubricant, and debugging precisely. When he entered the ring and stood opposite Peng Liyun, his entire body became vigorous, sharp as a soldier's posture, and not even the slightest relaxation or awkwardness could be seen. Staring at Peng Liyun's smiling eyes and watching his leisurely fighting stance, Lu Chang also displayed his own fighting stance. Left hand low, right hand high, and declared in his heart, "Let's fight. Let's burn with passion." The referee raised his right hand and was about to put it down. Brahman was in front of the computer screen and unconsciously tightened her 2 braids, forgetting about the snacks beside her and refusing to post in the forum, focusing her eyes as her tension solidified. "It's time to get started. We've been anticipating this fight for more than 4 months. Unparalleled Dragon King made a toast emoji in the live posting section of Lu Cheng's fans forum. "Elder sister, it's about to start. Soon, boss." "Sister, you finally arrived." In the office of the Martial Arts Club at Capital College, a group of people glanced at the screens while looking out at the gate and cried out in a half-cheering, half-joking way. Xinyu took a breath and smiled at the girl beside her before saying, "Don't take notice of them. Go in quickly. Peng Liyun and Lu Chang are about to fight." With an average height, the young girl had straight, shoulder-length hair, a very long nose, and big eyes like a real doll. Appearing non-aggressive to all observers, who could have imagined she was Ren Li of Kongtong School and enjoyed a popularity equal to Peng Liyun's. Ridiculing the fighters, she entered the door while shyly saying, "Oops, I got lost again and kept everyone waiting. Haha. Shaoli, I think I'm a road nerd." "No, you're not a road nerd. In fact, my getting lost is due to your infection." Another main force of Capital College, Chun Digua, loudly exclaimed as he spread his hands and laughed. The cute girl, Jiang Kongchan, laughed. School sister, I think you have the potential to act as a heroine. If someday you go into the wrong room of a hotel and encounter the overbearing president, a romantic story will begin. Renly sat down on a chair and calmly replied, "Overbearing president? Punch him with just one fist, and if that doesn't work, then 2 fists." As she spoke, she looked at the live screen and saw the referee's right hand waving downward. Above the stands, Yen Shaoling held her breath. She had forgotten everything, to take out the banner she brought, to blow her small horn, and even to shout and cheer. In the home team seats, Fang Zhirong covered his head with a white towel and did not watch the match, while Su Wanyan changed his cross-legged posture and subconsciously started praying. "Brother Peng, do not leave that monster to me." In the visiting team seats, Yan Zhika, Lin Hua, and the others all stood up, nervously watching the ring. No one was sitting and no one was speaking, except for Comrade Shi Jiangwo. After all, he was well experienced and knowledgeable. "Begin!" With a swift roar, the referee abruptly lowered his hand finally. With the shout still ringing in his ears, Lu Chang felt the vibration of the earth as he simultaneously saw Peng Liyun appear in front of him, with his clothes clinging to his body. Flash hit style, a well-deserved reputation. Only when encountering a situation face-to-face could one understand the meaning of uncertainty. But Lu Chang remained calm and adjusted his muscles, visualizing a mighty demon with a beast head and a human body riding on a red dragon in order to suppress the tyranny of his body's flame. He leaned forward with his left hand hanging and flicked his wrist forward as he threw a crimson flame that swam against the ground and contained a dangerous breath. The Ice Sex revision of the 26th type of ice burning, fire burning. The flame was pressing close to the ground and quickly rushing toward the lunging Peng Liyun. Once it made contact, it would immediately blast out, gushing upward with great power, and combust everything in sight. Just then, Peng Liyun paused his steps. His muscles were bulging as the friction of his body against the air created a loud burst. Bang! The loud noise seemed to contain thunder as gusts of wind wantonly swept around Peng Liyun and suddenly stoked the flame, triggering it prematurely. Shang Qing move, to tread Dubhe and Alcade. Peng Liyun had practiced this footwork to the realm of thunder and invulnerability go hand in hand. Thunder at every step, invulnerability at each transition. He seemed to be able to communicate with and call upon God. Boom! The flames thrown out by Lu Chang exploded and sprang up just half a foot from Peng Liyun, shining and casting flickers on his face. Of course, Lu Chang did not think that one strike would be able to hurt the favored fighter of the age. Fire burning was just thrown out as the body followed up, and the brutal blizzard did not stop, not even to rest. Just this brief fight had stunned the audience in front of the computer screen. An idea naturally formed in their hearts. It was similar to a fight between 2 men at the physical invulnerable level, and it seemed like watching a showdown between the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage. Fire and thunder, passion and fury. Everyone was astonished for a while, and then comments started filling up the screen. When did Lu Cheng's supernatural fire ability become so powerful? It seems like he reached a new level in his fire force. That move was supposed to be an alternative version of ice burning? As the saying goes, a fighter who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Incredible! I am looking forward to this match. As the audience posted their comments, the situation on the stage was fraught with change. Lu Cheng launched a fireball and leapt forward. But the blaze was redirected by Peng Liyun's ascension to heaven stars, and missed the target. As the flames lit up both their faces, Lu Cheng visualized an imposing scene of an ice-bound mighty river. It was a spectacular scene. As the image flashed through his mind, Lu Cheng's body, muscles, bones, and organs adjusted accordingly. A cold current surged within his body, like a raging torrent. This was only the beginning. The frozen river diagram began fading away as the sky was lowering, accompanied by the muffle of thunderclouds. Lu Cheng conducted his strength from his tiptoe to his back, swinging his hardened right arm like an iron club. It was Thunder Roar Zen. Severe warning. That move was not an alternate version, but a simplified original physical invulnerability. When he entered Dan's stage, Lu Cheng's power to control was remarkably enhanced and his spirit was also promoted to another level. Adding the swordsman formula, he finally accomplished severe warning. His iron arm struck down with an ear-splitting sound. As the blaze between them was shaking and dying out, Lu Cheng's clenched fist was reflected in Peng Liyun's eyes. Peng Liyun smoldered with excitement, visualizing twice in his mind and focusing on a green jade seal floating in a void. The jade seal was carved with complex characters, like tangled lightning, radiating silver lights and buzzing. At last, the pattern on the seal was magnified and intensified by yin and yang interaction. This was Peng Liyun's alternate version. His eyes crystallized into two lightning balls. While stretching up and showing off his muscles, he looked like a god of thunder descending to the world. Peng Liyun hit the ground with his hands, facing directly toward Lu Cheng's iron arm. The 11th skill of Thunder Sect, a simplified trick of physical invulnerability, Thunder Seal. Bang! Their fists froze in the midair as a violent wind suddenly sprang up. Peng Liyun lost focus as if his mind was out on a journey. Then ice crystals began forming on his arms, martial arts suit, and hair. Lu Cheng was paralyzed as if he had received an electric shock. His ears were filled with a hiss and his hair stood up. His muscles were out of control, shivering by themselves, and his internal organs were also affected and in disorder. Both of them were struck dumb as if someone pressed the pause button. The audience was also dumbfounded. If it were not for the close-up view of the frost covering Peng Liyun or Lu Cheng's rising hair, most of the audience might have thought something was wrong with their eyes or the live telecast performance. It was said that both Lu Cheng and Peng Liyun mastered a simplified trick of physical invulnerability, and that was the consequence of a powerful clash? Let's wait and see who will regain consciousness first. Incredible! That young man deserves some respect. Zhang He, the announcer, sighed with emotion. Back when I was his age, I had not mastered a single horrifying move. Even 5 or 10 years later, I still did not have any simplified tricks of physical invulnerability. I have never seen Lu Cheng's move, not to mention knowing what it is called. I guess it was the combination of Tremor Punch and Ice Sect Force. Peng Liyun's move was called Thunder Seal, which will be poorly performed by a fighter without a supernatural thunder ability. But Peng Liyun, with only a few adjustments, enhanced the effect of Thunder Seal. Although it was less powerful than the original version, he is indeed a genius. Zhang He seized the moment to explain the situation to the audience. Peng Liyun was a pure fighter, without any supernatural ability. Peng Liyun and Lu Cheng, one was almost inhuman with a monstrous physique, another had a supernatural ability and used a powerful simplified trick of physical invulnerability. Suddenly they both recovered from their rigid posture. One of them glowed with pride and happiness while the other regained control of his muscles. Of course, they woke up one after another. Lu Cheng was one step earlier because he possessed a supernatural ability and practiced the swordsman formula that fundamentally enhanced his body. Although his physique was weaker than Peng Liyun, he wasn't far behind. Lu Cheng advanced forward, trying to get closer to his enemy. Lu Cheng raised his hands and shook his wrists. Spiritual attacks landed before to the actual moves and hit 7 spots on Peng Liyun's body. Mixing feints with actual strikes was one of his tactics. He held back the strength in his muscles and bones, waiting to release it in one ultimate move. Meanwhile, a silver light shot from Lu Cheng's hand, filling the air and condensing into crystal frost. Humming. Every piece of ice crystal was vibrating, disturbing Peng Liyun's sense of hearing. Peng also felt the sting of the sound and his absolute reaction was affected. Before his eyes was a stretch of indistinct white frost. The 13th movement of Ice Sect, Snow Cover. In contrast to Lu Cheng's miraculous effect, any fighter can only influence the circumstance by strength and make frost to interfere enemy's judgment. They will wait for the final strike, making the best use of the enemy's weakened absolute reaction. In other words, although the enemy felt the pain, he could not be well prepared due to the imminent threats. This was quite a complicated skill. After Lu Cheng spent over 3 months, he still could only barely initiate this move. In the dense ice fog, Lu Chang continued to fight while holding back some of his strength. Suddenly his hip became taut, kicking with his right foot toward Peng Liyun's ankle without a word. They were fighting in close combat and Peng Liyun was using his absolute reaction. The kick was about to land on him. On a foggy day, the mist rises from the ground. This was the essence of snow cover. However, a fighter from Ice Sect would not follow a prescribed rule when applying their moves. The kick would only be a feint while the fist would release the real attack. The varied and fast-changing tactics made it difficult for an opponent to defend. Yet, before Lu Cheng's kick arrived, Peng Liyun had straightened his back, moving strength to his feet and biding his time. He sensed hostility coming from below toward his feet. Pop! As Lu Cheng kicked, Peng lifted his left foot and right arm, as if he had practiced 1,000 times, and thrust forward. Bang! Since Lu Cheng was weaker than Peng Liyun, his left foot was bounced back by Peng Liyun's attack. This caused Lu Cheng to lean forward, almost throwing himself into Peng Liyun's right arm. In this critical situation, Lu Cheng immediately adjusted his spine to regain his balance and restore his qi and blood. His force concentrated in his lower abdomen in order to counter the violent attacks from his enemy. Peng Liyun's eyes glistened with fighting spirit as he became excited. His qi, blood, strength and spirit were focused to a single spot within his body, drawing his right arm back and waiting for the next attack. Boom! Their danqi gushed out. Peng raised his right arm up like the thunder god beating a drum with a hammer and Lu tightened his wrist, drawing his shoulder back like drawing a bow, and shot out his fist like an arrow. Bang! Their fists met. Both fighters' muscles, bones, tendons, and vessels began to alter slightly. The muffled noise from the stage awoke the audience, making their adrenaline flow and their blood boil. Snap! A web of cracks appeared under Lu Cheng's foot and he had to withdraw unexpectedly. Peng Liyun forged ahead with an unusual visualization forming in his mind. Peng Liyun raised his hands, punching out continuously like a machine gun. That was the catapulting movement of modern Xingyi. Pop! The audience quieted down, hearing Peng's fascia contracting and stretching. His joints crunched noisily like a ceaseless machine. Pop! The repeated noise made the spectators tremble. They noticed Lu Cheng defending hastily, warding off the opponent's blows by instinct. Wow! Li Mao felt like Peng Liyun's fists left an afterimage. He didn't think he would even stand a chance at defending against this attack. Lin Ke looked towards the arena with his fists clenched. The favored fighter of the age was appealing as if his punch was beating on the bottom of his heart. Yen Zheka held her breath and broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like her heart was in her throat. Yet she was not as scared as everyone else. Brahman and Yen Shaoling held their breath as well, praying silently. Machine fist! Exclaimed Zhang He, the announcer. That was the name of Peng Liyun's move. In modern Xingyi, shooting Philip and catapulting movement were the basics and blast punch was more advanced. But machine fist would not be acquired until the fighter was in full control of his body and equipped with the high agility of a six-pin fighter. The fists would be like shooting bullets when machine fist was carried out, and the opponent would not be able to keep up with the punches. Zhang He reminded the audience. Stop staring at his fists. Look at Peng Liyun's footwork. If machine fist always hit on the same position, the defender could easily deal with it by just waving arms. Without needing to think about their defense, they could easily keep up with the attack. Therefore, the essence of machine fist was the footwork instead of the fist. The delicate footwork altered the fist's target, causing the opponent to be caught off guard and struck by the fists violently. Zhang He had just finished speaking when he frowned and felt puzzled. Why? Even though Peng Liyun changed the hitting spot 3 times, how could Lu Cheng still keep up with his pace? It seemed like they were connected at a deep level with each other and had practiced 100 times. Why? Unparalleled Dragon King was convinced there was something fishy. Lu Cheng's mind was like a crystal mirror, reflecting everything within a radius of a meter clearly. Peng Liyun's muscular contraction and preparation of footwork were exposed, so Lu Cheng could estimate his next move in advance and deal with it. This was called Ice Mirror, the most difficult skill in Ice Sect for a fighter with no physical invulnerability. Lu Cheng's Dan was balanced, and his spirit, qi, and strength were merged as one with some extraordinary power brought by the Jin Dan. After meditation, Lu Cheng acquired inward vision and was one step away from mastering Ice Mirror. Therefore Lu Cheng practiced the forwarding formula and the swordsman formula for a month to initiate the skill, and so far he had achieved the state of Cheng. As a result, he maintained his position in front of Peng Liyun's machine fist with thunder and lightning. Pop! Bang! The noise was continuous, but Lu Cheng always countered the attack promptly by adjusting his arms, swaying his wrists, or stretching his fingers. His comprehensive reaction made him unassailable. However, he was weaker than Peng Liyun, so Lu Cheng had to pull back and release some stress from time to time. It seemed that Lu was forced to withdraw by machine fist. While they were fighting, Lu Cheng stepped backwards along a zigzag pattern instead of a straight line to prevent himself from accidentally falling out of the arena. One of them was a swift and violent attacker, while the other was a steady and nimble defender. The audience sat upright as if they were about to join the fight and get the excitement off their chest. Marvelous! Unbelievable! Peng Liyun is such a Superman. Even an iron plate would be crushed by such an assault. Lu Cheng is tough. I'm getting dizzy just by watching, but he can still defend against it all. Indeed, he seems to be undefeatable. He deserves his great reputation. When Lu Cheng began feeling like he could not make it through the countless strikes, Peng Liyun finally started to slow down. He finished performing machine fist, puffing and blowing. Now or never, Lu Cheng stepped back, letting go of all the pressure. An ancient character appeared in his mind. He could not afford to pay attention to his aching arms and fists. Instead, he put both palms together, soothing them solemnly. Army! That was the army formula of secret mind discipline. The sound resonated and suddenly the fight was fierce. Peng Liyun became lost among thousands of illusory men and horses, hearing their battle cry. The ground seemed to shake like 10,000 stampeding horses. The murderous mood made Peng Liyun's flesh creep. He felt like he was besieged by innumerable enemies. Peng Liyun was nearly delirious, trembling unconsciously. He tried to visualize the thunderbolt caused by yin and yang forces. Bang! The thunder clapped and turned into a mighty god descending to the world. Yang, strength, and integrity filled the arena, dispelling the murderous and elusive army. That was the unique skill of the Thunder sect used for resisting an evil assault. Bang! Lu Cheng was spiritually countered, with a humming in his head. He turned into a ghost under the thunder and lightning. It seemed he was about to vanish, like smoke in the thin air, at any moment. After a flash crossed over his heart lake of ice mirror, it fractured. At the moment, he envisioned a huge Chinese character in his mind with one hand gesturing in front of his chest and another pressed on Dantian. Forwarding. Lu Cheng was surrounded by the muffled noise as if all his terror and fear had disappeared. Not bad. Peng Liyun brought down his fist and used the force concentration to perform Divine Pound, one of 24 pounding skills in Thunder Sect. He swung his right arm towards Lu Cheng, leaving him no room to dodge. With the Divine Pound came the repercussion. Lu Cheng held his Dan, forcing strength into his right arm. Instead of swelling, his arm strained and tightened. Lu Cheng brandished his fist, showing no sign of fear. A rocket-like punch approached. Boom! There was an explosion in the arena and the blast wave spread in all directions, centered around the two fighters in a deadlock. Lu Cheng's feet almost got bogged down into the ground and his shoes were torn. He staggered around and drew back. Suddenly, he took a breath, while concentrating the running qi and blood to maintain his balance. He drew support from his opponent, and then withdrew his left foot swiftly. Double explosion. Mega avalanche. Peng Liyun ignited his Dan, kicking and thrusting like lightning. Pong. Lu Cheng applied brutal blizzard into the successive explosions, giving Peng Liyun tit for tat. Third explosion, fourth explosion, fifth explosion, and sixth explosion. Their fight caused a raging storm on the stage, with the explosion sound incessantly lingering. Seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th explosion. Lu Chang resisted the enemy at every step, and based on his 24 blizzard strikes, Lu Chang even gained an advantage. While Peng Liyun fought, he became even stronger and inexhaustible. The fighting stage was trampled into a pit, draping in a veil of flying ash. Bang! Every hand-to-hand fight was like a bomb dropping, exploding upon the heart of Su Wanyan and others. Feng Zhirong could not help ripping the white towel wrapped around his head while staring at the arena. Brilliant! The comments alike were posted on the screen. How could Lu Chang deal with 10 explosions? Is this a top-level match between two ordinary fighters? Oh, now I'd like to pick a fight with someone. I'm even willing to fight a girl. Crack! Lu Chang's martial arts shoes split, resembling a pair of butterflies, while Peng Liyun's shoes were smashed to pieces. One of them turned his hand over, and another clenched his fist, making the 11th explosion. After entering Dan's stage, Lu Chang could finish 5 explosions in a row without the Jin Dan replenishing him. When his supernatural ability awoke twice, with Dan's stage skills and practicing the swordsman formula, Lu Chang already made a breakthrough that enhanced his body and ability significantly. Even without the Jin Dan, he could accomplish 12 explosions, while Peng Liyun made 10 explosions when he fought Renli this year, and he was almost an inhuman, even a monster. Speaking of which, they were far beyond Feng Zhirong and others. Bang! A fair-complexioned fist and a sunburnt fist collided with each other. Lu Chang felt that Peng Liyun had a stronger physique, so he retreated, causing the ground to subside with his footprints. Peng Liyun faltered and failed to attack quickly enough. After a while, they came apart, applying the internal training methods to alleviate the pressure caused by Tremor Punch. The successive explosions finally went off. They just used force concentration and got entangled, so they were not fully recovered. As they broke away from each other, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Yen Zheka and others could finally catch their breath, and the rest were joyful, relieved, shocked, or astounded. Initial 6th pin fighter, said Ren Li, in front of the TV screen in the office of Martial Arts Club of Capital College. Initial 6th pin fighter? Xinyu, Jiang Kongchan, and the others were aware that Sunny Star referred to Lu Chang, so they looked at each other in dismay while recalling the fight they just witnessed. In a mere 4 months, Lu Chang almost became a 6th pin fighter? You've got to be kidding me. This is insane. What's more, Peng Liyun left no opportunity for Lu Chang. What is Peng Liyun's actual strength? Lu Chang, standing on the stage, wondered the same thing. He even felt desperate because he did his utmost, yet Peng Liyun was handling it with ease. Peng was such a deep and immeasurable opponent that no matter how hard Lu Chang tried, Peng Liyun could always find a way to fight back. There was no stratagem that ensured Lu Chang's success. Peng Liyun regretted meeting force with force, but he did so when he used simplified physical invulnerable move. It was different when he fought Ren Li because he dodged and evaded. In other words, he was fully convinced that he could deal with all the possibilities this time when confronting Lu Chang. Peng Liyun was not underestimating his enemy. He was just a keen fan of martial arts, so he was waiting for the right time to experience his opponent's secret skills personally. Of course, it showed through Peng Liyun's calm and confident manner. Maybe Peng Liyun's arrogance and negligence can be exploited, Lu Chang reckoned as he leapt forward. He prepared to use a double-edged sword. He visualized an ice-bound river, frozen waves, and a bright sun in the air. The great sun fell from the sky, causing a change in Lu Chang's body, and then hit the ice ruthlessly. This was Lu Chang's severe warning, and this time the supernatural ability of ice and flame reached the balance, carrying out a destructive power that would hurt both sides. Pop! Lu Chang's back trembled, and then he raised his right arm, putting his fist forward. While Peng Liyun was excited, visualizing thundering in his mind as he hit the ground, causing a burst of golden blaze and sparks. The 15th move of Thunder Sect, a simplified trick of physical invulnerability, Thunderbolt Fire. This was a simplified version from Golden Blaze of physical invulnerability. Lightning and Fire Stance, an even simpler version of it that can produce a temporary blast. Peng Liyun started to tighten his muscles. As he clenched his fist confidently, he used the trick of Raise the Fire, Burn the Sky, Bang! Ice and blaze bumped into each other and then concentrated into a tiny whirl at Lu Cheng's fist, sucking all the strength of numbness and fire from Peng Liyun. Peng Liyun's fist was tangled with Lu Cheng's, so he could not get away. Bang! The tiny whirl lost its balance due to the external force and it blew up, releasing shocking waves. Bang! This was the first time Peng Liyun was struck by Lu Cheng. Peng Liyun hobbled back and seemed a little crestfallen and heavy-minded. Under the backfire of the explosion, Lu Cheng was in hot pursuit of his enemy. Lu Cheng's spirit preceded him and he tried to use his left and right hook to attack. Under such circumstances, he could not use force concentration. With his absolute reaction, Peng Liyun resumed his focus and got back to Dan realm immediately. He lifted his arms to his chest. At this point, Lu Cheng's fascia was bouncing. He made a detour to Peng Liyun's back. A snowy gleam and a bloody blaze rushed toward Peng Liyun. The attack of ice and fire. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng's hands were held together and tightened. He pounded from right and left like a giant cracking a mountain, cutting off Peng Liyun's retreat. This was Cold Swallow, the 19th skill of Ice Sect. A chill came from all directions. At this moment, Lu Cheng realized Peng Liyun had reached his limit, and he stood a good chance of defeating him. Suddenly, it seemed that one worm will after another turned on inside Peng Liyun's body, kindling yin, yang, thunder, and lightning, erupting a formidable repulsion. The ice and blaze from Lu Cheng's Mountain Blast Punch slowed down. Pop! Before Mountain Blast Punch landed on him, Peng Liyun tripped off and avoided ice and blaze burning. Not far away there was an outburst with boundless white smoke. The spirit in his eyes reappeared, turning into a flashing lightning ball. He bent his arm, using his elbows to counter Lu Cheng's fists. Meanwhile, Thunder Seal was visualized in his mind, floating in emptiness with sparks flying off. Bang! Since Lu Cheng used his double-edged sword, he could not evade in time and got a thump on the fists. A strong numbness infected in his body. His hair turned up, and his heart almost paused. His felt pain and his internal organs were injured. When Lu Cheng recovered, Peng Liyun turned around, hanging his fist between Lu Cheng's eyebrows. Peng Liyun, the god's favored fighter, puffed heavily, and his forehead poured with sweat. He was less determined and confident. The referee also raised his right hand to announce the result. The third round, Peng Liyun wins. Lu Cheng was quite dizzy, as if he was still stupefied by lightning force. Peng Liyun, a worthy opponent. Lu Cheng closed his eyes painfully. When Lu Cheng finally saw the chance to defeat him, Peng Liyun, in anticipation, reversed the attack and won. Lu Cheng's heart was filled with great frustration. If he had not had so much hope, he would not be so upset and full of sorrow right now. His pain was equal to the joy that he felt previously. Over 4 months of patience, practice, and hope had all been in vain. Ridiculous. I promised Kiki that with Lin Ke I would defeat Peng Liyun to suppress his will, affect his faith in being victorious, and delay his speed of breaking through to the inhuman level, thus gaining hope for next year's finals. But now, I am too ashamed to face my elders. Fortunately, because I was more secretive, such words were said only in front of Kiki. Otherwise, who knew how much ridicule and irony that I would endure? If I had drawn to be the first to fight on the stage, defeated Fang Zhirong using the misplacement advantage, and challenged Peng Liyun at the peak state of my power, then brother-in-law would have had the chance to subdue this weird opponent, right? If I had stayed calm in Peng Liyun's face, and stalled him for a little longer with my gift of strength and replenishing of Jindan, the situation might have been different. A person always thought after they experienced setbacks. What if different choices were made at that time or some details were handled better? Then the results might have been different. And Lu Cheng was no exception. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed and pained he became. He even felt somewhat angry at himself. Taking a breath, visualizing the ice mirror, and restraining all kinds of thoughts, Lu Cheng nodded to Peng Liyun, whose gasping had eased. He turned toward the stone steps with an impractical pace, while his muscles were still trembling. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were extremely uncomfortable, and a salty taste of rust was rolling in his throat as if he would spit up blood. Not only did I lose, but also I suffered severe internal injuries. Lu Chang sighed and shook his head bitterly. Just then, the students in the spectator stands from Shanbei suddenly applauded. From sparsely to warmly, from noisily to neatly, all for that wonderful battle and also for the admirable adversary Lu Chang. You actually stepped down from the arena proudly. As the applause reverberated, Yan Shaoling suddenly cried out sadly, not only being moved by everyone's recognition of Lu Chang, but also being sad for his defeat. Lu Chang clearly fought so well, why would he lose? The cruelty of games was that, most of the time there was only one winner, and this time the winner was Peng Liyun. Listening to the applause given for his opponent, Lu Chang felt slightly comforted, but the frustration and pain in his heart still could not be completely alleviated. He walked out of the ring as a loser, groggy and lonely. Meeting Li Mao halfway, he slapped hands with Li Mao. Forcing a smile, Lu Chang whispered, "Your opponent is too strong. What a shame. Really not reconciled. Maybe he has reached the limit and left me a chance? Then I could remember this match for a lifetime." Li Mao deliberately joked in order to relieve Lu Chang's pain. Losing to Shanbei was normal, and losing to Peng Liyun is not shameful. Go ahead. Lu Chang did not speak anymore. He nodded to Li Mao, walked toward his seat, and saw Yan Zhika approaching, completely in white. The girl's eyes were somewhat red. She lightly bit her lip, and said without any doubt, "You fought fantastically. Even though you lost, I am still proud of you." Lu Chang might not have felt ready to respond much to others, but he could not treat Coach Yan that way. He said with a wry smile, "I hope next time you'll say, 'Awesome,' and 'You're amazing.'" To fight well meant losing the fight but winning people's respect. To fight awesomely meant winning the match, fully and delightfully. Yes, Yan Zhika nodded. She knew Lu Chang did not need words of comfort, so she only held his palm, silently trying to pass on her temperature to him. If the pain is shared, can it be weakened as well? Yan Zhika sat down next to Lu Chang and thought senselessly. Listening to the applause from the computer, Chu Hui, in a tuxedo and top hat, had turned pale without the high spirits from the beginning. Are these two guys even human? If it was just Peng Liyun, I would have to accept it because he was strong for more than 2 years. He was turning into a monster close to the inhuman level. It was not an unacceptable thing. Anyway, I was accustomed to losing to him and never thought to beat Shanbei. But how, in only just over 4 months, did Lu Chang get this kind of daunting strength? How did he soar from the moment I felt hopeful to defeat the hopeless? Then how should we fight? How do we fight next week's match? As Chu Hui looked at Luo Hei's, Yin Xiangxi, and other team members, all of them showed an expression of being scared, sluggish, dazed, or trembling. The gap was so big, people even did not want to catch up. Chu Hui painfully looked back and saw a close-up of Lu Chang, noticing that something was wrong with him. Suddenly Chu Hui felt delighted, and blurted out, "Lu Chang is wounded, and it is not the kind wound that will repair soon." After nearly 2 months' recovery from the injury without any protection or offsetting, it was very clear how terrifying Peng Liyun's thunderclap force, plus a simplified physical invulnerable move was. Even if Lu Chang's physical fitness is far better than mine, and Peng Liyun was not himself back then either, without being able to rest for most of the month, Lu Chang could not recover from this. Lu Chang was injured? Luo Hei's and Yin Xiangxi were both astonished and asked with implicit pleasure. Yes. Look at his current state and watch the playback later to see if he was directly hit by Peng Liyun's thunderseal. Like a survivor, Chu Hui was fortunate and ecstatic. Lin Ke also suffered dark poison force, and he probably cannot fight in his best state next week. Haha. I don't know what they think. Clearly, there is such a big gap between them and Shanbei, and they fought so hard. Is this not a chance for us? I think we should pay tribute to their martial arts spirit and enjoy this gift. During the taunting, the people of the martial arts community at Sanjiang College confirmed Lu Chang's situation through slow-motion playback. Their accumulated depression and fear were immediately released, and they become so excited. Here is our chance. Thanks to the martial arts spirit of Lu Chang and Lin Kei for their hard work. In the martial arts club office of Capital College, Chindigua, Xinyu, Jiang Kongchan, and others stared at the screen blankly. Forgetting how to speak and forgetting about other things, the atmosphere became weirdly quiet. For a moment they thought Peng Liyun would lose. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Chang, who had fought like that, still failed to beat this favored one. After a few dozen seconds, Chindigua broke the silence with a bitter smile. Little Li, what level do you think Peng Liyun has reached? Renli pondered, then answered, 1 step to inhuman. 1 step to inhuman. Xinyu, Jiang Kongchan, and others thought about these 4 words, at a loss and in awe. Renli clenched his fists unconsciously. In front of the computer screen, Brahmin released her hands from her braids as a few crystal tears rolled off her face, which then fell onto the floor. She opened the forum and sent a post. Oh woohoo! Why, he obviously fought so well. Why did they let him lose? Fighting like this is pretty good. Much better than I expected. I thought that Lu Chang would have, at most, a strong 7th level, and I was afraid that his losing to Peng Liyun is affecting his confidence. The little girl Brahmin was comforted by unparalleled Dragon King. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen, I just want him to win. It's killing me seeing him like that. Brahmin sent a cover ears, shaking head emoji. Nyachichi wrote, following a face full of tears emoji. I know it is very good that he can fight with Peng Liyun at this level. No, extremely good. But I still cannot help feeling sad. You girls. Why are you so fragile? Need comfort from your uncle? Don't go for the heart but the kidney. Okamoto's fan sobbed after a few jokes. Okay. I'm out of jokes. Let me calm down with a cigarette. Hey, think about the gap between Lu Chang and Peng Liyun from 6 months or a year ago, and then look at the present. You should be relieved, right? Ring Road came out to say, damn, you're so sad about Lu Chang losing to Peng Liyun, whose strength was at least 1 level stronger than his. Should I go kill myself because I was defeated by him while I had no rank at all? Fortunately, Lu Chang has advanced by leaps and bounds. Losing to him has become an interesting talking point. Nothing to be shameful about. At this time, many cats suddenly popped in to reply. We know that, sensibly, you are right. But still we wailed. In the broadcasting room of the video site, the guest commentator, Zhang He, was commenting excitedly. Bravo! Bravo! This match made me want to move my rusty arms and legs. Lu Chang is strong. Peng Liyun is stronger. Both are awesome. The host echoed. Yes. I did not think Lu Chang could force Peng Liyun to this point. It seems he is approaching his limit. His limit? No, Peng Liyun was just overloaded for a short time. That doesn't mean that he lost the power to fight again. If Lu Chang hadn't given the final few strokes, perhaps we could not even have seen him in this overloaded state. Zhang He could not help but sigh. You have just made rapid advancement in your age with high and vigorous spirits. It is very sad and pitiful to meet an opponent who defeat you like this. You mean Peng Liyun is stronger than he just demonstrated? The host was shocked. Zhang He nodded slightly. He is enjoying the match, not trying to win it, and that is the difference between these two. Need I say more? You are saying that Peng Liyun in the last moments was the strongest himself? The host suddenly asked. You can say that. Zhang He sighed. That is to say, the direct target is the physically invulnerable Y-Gang. When I was at the peak of rank 6, I wasn't strong like that. As they spoke, the barrage was brushed off one by one, and no one seemed to be concerned about the battle of Li Mao and Peng Liyun. I have to say, Lu Chang is really powerful. Though practicing martial arts for only more than a year, he was able to fight with Peng Liyun like this. I was literally watching on my knees. It's almost sturdy with no friends. He really deserves the candidate of God's favored one. He has more hope than anyone else. After a lot of positive affirmations about Lu Chang, someone was looking forward to the future. I cannot imagine in another 6 months or a year what realm Lu Chang can reach. Will he surpass Peng Liyun? This sentence suddenly poked the hornet's nest, attracting a bunch of people to besiege. To surpass Peng Liyun? Ha ha ha. Such a big joke. As if Peng Liyun will not enhance more. He will soon enter the inhuman level. How could he match with Peng Liyun just by his supernatural ability and inborn gifts? Didn't you listen to the commentary? Peng Liyun didn't use his full strength. He didn't even use his full strength, and then Lu Cheng fell. Gee, if he is so strong, then one more fight. Peng Liyun and Lin Ke just fought a few moves, and if they fight one-on-one, he will beat Lu Cheng to the point that he will ask for his father. Would you stop it? They just speculated based on the facts. Lu Cheng has been promoted from a real ordinary person to a warrior approximate to, or weaker than, 6th pin after practicing martial arts for just a year and 2 months. With another 6 months or a year, who knows what extent he can grow to. Seriously, such a large-scale upgrade never lasts long, and it will be more difficult to go up. Lu Cheng's rate of getting stronger will inevitably slow down. If he can enter the inhuman state within a year, I will do a broadcast eating shit. Yes, Lu Cheng is a very powerful genius, but compared to Peng Liyun, I use comical lines to answer you. Waste, you are not qualified. Poor guy. Go and eat shit. I doubt Lu Cheng will lose confidence from being defeated by Peng Liyun. I just found out he was desperate. Those who do not have confidence are salted fish, and it is hard for them to improve more. Quarreling was very fierce online. Brahmin was angered to tears, who wanted to see the barrage of how they praised Lu Cheng after the match. Damn it. I really want to hit them. I really want to quarrel with them. At the scene of the arena, the battle of Li Mao and Peng Yueyun had begun. Peng Yueyun did not turn away from the scene. He left the opportunity to Su Wanyan, which gave his opponent the greatest respect. He thoroughly mixed his breath and took his stance, letting him attack. This was the most heart-catching match that Li Mao had fought. He used 24 blizzard strikes, one stroke after another, and became crazier even without any stop. Pa! He made the most powerful punch since he had been practicing martial arts and felt an unparalleled release. Peng Liyun put up his arm, waving his waist and belly, and accurately blocked him, not moving at all. Li Mao was waiting to attack again but suddenly felt that his body was empty, without any more strength. Unconsciously, he had actually finished the entire 24 blizzard strikes. Looking at Peng Liyun in front of him, who fought leisurely, Li Mao said with a self-deprecating smile, "Thank you. Thanks for your accomplishment." After those words, without waiting for the referee's announcement, he turned and walked down the ring with no regret and no loss, but only a gentle sigh. The referee raised his right hand and said, "The 4th match, Peng Liyun wins. This match, Shanbei University wins." In the home team seats, Su Wanyan happily waved his fist, feeling that he had escaped from havoc. He did not need to face the monster who could bounce corvine mouth. In Fang Zhirong's gloomy eyes, there was not much happiness, and only thought about losing the fight with Lin Ke. At the side of Songcheng University, when Li Mao came back, he high-fived the others. Then he silently returned to the locker room. Near the front door, holding Yan Zhika's hand, Lu Cheng consciously looked back to the ring and saw Peng Liyun standing there applauding to the surrounding people, the light putting a layer of golden glow onto him. Looking back, Lu Cheng closed his eyes for a moment, then went into the locker room. On the returning train, the people of the martial arts club did not say anything. Several times Kai Zhoming wanted to break this atmosphere, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he did not have the courage to speak. Mu Jinyan and Yan Shaoling sat in the back row, watching the silent Lin Ke, full of distress, and could not wait to muster the courage to comfort him, but ultimately did not put that into action. Lu Cheng snuggled up to Yan Zhika, and smelling her familiar fragrance and feeling the warmth that relaxed him, he slowly calmed down. "You see, a lot of people on the internet praise you." Yan Zhika just turned to some of the comments on the Weibo and saw the compliments at the beginning, quickly handing the phone to Lu Cheng with a boasting expression. Lu Cheng read the messages one by one. Knowing all affirmed his own strength and admired the wonderful performance of the previous match. He gradually smiled with his lip tilted a little. Yen Zheka got her face close and read together with him, occasionally keeping her delicate white chin up, showing a sense of pride. Watching for a while, Lu Chang turned to the part of contrasting with Peng Liyun, and he found a variety of taunts. For example, by virtue of supernatural ability and ancestral chromosomes, being defeated and losing confidence, being far from qualification, the candidate was just a candidate, and so on. His temples twitched and his heart had an unknown fire for a while. He wanted to prove something, he wanted to quarrel about what was right and wrong, but sadly found that there was no excuse for losers. Only victory could fight anything back. Yen Zheka bit her lip tightly after seeing that, and there was an angry fire burning in her black eyes. She suppressed her anger, not wanting to infect her boyfriend with her negative mood. She clicked the screen off to exit the discussion and pretended to be reasonable. Chang. Ignore them. Some people just like to smear others. Lu Chang had intended to comfort Coach Yen, but accidentally saw a long Weibo from the all-knowing man in ganghood, an internet celebrity in the field of martial arts. This defeat outweighs the victory to Lu Chang. Why does he say that? Not only Lu Chang, but also Yen Zheka was quite curious. She promptly clicked to read it. It is foreseeable that Lu Chang will step into a period of slow growth. Why do I say this? It's obvious that the strength enhances of Lu Chang are always accompanied by an awakening of supernatural abilities. This is obvious common sense. The awakening of supernatural abilities will greatly improve the quality of the body. Of course, the premise is that there is no obstacle in the realm. That is to say, if not in the Dan stage, though the abilities are awakened again, qualitative change of strength will not take place. Lu Chang has just entered into the Dan stage, and he could have the potential of the 7th pin, relying on his own inherent strength and practice of Frost Force in advance. From 7th pin to weaker than 6th within just over 4 months. He relied on the second awakening of dual abilities Ice and Fire, as well as the period of formal contact with the Dan practice. Now this period went away, and we all know that the awakening of supernatural abilities is more difficult than ever. Within a year or two, there will be no more dividends to Lu Chang on this aspect. In this way, the slowing down of his ability to enhance is predictable. By next April, practicing more ice moves and upgrading related combat experience can be expected. At most, from weaker than 6th pin to formal 6th pin, the gap between him and Peng Liyun will be further widened. Such speed will be with him for a long time. Whether or not he is able to enter the inhuman level within 2 years, without awakening supernatural abilities, will be considered a test to confirm if he is the chosen one in this world. This utter defeat comes just in time to prevent him from self-inflation. He can clearly recognize himself and understand the gap between himself and Peng Liyun, as well as the fact that he may not catch up within a few years. Therefore, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Maybe this is a severe warning? This long Weibo seemed to stand in the perspective of Lu Chang, but totally in a condescending tone. The unkind thought that the rapid progress of Lu Chang relied entirely on the awakening of supernatural abilities implied that Lu Chang was not as good as Peng Liyun, and so he should be used to mediocrity and frustration. Yen Zheka was so angry, quietly clenching her fists, and said, "Don't listen to this person's nonsense. Chang, his opinion is unimportant." Lu Chang took a breath. In fact, the all-knowing man in ganghood was not wrong. The dividend of his own ascension was actually fading. The awakening of supernatural abilities was not something that could be considered now. The influence of Dan to practice on the body was getting weaker and weaker. It was entering the stage that needed days and months accumulated. Only the internal practice of swordsman formula could still be counted. Because of this, he became angrier with this commentary for not being able to disprove it. Looking at his face, Yen Zheka pursed her lips, as if deep in thought. When they returned to the new campus of Songqing University, it had gotten dark. Therefore, they waved and bid farewell to each other depressingly. Mu Jinyan could not pause but followed Lin Quebec, watching his back silently. She was unable to comfort him. No, the Lin K I know would not want the comfort. She restrained herself and accompanied Lin K, 2 steps behind. When closely approaching the 9th block living quarters, Lin K suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Mu Jinyan. Do you have a pen and paper? Ah! Mu Jinnun became speechless. He is talking to me? He talked to me for the first time. Does he know that I want his signature? Waking up, she hurriedly removed her backpack, pulled out a signature pen and notes, handing them to Lin K. Lin did not say anything, but quickly wrote a line of words. Thank you for not comforting me. Thank you for not comforting me. Mu Jinyan took the note and watched Lin K walking into the dormitory. His eyes were full of pain, but his figure was straight. I will always support you, Mu Jinyan shouted out, no longer caring about the eyes of other people. Lu Chang was taken to the lake by Yen Zhika. Through the woods they came to the barren west zone. Why did we come here? He asked. Just follow me. Yen Zhika never came here. She entered the west zone only when abducted by Lu Chang. But she noticed something with her unique, girlish attentiveness and sensitivity. She took Lu Chang to a building that had not yet been completed. She pointed to the top and said, Let's go to the roof. I want to get some air. The building was planned to be a library in the new campus to replace the temporary one. It would become the largest one in the province, and one of the largest in the country. Sure. Lu Chang understood that the girl was trying to let him climb high to gaze far, feel the breeze, and relieve his mood, so he did not refuse. Along the stairs, the two walked up one step at a time very slowly. A long time later, they finally came to the top, witnessing the view without offense. Looking down, the lights in the eastern zone were brilliant, reflecting in the lake. The scenery was so charming and it made people relaxed and happy. The depression in Lu Cheng's heart seemed to be greatly eased. Let's sit down at the edge, Yen Zhika suggested. She has no fear of heights at all. Taking the paper towel, Lu Cheng laid it on the edge. They sat down side by side, breathing in the cool, fresh air and overlooking the open world. Suddenly, Yen Zhika looked ahead and said, Chang, do you still remember that once I sang a song for you? Yes, to cheer me up. Lu Cheng smiled. Yen Zhika pursed her lips and smiled, gently glancing at him. Let me sing it to you again. Not waiting for Lu Cheng to answer her, facing the open outside, she gently hummed. Run forward, toward the cold eyes and laughter. The vastness of life cannot be felt without hardship. Destiny fails to let us kneel and beg for forgiveness, even if our arms are filled with fresh blood. The clear voice of the girl echoed in his ears. In front of him, it was the boundless vast earth, the Milky Way on the ground flowing in the dark, and her beautiful dark hair flying in the wind. Lu Cheng suddenly felt a bit drunk. His mood was gradually relieved, and his heart was full of strength again. Failure itself was not terrible. What was really terrible was that people always felt depressed that they had failed. Run forward, towards the cold eyes and laughter. Continue to run, with the pride of youth. Life's brilliance cannot be seen unless we persevere. Rather than to live mediocrely, why not burn with passion? There will be a day when it will sprout again. The song lingered in the air. The cold wind blew, and the night was peaceful. Lu Cheng stared at Yen Zheka, who sat next to him. She was pink-faced from singing a song. He became calm and very relaxed. His gloomy mood was improving. Yen Zheka took a heavy breath and glanced at him. She lifted up her chin and hummed deliberately. Do you think I am good at singing? She hung her legs outside the building and swayed them lightly. It was cute. You are better than good. Lu Cheng laughed and reached for her waist so that she would lean on his shoulder. He looked at Weishui Lake in the distance and said in a slightly self-deprecating tone, People always get greedier bit by bit. At first, I didn't think I could defeat Peng Liyun. Although I told you I would win, I actually still doubted my strength at the time. I thought that by joining your brother and achieving stronger effects with my second awakening of the fire supernatural ability, that we would have more of a possibility of defeating Peng Liyun. So long as both your brother and I were filled with power. Even so, I still never would have expected that we could beat Shanbei. After I found that my strength had improved a lot by the second awakening of the supernatural ability and I rapidly advanced in the dance stage, I gradually gained confidence and was no longer satisfied with my previous plan. I began to consider the possibility of defeating Shanbei. I mastered the swordsman formula, the army formula, and the forwarding formula quickly. I became more ambitious and felt that I could fight Peng Liyun by myself. I know I'm undeniably weaker than him, but I still think there is a possibility for me to beat him. I won against Zhang Zhutong and Han Jifei under similar conditions. They were both stronger than me at the time. Don't laugh at me. I mean it, even after your brother tried so hard to attack Peng Liyun, who in the end, still didn't consume much stamina. I still held the belief I could defeat him before I entered the ring. Now, however, I clearly know the reality. Even though I tried my best, Peng Liyun could still easily suppress me. No matter what kind of movements I made, he could hold me down. By the end of the match, if I hadn't attacked him with the abnormal severe warning, maybe I wouldn't have learned his limits. The bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. I learned a crucial lesson from this match. That's why I felt so upset and depressed, and became much angrier when I received a bad evaluation from others. I now find that I was a little arrogant at the moment. Lu Cheng finished analyzing his mental state. Yan Zhika pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "Isn't a man usually reluctant to confess his failures or embarrassments to the girl he loves? Well, this is the so-called ego and self-esteem of men. Why would you share these thoughts with me?" Lu Cheng let out a low chuckle and replied, "Because you are my coach Yan, the mentor of my life. Don't you forget it." Yan Zhika was suddenly amused by his answer, so she deliberately acted like an elder. "So how do you feel now?" What pleased her most was that Cheng seemed to have pulled himself out of the shadow of failure. "My feelings now? Well, I just want to catch up to him and close the gap." Lu Cheng replied to her sincerely and frankly. "Cool. I set a small goal, to defeat Shanbei before Peng Liyun graduates." Giving no time for Yan Zhika to answer him, he quickly added, "I've always heard that Peng Liyun likes to jump through the window instead of taking the stairs or walking through the front door." His words frightened her. She blurted out, "What are you thinking? I know him well. He wouldn't mention something like this for no reason." Lu Cheng looked at the ground below, a frightening distance from where he now stood. He smiled and said, "I want to try. Will you join me?" Although Yan Zhika didn't have a fear of heights, neither did she have thoughts of committing suicide. Nor did she have a habit of jumping off buildings. She looked down at the ground far away and found how high she now stood. She was about to refuse him out of reflex. It was at this moment that Lu Cheng turned around, looked at her, and faintly smiled. "Trust me." Hearing these two words, Yan Zhika bit her pink lips softly and nodded. "Okay." The moment she finished her words, she felt herself being pulled into his arms. He was cradling her. "Why are you holding me like this?" Yan Zhika felt so shy that she hit her fist against him gently. "This is the first time I've been hugged like this. It's a princess hug. No, it shouldn't be like this. How can he hug me like a princess now?" Lu Cheng chuckled and answered, "If something goes wrong, it'll be easier for me to throw you out of the way from this position. Anyway, I cannot let anything hurt my fairy." "What?" Yan Zhika was still wondering what he meant, when Lu Cheng suddenly leaped forward. Yan Zhika heard the wind suddenly become fierce. She fell rapidly downward. Her hair blew into a mass as the ground got closer and larger. It seemed like it was about to slam into her face. As a girl who was always praised for her rationality, Yan Zhika shuddered. She wanted to scream instinctively. She felt as if she'd heard the coming of death. Is this why people are crazy about bungee jumping? But what I'm experiencing now is much more horrible than bungee jumping. I don't even have a rope tied to my waist. Is this the feeling of walking along the edge of life and death? She subconsciously hugged Lu Cheng tighter and pressed her face to his chest where she could get a sense of security. Just before they landed, Lu Cheng suddenly condensed his chi and blood and suppressed his spirit. He first tightened his muscles, then released all his power. His body seemed to expand. It helped him decrease the friction with the airflow so that he glided within a limited distance. Bump! The moment he stepped onto the ground, it felt like a small earthquake. He straightened his waist to exert force into his spine. Then he strode forwards as leisurely as an immortal sage. He was still holding Yenjika in his arms. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he finally relieved all the rebounding power, allowing the girl in his arms to feel no discomfort. We have successfully landed? Yenjika's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked around and narrowed her eyes into a slit. She dared not close her eyes. She looked straight at the ground. Yes, Coach Yen. It's a safe landing. This jump had helped Lu Chang relieve all his negative emotions. So he answered her in an excited and humorous tone. Amused, Yenjika struggled to stand up straight. She fixed her long hair and looked around with her bright eyes. Her cheeks had become pink from the excitement. She behaved like a kid who just played a fun game. Was it fun? Was it exciting? Lu Chang asked her with a smile. Yes. Yenjika nodded honestly. Chang is always leading me to do things that are wrong. Suddenly, she thought of something. She frowned and said, You still have internal injuries. How can you jump from such a high building? Aren't you afraid that your injuries will become more serious? I'm fine. Lu Chang moved his body to show that he was okay. He smiled. We have to do crazy things when we're young. Well, anyway, I'm not the one who has injuries. Yenjika knew that her boyfriend mostly just wanted to get rid of his negative emotions. Once she found he was fine, she just stopped criticizing him. Lu Chang was still excited about the jump. He turned around and squatted down in front of Yenjika. Come on, Ku. Let me carry you. Ah no, I'm well energized. Also, my legs feel fine. Yenjika answered with a dumbfounded look. What's the relationship between the two? As your boyfriend, do I need a reason to carry you? Lu Chang laughed, still squatting. His words persuaded her. She pursed her mouth and turned around, cursing him in her heart. She moved toward him briskly and bent down. Carrying the girl on his back, Lu Chang strolled through the West District. There were few people around. Listening to her melodious humming, he leisurely chatted with her from time to time. In fact, my brother seems able to take a more crucial blow than you. I thought so too. But he doesn't need any sympathy or comfort. This attitude is so Lin Quebec. I believe he will eventually catch up to the genius. The man who has fallen behind now won't remain stuck behind others forever. Are you trying to encourage me by saying this? You can interpret my words however you like. But can you stop blowing in my ears when you talk? What's wrong with blowing into your ears? You even kissed my ears. You can kiss mine too. I don't mind at all. Pervert. In the gentle moonlight, the desolate campus looked very beautiful. The next morning, Lu Chang got up early. Despite his internal injuries, he came to the shore of the Weishui Lake. Touched by the cool breeze, he began to practice the Zhe formula. He fixed the problems in his body bit by bit, relying on his inward vision ability. Since he had completely mastered the meditation and ability for controlling nuances, which were specifically mastered by fighters of Dan stage, he could now perform this ability. Geezer Shur stood next to him, crossing his arms. Casually, he said, The Zhe formula has a rather decent healing effect. I will teach you the ice sect healing method if time allows. How long do you think it will take you to completely recover? It will take me 11 or 12 days as long as I do not fight fiercely with others, Lu Chang said, feeling a little guilty. If not for him experiencing his crazy youth last night and jumping from a high building, he might have been able to recover in less than 10 days. Because he had the ability of inward vision, he could make a rather accurate judgment about the recovery of his injuries. Geezer Shur was surprised. That's a bit longer than I thought. Can you fight in the next match? Yes, my body state will become stable in 7 days. If I don't fight like I did in the last match, my injuries won't be aggravated. Lu Chang answered without any hesitation. Although I can only play at 70 to 80% of my strength, it is still enough for me to teach any guys who want to take the opportunity to defeat us a lesson. After finishing the morning exercises, as usual, the members of the club began their special training. However, instead of looking in on the members and just instructing them casually, this time Geezer stood in front of the team and looked around. He laughed. Yesterday when I saw that all of you were as depressed as a frosted eggplant, I wanted to say something to you. But I thought it over and decided that it would be better to give you a night to experience it, so that you would have a much more profound impression. Watching Lu Chang and Li Mao feel ashamed again, Geezer waved his hand. It's normal for you to experience this pain and sadness, or feel unhappy, after you lose a match. Or I think it's good for you to feel that way. This doesn't mean you are weak. This only proves that you care about the match a lot. This indicates that you still have desire and momentum. As for those people who can immediately calm themselves and feel happy after they lose a match, this doesn't mean that they are mature enough to take the result. They can take it only because they are numb and they care less about it. They are apathetic to failure and to martial arts. They have even lost their desire for victory. They don't care about it at all. I dare not talk about other careers, but on the road to martial arts, fighters like this often lose their desire and motivation to improve. They can easily compromise and deal with failure. They are also willing to give in front of the mighty ones. So you guys are good. You still tried your best even when you were confronted by Shanbei. You know the Dragon King. No matter what the reason is, if he loses an important battle, he will be very angry. But, well, he is good at turning these painful feelings into motivation for advancement. You guys need to learn from him. Do not feel depressed about your failures and never trap yourself in these kinds of emotions. As he spoke, the members of the club nodded frequently. They were all inspired. At this moment, Geezer asked seriously, "Yesterday, did you feel sad?" Lu Chang and the others were stunned for a moment, and then answered in unison, "Yes." "Did you feel pain?" Geezer asked further. "Yes." Lin Ke hesitated, but he still joined the other members in answering the question. Hearing their answer, Geezer let out a roaring laugh. "Since you have already known sadness and pain, go practice your martial arts as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Their morale was again lifted. As he watched all of them start practicing and curing their injuries, Geezer let out a laugh and took out his wine pot. He took a sip of wine. "What words do young people always use to describe my present feelings? Holy awesome." The rain drizzled and dropped lightly on the windowsill. It was Sunday morning. Isolated from the outside world, people were reluctant to get up and leave their warm beds. Yan Shaoling was wrapped in a warm quilt and didn't want to wake up. It seemed that as long as she was dreaming, she could forget the failure and sadness of yesterday, and no longer needed to worry about disappointing things. She also had a bad habit of waking up intermittently. She got up to check her cell phone from time to time. Correspondingly, she had a good habit of falling asleep quickly. Opening her eyes reluctantly, she brought the phone under the warm blanket. She unlocked the screen and refreshed the university forum. She found a newly updated post marked in red. "Are there any students who want to cheer for the martial arts club right now?" Cheer for the martial arts club? Wasn't the game held yesterday? Or did all those things happen in my imagination? Yan Shaoling rubbed her face to revive herself and then clicked on the post. In the post, the writer wrote, "I watched the match between our martial arts club and Shanbei. I am fuming with anger and excitement. But I also feel pity for the members of our club. They played so well, but they were still defeated. So I am thinking maybe we can do something for them. Do you want to join me and go to the martial arts arena to show your support? It doesn't matter whether you are boy or girl. All are welcome." Well, Yan Shaoling looked through the whole post and saw several responses. The more she read, the more impulsive she became. Finally, she decided to overcome the coldness of the winter morning and pull herself out from under the comfortable blanket. She put on her long down jacket, opened the door of her dormitory and ran out into the biting wind. As a girl from Yenling, she would never adapt to these southern winters. In the martial arts arena, Lu Chang was taking a break as he always did after practicing the Zhe formula. He practiced in a very reasonable way. It was not too intense. It fully demonstrated his awareness of his injuries. He noticed that one after another, his fellow students kept coming into the arena. They sat on both sides of the stands in a disorganized manner. What was happening? Lu Chang worked at instructing and correcting Yenjika's movements. Yet he was confused by the scene in front of him. He had no idea what exactly was happening. Is this flash mob dancing? Not really. Chang, look, there are so many students. There have never been this many students to watch our special training before. Yenjika was also aware that something was different. She took the opportunity that Lu Chang afforded her and raised her chin toward the stands. Yes, I'm confused too. I'm always afraid of sudden big, bad news. Lu Chang looked around and answered her in a low voice. Kai Zhongming had also noticed the students in the stands. His gaze met Lu Chang's. In an excited tone, he said, Chang, do you see this scene? So many people have come to watch our training, in particular so many students. This means that we're now very famous. Only martial arts masters receive treatment like this. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Lu Chang was shocked by his words. Just as Kai Zhongming was about to make up a set of theories that could explain his nonsense, the students who had come to the arena on such a cold Sunday morning stood up one by one. They made their hands into trumpets and shouted cheers for the members who were doing their special training. Keep going. You can do better. Hearing their cheers echo through the arena, Lu Chang and the other members paused for a moment, but they quickly understood that the students were showing their support for the last match that they'd fought. When they screamed, you can do better, they meant, you already performed very well in the last match. Keep going. You can do better. Their scattered sounds became more and more synchronized, gradually merging into a unified sound wave. Members of the club, including Lu Chang, began to practice harder. It was as if they'd eaten Popeye's spinach. What's more, they became more motivated and passionate. Quickly, record this. Shu Rui's bright eyes were almost moved to tears, and she asked the cameraman to videotape it. How excellent these students are. How lovely this scene is. Not until all the members had left the arena did the special training also come to the end. Shu Rui finally got a chance to record their reactions to the last match, which she had been too embarrassed to record yesterday. She decided to start with the most difficult one. Lin K, how do you feel now? How is your recovery going? Has the dark poison force in your body been completely eliminated? Shu Rui asked with a friendly smile. He will definitely answer me if I start the interview showing great concern for his health. Lin K looked at her. He was breathing heavily and sweating. He said, That's a secret. A secret? Again a secret. Goddamn secrets. Shu Rui opened her mouth slightly and the corner of her eyes twitched with anger. After taking a breath, she maintained her professional composure and a polite smile. She then asked, Are you afraid that the information about your recovery will be explored by Sanjiang College? Well, okay then. I'll ask a different question. Today you look extremely energetic. Have you gotten out of your negative mood about the failure? No, I have not, Lin K answered seriously. What an honest boy. Even Shu Rui wanted to sigh and cover her face. But instead, she smiled in a good manner. Why do you say that? You seem to care less about the last match now, don't you? The failure pushes me to move forward. Lin K answered frankly. This was a good standard answer. But why do I feel as if I'm being tricked by him in some way? She stopped asking questions and watched him turn and go back to the locker room. Concealing her disappointment, she stopped Lu Chang and greeted him with a smile. You're in a good mood, right? Failure means nothing to a young man. Lu Chang let out a chuckle. I always like to chat with young people like you because it makes me feel like I am full of vitality again. Shu Rui tried to amuse him in a self-deprecating way. What did you think of the match yesterday? I realized the gap well and also see the hope. More importantly, I set my goal. Lu Chang answered frankly and did not try to hide his thoughts. You are on a roll. Shu Rui gave him a thumbs up and sincerely praised him. After she interviewed him, she went to find Yenjika. Were you disappointed that you didn't get to enter the ring yesterday? She handed the microphone to Yenjika. Yenjika pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Yes, it's a pity. Although I can't change anything, it was still quite a disappointment for me. I heard that Peng Liyun likes jumping from tall buildings to cut corners. Also, this is an ability only 6th pin fighters in Dan's stage can achieve. Has Lu Chang ever performed similar movements? Xu Rui asked. While she had offered this question casually, Yenjika was shocked. She almost revealed her astonishment. Is reporter Xu asking me on purpose? This is on purpose, right? This is too much of a coincidence. Now, after Chang cradled me to experience the excitement of jumping from the building last night, she comes to ask me about it? Did someone see us last night and tell her? This kind of thing, She looked suspiciously at Xu Rui and then let out a sweet smile, showing her cute dimples. Jumping from a building is dangerous. Good kids should not try it. Well, that's my answer. Xu Rui was puzzled by Yenjika's odd answer. Time passed. All the members were busy making up their missed classes and studying. On December 28th, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club would go to the guest arena and challenge the Martial Arts Club of Sanjiang College. If they lost this match, they would fail to enter the finals. They paid a great deal of attention to this match. They packed up their luggage and gathered at the school bus station. They intended to set off one day in advance. A smooth and steady night's sleep would help them to store their energy in case the long-distance driving affected their state. Xu Rui stood in front of the bus offered specially by the university. She was holding a microphone and had the camera in the background. She asked the club members, "We have another match in the guest arena. Do you want to say anything? Say something." Lu Chang and Yenjika thought carefully about how to respond. Little Ming seemed to come up with something. He patted members on the shoulder one by one and whispered something to them. Lu Chang and Yenjika held each other's shoulders. Yenjika also held He Zi's shoulder. The man next to He Zi was Mu Jinyan. The members linked their shoulders one by one. All of them linked together and formed an arc. They bent slightly and shouted in unison, "We want victory. We want victory, no matter who our opponent is." On December 29th, at 2:50 p.m., in the Sanjiang College Martial Arts Arena. In the host team locker room, Chu Hui looked around at the members of his club. He wore a black swallow-tailed suit and a top hat. In a serious tone, he said, "As we all know, Lu Chang has not completely recovered yet from his internal injuries. Also, Lin Ke is still affected by the remaining power of the dark poison force. They are definitely not at their peak states. This is our chance. We have to admit that no matter what kind of career or what kind of business we are in, luck is always of great significance. Well, this time, the luck belongs to us. If it wasn't for us confronting Songcheng University in the second round, or if Songcheng University hadn't been greatly hurt by Shanbei, we wouldn't have any hope of winning against them. But, presently, we have much more of a chance to win. Since we have the chance to win, we cannot miss it. What's more, we cannot let the chance go because of our own mistakes. There is an old saying, God will blame you if you refuse to take what he gives to you. God will blame you if you refuse to take what he gives to you." Luo Hei's and Yin Xiangxi repeated this sentence in their hearts. They were inspired and motivated by what the club manager, Chu Hui, said. In the guest team locker room, Geezer Shi glanced at Lu Chang and Lin Quebec. He greeted them and asked, "You two brats, can you fight today?" Although Lu Chang and Lin Ke did not look at each other, they answered him in unison, "I can." Since both of you are able to fight, then the order of play doesn't matter. Geezer Shi displayed a careless attitude. "Yen, you go first. This can help you accumulate more experience in an actual match." "Yes, sir." Yenjika responded with a clear and lively voice. Geezer Shi looked at Lin Ke and said, "You're second. You should know where your limit is and never exhaust beyond it. Otherwise, you will be affected by the remaining poison force, and it may cause damage to your health." He deliberately exaggerated the severe result. just in case Lin K decided to treat it carelessly and ignore it. Lin K nodded slightly without showing any expression. Geezer Shi gave Lu Cheng a fleeting glance and said, "Brat, you also need to take care of yourself." "Yes, master." Lu Cheng now held a strong desire to fight in the arena. It had only taken a week to cure his injuries. In the host team locker room, after encouraging all the members, Chu Hui glanced at Luo Hei's and Yin Xiangxi. He shook his head and said, "What a pity. If the strength of Songcheng University's bench fighters hadn't improved so much, you two could defeat Lin K in battle. Provided you two were in peak physical state. Then I would fight Lu Cheng on my own. His injuries haven't healed yet. It would be easy for me to defeat him. Songcheng University's bench fighters have grown quickly. They are not easy targets to be handled quickly." Yin Xiangxi heaved another sigh. At present, Yan Zhika was as strong as a professional 9th pin fighter. Li Mao also approached 9th pin. What's more, Sun Jian, Lin Hua, and Kai Zhongming had the strength of amateur 1st pin. It was hard to defeat them. Luo Hei's agreed with them. "Unless their opponent is you, our club manager." Chu Hui smiled modestly. "I have to maintain a relative amount of strength to fight against Lu Cheng, so I can't consume too much in advance. I'm guessing that Songcheng University will arrange their bench fighters to play first so that they can practice their actual ability, under the condition that their bench fighters are as strong as you. In addition, Lu Cheng's internal injuries haven't completely recovered yet. He will certainly be the last player. He'd rather win without fighting us." As he said this, he looked at Yin Xiangxi and said, "Li Mao always gets nervous when he is in a match. Although this isn't a serious problem, he will still be affected by it. Yan Zhika has experienced less actual combat than you, and she is a girl. She will be easily rattled when confronted with an accident. What's more, Sun Jian and Kai Zhongming are relatively weaker than you. Also, your playing style can restrain their abilities. So you are the first to fight. If you play more ferociously, you will frighten them. Win the victory as soon as you can." "Okay." Yin Xiangxi clenched his fist, eager to fight. He was famous for his direct and violent attacks. He never defended himself. His courage and good judgment meant he was good at taking chances in a split second. He could scare people easily with his ferocious playing style. In short, you need to cooperate with Hei's so as to wear down Lin K as much as possible. Don't spend too much energy on him. This is the key to winning this match, Chu Hui said excitedly. The match was about to start. Lu Cheng, Yan Zhika, and the other members followed Geezer Shi. They walked out of the locker room and towards the guest team seats in a line. Just then, harsh booing suddenly erupted in the arena full of spectators. The boos lasted for a long time. I wanted to go to the bathroom after hearing their noise. Talker did not care for their booing and ridiculed them with humor. Lu Cheng glared at him and said, "Then you need to check your prostate. Different away game venue styles are so different from one another. The students in Sanjiang University won't curse you or attack you. They only boo you." Lu Cheng thought. Little Ming argued with him. "This is a kind of figure of speech. Don't you understand? You are so illiterate. Haha." Hearing those sounds made you want to beat them down until they stopped booing. Just like what we did in Yimo. Right? "It seems that you have experienced the scene in Yimo," Lu Cheng replied amused. "In the match with Yimo, we were the weak side who finally defeated the stronger opponent. But we are stronger than our opponents in today's match. Why should we care so much about them? For the satisfaction that's gained from hitting infants or the elders? Or bullying primary school students? Actually, bullying primary school students is very interesting. Really interesting." Kai Zhongming thought for a while and replied to him frankly. As they were talking, they arrived at the guest team seats. The members sat down one by one. "Chang, is what you said to Talker what you really feel?" Yan Zhika whispered in Lu Cheng's ears and asked him with a smile. "You know me better than anyone in the world." Lu Cheng let out a chuckle. "I'm trying to contempt them in a strategic way while focusing on fighting tactics. Chu Hui has entered the Dan stage. Also, he has made great progress with his improved supernatural flying ability, compared to his previous strength. Since he's defeated 8th pin fighters in Dan's stage before, it will, however, be more difficult for me to defeat him. Makes sense, Yenjika whispered to agree with him. She moved her eyes and said with a smile, but there is still a long way for him to go to reach your level, especially since you can restrain his supernatural ability. Although Chung can't fly, his supernatural ability of fire and frost can be forced out. So if Chu Hui wants to use the supernatural flying ability, he'll easily be shot down by Cheng's supernatural ability. Of course, Chu Hui's supernatural ability could not only help him fly, but it also helped him control his opponent's movements in the match and use the space. He was much better than other fighters in high-ranking Dan's stage. Since Coach Yen says so, then I should be proud of myself. Even though I'm reluctant to praise myself like this. Lu Chang saw the referee enter the ring. He stood in the center, listening to the radio which was announcing the two opposing parties in the first round. Yin Xiangxi versus Yen Zheka. Oh, it's him. Lu Chang held Yen Zheka's hand and reminded her with great concern. Never feel panic when you are fighting him. Never get rattled either. Yen Zheka smiled and agreed with him. During the last week and even the last year, she and Chang had watched many videos about Yin Xiangxi. They had already made a general plan about what they should do when they confronted him. Keep calm and avoid being pulled into his ferocious rhythm. Keep cool and wander around. Even if there is a chance for you to hit him, don't do it directly. Not until Yin Xiangxi has consumed a lot or the perfect opportunity comes. When that happens, you should take the chance to play your counterattacks without hesitation. To defeat him with one hit is called clearance. If you were stubborn, it would be hard to go further. Yenjika pinched Lu Cheng's palm slightly. She stood up and gave the other members a fist bump. She walked toward the flight of stairs at a steady pace. The boos became louder, mixed with a lot of flirtatious whistles. The atmosphere in the arena was heating up. Yenjika walked towards the ring step by step. She glanced at Yin Xiangxi, who was already standing in the ring. Yin Xiangxi was a yuppie boy with a beard. He appeared thin and calm. In actuality, he was very crazy and aggressive. He was also unconsciously attracted by her bright appearance. He found her so beautiful and attractive that it made him eager to show his gentleness instead of being violent. He shook his head to suppress the ripples rising from the bottom of his heart and again became ferocious. Sometimes looking handsome or beautiful was also a kind of inborn supernatural ability. It was called temptation. The referee waited until Yenjika stood in the ring and set a fighting stance. He checked the clock. After more than 10 seconds, he raised his right hand and announced, 3-minute talk time. The important match had now officially begun. It would decide which team could advance to the finals and which team would be eliminated. If Sanjiang defeated Songchang University in this match, then they would follow Shanbei and advance to the national finals. Songchang University would have to wait until next year. Yin Xiangxi took a breath and did not say anything. He stared at Yen Zhika with his dangerous eyes. Was this what people meant when they said looks could kill? Yen Zhika did not feel nervous at all. For some reason, she even wanted to laugh. She remembered how Chang had ridiculed his opponents before. After a couple spent time alone together, they were gradually affected by each other. Yen Zhika stopped thinking about this. Ignoring the stare from her opponent, she began to adjust her own state. Yin Xiangxi suddenly opened his mouth and smiled faintly. Rest assured, I won't attack you so ferociously. Do you mean that you don't need to go all out when you are fighting with me? Or are you planning to flirt with me, so as to irritate me? Just as Yen Zheka began to contemplate his words, she saw that the referee was waving his right hand. He announced, Begin now. Well, all the fighters have been affected by my brother's bad habit. They have learned to keep silent during the 3-minute talk time, and only say one sentence to confuse the opponent. Yen Zheka thought for a while and was not irritated by him. She swung her waist and began to circle Yin Xiangxi with light steps as a climbing sheep would, agile and balanced. She gave her opponent no chance to perform a sound attack. She then took a chance to move to her opponent's side and raised her right arm. She quickly clenched her fist and hit him. Instead of defending himself, Yin Xiangxi tightened his thigh and performed a more ferocious and faster sidekick. Pang! If they kept fighting like this, Yenjika would be hit by her opponent's attack before she landed a fist on him. She calmed down and suppressed her impatience and panic. She kept with her planned play style. As Yin Xiangxi was performing a sidekick, she swung her waist to slide behind her opponent. She then dragged her right fist to the other side and bounced her shoulder to slam her fist into her opponent's temple. Bam! She sank her waist and struck again with her left fist. This attack was called strike opponent's ears with both fists. Yin Xiangxi suddenly bent down and shrank back his head. He exerted force into his feet and moved backward quickly. At the same time, he raised his elbows. He was about to hit violently towards Yenjika's abdomen. No ducking about and no blocking. He was betting everything on this one charge. Yenjika did not want to take this opportunity because the situation was too dangerous. She relieved the force in her arms and jumped backward in an agile and flexible way. This helped her shorten the distance between her and her opponent. After trading several blows with Yin Xiangxi, Yenjika gradually became familiar with his play style. While she no longer felt nervous or rattled, she chose to strictly obey the plan she'd made before the match. She continued to wander around and attack her opponent occasionally. Once the attack lost its target, she would immediately move away. Bam! Bang! Hearing the sounds from the attacks, Lu Cheng was a little worried. Even though he knew that the referee was a mighty fighter in the high-ranked Dan stage who could definitely stop the attacks from two professional ninth-pin fighters, he was still nervous. He was afraid that Ku would be hurt by her opponent. Chu Hui, who sat in the host team area, was slightly depressed. His expectation for rapid victory was in tatters. Doesn't Yenjika lack the experience of actual combat? Don't girls feel nervous and panic more easily? How can she perform so practically and calmly? She wasn't even affected by Xiangxi's rhythm and gave him no target to hit even though he still has so much stamina. He won't consume Lin Kei's stamina this way, which means that I also can't fight with Lu Cheng in my peak physical state. So, is he going to risk it and use that move? Well, use it now. If we can win this match, we will advance to the national finals. We never expected to win the match with Shanbei next week. After Yenjika wandered around and tangled with Yin Xiangxi for a while, she noticed that his attacking momentum had decreased slightly. He was also becoming impatient, so she came up with an idea. She again approached him and visualized a horrible scene about mega avalanche in her mind. She shook her shoulder and raised her right arm slightly. It seemed that she was about to attack him. Pop! Because Yin Xiangxi was impatient, he again performed a violent sidekick. Yenjika bounced her spine and was forced to change her center of gravity. She pulled her body to slide to the back of him right when he was standing on one leg. Pop! The moment Yenjika moved behind Yin Xiangxi, she exploded with force from her shaking shoulders, her right arm swinging forwards to pierce his temple. At this moment, Yin Xiangxi was standing on one leg and his opponent was also behind him, so he seemed to have no chance to dodge this attack. At this critical moment, he still kept his violent and brave play style. While his spine was bouncing like a bow, he forced his left leg, which had just lost its target, to move again and launch a backward front sweep. Thanks to this move, he managed to turn his body to the side and successfully evaded Yenjika's killing strike. No ducking about and no blocking. He bet everything on this one charge. This time, however, Yenjika chose not to retreat and circle around. She decided to borrow the force in her right arm, which had been dodged, to help her jump forward. After the jump, she again came to the back of her opponent and took advantage of her body's rotation to ward off the whip kick, which had swept towards her. Noticing her opponent's irritation, she took advantage of the opportunity and did not hesitate to perform a counterattack. She struck out with a killing move. Clearance. Pop! Her leg kicked out like a whip toward Yin Xiangxi's standing leg. At this moment, Yin Xiangxi lost all of his momentum and was unable to maintain his posture. He had no choice but to give up his stance and rolled forward like a lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding the swift leg. Yenjika stepped on the ground with her right foot and then approached him with sliding steps. She moved her left leg down again to launch an explosive kick to his chest. Boom! In Xiangxi barely managed to cross his arms and endure this kick. Pop! 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 Yan Zhika visualized the scene of brutal blizzard and kicked out with her legs one after the other. Her kicks becoming faster and heavier as they repeated. Bang! 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 Because In Xiangxi was lying on the ground, it was difficult for him to exert any force. After he set his arms and managed to ward off Yan Zhika's 3 kicks, his defensive posture finally collapsed. Yan Zhika followed up with a quick bouncing kick which stopped just above his exposed throat. Round 1, Yan Zhika wins. The referee announced after glancing at them. Yes! Yan Zhika showed her overwhelming excitement and turned around to wave toward the visiting team area. She just saw that Lu Chang had jumped up and was letting out celebratory punches continuously. He looks even more excited than me, thought Yan Zhika. Before the match, who could imagine that I could defeat In Xiangxi in this way? Things will become much easier for us as long as we can find a play style that can restrain our opponent and then strictly carry out this style. Crap! Chu Hui hid his anger and depression in his heart and did not scold In Xiangxi verbally. Chu Hui thought to himself, I expected so much from In Xiangxi. I always thought that he would be able to quickly defeat the bench fighters of Songcheng University, but in the end, not to mention failing to get a fast win, he didn't even manage to win the match at all. How can we fight this battle? My expected plan went wrong from the very beginning. For now, I can only pray that both Lu Cheng's and Lin Kei's injuries are more severe than I expected. Go on. Try your best. Chu Hui patted Luo Hei's shoulder powerlessly. I hope he can at least consume some of Lin Kei's stamina. Yes, sir. Luo Hei stood up. He was tall and strong, a physique which meant he was naturally talented for martial arts. After Yan Zhika calmed down, she found that the muscles in her legs had become sore and tight, while her stamina was almost exhausted to the limit. A skirmish fight needs fast movements, accurate coordination, and agile footwork, which means it consumes much more stamina than most other fighting styles. Yan Zhika had fought with In Xiangxi in this way for several minutes and even performed 24 blizzard strikes mixed with a yin-yang twist at the end of the match. It was only natural for her to feel so exhausted by the end of the match. She put her hands on her knees and gasped while watching Luo Hei stride up and pass by In Xiangxi. Maybe I'll still able to trade a few blows with him. After I'm defeated, my cousin and Luo Cheng are up next. Both of them seem eager to fight. It seems like there is no need for me to struggle to my limits. She thought for a while and then held herself upright. She turned around and walked out of the ring along the flight of stairs. The referee glanced at Luo Hei, who was already standing there, stunned, and announced loudly, Round 2, Luo Hei wins. I won? Just like that. Luo Hei stared at Yan Zhika's retreating figure, wearing a confused face, and felt like he was not in an important competition at that moment. Lin Kei unzipped his coat and took it off. After he was wished luck by Lu Cheng, he walked toward his cousin calmly. I won't say go for it. Yan Zhika pursed her lips and let out a chuckle while holding her hand up to give her cousin a fist bump. What she meant was that to fight with an opponent of this class, he did not even need any support. This opponent is suited to my recovery. Lin Kei answered precisely and approached the stone steps to waves of catcalls. Behind him, Lu Cheng walked toward Yan Zhika and held her steadily. He laughed and said, Good job. This was a joke they always made after they lost a match to Peng Liyun, about the difference between you've tried your best and good job. Then I'll accept your praise immodestly, Yan Zhika replied in a cute tone and laughed. While Lin Kei was coming up to the ring, the bones in his body made a crack sound, just like a rusty machine which had begun to rotate. His momentum increased in an awe-inspiring manner. When he reached the position opposite to Luo Hei's, his momentum had become as deep as the sea and seemed to have turned tangible. Suddenly, Luo Hei's became very nervous and scared, like a rabbit who had run into a tiger. He could not help but think of the scene when Lin Kei was fighting with Shannon. In that match, Lin Kei performed a dance stage explosion at the very beginning. Am I seriously getting scared before the match is even started? Just as this thought flashed across his mind, he finally heard the referee's announcement. Begin now. Luo Hei's moved without thinking, not daring to spend one more second in the same spot. He moved quickly and steadily. Lin Ke straightened his knees and threw himself straight at his opponent. Even though he did not perform force concentration, his speed was still as fast as lightning. With only a few steps, he shortened the distance between the two in a moment. Luo Hei's immediately exerted force into his legs and tried to evade Lin Ke's charge. Lin Ke, however, swayed his center of gravity and launched his attacks simultaneously. After a few seconds, Lin Ke closed in on his opponent with his faster and agiler movements. He then continued to attack Luo Hei's and force him to dodge in a hurry. Luo Hei's had to avoid facing Lin Ke face to face, otherwise he would hit by meteor force. In a split second, Luo Hei's was forced to dodge several attacks in a row, while Lin Ke remained calm and condensed his chi, blood, spirit, and force. Boom! Lin Ke broke out his Dan Chi and expanded his right leg before he stamped and pounded on the ground strongly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground under Luo Hei's feet split open as if a volcano was erupting, causing him to lose his balance and start wobbling. Lin Ke took the opportunity to move a step forward. He then swelled his muscles and swung his right arm quickly. He threw a fist toward his opponent, a fist which was like a meteor, flying across the sky. Luo Hei's did not have the time to duck, so he barely kept his balance and crossed his arms to ward off this violent attack. Bang! The meteor fell to the ground and exploded as if it were a bomb. The shock wave swept out, engulfing Luo Hei's whole body, causing his blood and muscles to tremble as if in fear. Pop! 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 Lin Ke swung his arms swiftly as he continually attacked his opponent, giving Luo Hei's no chance for respite. Bang! 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 Luo Hei's was hit by several of Lin Ke's punches, causing him to fall to the ground and begin retching. The referee raised his right hand and announced, Round 3, Lin Ke wins. Round 3, Lin Ke wins. In the home team's seating area, Chu Hui felt desperate. He covered his face with one hand and thought that he did not have any hope to win this match anymore. How could Luo Hei's be defeated so fast, before he even consumed some of his opponent's stamina? As a result, I'll have to try my best while fighting with Lin Ke, and I can't even think of saving energy for Lu Cheng later. They are just rubbish. He scolded his teammates in his heart while gnashing teeth before walking out of the seating area and toward the ring in a hesitant manner. No matter what will happen, I still need to fight. While he was walking forward, he suddenly stared at Lin Ke and was stunned. Lin Ke, who stood by the edge of the ring, changed his attacking stance and turned around to walk down the flight of stairs. Walking down the flight of stairs? Walking down the flight of stairs? What happened to brother-in-law? Lu Cheng asked, confused at what he was seeing. Yanjika, who sat next to him, also looked dumb. After a moment, she murmured, My brother may want to leave you an opponent who is still fresh. What did she mean by fresh? Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and he almost laughed out. He stood up and walked forward by instinct. He only held hands with Yanjika and totally forgot to give a high five or a fist bump with the other members. While Lu Cheng met Lin Ke halfway, he smiled and said, Your behavior is really putting a lot of pressure on me. If I lose, our team will have to bid farewell to the national finals. Lin Ke gave Lu Cheng an emotionless glance and said, I need to stop where I should stop. You stopped too early. Lu Cheng thought to himself, but he also understood the other meaning hiding behind this sentence from the eyes of his brother-in-law. That was, if you can't beat Chu Hui on your own, then how can we even hope to advance to the national finals? Is he trying to goad me? Is he worrying that the match with Shanbei will cast a shadow on me? Lu Cheng suddenly woke up and smiled. Then I'll have to try my best. My brother-in-law is really a heinkurimono. After bumping fists with Lin Ke, Lu Cheng stared at the ring and moved forward. Fight with Chu Hui by myself? No one is a coward here. While Chu Hui, who now had already stepped in the center of the ring, stood still. As if he was experiencing an amazing dream, and was afraid that moving would mean he had to wake up from it. I tried so hard to arrange for this match. I kept praying and hoping to have a chance to fight against Lu Cheng by myself, only to have my hopes dashed. And now, my dream has somehow come true again. After both Xiangxi and Hei's lost the match, I almost gave up on this round. Luckily Lin Ke got off the ring by himself. It's like pennies are dropping from heaven. The corners of his mouth even lifted into a smile as he found himself unable to conceal the ecstasy in his heart. There is only yourself to blame if you refuse an offer from the heavens. Lin Ke had a strong or even abnormal desire for victory. He wouldn't give up if he was still able to fight. So the remains of dark poison force within his body must have been severe than I anticipated, forcing him to stop after defeating Luo Hei's. I need to thank Feng Zhirong for giving me this chance to challenge Lu Cheng in a man-to-man fight. How lucky I am! Deducing what might happen in his mind regardless of other factors, Chu Hui found it quite logical and smiled unconsciously. I hope Lu Cheng's internal injuries are more severe than I predicted. No, even if his injuries are only as bad as I predicted, I'll still be the winner today. Focusing on Lu Cheng, who looked a little pale, he watched the young man climb up to the stage step by step, finally stopping in front of him. Chu Hui greeted Lu Cheng with a smile, and then took off his top hat, putting it to his chest while bowing to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng responded by cupping his hands in recognition. The referee did not give them much time to chat. He raised his right hand and said loudly, "Go!" This is the last round of the match. Upon hearing the referee's words, Yan Zheka clenched her fists tightly and opened her eyes widely. Even though she was confident in Lu Cheng, she saw Chu Hui jump up immediately to levitate in the air, several meters above the ground, and then he threw his hat out in a casual manner. The hat flew over and landed in the home team's area. As soon as it touched the ground, Chu Hui turned upside down while making a fist with his right hand. In the audience's eyes, he was like a meteor descending on Lu Cheng. The sound of his fluttering clothes made everyone's heart beat faster. Though it was not the first time the audience had witnessed such a blockbuster movie scene, they still felt their adrenaline pumping. Facing the attack from above, Lu Cheng kept a stable stance while visualizing a beast head statue stepping on a red dragon. The statue immediately suppressed the raging hot wave within his body and paved the way for him to gather strength in his fist as he punched upward. Pop! As if hitting something invisible, his punch caused a flaming explosion that pierced the audience's eyes. Zhu Rong Force, the supernatural ability of blaze. As the flame flooded out towards him, Chu Hui suddenly stopped descending and turned to fly upward, dodging just in time to avoid the disaster of having his hair and clothes lit on fire. Squinting at Lu Cheng without any surprise showing on his face, he took a quick breath to withdraw his qi, blood, force, and spirit before suddenly releasing them. Chu Hui again descended headfirst with his seemingly inflated body. But this time he began rotating like a drill, diving straight towards his opponent on the ground. The surroundings and even the air were affected by his movement and began shaking oddly. It was a mixture of the burst of dance stage, gravitational acceleration, and terrifying rotation, the flesh whirlwind. If Chu Hui had reached a higher rank with access to a weapon, his attack would have been even more shocking. Remaining in his original stance, Lu Cheng took a step back abruptly when Chu Hui's rotating fist was about to touch his head. It seemed that Lu Cheng intended to swipe at his opponent's waist and abdomen instead of directly facing his attack. At this moment, Chu Hui's falling figure changed direction, suddenly flying sideways, by using the gravitational acceleration to rebound his fist toward Lu Cheng. He must land a blow on Lu Cheng with his fist by any means. He not only devoted all his strength to this punch, also taking advantage of the external conditions to make the rotational force increase in strength and impetus. It's the most powerful punch I've thrown in all my years of martial arts. This thought flashed through Chu Hui's mind, giving him the confidence to destroy everything that tried to block his path. Lu Cheng lowered his waist while gathering force concentration. Then he raised his right arm up to block Chu Hui's drill, with the palm of his half-clenched fist. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions sounded as the fascia stood out on Lu Cheng's palm, blocking Chu Hui's fist. The fingers, which were impacting violently with the spinning fist, gradually radiated a metallic luster. On the other side, Chu Hui felt as if his most powerful blow had landed on a steel plate that he was unable to break or pierce no matter how hard he tried. No, even a steel plate would be destroyed by my punch. Crack. Lu Chang, in his black martial arts suit with white trim, turned his toes inward while stepping heavily enough to cause a spiderweb of cracks to spread around him. While his whole body stood still, his right arm slightly swung forward like a wave, easily canceling out Chu Hui's flesh whirlwind. He blocked my most powerful punch so easily? Is the gap between us really this wide? Is the strength of an initial sixth-pin fighter this terrifying? A sudden flash of desperation seized Chu Hui for an instant. Seeing the flesh whirlwind slow down, Lu Chang tightened his half-clenched fist in an attempt to grab Chu Hui's hand. At this moment, Chu Hui bounced upward with the help of his back and waist as if being pulled by an invisible hand, allowing him to narrowly escape from Lu Chang's grasp. He would definitely lose if he was caught by Lu Chang and filled with his wave of icy-cold energy. Once again floating in the air several meters above the ground, Chu Hui reined in the desperate and pessimistic thoughts running through his mind while deciding to change his strategy. Instead of dashing and attacking directly, this time he used the advantage of his flying supernatural ability at changing directions quickly and oddly, with a different kind of rotational force to disrupt Lu Chang's rhythm. He was sure Lu Chang would soon expose some flaws because of his internal injuries. Chu Hui dived toward Lu Chang like a fighter jet, and then leveled out when they were about to collide. Chu Hui's trajectory formed a beautiful arc in the air as he flashed to Lu Chang's side and released a kick toward his temple. Bang! Lu Chang raised his left arm and blocked the kick in time. Pam! Chu Hui immediately turned his kick into step, borrowing strength from it to kick at Lu Chang with the other leg, which seemed too quick for Lu Chang to react. However, Lu Chang again raised his arm in advance and blocked the attack in time. Bang bang bang! Chu Hui made a series of kicks with both feet, which fell on Lu Chang like a storm, giving him no chance to take a breath. Bang bang bang! Though seeming to be in a panic while blocking the kicks, Lu Chang would always escape from Hui's attack in time and keep his defense stable. All of a sudden, Chu Hui changed his direction and appeared behind Lu Chang, where he sent a kick toward the acupoint at the back of Lu Chang's head with the instep of his foot. The series of kicks he made previously was to attract Lu Chang's attention, leaving him open to this attack. Bang! Lu Chang turned sideways and threw out his arm, which barely managed to land on the instep of Chu Hui's foot. Bang bang bang! Chu Hui continued creating chances to attack time after time by stopping and changing directions abruptly in the air with his flying supernatural ability. However, each time Lu Chang would predict his attack and barely block it in time, regardless of his minor errors. After a while, Chu Hui started becoming depressed and desperate again, feeling like he was not facing Lu Chang but a lofty mountain while being a fool who tried in vain to move it. No matter what he did, Lu Chang remained steady as a rock. He had every reason to be desperate. How did he survive that round of attacks just now? Thinking about it, Chu Hui began visualization in his mind to control his negative emotions, and then gathered and condensed all his qi, blood, spirit, force and feelings while floating in the air. Now that the normal attacks failed, he could only use force concentration to strengthen his supernatural ability. Pum! As his danqi spewed out like a volcanic eruption, Chu Hui cut the airflow and created a fierce wind. He did all this within seconds as if his butt was on fire. He turned to draw half a circle in the wind and again appeared at Lu Chang's back. As he stopped abruptly, most of the remaining kinetic energy was transferred to his tightened legs, kicking at Lu Chang's neck fiercely like a whip. Will you still manage to escape this time? Lu Chang felt his neck arching as the fierce wind approached, but he didn't dodge this time. Instead, along with gathering and condensing his danqi, Lu Chang threw his right hand at Chu Hui like a whip. Bang! The whip-like hand met Chu Hui's whip kick with a dull thud. Feeling his shin arching and body shaking wildly, Chu Hui dared not stay where he was and began flying upward to hide in midair. He desperately fought the urge to rub his legs in consideration of his public image. Still failed? Chu Hui again launched an attack since he couldn't believe in his eyes. However, after double explosions with the help of his flying supernatural ability, Lu Cheng's defense was still stable and Chu Hui still couldn't find a path to victory. Flying upward while suspended in the air, Chu Hui gasped for breath, feeling extremely tired. He didn't have abnormal stamina like Lu Cheng, and the long fight had already worn him out. While on the other side, Lu Cheng was still breathing evenly and only sweating a little. How can I continue fighting against him? Chu Hui fell into another round of desperation and depression, almost giving up the thought of attacking. He hasn't recovered from his internal injuries, he hasn't recovered yet. Chu Hui kept telling himself like a self-hypnosis. Yeah, he hasn't recovered from his internal injuries yet. I will definitely influence him and create a chance to win through continuous fierce attacks. Chu Hui took a deep breath and made up his mind. He began another visualization, working his supernatural ability and stimulating all the spirit and blood within his body. As a familiar feeling of strength began spreading out, Chu Hui's face turned between red and black, finally calming down. It seemed that his body had become a little larger. He returned to his peak form with the help of a secret technique. Come on, let's fight to the end and see who will be the winner. Lu Cheng looked up, took a glance at Chu Hui, and slightly shook his head. What does he mean? As the feeling of confusion flashed across Chu Hui's mind, he again dived toward Lu Cheng like a fighter jet. At this moment, Lu Cheng arched his backbone, raised both arms and threw out two separate balls, one of chilling cool light and the other of red flame. Boom! The cool light and red flame burst and collided to form a mixture in front of Chu Hui, leaving behind a white fog that obscured his vision to some extent. In the white world, Chu Hui suddenly noticed a figure flying towards him while several meters in the air. Lu Cheng? His pupils constricted like two pinpoints as Chu Hui realized that his opponent had jumped above him. This brought him both surprise and great joy. It was so unbelievable that Chu Hui doubted his own eyes. Did Lu Cheng become silly? Is he giving up his advantages to fight me in midair? What a wonderful mistake he's making. I should kill myself if I still can't defeat him. This must be a gift from heaven. When Chu Hui, who was too excited, was about to move, he saw Lu Cheng form a madras seal with both hands while his facial expression turned serious. Bing! Upon hearing Lu Cheng's low voice, Chu Hui shook abruptly, feeling as if he had been drawn into a battlefield full of thousands upon thousands of horses and soldiers, whose murderous look frightened him and made him panic. 9 words formula. Bing formula. Lu Cheng fell down, catching Chu Hui by the shoulder and immediately pouring frost force into Chu Hui's body, forcing Chu Hui to fall toward the ground from midair. As the sound of wind poured into Chu Hui's ears, he regained consciousness but was unable to escape from the control of Lu Cheng's frost force. All he could do was to watch as he fell towards the ground. Am I going to die? As soon as the idea occurred to Chu Hui, he felt himself slow down, suddenly landing on his back lightly. Lu Cheng withdrew his hands and straightened his body, not intending to continue his attack on Chu Hui, while his opponent was frozen on the other side, unable to move for the moment. The 5th round, Lu Cheng wins. The referee announced without hesitation. The final result, Songcheng University Martial Arts Club wins. The referee's words roused Chu Hui, but he still felt like he was dreaming. I wouldn't have lasted if Lu Cheng had used that attack from the beginning. So why did we fight for so long? In confusion and desperation, he saw Lu Cheng give him a smile and then say softly, "It's so interesting to fight against someone with a flying supernatural ability. It's interesting to fight against someone with a flying supernatural ability." Lying on the ground, Chu Hui looked up at Lu Cheng while repeating what he had just said unconsciously. He almost forgot that his frozen body was already able to move, forgot to stand up, and forgot about his public image. He extended the fight just to enjoy the experience of fighting against someone with the supernatural ability to fly? Talk, talk, talk. Chu Hui's heart was beating quickly, pumping hot blood and diluting the remaining frost force. However, instead of feeling warm, he felt like he had fallen into an ice pit that was gloomy, cold, and oppressive. Is this what despair tastes like? Is the gap between us this wide? I could still be defeated within seconds, even though he hasn't recovered from internal injuries yet? All the positive self-images turned into sarcasm and slaps to his own face. How could a pig fly? Lu Cheng made a gesture to show his respect and then turned to walk downstairs. To be honest, Chu Hui's combat ability was the same as a 7th pin fighter. Any other initial 6th pin fighter who was recovering from internal injuries would end up shipwrecked in a ditch if they underestimated this opponent. However, some of Lu Cheng's special kung fu restrained Chu Hui's movement, enabling Lu Cheng to perform an insta-kill as if he was fighting against a fighter with no supernatural ability, who had just entered the dance stage. For example, though the ice mirror couldn't help Lu Cheng predict when and how his opponent would use the supernatural flying ability, he knew Chu Hui would kick first instead of crashing towards him directly, so he could still sense Chu Hui's prelude in advance. Thus Lu Cheng was able to predict Chu Hui's movement and react to it in advance. As a result, however odd Chu Hui's direction-changing ability was, all of his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, the Bing formula could reach its target from a distance, which helped Lu Cheng attack Chu Hui without approaching him. On the other side, Chu Hui neither had any special defense methods nor a strong spirit that was capable of resisting Lu Cheng's attack directly. Considering all of this, it's no surprise that Lu Cheng was the winner. In other words, it would be more difficult for Lu Cheng to fight against any other normal 7th pin fighter in his present physical condition. Of course, the rule of the challenge tournament also restrained Chu Hui's actions. If weapons were permitted, Chu Hui would probably be able to change the result by using a bow, a bolt, or a gun while flying in midair. Seeing Lu Cheng leaving the arena and walking towards the auditorium, the audience gradually quieted down, only leaving a trace of the previous boos echoing in the gymnasium. They would actually be booing themselves if they continued. Coming back along the path, Lu Cheng was greeted by Yan Zheke, who yelled with a big smile and clenched fists, "Cheng, good job. You did your best." It was actually a joke in response to the previous, "You've tried your best and good job." Exchanging a tacit smile, Lu Cheng felt even happier. After a fist bump with Yan Zheke, he gave 5 to Lin Ke, Li Mao, and Kai Zhongming one by one, and all of them were overjoyed. Since Haiyuan was weaker than Sanjiang, they had practically reached the national competition with today's victory. Though I want to celebrate, my reason is warning me that I can't arrogantly look down on Haiyuan, Sun Jian said and laughed. I'm so glad that you're being rational. Just lay low and build your good character. Lin Hua said, casting a glance at him. Old Sher waved to dissolve the cheering crowd and said, "Go back to the locker room first. You have the nerve to celebrate in front of all these sad students." "Of course we have the nerve," Kai Zhongming answered without hesitation. Though saying that, he still followed the group to the locker room, leaving the depressed audience behind. Yeah, they definitely had the nerve to celebrate, but Kai Zhongming was afraid of being surrounded and trampled by young students driven by impulsiveness. Yan Shaoling was still in the stands like an abandoned quail, not knowing what to do. The gloomy faces around were so scary that she dared not celebrate. "Oh no!" She sighed deliberately and hinted for Mu Jinyan to lower her head and pretend they were also depressed. "Don't beat me. I'm one of you." At 3:45 p.m. on January 5th, in the martial arts arena of Haiyuan School. While watching the fierce match in the arena, Lu Cheng leaned over to Yan Zheke, smiled towards her, and whispered in her ear, "Your brother doesn't want me to fight today?" Yan Zheke rolled her eyes at him and said, "Wasn't it enough that my brother left you a complete Chu Hui in the last match?" It was Sun Jian's turn to be the forward in the competition against Haiyuan School, but he was unlucky enough to encounter one of the opponent's leading players, Chang Du and Jin Sha, who were both dance stage fighters with a supernatural ability. But Lin Ke soon replaced Sun Jian and got revenge for him with doomed death after a 3-minute fierce battle. In the third round, Lin Ke seized the opportunity to defeat a professional 9th pin warrior through a burst of dance stage, and he was now fighting against another professional 9th pin with his tired body. While Lu Cheng and Yan Zheke were whispering to each other, Lin Ke discovered his opponent's flaw with mercurial balance and immediately threw out a rapid series of blows full of meteor force. Bang! Lu Yaqian felt her chi and blood were burning, almost bursting out from her throat, and all of her internal organs seemed to be trembling along with her fascia and muscles. Trying in vain to raise her arms and gather strength, she could do nothing else but watch Lin Kei's fist approach her, finally stopping next to her temple. The referee raised his right hand and announced loudly with the sound from his dantian. Round 4, Lin Kei wins. The final result, Songchang University Martial Arts Club wins. Lin Kei withdrew his fist and began gasping, while the sweat was dripping from his forehead. His eyes, filled with tiredness, were full of joy. Lu Chang and the others sprang up to give five to each other as if saying Happy New Year in the Spring Festival. National competitions were coming. They were not cheering out of excitement after winning a hard battle, but for finally gaining what they deserved. When they came back to the campus in Songcheng, Kai Zongming grinned and suggested, "Shall we dine together to celebrate our victory?" It was quite reasonable since Songcheng University Martial Arts Club had not participated in the national competition for many years. "Okay, where shall we go?" Lu Chang agreed without any hesitation at all. After saying that, he suddenly realized it was not his decision to make and hurried to turn his gaze toward Old Sher with an embarrassed look. "Go, go, go. Enjoy yourself and celebrate your victory in however you like since it's someone's treat. But don't forget to bring me some good wine. Just chalk up the cost to Martial Arts Club's account." Old Sher promised with a big smile. The crowd let out a whoop of joy and then began discussing where to meet up. Finally, Little Ming announced, "Let's go to the sidewalk snack booth. Although it's a low-end restaurant, we are free to enjoy ourselves there, and the atmosphere is suitable for our celebration." After inviting Xu Rui and her team, the martial arts club reached a sidewalk snack booth near their old campus and seated themselves. They ordered a full table of dishes including roasted, wok-braised goose lips, etc. After opening one bottle of wine for Old Sher and serving themselves juice, they all toasted their victory in front of the camera and yelled in excitement, "National competition! National competition!" It was an announcement from a group of aspiring youth. The cheering crowd reminded Xu Rui of when she was in her prime, in university, and she couldn't help sighing with emotion. If she could go back to the first day of school, she would cherish and enjoy every bit of her school life. Once they graduated from school, they would say goodbye to each other and start pursuing their own goals separately. Then lots of friendships and happy memories would slowly dissipate. However, they were too excited to control their tone and ended up annoying those sitting nearby. Soon a man with tattoos on his arms went to them and yelled, "You're so noisy." "Sorry, we will behave ourselves." Lu Cheng hurried to apologize in embarrassment, feeling their behavior transgressed social morality. The young man looked around and then sneered before saying, "Do you think that's good enough?" Several strong men stood up from his table. Lu Cheng's lips twitched. Then he said, "What about this?" With a flip of his wrists, a fireball was thrown onto the ground, exploding in front of the man with tattoos as the flames roared, casting light on their faces. The young man with tattoos was stunned, not knowing whether to step forward or back. One of his trembling fellows came to muddle through the affair and then helped him to walk back. Ignoring the astonishment of people sitting around, Lu Cheng withdrew his hand, sat down, and began biting a stick of beef. "Though we don't want to cause trouble, we are not afraid of trouble." "Cheng, that's not your usual style?" Yan Zhika asked, leaned over toward him and smiled. "Why isn't it?" Lu Cheng felt it funny and then asked in response. Rolling her eyes and slightly biting her lips, Yan Zhika replied, "I expected you to break the cement floor with one step and scare them back, but you used the power of blaze instead. Well, it was more exaggerated than your usual style. You alone understand me. Actually, at first I intended to lay low after breaking the floor, but I gave up the idea after serious consideration." Lu Cheng said and then sighed. "Why?" Yan Zhika blinked, bewildered and concerned. Lu Cheng replied with deep hatred and resentment, "I would be fined if I broke the floor. Once bitten by a snake, one shies away from a coiled rope for the next 10 years. Haha. Yenjika turned to hide her laughter while her body was trembling. When the dinner came to its end, it was past 8 in the evening. Everyone was full, so they began toasting and yelling, "National competition! National competition!" It is almost time for Luchang and Yenjika's examination week, so they had to suffer through a mixture of reviewing and testing. When the 16th of January finally arrived and they only had one last exam, something else important happened. The lot drawing ceremony for the National University Division Martial Arts Competition. 16 tough martial arts teams from 8 divisions would fight against each other in groups. Every member of the martial arts club gathered in front of the computer in the office, waiting for the live broadcast. Xu Rui was also there to record their reactions. For her, Songcheng University was on the same level as Huahai and Guangnan, while being just a little weaker than Shan University and Capital University. So they had a chance to make it into the top 4. Since it was their first time joining the national competition, they had no historical performance and were unable to be ranked as a seeded team in the beginning. Now their record would greatly depend on the drawing result, since they didn't know whether their opponents were powerful or not. In the specially designed studio, the hostess walked to the middle of the room in a graceful manner. She thanked the special guest for their speech and then invited the old gentleman Fang Jingjue, president of the National University Martial Arts Federation, to the stage. The large screen behind her began to repeat a collection of all those 16 teams' fighting moments. "Mr. Fang, you look even more energetic than before." The hostess greeted Fang Jingjue with a smile. Though his hair had already turned gray, Fang Jingjue was pretty good-looking, like a middle-aged man. He replied with a smile, "Little fan, I remember you said so last year. So I'm right. It proves that you are getting younger and more energetic." Fang Jingjue could not hold a candle to Fan Leki when it came to cracking a joke, while the latter took the opportunity to change the topic and said, "Mr. Fang, I believe that this year's competition will be more exciting than the previous one. It still remains to be seen since the drawing result hasn't come out yet," Fang Jingjue said cooperatively. "Obviously it will be. Zhen Huanqing and An Chaoyang are going to graduate from Guangnan and Huahai this July. Are they willing to always be suppressed by Peng Liyun and leave the University Martial Arts Circle without as much glory as they deserve? They both had reached the top 7th pin before last year's national competition, and it's likely that they'll join this year's competition with progress. Besides, Piao Yuan of Huahai and Li Xiaoyuan of Guangnan are both talented fighters who have grown up to be possible candidates for the championship. Fan Leki was so familiar with all the fighters and their teams. Piao Yuan of Huahai was a year above Lu Chang and Lin Ke. "I don't see great differences between this year's competition and the previous one," Fang Jingjue said deliberately, with his crow's feet appearing when he smiled. Fan Leki replied, "As far as I see it, the gap between them and the level of Shanbei and Capital University has narrowed. Besides, they are not the only dark horse this year, since the martial arts clubs of Hudong and Guiyang University both defeated renowned teams and advanced as the champion in their own division, which showed their great strength. It is a surprise that these teams are among the top 4. What's more, don't look down on those teams that advanced after the champions in their own division." Mingdao University was one of the 2 dark horses this year, for it almost defeated Guangnan, and the 3 He brothers gradually showed their talent in the arena. Not to mention that their formation is still able to be advanced. In front of the screen, Lu Chang and the other fellows slightly nodded in agreement with what she said. They had already heard of Mingdao University, who had narrowly missed the chance to create miracles. Just like Songcheng University, who had been struggling among normal universities, Mingdao University was not famous for its martial arts, either. The situation began taking a turn for the better after He Yifang, the eldest brother in He family, entered Mingdao as a professional 9th pin fighter. The next year, the twins, He Erlong and He Santai, both entered Mingdao University. Though they were just amateur fist pin fighters in the beginning, they reached 9th pin in October. Though the 3 brothers' development was not as smooth as Lin Ke's, no one dared to look down upon them. On the one hand, He Yifang reached the Dan stage in the second half of his sophomore year and was now a junior student. On the other hand, He Santai succeed in learning force concentration before this year's district contest, while He Erlong was the only one who had not made great progress and was still at the level of top professional ninth pin. Considering all of this, they were still not powerful enough to cause any trouble to Guangnan University. However, as a martial arts aristocratic family, the He clan had its own special method named the Heaven and Secular World Sword Formation, which the three brothers had been practicing since they began learning kung fu and could now cooperate very well with each other. That was why they were able to fight against an inhuman-level warrior with their relatively plain kung fu. For them, 1 + 1 + 1 was greater than 3, or even greater than 5. The first time, the three brothers were not Zhan Huanqing's match as professional ninth pin fighters and lost to the Guangnan's huge crowd strategy without suspense. When He Yifang and He Santai both became Dan stage warriors of the 8th pin, and their formation was thus greatly enhanced, they almost made Guangnan fall miserably in that seemingly easy task. In conclusion, the He brothers would definitely apply for a special competition format and fight together no matter who their opponent was. It reminds me of a line in a movie. Kai Zongming laughed while listening to Fan Leki's introductions. For one-on-one, you'll fight against us, and for the mass brawl, we'll fight against you. In Talker's Bad Jokes, Fang Jingjue told Fan Leki, Mingdao is actually a dark horse with great potential. There are still 2.5 months before the final round, and it's just conceivable that He Erlong might reach the Dan stage during this period. And the Heaven and Secular World Sword Formation formed by 3 Dan stage fighters of the 8th pin is worth the wait. You see, Mr. Fang, you're echoing my views. Fan Leki complained deliberately. And the other dark horse is also worth looking forward to. Songcheng University Martial Arts Club was listed among the favorite teams. But Shanbei and Capital were still leading the opinion polls. Well, Shanbei is on the top and much more popular than Capital. Mr. Fang, what's your comment on Songcheng University Martial Arts Club? While Lu Cheng's combat effectiveness was equal to a fayable 6th pin, Lin Ke has already reached top 8th pin, and they must have advanced a step further or even more in April. Fang Jingjue smiled. I've been focusing on Songcheng University's news, and I can say responsibly that they are a powerful contender for the top 4 of the national competition. They might even be able to contend for the title if Shanbei and Capital encounter each other in the semifinals. Mr. Fang, you speak highly of them. Fan Leki sighed and said, what a pity that Songcheng University is neither a seeded team nor the champion in their division. They could only be ranked in the 3rd level and must encounter the tough teams in the first 2 levels. If advancing has taken most of their energy, it will be difficult for them to advance in the top 8 match. Fan Leki's words struck a sympathetic chord among Lu Chang, Yen Zheka, and the other fellows. But they did not feel depressed, since the drawing rule had already come out and they knew how to face up to reality. Don't say that. Little Fan, the converse of this statement may be true. Songcheng University being ranked in the 3rd level is now troubling all the other teams, since they are probably to be another team of death. Sounds reasonable. Sun Jian burst out laughing. Mr. Fang, we love you, Kai Zongming said dramatically, crossing his arms over chest. Lin Ke was standing in the corner quietly, but his lips curved up slightly. Lu Chang and Yen Zheka exchanged a look and caught the smile on each other's face. Since there is no way that we can change the rules, why not just enjoy it? We newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. It's the other teams that should be frightened. Fan Leki and Fang Jingjue introduced every team to the audience through their seemingly casual discussion, and then began to explain the rule of drawing lots. This time, all the teams were classified into 3 levels. While the top 4 teams from last year were in the 1st level and joined in groups A, B, C, or D separately, the other division champions were in the 2nd level, and the rest of the teams were all in the 3rd level. Let's welcome Mr. Fang to draw the 1st level teams. Fan Leki pointed at the box in front of her. First, the seeded team in Group A. Fang Jingjue took a ball from the box, held it in front of the audience, and began to announce the name. Capital College. Group A, Capital College Martial Arts Club. Group B, Guangnan University Martial Arts Club. Group C, Shanbei University Martial Arts Club. Group D, Huahai University Martial Arts Club. After drawing the first-level teams, Fang Jinjue made an obeisance and left the stage. Then another guest was invited by Fan Leki to draw the second-level teams. Group A, Guiyang University Martial Arts Club. Group B, Jinfeng University Martial Arts Club. Group C, Juku University Martial Arts Club. Group D, Hudong University Martial Arts Club. Then it came to the third level, in which there were 8 teams. This time the guest would draw 2 rounds in the order A, B, C, and D. Li Mao and the other fellows who had been watching the ceremony casually immediately changed posture and slowed down their breathing. A third guest stepped onto the stage, exchanged some conventional greetings with Fan Leki, and then put his hand into the box. Group A, Hashi University Martial Arts Club. Group B, Mozhang University Martial Arts Club. Group C, Huatian University Martial Arts Club. Group D. The guest paused and then raised his tone. Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. Wow, the group of death. Fan Leki sighed with emotion. We're in the same group as Huahai and Hudong. Lu Cheng felt neither surprised nor disappointed. For them, the 4 groups were almost all the same, even if Hudong might be a little more powerful than Juku. Not bad. At least we are not in the same group as Shanbei. Li Mao sighed with relief while the others began echoing him. Then the second drawing round began. Group A, Hanbei University Martial Arts Club. Group B, Taidu College Martial Arts Club. Group C, Xinghai College. The result was almost clear at this moment. Fan Leki could not help murmuring to herself with widely opened eyes. Super group of death. The guest took out the last ball dutifully and showed it in front of the camera. Group D, Mingdao University Martial Arts Club. In Huahai University Martial Arts Club, Xing Jingjing, who was usually calm and cold, turned her gaze to the club manager standing nearby. And Chaoyang was a handsome man with half-long hair, which made him look more like a scholar. But he was always squinting as if he had not yet woken up. Songcheng University. He repeated the name in a low voice. The bulletproof monk-like man with a shaved head was Piao Yuan, who grinned and said, Songcheng, Hudong, Mingdao, tut-tut. I'm raring to go for the match. The fierce-looking man changed the order of the drawing result in his words unconsciously. In Hudong University, the atmosphere was heavy, for no one had expected that they would be drawn in a group of death. Yu Ji, the leading player, clenched his fist while shaking his fat. Songcheng University. Though looking like a sumo wrestler, his accumulated fat was not flabby, but thick and bouncy. In the men's dorm of Mingdao University, He Yifeng and He Erlong exchanged a serious look with each other, while He Santai was playing a game on his cell phone with his head down and fingers dancing on the screen. Well, the super group of death. Sun Jian was exhaling heavily. Why should we be frightened? We are the team that has defeated Shanbei University, and they shouldn't be even more powerful. Lu Cheng initiated the conversation after looking around. Since they are not Shanbei's match, we have the possibility to win the competition. Now that there is the possibility, why do we feel disappointed? Anyway, it's the first time for us to join the national competition. We are not afraid of being a discredit. Remember what we said before. We should only keep one word in mind. He paused, and then yelled the word out with Lin Kei, Yenjika, and the other fellows. Fight! We're going to fight as hard as we can. After vowing their aim, Lu Cheng took Yenjika's hand in his, while Xu Rui was filming the others and did not notice them, telling the girl through eye contact that he was actually looking forward to those tough opponents. This April, the national competition. It was a windy night and the stars were twinkling in the sky. Sensing the cold temperature, Lu Cheng put Yenjika's left hand into his warm pocket and sighed excitedly. I'm teeming with excitement now. We're going to Capital for the national competition this April. He found it difficult to calm down after watching the lot drawing ceremony and thus urged his little fairy to take a walk with him along the lakeside. That's still 2 months away. You should contain your excitement for now. Yenjika poked fun at him with a smile. Yeah, I know, but I just can't restrain myself. Lu Cheng took a breath of the moist air and replied with a big smile. However, excited I am. I'll relax and concentrate on practicing this winter break and try to make greater progress before the national competition. They had lots of professional lessons and away games this semester. Though Lu Cheng did not feel physically tired, he was actually worn out psychologically and was in need of a break so that he could relax and prepare for a new start. Good boy, Yenjika deliberately spoke in an elder's manner and then rolled her eyes upward. I'll go to the south part of the river on January 3rd and spend a few days with my grandpa. Maybe I'll get an opportunity to find you some data on the 9 words formula if it's not a secret to our sect. Ku still remembered it even though I haven't mentioned it. Lu Cheng could not help smiling, feeling his heart warm up as if he had drunk a bowl of hot soup in the winter. It doesn't matter even if it's actually one of your sect secrets, he joked. When I become Shushan Study's son-in-law, I'll be one of you and get access to the unique skill of the fighting sect. Stop daydreaming. Yenjika rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. No one knew whether she was talking about Lu Cheng being Shushan Study's son-in-law or was just jeering at his idea that, as Shushan Study's son-in-law, he would be able to get access to the other sect secrets besides the unique skill of the fighting sect. We should be optimistic about our future and, thus, enjoy our lives. Lu Cheng was apparently in a good mood. Taking the girl's hand, he walked slowly along the lakeside to enjoy the beautiful night. He paused and again began dreaming. I'll go to Moshang to pay a New Year's call to my master and senior sister, and also light incense in front of the memorial tablets of the patriarchs. Well, maybe I'll get the chance to learn more about the unique skill of the Ice Sect and even gain more if I'm lucky enough. For example, the Elder Queen of Thought and the other elders may tell me something about the words for the army, forwarding, and swordsman formulas and the latest research findings on cultivation. Well, you finally learned to pay a New Year's call to the Ice God Sect, Yenjika said jokingly. Of course, Coach Yen has taught me well. Lu Cheng praised her sincerely. After being acknowledged as a disciple of the Ice God Sect, Lu Cheng knew he could no longer just call them to say Happy New Year casually, since Ku was always warning him about this. I'm happy that you realize it. How are you going to thank me? Well, I guess you're going to say that we needn't say thank you to each other. Yenjika blinked her eyes. How about giving you a kiss or a massage? Lu Cheng suggested. Yenjika stared at him, feeling annoyed but amused. Are you going to thank me or molest me? The things that happen between me and my girlfriend can't be called molesting. Lu Cheng smiled. Before the girl got annoyed out of embarrassment, he suddenly recalled something and changed the topic. Cool. I remember that you mentioned that the last exam, which was originally supposed to be on the 19th, was moved ahead of schedule and we'll actually have it tomorrow. Yeah, what's wrong? Yenjika turned to her boyfriend as her eyes blinked with bewilderment. Have you told that to Empress Dowager? Lu Cheng asked. No, I haven't. Sensing her boyfriend's intentions, Yenjika looked at him and asked, why do you mention it? I'll also finish all my exams tomorrow. What about going for a trip to Gaofan and coming back home on the 20th? Because I didn't get a chance to accompany you during the youth tournament, Lu Cheng suggested in high spirits. He had intended to have dates with his little fairy in Gaofan for a few days after the youth tournament, but was called to Moshang by Geezer Shur. Yenjika turned her gaze upward and replied in a lively tone. Okay. During the New Year's break, they were both busy preparing for their final exams and did not get a chance to date. Lu Cheng felt so excited since Ku had promised without hesitation. Just relax over there. I'm going to alter the tickets and book a hotel. You can ask Gu Shuang something about Gaofan. Okay. Yenjika gave her boyfriend a tissue. After cleaning the seat, they sat down and began preparing for the trip. After a while, Yenjika said with hesitation, Chang, Shuang said that no one is in her home and invited us to stay there. She was already used to using her close friend's nickname in front of Lu Cheng. We'll feel uncomfortable there. Lu Cheng began to unconsciously reject the invitation. After typing a few words on her cell phone, Yenjika turned to look at her boyfriend. giving him a sarcastic smile. Chung, you've changed. You are not the Chung that I knew before. How have I changed? Lu Chung asked with a muddled face. You wouldn't reply me like that before, you would just say, do you want to go there? If you want to, we'll go to Gu Shuang's home. Yan Zheka raised her chin with smiling eyes. Her long white down jacket served as a foil to her beautiful figure. Lu Chung did not know how to answer, so he smiled with embarrassment. I just want to give you some suggestions instead of making the decision. In the end, I'll obey your orders. Yan Zheka combed her hair with her fingers while complaining. You're hiding intentions that can't bear the daylight. After saying this with a flushed face, the girl turned her gaze sideways and changed the topic. How stupid I am to ask Shuang for something about Gaofun. Why? She still doesn't know about our relationship? That's impossible. Lu Chung blurted out in astonishment. Not that, actually. Think about it, if I tell her that we're going to visit Gaofun but stay outside of her place, what will she think of us? She would get the wrong idea. How embarrassing would that be? Yan Zheka pouted while making the explanation. A girl's thoughts are really complicated. Lu Chung thought for a while, and then said, what about if you go to her house and I stay outside? Or maybe you can tell her that you're on your period. According to Ku's menstrual cycle, her period will come tomorrow. Yan Zheka tilted her head to one side and burst out laughing. Lu Chung felt as if there were hundreds and thousands of flower buds opening in front of him. She replied with soft eyes and charming dimples. I've already told that to Shuang. She has already told Gu Shuang about her period? Lu Chung opened his mouth wide, feeling it was annoying but amusing. Ku almost tricked me again. Well, it was you who asked me to insult her and allow her the opportunity to tease me so much. Yan Zheka replied with a flushing face. Gu Shuang urged me to use contraceptives and asked when I began having sex with Chung. Before Lu Chung could answer her question, she continued, Shuang wants to invite us for dinner at a top 3 restaurant in the Xing province. Okay. Lu Chung promised casually and handed the cell phone over to the girl. 2 rooms with large beds, the Mingqi International Hotel. He had a good impression about this 5-star hotel. 1 room is enough, Yan Zheka said after thinking for a while, and then her face again flushed upon seeing the excitement and joy in Lu Cheng's eyes. Turning to look sideways, she continued, you must make an excuse like needing to rub my stomach and thus come to sleep with me, right? Am I right? Yeah, I must do that, Lu Chung replied with a smile. Of course, he really was just thinking that. Now that you are going to sleep in my bed, it will be a waste to book 2 rooms. Though saying that confidently, Yan Zheka was biting her lips slightly and avoiding meeting Lu Cheng's eyes. After finishing the exam on the 17th, Lu Cheng gathered with Zhao Chong, Kai Zongming, and Qiu Zhigao for a meal, and then went back to the Xing province with Yan Zheka in the afternoon. Their first destination was not Shoshan, but Gaofun. At 7 in the evening, they arrived at Gaofun and were picked up by Gu Shuang, who was dressed in fashionable black, and then went to that private club near Weiyang Park. The club was sumptuously decorated, which showed that it was an extravagant place. Nouveau riche style, Yan Zheka murmured in Lu Cheng's ear. As long as the food here is delicious, Lu Cheng replied to her with a smile. Gu Shuang complained, can't you stop showing off your romance every second? I'm disappointed with love affairs. The waiters were in front of them, leading the way. It was you who dumped the boy, right? How many times have you done that? Yan Zheka poked fun at her close friend. At this moment, Lu Cheng noticed that lots of guests here were warriors with flourishing qi and blood, among which some were even able to withdraw their strength at ease, and thus pretend to be normal people. They seemed to be familiar with each other as they gathered in 3s or 4s and went somewhere together after passing the hall. Why are there so many people here? Gu Shuang found it weird. After all, it was a private club. The waitress smiled and explained, Miss Gu, today's the gathering of the Gaofun Martial Arts Circle, and you know that our boss has a good relationship with them. The Gaofun Martial Arts Circle gathering? Gu Shuang unconsciously took a glance at Lu Cheng. This young man was not only her close friend's boyfriend, but also the champion of the youth tournament. The new year is coming and lots of circles will have a gathering. The waitress was unwilling to say any more about it. The new year? There's still half a month. Gu Shuang shook her head in confusion. At that moment, they heard someone making a commotion outside the door. When they looked back, they saw another group of fighters enter the hall, talking with a handsome young man who was surrounded by them. Lu Chang was familiar with the young man, Zhang Zhutong of the Divine Fire Club. What a coincidence! Lu Chang could not help smiling to himself. Just like when he encountered Zhang Zhutong for the first time, he was standing by while Zhang Zhutong was surrounded by a group of supporters. But their thoughts and attitudes were much different than the last time. Keeping a smile on his face, Zhang Zhutong listened to those talking with him carefully but seldom spoke a word. Then all of a sudden, he got a weird feeling and turned his gaze sideways unconsciously, catching Lu Cheng's eyes in surprise. The unforgettable figure was now standing in a corner that the brilliant light could not reach. Noticing his gaze, Lu Cheng nodded and gave him a smile. Lu Cheng turned around after giving a nod and pulled Yan Zheka by the hand. They moved on, following the waiter. He had nothing to do with the Gaofen Martial Arts Club or had any friendship with them. Either way, there was no need to go up and exchange polite greetings and delay his dinner. Next to Zhang Zhutong was a pretty girl with straight bangs. She leaned forward and followed his line of sight, asking curiously, "Zhutong, what are you looking at?" She could only see a couple disappearing in the corner, walking hand in hand. Besides the beautiful image of the girl leaving, there was nothing out of ordinary. "No, it's nothing." Zhang Zhutong turned his gaze away and subconsciously denied it. Everyone dropped the topic and started swarming him, eagerly chatting with him and putting on a show of friendship. After taking a few more steps while surrounded by those with him, he couldn't help looking back even while knowing they had clearly left. Had that guy come back? When Zhang Zhutong thought of the time, he estimated it was still winter vacation. Why wasn't Lu Cheng returning to Shoshan? What was he planning to do in Gaofen? Was he innocently passing by or was he trying to get involved in something? Under the warmth of the soft light, a waiter set the table and filled the cups with tea. He pushed the door to leave, waiting to serve the food. "You're joking. Who the hell does year-end dinner this early?" Gu Shuang grumbled. She picked up her phone and started making a call. Taking the opportunity to tease her boyfriend, Yan Zheka said, "You have quite the fate with Zhang Zhutong." Lu Cheng deliberately sighed. It's a small world. The two of them started discussing this issue before diverging to more nonsensical topics. Gu Shuang ended her call minutes later and raised her eyebrows at them, looking rather gossipy. "I knew it. The Gaofen Martial Arts Club isn't having some year-end dinner." "Then what kind of gathering is it?" Yan Zheka asked, playing along. Gu Shuang snickered. "Didn't Gaofen establish ties with Brute Ale, the famous European city? This time, the mayor of Brute Ale came here with a delegation of all sorts of people for a business trip. That delegation includes martial artists. Therefore, we're also sending some of our fighters to welcome them. Since the Divine Fire Club has a close relationship with the upper classes, they're entrusted with this responsibility." Grinning, Yan Zheka diverted the topic to tease her good friend. "What do you mean by our Gaofen? Shuang, you've only just moved here a few years ago, but you've already forgotten you're from Shoshan? So they called a meeting with people in his circle just for this." "Exactly. This is an incredibly great opportunity to show your face. Who knows if it might lead to opportunities for collaborations," Gu Shuang explained before urging her friend, "Ko, why don't you ask your Chung to join them? He can go earn some prestige in front of the foreigners." It was fun simply just thinking about it. "Forget it. I'm not from Gaofen." Lu Cheng burst out laughing and rejected Gu Shuang's plan to create chaos in the world. Yan Zheka chuckled. "I heard Brute Ale is one of the places where European martial arts originated from. They have numerous mighty ones with many strong fighters among the youth. Aren't you curious about them?" "A little, but there's no lack of future opportunities. There's no need to join such a boring gathering," Lu Cheng said, explaining his thoughts. The mainstream martial arts systems in Europe was the same in essence, differing only in the details. both focused on body refinement plus the will to harness the spirit. Having developed in another direction, the European martial artist system didn't have concepts like force concentration or body refinement through Dan. When it came to physical invulnerability, European fighters also trained their inner radicular pulp and contacted with the heavens and the earth, thereby reaching the same conclusion as their Eastern counterparts. Yan Zhika cocked her head in confusion. What do you mean by future opportunities? Lu Cheng grinned. I'll definitely be visiting you from time to time when you start studying abroad. I may even have a short stay there. Of course, I'll have many opportunities to experience foreign martial arts. You're already thinking that far ahead? Yan Zhika asked, eyes gleaming. Stop. Can you two stop showing PDA no matter what the topic is? The forever single Gu Shuang raised her hand, whining. Can't we just talk properly? Nope. Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika exchanged looks and replied in unison with a smile. In the hall, Zhang Zhutong recalled what he saw earlier and pondered over the reason for Lu Cheng's unexpected appearance in Gaofen. He was in such deep thought that he didn't snap out of it until someone waved in front of his face. What's wrong, Zhutong? Are you worried about tomorrow? The pretty girl with straight bangs asked with concern. The other fighters in the gathering also turned their attention to him when they heard this question. I'm not really worrying. I feel expectant, I suppose, he answered with a smile. Unlike regular challenge tournaments, friendly matches in diplomacy visits were always concerned with preserving each other's face. The authorities believed it wasn't a good idea to win or lose too much. They would also pick fighters who could represent them and guarantee to only narrowly beat their opponents at the same time. That's right. I've seen foreign martial arts matches online but never experienced one myself, a fighter next to Zhang Zhutong said. As other people echoed his view, the pretty girl reminded him with concern. The seniors will be fighting with the inhuman mighty ones, so we don't have to worry about it. But I heard there's a genius youth called Oblak. He's barely 20 but is already as strong as our top 7th pin or weak 6th pin fighter. Since the ranking system within their country differed from foreign countries, they couldn't use each other's ranks for comparison purposes. Ever since losing to Lu Cheng, Zhang Zhutong had endured hardships for at least half a year and finally made further progress, becoming a rather good fighter among the 7th pins. The excellent performance in the match between Lu Cheng and Peng Liyun, however, came as a blow to him. Took him nearly 3 weeks to recover. When he finally recovered his confidence and called for a meeting with martial artists to prepare to meet the delegation, he came across Lu Cheng. He couldn't help feeling like his confidence was faltering. I'll try my best. It's not like there's completely no chance to win. Even if we lose, we won't lose too badly, he said cautiously. As the martial fighters began going over every detail of their meeting tomorrow, Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika were in the other room, tasting the top 3 dishes that Gu Shuang had recommended. She truly deserved her fame. They had such good appetites that they wanted to gobble everything. The Kung Pao chicken, for example, was so tender. It was creamy and aromatic, tasting just moderately sour and sweet. After having their fill, Gu Shuang sent them back to the hotel and helped them check in to their rooms. The sky had darkened overhead. Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika went in the door hand in hand and turned on the lights. This was the first time they hadn't booked 2 rooms as a cover-up and would sleep in the same bed. In the warm, soft light, they felt like they were a married couple returning home. Hotel room lights are getting dimmer and dimmer. Even if they want to save electricity, that's not the way to do it, Lu Cheng grumbled. Yan Zhika's face changed halfway through her response. She looked down briefly, her face twisting with pain. Is your period here? Lu Cheng asked anxiously. Yeah. Yan Zhika was already used to telling her boyfriend about this. I'll go get a change of clothes and wash up. Okay. I'll get the kettle cleaned and make you some warming ginger and red sugar tea. He immediately busied himself with the preparations. It was only after his girlfriend finished the tea, crawled into bed, and laid on her side that he washed up and changed into his pajamas. He laid down next to her, putting his arm around her. He placed his palm on her underbelly underneath her thin clothes. Pretty conscientious, aren't you? Yenjika praised her boyfriend with a smile as she wasn't in too much pain. She suddenly asked curiously, Chang, why are your hands so warm? Hehe. It's a breakthrough progress of my power of blaze, Lu Chang said proudly. I've been practicing it since its second awakening, learning to control it so I can use it in everyday life. I finally succeeded recently after several months of hard work. Does it feel nice? There was no meaning at all to a supernatural ability without a household use. I'll give you a kiss. Yenjika's lips puckered lightly, wearing just a hint of a smile. Her voice had become gentle and sweet. Chang, where are we going tomorrow? Lu Chang was feeling much more cheerful after receiving his girlfriend's compliment. Smiling, he said, I have two plans in mind. First, we can visit the safari park located north of the city. Second, we can just ride on several bus routes and relax. We can travel around the city, stop by every must-see block and street, and savor their specialties along the way. Think of it as slowly taking in the city. I choose the second one, she replied without hesitation. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. I knew it, he said, feeling a sense of tacit agreement. She gradually fell asleep as they chatted, basking in the warmth of her boyfriend's hands. Occasionally, she would frown as if she was enduring pain in her dreams. He couldn't help easing out her knitted eyebrows. As the night turned darker, he climbed up and kissed her on the corner of her lips. In a low voice he said, Good night, honey. He held her in his arms, and it had nothing to do with desire. Lu Chang woke up on time the next morning. He looked out at the gloomy sky as he cuddled the girl in his arms, breathing in the air tinted with the fragrant incense. He basked in the joy that came with the serenity. When he gave her a tight hug, he saw her stir and look up at him bleary-eyed. What time is it? 5:30. Continue your sleep. I'll go for my morning exercises and then bring you breakfast. Lu Chang replied softly. Yenjika curled back up a little unwillingly before feeling something stiff under her. Her body went rigid. Lu Chang smiled awkwardly and said, Some reactions can't be restrained. As long as one is healthy, man, they will wake up like this. Not to mention, I have a fairy sleeping beside me. He repeated what he had said the other day. I think you men are really odd, Yenjika murmured, slumping over as she tried to get up. I'm going to do morning exercises too. It's no longer hurting as much. As the two kissed good morning in each other's arms, the delegation from Broodale arrived at the Gaofen airport. After their morning exercise, Lu Chang and Yenjika returned to the hotel, planning to have breakfast during their leisurely bus tour in Gaofen. Lu Chang waited a short while after his shower until Ka stepped out of the bathroom. She had just changed her hairstyle, a side fringe hanging down, making her eyes and brows more beautiful, temperament purer and more cultured. Her beauty shone more than ever. White long-down jacket, black leggings, fluffy snow boots, light pink knitted hat, delicate silver earrings. In front of Lu Chang's eyes was a breeze of youth and agility. He was used to her look, but couldn't resist starting at her. Is it nice? Asked Yenjika with a shy smile and some pride. You put on some makeup? Asked Lu Chang, gazing at her delicate, pink lips. For a straight man, lips were the easiest part of a girl to look at to determine if she had makeup on. A heavy color lipstick indicates heavy makeup and a light color lipstick signals light makeup. If he couldn't tell from the lips, she probably had no makeup on. Of course, under Coach Yan's instructions and tutoring, his knowledge grew day by day so that he would no longer be so shallow. A little bit. We are going on a date, so of course I'll take it seriously. Yenjika raised her chin a little bit, her eyes shining. Lu Chang chuckled, tempted to grab her and eat her alive. Yenjika saw dangers from his eyes and took one step back. She waved her hand with little strength. Doing makeup is loads of work. Don't you mess with me. Lu Chang gathered his thoughts and changed the subject. I feel your face is too slim. Easy. She puffed out her fat cheeks. Look, my face is fat. Bear it. Can't do it? Then go ahead. Lu Chang stepped forward all of a sudden and pulled the girl over to plant a kiss on her. You! Yen Zhika's complaint was silenced at once as her mouth got sealed by the kiss. She gave Lu Chang several gentle punches and gradually closed her eyes as the kiss carried on, hugging her boyfriend and leaving her makeup behind. While feeling each other's lips, they gently licked and sucked. Their even breaths slowly turned into panting. Are we going out or not? As the atmosphere became hotter and more intense, Yen Zhika tilted her head backwards and glanced at Lu Chang with her watery eyes, breaking free from his hug. It would be nice just hanging in the room all day, said Lu Chang, locking his eyes on her lips. Pervert! Cursed Yen Zhika, annoyed but more amused. She quickly made her way to the bathroom to fix her makeup and then stood at the door, waving her hand. Let's go. Sure. Lu Chang stepped over and left the room, holding her hand as they made their way towards the closest bus stop in a leisurely manner. Not long after, bus number 7 pulled in. On a random weekend, with less people commuting for work but several old people traveling, the bus wasn't crowded at all. Lu Chang inserted coins before leading his little ferry to a back row. The bus carrying them slowly drove through the city of Gaofun. The scenery changed from modern skyscrapers to old sky buildings. Many houses dating back to the last century were unfolded in front of Lu Chang and Yen Zhika. These used to be factories of different companies. Then, when factories were relocated further away from the city, this land became their employees' accommodation, said Lu Chang, pointing at the window. He had done his homework long ago. There should be a university and a senior high school nearby. They will be bustling with noise and excitement to a level. Let's go eat a private home cuisine. Private home cuisine? Yen Zhika asked in a surprised tone. A private home cuisine for breakfast? She was not that type of girl who would simply enjoy dating without putting in her own effort. After the first few times, she began to help make plans and speak out her own opinion, getting closely involved. However, her lower stomach hurt too bad last night, so she had no energy to discuss this with Lu Chang. My private home cuisine has a pair of quotation marks. You will see, answered Lu Chang with a grin. The bus stopped and he helped queue up. It's for us. Filled with curiosity and expectation, Yen Zhika followed Lu Chang like an ignorant deer, hopped off the bus, crossed the street, and entered a fairly old estate. Inside the estate, Lu Chang led ahead, turning left and right while asking random passerbys the directions to building 4. Finally, after passing rows of buildings, they reached their well-hidden destination. With no elevator, they climbed some stairs to the second floor, where they saw that the flat to their left was open and a very tasty smell was flowing out. A noodle shop? Yen Zhika's nose moved, breathing in the good smell. Yes, the old lady here used to be the chef of the Gaoyun noodle shop. After her retirement, she moved here with her husband and bought the flat next door under their children's encouragement to open an unnamed noodle shop. There are actually quite a few places like this, mainly serving students and teachers who don't like to eat in their school's cafeteria. Other people can't find it without a local guide. Lu Chang introduced this private home cuisine. Gaoyun Noodle Shop had a long history in Gaofun. It was recommended by many tourism-related programs. However, it became worse and worse and eventually lost most of its local customers. Only tourists would still visit. Yen Zhika opened her eyes wide and blurted out, "How did you find this place? Shuang didn't mention it yesterday. I saw it when I was searching for information online, and I remembered Fatty Jiang told me Huang Kuan studies in the nearby University of Technology. Then I dug out his QQ and asked for details." Lu Chang sounded very pleased with himself. The old lady has an odd temper. She never tries to please her customers and instead gives them dirty looks if they refuse to follow her order of eating, which is local special cold dishes, noodles, and noodle soup. The odder her temper, the better her business? Yen Zhika bit her lower lip and asked, "Yeah, we all love to be scolded. Maybe we all believe odd people are more capable." Lu Chang poked fun at himself. He walked in with Yen Zhika and saw several tables placed in 2 bedrooms and the living room. The old couple was watching TV, paying no attention to them entering. Their hair was gray but their spirits were high. Breakfast time had already passed. Lu Chang and Yen Zheka didn't need to wait at all, and ordered 2 different kinds of noodles and 10 dumplings to share. The old lady didn't say a word. She walked into the kitchen and soon came out with several bowls of food. She reminded them strictly, beef noodles first, then boiled veggies, then dumplings, then have the noodles with 3 delicacies. Last, drink its soup. She does have an order. Yen Zheka muttered quietly after the old lady resumed her seat. The curious pair began to eat after being given the order. It was amazing, especially the boiled veggies after the very flavorful beef noodles, refreshing and sweet. Highly satisfied, Lu Chang looked for the stop for bus number 19 when they were ready to leave. Yen Zheka rolled her eyes up while thinking and suggested excitedly, "Chang, what if we don't follow the itinerary? I don't want to wear you out." "What do we do if we don't follow the strategy?" asked Lu Chang, confused. A smile blossomed on Yen Zheka's face. "Let's take whatever is given to us. We get on whichever bus and get off wherever looks nice. Don't plan ahead and don't care too much about the result. Follow your heart and see where it will lead us." A trip of destiny? Lu Chang was very tempted. He didn't fight against it and he wouldn't. That sounds fun. They walked out of the estate and waited at a random bus stop for a random bus. After getting on the bus, they took the back row again, held hands, watched the scenery outside of the window, and chatted casually. They hopped off whenever they felt like it, wandered about in the area, and got on another random bus from another random stop. They didn't think about where they would end up at nor what to do or what to eat next. They let their minds go free and legs move at a leisurely pace, taking selfies from time to time. A commercial area, a park, a riverside bridge, a Buddhist pagoda, and a Taoist temple. After visiting many places, they decided to have lunch at the next restaurant they would chance upon. When the alley led them to a big street, Lu Chang and Yen Zheka spotted a cafe almost at the same time. "A cafe, shall we?" asked Lu Chang with a smile. "Why not? Most cafes serve food," answered Yen Zheka, completely relaxed. Not busy at all, the cafe had an okay atmosphere but very few customers. Lu Chang and Yen Zheka ordered a bunch of food, which, to their surprise, was actually really good. "Your food is great. How come the business is not so good?" Yen Zheka asked the owner casually as Lu Chang paid the bill. The very elegant lady put on a wry smile and answered, "I don't know. I guess the residents here don't fancy Western stuff. Are you staying in the neighborhood?" "Not really," said Yen Zheka in a lively tone. "Are you around for business?" With very few customers to attend, the owner had plenty time to chat. "No, we are just passing by," said Yen Zheka with a sweet smile. "Done." The owner confirmed Lu Chang's mobile payment before throwing another question. "Just passing by. Where are you heading to?" "Where?" After a moment of silence, Lu Chang and Yen Zheka exchanged a glance and answered in unison. "We don't really know." They grabbed each other's hands and turned to leave. "Don't know where to go." The owner was completely lost. He watched them from behind until their figures disappeared on the street. Lu Chang and Yen Zheka followed their hearts to get on and off different buses without thinking about the past or the future. They enjoyed the present to the fullest, carefreely and leisurely. Surrounded by people in this big world, they knew it would be beautiful wherever they were as long as they had each other. Clouds moved slowly in the sky as buses drove ahead at a low speeds. Lu Chang and Yen Zheka continued their destiny trip in Gao Fan, quiet and excited. When the lights were turned on in the city, they got on another bus with an unknown destination, holding back their smiles. They had just had an impressively awful dinner in a random restaurant. However, sharing a terrible meal together was just another fun thing for them. "Where are we now?" asked Lu Chang, gazing into the dark. "How would I know?" answered Yen Zheka. Suddenly, her eyes began to shine as a familiar building appeared in the distance. The Beatles Stadium. Gao Fan Martial Arts Arena. Sigh, it must be fate. After a whole day of random buses, we are back here, said Lu Chang emotionally. The light is on. There are probably matches going on. This is the place I won my very first championship. Yenjika nodded and pulled Lu Cheng's hand towards the back door. Let's go. I'll treat you to a match. Her voice rose cheerfully. Gaofen martial arts arena was lit up brightly, but the atmosphere was heavy. Staring at the insufferably arrogant Albrecht and his wavy blonde hair in the arena, Zhang Zhutong looked very serious as he climbed the flight of stairs up. How annoying! It's not open to the public. After her failed attempt to purchase tickets, Yen Zhika pouted. Glancing at the security guards at the gate, Lu Cheng urged, "How about we do something bad? Let's climb in." What kind of match is not open to the public? Nope. I'm a good kid who follows the rules. Yenjika had just spent the day following her heart. As the match was not for the public, she instantly dropped her interest. Her eyes rolled up and she continued, "A dessert shop nearby is pretty good. I tried it with Shuang last time. Their snow slush is super. Come on. I'll take you there." Without thinking, Lu Cheng blurted out, "No cold food during your period. I'll watch you eat." Yenjika smiled, raising her chin. "They also serve cakes." "Sure. Lead the way." Lu Cheng forgot about his original goal and his eyes filled with love and joy. Let's follow our hearts, our feelings, and our destinies today. Oblak wins. Oblak wins. Oblak wins. The same words again and again echoed in the arena, lowering the selected audience's spirit. They bucked up and cheered for the rival for the friendship between the two cities. Zhang Zhudong's body was still noticeably shaking, his face pale, exhausted, and wounded. After breaking free from the nightmare, he glanced at the VIP stand. The deputy governor of the province, Luo Zhong, and the mayor of Gaofan, Chao Jincheng, looked gloomy and disheartened. Feeling his heart sinking, Zhang Zhutong hoped other martial artists could defeat this tough opponent and save their face. Even though we can't score a win, we can't afford a bitter rout. However, he knew his hope might not come true. Oblak didn't follow the rules. He has fought 3 rounds in a row where he defeated Han Jifei and Qiushan and injured me in 1 bout. He should have been replaced after the first round. The most capable fighters on his side had been routed. The Gaofen martial arts group had to play strategically against the rest of those brutal combatants. Zhang Zhutong gave up fighting the first round and lined himself against the third fighter of the brutal delegation to secure 1 round. However, the rival didn't play by their rules. In the worst case, all the young martial artists of my generation will be defeated, thought Zhang Zhutong bitterly. Oblak's physical strength is bottomless, way beyond our level. Before reaching the inhuman stage, bottomless physical strength has great advantages. A fighter next to him commented with some emotion. Zhang Zhutong wanted to give a smile as his response, but he just couldn't force one out. Tasty. Yenjika rested her head on one hand while watching Lu Cheng with her glittering eyes. Lu Cheng slowly took 1 spoonful of the snow and put it into his mouth, tasting it for a dozen seconds before answering, "Very. It reminds me of the milk powder from my childhood. Icy and cold. It tastes much better. Of course. I've tested it myself." Yenjika put on a proud smile and took a bite of the cake with her spoon leisurely. The dinner was too terrible to satisfy their stomachs, leaving the pair with a great appetite for dessert. The darkness floated and drifted outside the window. Lights illuminated the city, projecting their shadows on the glass. The night crept deeper in. At the entrance of the Beetle Stadium, security guards cleared out a path where the deputy governor of the province, Luo Zhong, and the mayor of Gaofan, Chao Jincheng, walked out with the mayor of Brudale, Dawkins, and his entourage. While waiting for their vehicle to arrive, the 2 parties chatted politely out of courtesy. At the fringe of the delegation stood the tall and sturdy Oblak, shaking his legs and arms while looking about. His blonde hair bore a layer of shine under the light as if the light of the rising sun was pouring on the ocean. He was widely known as the son of the rising sun for his handsome facial features and very aggressive martial arts style. The young combatants of Gaofan are nothing special. The black-haired Charles next to Oblak sneered in brutal language. Oblak scoffed. I heard it is only one of the second-class cities of China. He implied his consent to Charles's comment. I'm rather disappointed. The brown-haired Johnny opened his hands. To be honest, I feel the same. I fought 3 rounds, but it was just not enough. In their language, Oblak bent his arms and continued in Chinese with an odd accent. Not fully satisfied. The interpreter felt a bit embarrassed but didn't say anything, keeping the professional smile on his face. Watching their conversation from afar, Zhang Zhutong couldn't understand a word, but felt their defiance and disdain. He felt more gloomy and depressed. He took a quick glance at the deputy governor of the province, Luo Zhong, and the mayor of Gao Fan, Chao Jingcheng, who were both smiling bitterly. It's getting late. We should go back or we'll miss the last bus. Lu Cheng pointed at the dark night outside. Yan Zhika's eyes followed his hand, her head nodding. Yes. Today's journey of destiny began with a bus ride. So of course, they both wanted to end it by bus. They paid the bill with his mobile phone and walked into the biting cold winter night. They felt refreshed at once. Strolling by the arena, they slowly made their way to the bus stop right in front of them, glancing at the bustling entrance of the stadium from time to time. In an extremely good mood, Yan Zhika hopped ahead, her hands swinging high. Lu Cheng followed her pace and stayed right next to her. Such a nice day. She suddenly stopped, looking up at the few stars shining against the city lights. She then closed her eyes and muttered as if in a dream. The joy hidden in the curve of her lips was faint but lasting. I couldn't agree more. Lu Cheng grabbed her hand. Yan Zhika opened her eyes and said, it would be perfect if there was a fireworks show in the end. Don't go by any. I mean a fireworks encounter by chance. Lu Cheng thought about it and smiled gently, suddenly pointing behind the girl. Look, over there. Surprised and amazed, Yan Zhika turned around at once. But there were no fireworks, only the dark sky and silent lights. Bam! The cold light exploded, breaking into thousands of ice crystals which then fell from the sky. Bam! The flame exploded, pouring light on the ice crystals, their reflection clear and pure. The glorious, dreamy fireworks lit up the dark sky as well as Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika's faces. See? The ending fireworks of today, laughed Lu Cheng. Yan Zhika's shock was completely replaced by amazement. With the reflection of the fireworks shining in her eyes, her face was too beautiful to be gazed at. Her teeth gently bit her lips, the shine flowing in her eyes. Cheng, what should I do? I want to kiss you. The fireworks drew the attention of those standing at the entrance of the arena. Oblak was stunned, but the shock was soon replaced by joy. Superpower. A decent superpower. He gazed at the corner of the square where Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika stood closely together. His eyes began to glow with joy. I will have a go to that superpower bearer. I'm not completely satisfied with the previous fights anyway. He strode towards Lu Cheng rapidly. The interpreter was terrified, unsure if he should follow him over. Oblak's master and the head of the delegation, Mason Walker, chuckled while shaking his head. He instructed Jonas, you go as the referee. Don't let Oblak injure the rival. It will affect the friendship between our two cities. Looking like a bear, Jonas took it seriously and hurried to catch up with Oblak, followed by Charles and Johnny out of curiosity. That poor guy was just trying to please his girlfriend on their date. But Oblak saw him. How unfortunate. Zhang Zhutong followed them blankly towards the fireworks. His eyes suddenly widened. Him. Waiting for a kiss from his little fairy, Lu Cheng suddenly sensed the shaking of the ground and took one step forward, subconsciously to protect Yan Zhika. He saw a blond, blue-eyed young man running towards him. His steps heavy but not weighty, and small explosions taking place in his wrists, arms, and body. All these explosive points connected with each other to form an odd tree. Strong, very strong. Lu Cheng's eyes narrowed. He got in a stance and began to visualize a frozen river, a vast expanse of whiteness, and the blood-red sun in the sky. "Fight! Friendly!" shouted Oblak with his foreign accent. "A friendly fight?" Lu Cheng drew in a deep breath, visualizing the red sun falling down from heaven and smash into the icy surface. In front of a worthy rival, of course he would do his best. Abruptly, Oblak's body doubled in size and he threw a downward punch at Lu Cheng. Bang! The sun and the frozen river vanished at the same time, fire and ice canceling each other at Lu Cheng's fist. A variety of the severe warning. Pop! Lu Cheng blocked Oblak's punch with his fist. Something collapsed and formed an eddy at the point where their hands touched, sucking Oblak's hand tightly along with his horrible power. Boom! The eddy broke out, firing furiously, injecting it into Oblak's body. Oblak was forced to take 3 steps back before falling down to the ground in front of Jonas, the referee, as if he had no bones in his body, his eyes wide and body temporarily limp. Pong! The sound from his fall on the ground echoed in the air, leaving Charles stunned and Mason Walker in disbelief and drawing the eyes of Dawkins and Chao Jincheng. Just one punch, the invincible Oblak is down on the ground, unable to get up. He was having a friendly fight with a passerby superpower bearer. What happened? Yenjika's pretty face popped out, asking blankly. I don't really know. He asked for a friendly fight. Lu Cheng was just as lost. Noticing no response from the foreigner's mates, he was done with it and continued to walk towards the bus stop holding Yenjika's hand. A friendly fight? Why with you? Yenjika asked, deeply puzzled. Why would a man who couldn't even take one punch seek a friendly fight? Lu Cheng answered seriously. He's actually not bad, but his physical strength is running out. With little physical strength left, he asked for a friendly fight with you? I don't get it. Neither do I. I can't understand what is going on with this foreigner. This is probably a gap caused by cultural differences and education divergence. The pair went on their way, disappearing in the distance. Watching the couple walking towards the bus stop, the interpreter felt extremely awkward, unsure if he should translate their comments for the Broodale delegation. What did they say? Dawkins, the mayor of Broodale, asked as his eyes locked on Oblak, who was getting up with assistance from others. After a moment of hesitation, the interpreter answered, They said Mr. Oblak is actually very strong, but he is too tired to fight. Too tired to fight? Dawkins and Mason Walker fell silent, looking up at the bus stop where a bus happened to pull in. A group of spectators from earlier got on the bus. Lu Cheng, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding Yenjika, also hopped on, holding on to the handle with one hand and protecting the girl with the other. The bus took off into the dark, leaving the group in silence. In the biting cold wind, Dawkins felt a chill, struggling to get out of the unspeakable feeling. He subconsciously turned to look at Chao Jincheng, the mayor of Gaofun. Seeing nothing unpleasant, Chao Jincheng's frown smoothed out into a faint smile. These days, the capable youths all have very strong personalities, with no interest in getting involved in these kinds of social occasions. After a moment of hesitation, the elegant, pretty female interpreter expressed Mayor Chao's opinion to Dawkins and Mason Walker, emphasizing 2 main points. First, the earlier martial arts competition was just a social occasion in which a win or a loss meant nothing to them. Second, the real capable young fighters on their side were of strong character and didn't participate in these friendly social events. Chao Jincheng would sound like he was bragging and reluctant to admit the defeat if he threw this line out earlier. But now he had nailed it perfectly. Her interpretation changed Mason Walker's facial expression and stiffened Dawkins' smile. The entire delegation's arrogance and high spirits were brought down. Fortunately, several luxury buses arrived just in time to end the topic with a friendly farewell. Oblak, who was being supported by the arm, was finally awake, muttering, "That punch was magical. Very, very magical." Members of the Broodale delegation looked at each other with surprise. They pushed Oblak into the vehicle. When their fleet disappeared into the distance, Chao Jincheng revealed his confusion, tilting his head and looking at Wang Mingkong, the head of the Divine Fire Club. Who was that? Wang Mingkong was a few steps behind and had missed the engagement. Puzzled, he turned to Zhang Zhutong for help. Zhang Zhutong heaved a silent sigh. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng. Han Jifei suddenly realized why the figure seemed so familiar from behind. Lu Cheng, the champion of the provincial youth tournament. Luo Zhong, the deputy mayor in charge of martial arts-related matters, remembered this name. No wonder. Chao Jinsheng felt relieved and gratified, commenting with some emotion. That young man did it so considerately. Originally from Xiaoshan, Lu Cheng's household register had been transferred to Songcheng and he didn't have any career ties to Gaofeng. He had nothing to do with this city at all. If he fought in the competition, the Brudale delegation might find out and they would lose face terribly for cheating, which would affect the business and commercial trade between the two cities. When he passed by casually and lured Oblak to start a fight like this, it became a completely different story. This young man has a great sense of honor for this province, thought Mayor Chao. He didn't even think about the fact that Lu Cheng might just be passing by accidentally. How is that possible? Inform all relevant personnel that no one recognized who the young fighter was in case the Brudale delegation questions about it. Chao Jinsheng ordered his secretary. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Zhutong looked at Han Jifei with mixed feelings in his eyes, finding a similar tinge of emotion in theirs. At this moment, the words Lu Cheng had said to him during the semifinals suddenly came to his head. I don't need anyone to tell me if I'm qualified or not. In 1, 2, or 3 years, I hope you still have the balls and confidence to say something like that. The words were still echoing in his ears. It had only been half a year. Getting off across the street from Mingqi International Hotel, Lu Cheng and Yan Zheke crossed the road leisurely and entered the hotel lobby holding hands, putting an end to this date of fate and dreamy day trip. While Lu Cheng was taking a shower, Yan Zheke changed into cute pajamas with bunny ears hanging down from her chest. Barefoot, she half sat on the bed and picked up her vibrating phone. Hello, Shuang. What's up so late? Ko, your Cheng is terrible, said Gu Shuang bluntly. What did he do? Yan Zheke asked, puzzled. Gu Shuang ground her teeth. He promised he wouldn't get involved in the match with the Brudale delegation last night. But today he went to the Beetle Stadium and kicked their promising star fighter's ass. He went back on his word. Ah, that was the Brudale delegation? No wonder there were some capable foreigners. Yan Zheke suddenly came to a realization and hurried to clear the misunderstanding. He didn't mean it. We had a following the heart trip today. We got on random buses and hopped off at random stops. Somehow we ended up at the Beetle Stadium and that foreign combatant issued a challenge to Cheng. Ha! Pretty romantic. Gu Shuang poked fun at her before introducing the foreign fighter. What a chance! The combatant knocked down by your Cheng was Oblak, who had just defeated Zhang Zhutong, Han Jifei, and Qiushan back-to-back in the Beetle Stadium, humiliating those uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grannies. I see. Cheng was saying the foreign combatant was very close to exhaustion. Yan Zheke affirmed some details. But he is best known for his abnormally great physical strength, which is not far from the inhuman stage, similar to your Cheng. Gu Shuang continued to reveal more information with some chuckles. Bring your Cheng to the party for me. I must show those jerks I have such a great genius friend. Go and find your own. Yan Zheke pretended to be annoyed and teased her. Gu Shuang chuckled. Speaking of which, today I set a new personal goal. I'm going to lure some. What can I do with you? Why can't you have a proper relationship? What's the point frequently changing boyfriends? Yan Zheke couldn't resist teasing her. It could go terribly wrong if you chanced upon an extremist. I never date multiple guys at the same time. I just break up when I no longer feel like being together, argued Gu Shuang. Fine. Enough about you. Yan Zheke rationally ended the topic. We can talk more on QQ. Okay. Gu Shuang hung up. Holding her mobile, Yan Zheke subconsciously called out, Cheng, I have something to tell you. Then she realized Cheng was still in the shower. The water is too loud for him to hear anything. Yan Zheke heard the water sound suddenly stop. The bathroom door was pulled open and Lu Chang popped his upper body out. "What is it?" Looking at his bare chest, dripping water, and wet hair, Yen Zhika instantly closed her eyes and spoke like a spoiled child. "Can you ask after putting some clothes on?" She opened her left eye a little bit to secretly glance at him and chuckled. "Not bad, your figure." "You are more than welcome to touch it," replied Lu Chang with no shame. "Humph." Yen Zhika turned her head away. "Shuang said the foreigner you just knocked out is Oblak, a talented young martial artist from the Brute Ale delegation." Her head turned back and her eyes were wide open, glancing up and down. The Brute Ale delegation. No wonder. Lu Chang was in a trance, shaking his head slightly. "Sadly, we didn't have a proper fight. It feels like swallowing a date without chewing." Brute Ale was a branch of the Mission sect, one of the leading martial arts streams in the Western world. It boasted the will, manipulated the spirit, and controlled the body with faith. However, they didn't have the process of force concentration or the form of the Big Dan. They believed in 10 primitive materials in the human body, each bearing a specific emblem. Once these were refined and mastered, a tree of life would grow to reach the final crown. These 10 primitive materials were located separately. Every time 3 of them got aroused and revealed, a specific ability would be unlocked as if a superpower had been awakened. And these superpowers would assist and support each other to create strong points, like physical strength and power. Compared to the Dan stage martial arts, such combat sects were much weaker in terms of the absolute reaction without the smooth and thorough unification of the body strength. However, they had the great explosive force and specialty enhancement. Lu Chang learned about this from the Longhu Club forum. Other than that, he knew nothing about them. "Didn't you say there would be plenty opportunities in the future?" said Yen Zhika with a grin. "True." Lu Chang went back to the washroom and dried his body and hair before coming out in his nightclothes. Standing close to the bed, he locked his eyes on Yen Zhika, who was lying there like a doll, and grinned. "Somebody wanted to kiss me just now? That damn guy interrupted my sweet kiss. Not me. Not me." Yen Zhika shook her head like a rattle drum with happiness in her eyes. "Well, if you don't want to admit it, I'll come and kiss you." Lu Chang got in bed. "If you don't smile at your man will smile at you." In the hotel where the Brute Ale delegation was staying, Oblak was sitting on a sofa in the lobby with a blank expression, lost in a trance. "Hey, Oblak, don't be like this. You challenged the man after 3 intense fights. Come, have a few drinks and you'll feel better." The black-haired Charles approached with 2 glasses of wine. Johnny agreed. "According to my lovely, beautiful and bright Sandy, a sudden encounter doesn't mean anything. Have a good night's sleep and get ready for a brand new day." Abruptly, Oblak stood up and rushed to the elevator to visit his master, Mason Walker, on the 25th floor. "What's the matter?" Mason Walker gazed at his student with his deep blue eyes. "Master, I want to fight with that superpower bearer one more time," Oblak blurted out. After thinking for a dozen seconds, Mason Walker answered, "We've already asked those gentlemen of Gao Fun, but none of them recognized the young man. Or maybe they just don't want to tell us. We can't stay long." "But," Oblak attempted to try harder. Mason Walker smiled. "A capable superpower bearer like him will grow more and more famous. As long as you keep on pushing yourself, you will meet him one day." Foreign countries highly valued Chinese martial arts circles, but their attention was mainly focused on the top-class professional tournaments and title matches. "I hope so." Oblak heaved a sigh. In the afternoon on the 20th, Lu Chang and Yen Zhika went to Gaofan East Station. They got on the bullet train back to Shoshan. After having a leisurely date, they visited the animal park and closely observed postures such as huxing and hooing. Furthermore, they also watched some panda cubs basking in the sun. They took some pictures of the memorable moments they had during this trip. That afternoon, they chose to stay at home after finishing their morning exercises instead of playing outside. Sometimes they kissed each other and sometimes they leaned against each other while watching TV programs on the iPad. At that time, it was the 3rd day for the delegation of Bruder to visit Gaofan. Oblak was invited to participate in the activities held by martial arts fighters of Gao Fan, and he was disappointed for failing to find a fighter with a superpower. The bullet train went so fast through the mountains and across the fields. As Lu Chang was sharing a funny post with Yan Zheka, he suddenly received a phone call from Wu Ting, a VIP student of the summer class who was still a freshman in high school. Her hair was always tied in a ponytail. "Hello." Lu Chang answered the call, puzzled. Lu sir, when do you plan to come back to Shoshan?" Wu Ting asked in a happy tone. "What's up? I probably won't do the part-time job in the martial arts club during this winter vacation." Lu Chang thought that she just wanted to continue martial arts training. This did not mean that he did not want to make money. After he returned to school, except for the allowance from his parents, he had spent a lot of money but had made none. Even though he had gone on fewer dates with Yan Zheka, his expenses on other things increased a lot. For example, after studying for a period of time, Queen of Thought and her partners had made a prescription which could be used to help people master the inner practice of the swordsman formula. Geezer Sure then passed this prescription on to him. He also got a lot of other similar things from his master. Although the Ice God sect would provide him some materials for practicing martial arts every month, he still needed to buy more by himself. Several months later, it cost Lu Chang almost 80,000 yuan to buy those extra materials. He did not get his strength as strong as a professional sixth pin without any effort. Furthermore, Lu Chang also spent a large amount of money on the date, on presents, and on the hotel booking, so his deposit now was less than 200,000 yuan. Since he temporarily could not find any source of income, it was inevitable for him to think of a part-time job, such as teaching some students. However, the martial arts club would also be closed and had no winter classes during the Chinese New Year. Hearing Lu Cheng's reply, Wu Ting was disappointed, but still maintained a happy attitude. "If I've nothing to say, then I won't be allowed to call you?" "No, you won't," Lu Chang said half-jokingly. Wu Ting was speechless at that moment. She kept silent for 10 seconds, then laughed angrily. "I see that Lu sir has a sharp tongue. I didn't call to ask you for a favor. It's my dad. He is looking for you." "Why is your dad looking for me?" Lu Chang became more confused. Wu Ting laughed happily. "My dad has a martial arts supply company. He would like to invite you to endorse some shoes to let that brand spread out from Xing province and be popular across the country." "Endorse?" Lu Chang was shocked. "At such a low level I can endorse products? Shouldn't the mighty ones with physical invulnerability be the ones with these endorsement deals?" Sitting next to him, Yan Zheka was attracted by their conversation, so she turned her head and winked with confusion. "My dad said your future is bright. You will not only have a bright future but also a limitless future. You will certainly come to the peak of martial arts." Wu Ting explained to him happily. "My Lu sir is so amazing." Lu Chang replied consciously, "But what you said is all about the future. No one dares to promise you the future. If your dad chooses me to endorse the shoes now, he might end up losing money." "No, he won't. Lu sir, you're popular now. All of us have watched the match between you and Peng Liyun. My dad said that as a favored fighter of the age and a local fighter in Xing province, you can help him expand the provincial market and even get a chance to develop the regional market." Wu Ting added, "Anyway, you don't need to do any other things. You don't need to film an advertisement. All you need to do is to wear the specific martial arts shoes we made for you in every challenge tournament that you participate in. Then they will be broken into fragments," Lu Chang said humorously. Wu Ting again was speechless. She laughed and, after hearing what the people next to her told her, said, "What are you afraid of? Which martial arts shoe brand won't be broken? As long as we design them to look cool and you wear them, some people like me who always follow the latest fashion will buy shoes that you endorse if you can wear them for several matches." She bluntly deprecated herself. "This news is too sudden. Right now, I'm so surprised that I don't know how to respond. I'll reply to you after I think about it carefully." Lu Chang did not impulsively accept her suggestion immediately. Wu Ting laughed cutely. "My dad means that after you return to Shoshan, you can go to the company when you are free to talk about this with him face to face. If you think the conditions are good enough, They will measure you there immediately so that the workers can design the most suitable martial arts shoes for you. Okay, I'll be back in Shoshan this afternoon. When will your dad be available at the company? Lu Chang decided to talk about the specific terms with her dad. Well, my dad will have a business trip tomorrow, but he is in the company today. So, how about you go to talk to him before 6 p.m.? Wu Ting asked tentatively. Okay, send me the address. I'll tell you when I go out, Lu Chang said with discretion. Wu Ting chuckled and said, Yes, sir. After he hung up the phone, he looked at Yenjika sitting next to him. She had already figured out what was going on, so he needed not explain. She pursed her lips and laughed. You even got an endorsement contract now. Holy hi, my Chang. I still have no idea what the specific conditions are, but I'm guessing they won't offer that much money. Although Lu Chang was very happy, he remained sober. With his current strength and his present level, he could not get a very high-paying endorsement. But it still could be considered as a compliment to me, because I am unable to earn a stable income on my own. Yenjika looked up and said with great concern, Even if those conditions were not bad, still you shouldn't rush to sign the contract. First, you can take it back to a lawyer to have a look at it in case it's a trap. While not many would dare to cheat you, there are still some people intending to mess you. They are like pieces of shit. Even though they are unable to set a trap for you, they can still disappoint you. Sure, Coach Yen, answered Lu Chang gladly. Yenjika pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly sighed. In the future, I will have no chance to buy martial arts shoes for you. No, you can. I just have to wear them when I'm in a match. In my personal time, I'll still think the shoes you bought for me are the best. I've only worn the first pair of shoes you gave me a few times, so they are still new. Lu Chang took the opportunity to flatter his girlfriend. Yenjika smiled and looked out the window, wearing a slightly proud expression. It only took about an hour to travel from Gao Fan to Shoshan by bullet train, so they quickly found some familiar scenery. Yenjika got a phone call from Empress Dowager. The reason why they deliberately chose this bullet train was that its arrival time was exactly similar to the arrival time of one of the high-speed trains from Songcheng to Shoshan. I'll arrive in a minute. Yenjika hung up the phone and saw Lu Chang taking down their luggage. She looked at him gently and reached her hand out to help him tidy up his clothes. Once they have arrived back in Shoshan, they would be very busy because of the new year. In addition to the morning exercises, they might have fewer chances to meet each other. After stepping off of the car, they reluctantly waved goodbye to each other in the arrival hall. Lu Chang walked out of the station carrying the luggage. After he replied to the girl's message, he called his mom. Mom, I am home. Qifeng seemed to be in a noisy environment, so she said loudly on the phone, Your dad and I are busy with the renovation of the house, so we had no time to buy food. Go to the market and buy something that you like. I'll make food for you when I get back home. The new year is coming. The decoration workers are absent-minded now, for they are eager to return to their homes. So I have to supervise their work and urge them to finish working on the water and electricity before the spring festival. That's my mother. The moment I come back home, she begins to instruct me to complete so many tasks. Lu Chang found her funny but still agreed to do what she said. After a long period of careful selection, Qifeng finally chose a house of 130 square meters, which had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 kitchens. This house also had 2 bonuses, which were the entrance and the terrace. It cost them more than 550,000 yuan in total to buy this house, including the tax that they paid. Because they paid cash, Lu Chang's parents also spent all of their money except for the 400,000 yuan that Lu Chang had given to them. Only 2 months later, his parents had saved enough money to start the water and electricity renovations. Because if it was not necessary, Qifeng, who had suffered a lot because of borrowing money, did not want to try it again. Lu Chang got on a shaky bus and went back home. As he was walking toward his house, the uncles and aunts he encountered on the way warmly greeted him and said something like, "Oh, Chang has become outstanding now." They also praised him for the grateful heart that he held toward his parents and for the act of providing money to buy a house for his family. Lu Chang felt a little proud and excited while watching the envious and thoughtful neighbors. But he still had one idea in his mind, which was, how many people did my mother tell that I gave her money to buy a house? How much did she show it off? How many people know about it? When he came near the doorway, he met another acquaintance, Wang Su's father. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Lu Cheng greeted him politely. Wang Su's father walked with a slight stoop and his hair had become gray. He looked like a person of 60 or 70 years old. He then looked at Lu Cheng and laughed. "Cheng, have you come back from school? You are already so successful. Your father and mother will enjoy a happy life from now on." "Please don't say that, Uncle Wang. You can only believe half of my mother's words." Lu Cheng ridiculed his mother. "Even if the truth is half of whatever your mother has said, it's already quite a feat." Wang Su's dad sighed with emotion and walked out of the building. He turned to find the group of old men who were playing chess. Lu Cheng turned around to watch him go away. Lu Cheng then sighed and had some mixed feelings in his heart. If a person chooses the wrong way, it will hurt not only himself but also others. This accident was not as serious as before. If I have some time, I'll ask Uncle Xing for help and go visit Wang Su in jail. He recovered his thoughts and emotions. When he returned home, he put his backpack down, picked up a basket, and headed to the market. The last time he went to the market alone was when he was in the 5th grade of primary school. That time, he went to the market not to buy food, but to look for his mother. "Thinking about grocery shopping by myself, I'm suddenly a little nervous." Lu Cheng smiled as he sent the message to Yenjika. Yenjika sent a half-covering the mouth and whispering emoji. "I've never been to the market before." "Then I'm better than you." Lu Cheng sent an emoji, laughing with its hands at its sides. "Humph. Are you able to bargain?" Yenjika sent an angry face emoji. "No, I'm not." "Are you able to tell the quality of meat?" "Probably a little." "Can you tell if they injected water into the meat?" "No, I can't." "Can you pick out good quality vegetables?" "No, I can't." Her questions made Lu Cheng lack self-confidence. He found that his personality as the champion of the youth tournament did not work in the market. "Can you distinguish wild animals from domestic poultry?" Yenjika kept asking him. Lu Cheng's anger was mixed with amusement. So he sent her an emoji with words. "Classmate, you're killing our conversation. Haha." Yenjika sent a laugh while thumping on the ground emoji and said, "Go buy food now. I'll wait for your messages." After entering the market, Lu Cheng bypassed various stains with his flexible footwork. He then casually stopped at a pork stall and asked the boss, who had a fat face, "How much are the ribs?" "Ah, tonight I want to eat some wintermelon pork rib soup." Even though he bargained with the boss, the price was still the same. He looked at the boss, who was helping him chop the ribs, and asked, "Can I pay for this with my mobile phone?" "Yes. Please scan my QR code." The boss pointed to a picture on the wall. To pay by mobile phone was so convenient now. People did not have to bring any cash or change with them. Lu Cheng used the phone to sweep the code. After his phone identified the QR code, he suddenly found that the nickname of the boss was, "The past has gone with the wind and only exists in dreams." What a literary name that is. Lu Cheng looked up at the fat boss with astonishment, looking at the flashing, shiny oil on his face. He still could not believe he had such a literary name. "Well, I paid." Lu Cheng paid for the ribs. The boss helped him pack the ribs and then wiped his hands. He then picked up the phone and checked it. "Okay, I received the money." He really has such a nickname. The corners of Lu Cheng's mouth twitched slightly and he put the ribs in the basket. He then went to another stall. Later, he met a fishmonger called Love You Forever and a vegetable seller called Abandoned Child. He found that his worldview was refreshed, so he shared these humorous names with Yenjika. At 15:30, he went out again after he brought the food back home. He took a taxi to the address that Wu Ting had sent him, in the Ingjin building of the Pingle district. When Lu Cheng entered the lobby of the newly built office building, he received a lot of attention from the security guards due to his student-like appearance. He ignored them and looked around with great interest. observing the passing office workers who wore down jacket or all kinds of overcoats instead of the typical suits and ties or formal skirts and high heels in his imagination. The elevator he entered was not crowded as the people in the building were still at work. On his left were two men discussing business. On his right was a straight-haired girl carrying a few cups of milk tea and several slices of cake. With his keen sense of smell, Lu Chang had to pinch his nose slightly due to the smell of perfume on her body. If I didn't get Jean Dan and didn't start practicing martial arts, perhaps this would be my daily environment, Lu Chang lamented internally. He exited the elevator at the 10th floor and saw the logo on the wall in front of him. It read Zhaoji Martial Arts Supplies Company, Ltd. This is the place I am looking for. He turned left and saw a receptionist with long beautiful hair looking down at her phone in a bored manner. Hello, he tentatively greeted the lady. The receptionist suddenly raised her head and put down her phone quietly. She blurted out, "Who are you looking for?" As a company receptionist, she had a beautiful look and sweet smile, but also a pair of glassy eyes. I'm looking for Manager Wu. Lu Chang returned her smile. Manager Wu? Who are you referring to? The lady asked with confusion, having calmed down. Manager Wu. Wu Qinggue. Lu Chang answered calmly. The lady looked him up and down suspiciously. Have you already made your appointment? Though she found the young man in front of her to be very cute, he also seemed younger, as if he was an undergraduate student. So what was he doing here? Was he here to apply for an internship? But there was no need to bother Manager Lu with such trivialities, was there? Yes, I have. Lu Chang nodded with a smile. Okay then, I will ask. She picked up the phone with uncertainty, dialing someone's number. Hello, Manager Wu. A guest is waiting for you. Yes, he's very young. Okay. As she talked on the phone, she looked at Lu Chang with surprise. He really had an appointment with Manager Wu. After putting down the phone, she said with a much sweeter smile, Manager Wu asks that you wait for a moment. Manager Wu did not mention why he had to wait, and neither did she know the reason. Okay. Lu Chang put his hands in his pockets and looked around leisurely, admiring the layout and decoration of the Zhaoji office. Just then, he heard a burst of rapid footsteps closing in. He subconsciously looked in that direction and found a middle-aged man with a thin and strong figure approaching. Manager Wu! The receptionist stood upright and shouted shyly. Manager Wu came out to personally welcome this young man. Who was this young man? Wu Qinggue wore a suit and tie. He had a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He approached Lu Chang with a smile and outstretched his arms to shake hands with him passionately. Oh, you should have called me first when you arrived. Come into my office. Manager Wu, you are too kind. I can find this place myself, Lu Chang said calmly. He followed Wu Qinggue into his office and passed by many working quarters. He finally arrived at the office at the end of the corridor, leaving the receptionist stunned for a long time. Took her a long time to snap out of it. That is the general situation. I believe Tingting has told you this. In the office, Wu Qinggue sat on the guest sofa and repeated the conditions about the endorsement. He took a cup and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Lu Chang smiled. Yes, I basically know what is going on. I just want to know what specific terms you have made. Wu Qinggue requested the sample contract from the secretary and handed it to Lu Chang. The main content is that we will give you 1 million yuan over 3 years. You just need to wear our martial arts shoes when you fight in matches. There are additional terms of the contract made to give you money. You can first take a look at them. Okay. Lu Chang began to read the contract quietly. 1 million yuan over 3 years. This condition was much better than he had expected. He felt embarrassed to even bring up the endorsement money again. He thought that his current endorsement fee would only be tens of thousands of yuan. Most fighters of the Dan stage did not even have the chance to get an endorsement. What was more, he would not need to attend other activities or film any advertisements. He would earn this fee simply by wearing a pair of shoes. It was that easy. He turned the pages very quickly, the professional terms used in the contract making him dizzy. he basically understood the contract in the end. The additional terms that Wu Qinggui had mentioned earlier were indeed beneficial to him. Generally, the terms meant that he could get extra money according to the level of matches he participated in. For example, the group competitions of the National University Martial Arts Games would certainly attract less attention than the semi-quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals. Every bit of progress he made would lead him to advance in a completely different stage, meaning the martial arts shoes he endorsed would certainly be shown in a much more popular stage. Thus, the endorsement contract also set out some ranked rewards. According to those terms, the maximum fee this contract could offer him was more than 10 million yuan within these 3 years. But Lu Cheng thought this was an illusion. He certainly could not make this much money, because the biggest reward he needed to get based on this contract was the title of one of the top 32 fighters in the 5 biggest title matches. How could he achieve this? The fighters who advanced to the top 32 of the 5 biggest title matches were all masters of the physical invulnerability. With his strength and current improvement speed, he was still hopeful to earn more than 1,500,000 yuan in these 3 years based on this contract. Lu Cheng put down the contract in his hand. Manager Wu, can I bring this contract home to look it over? I will respond in 2 days. That was right. He was interested in these conditions. He would return and find a lawyer to help him out with this contract. He needed to ask his senior sister for help this time. She would introduce him to a good lawyer. No problem. You can write down my email address. If you have any problems with the contract terms, you can directly ask me. Wu Qinggui readily agreed. He picked up the pen and quickly wrote down an email address on a paper. He then stood up and laughed. I will bring you around our office. This is the center of gravity of my recent business. Oh, by the way, I can help you measure your accurate data, so we can design a specific martial arts shoes for you. Okay. Lu Cheng did not turn down his suggestion. Following Wu Qinggui, he toured the design department and other places. In the end, he entered an office decked out like a scene out of a science fiction film. This machine collects data about your force. We can carry out the following steps with the data. Wu Qinggui ordered the professional designers to help Lu Cheng measure the length and width of his feet, pointing at the metal table mounted on the ground. After the designers were done with the measurements, he smiled and raised his chin. Give it a try. You only need to stand on it and exert your maximum force into your feet. Lu Cheng hesitated. Won't I break it? Even he was terrified of the explosive power he now had. How can that happen? This machine is of good quality. I have already asked a few professional 9th pin fighters and mighty ones of the Dan stage to test its force. Wu Qinggui smiled without any concern. Lu Cheng was still uncertain. There really won't be a problem? No problem. If it breaks, it's on me. Wu Qinggui laughed. Okay then. Lu Cheng stepped on the metal table with his socks on. As they waited for the technicians adjusting the equipment, Wu Qinggui said, Okay, you can start now. Under Wu Qinggui's eager eyes, Lu Cheng took a breath to unify and balance his spirit, his blood, and his force, concentrating them into one entity. He broke out his danqi and abruptly exerted force into his feet. Clang! At the entrance of the Zhaoji office, the receptionist suddenly felt dizzy and found the ground shaking. Earthquake! Startled, she ran out. She also found that her colleagues were also rushing out from every office. Just then, the micro-earthquake ceased. The workers in the company looked at each other with stupefied expressions. Go back to work. It is no big deal. The receptionist settled down and waved her hand to comfort them. That scene repeated on every floor of the Ingjin building. In the testing room, Lu Cheng looked at the broken metal table and raised his head innocently. Seems like I broke it. It was not seemed like. It was really broken. Completely broken. Wu Qinggui gaped and his eyes widened. He was truly startled, as if he was seeing the arrival of an alien. Was this the explosion made by a 6th pin fighter? It was like he had caused an earthquake. Manager Wu, the fighters you found before were of 8th pin in the Dan stage, right? Lu Cheng tried to pass the buck. Yes, yes. Wu Qinggui broke out of his reverie and said with a wry smile, This machine really does not work well. It's on me, on me. The fighters who were in the inhuman rank really were inhuman now. Lu Cheng once again looked at the table he was standing on and curiously asked, "Has it measured any data?" "No." The technicians answered him with tearful expressions. Wu Qingui calmed down and smiled. "It's time to get off work. How about we have a dinner together?" "Haha. It is my first day back home, so I must accompany my parents. Let's eat together next time." Lu Cheng still felt a little guilty. "Okay." Wu Qingui did not insist on his suggestion. Lu Cheng first went home and chatted with Coach Yen for a while. He then called his senior sister, Shi Yuejian, to discuss the endorsement. Following her instructions, he took photos of the contract and sent them to her. When it was late, Shi Yuejian called him back. "Little brother, the contract has no problems, but it lasts for a long period of time. 3 years from now, you will graduate from university and will certainly become a fighter who can participate the top professional games, so your social status will be completely different at that time. This contract will waste your value, so you should sign a contract for 2 years. They should give you 700,000 yuan within 2 years. All the uncertain terms are reserved. If you are too embarrassed to demand this from them, you can adopt the 2+1 pattern. 2 years from now, they have your endorsement priority, but the conditions they offer should be similar to what others are offering." "Got it. Thanks, senior sister," Lu Cheng said happily. The door opened just then. Qi Fong and Lu Jisheng had returned home wearing tired expressions. "Cheng, what are you talking about?" Qi Fong casually asked him while changing out of her shoes. Lu Cheng laughed. "I'm talking about a big contract." "Big contract?" Qi Fong smiled without interest and walked into the kitchen. What kind of big contract could one sign by only fighting in some matches and winning a little bit of money? Lu Cheng did not explain himself. He wanted to wait until he signed the contract and surprise his mother with money for their house furnishing. "Haha. I only saw how hard your mother had it after following her around to work on the house furnishing." Lu Jisheng sat down and leaned against the sofa in exhaustion. Lu Cheng glanced at the kitchen. "Then let's ask Mom to stop making dinner. How about we eat out?" The moment he finished his words, he heard Qi Fong shouting from inside the kitchen. "What kind of pork ribs did you buy?" "Just regular pork ribs." Lu Cheng answered in bewilderment. Was there any difference between ribs? Qi Fong was annoyed but also found her son ridiculous. "Can't you pick a better part of the pork? Since your teeth are good, you should gnaw on them yourself." The champion of the youth tournament and fighter considering a 1 million yuan contract, Lu Cheng, blinked innocently and felt a little sorry for himself. "How would I know which rib part to buy? Ha ha ha. Though I don't know it either. I still want to laugh at you." Listening to Lu Cheng's complaints about the grievances he suffered no thanks to the ribs, Yanzhika sent him a cry-laughing emoji. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head, replying her with an emoji biting a handkerchief. "I was so eager and expected to seek comfort from you, but you are just laughing at me. Okay, fine. Come here, let sister fondle your head. We can go and pick out pre-packaged ribs at the supermarket in the future." Yanzhika sent a snickering emoji. "Why do I still feel like you are laughing at me?" Lu Cheng sent an emoji touching its chin, pointing out this fact. "Hehe. Don't pay attention to the details." Yanzhika sent an emoji with question marks flashing above its head. Lu Cheng flirted with Ku through QQ messages as he chatted with his dad, Lu Jisheng. He also helped his mother prepare ingredients for their dinner and patiently waited for it to be ready. Around 7, Lu Cheng dipped a piece of pork rib into the sauce and bit the meat off quickly with his healthy teeth. These were some fine pork ribs. Why did his mom dislike them? Suddenly recalling something, Lu Jisheng put down his chopsticks and took a sip of wine. "Cheng, you may need to go back to our hometown and worship the ancestors in a few days." Worship the ancestors? Lu Cheng was stunned. What did his dad mean? Were his great-grandparents not buried in Shao Yueshan Cemetery north of the city? He had even visited their graves over his summer break. Lu Jisheng laughed heartily when he saw his son's expression. I mean to go back to our old hometown and visit our ancestors. Well, you have never been there. It is in the nearby Qingfu County. Lening City in Qingfu County. Oh, it is grandfather's hometown. Lu Cheng immediately understood what his dad was saying. He had never thought that place would be his hometown, because he was born and bred in Shoshan. He had spent all his 18 years here since birth, so he regarded Shoshan as his real hometown. Lu Cheng's family was not native to Shoshan. Lu Debong was born in the neighboring Lening City in Qingfu County. When he turned 20, he found a job at a factory in Shoshan City. He then settled down and raised his family here. In the end, he bought his parents here and lived with them. When Lu Cheng was born, his great-grandparents were already buried in Shoshan. They gradually fell out of touch with their relatives in Qingfu. Lu Debong had visited his hometown twice in the first few years after his retirement. Those visits ceased as he aged because he did not want to travel back and forth between the two cities. Yes, your grandfather recently dreamed of his childhood and thought it was our ancestors reminding him to return to worship them. Maybe he was homesick. What's more, now you have also succeeded in your way. Of course he wants to go back and visit them, Lu Jisheng said, shaking his pair of chopsticks. If he did not settle in Shoshan in the future, would he also think and dream of this place often when he becomes old? Lu Cheng considered this, touched to hear his dad's words. The answer was definitely yes. Unless he could completely abandon his childhood and more than half of his youth, unless he could totally forget all the difficult but memorable moments he spent here, he would miss this place often. Even now, when he would study in another city for 6 months, he would often miss Shoshan. Okay, I don't really have any impression of Qingfu. I will go there with my grandparents and think of it as a trip. Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed. He truly knew nothing about his relatives and the situation there. His mom ate a piece of melon and laughed when she heard him. Your dad doesn't remember that place either. He has only been there 4 or 5 times. The last time he went was when we were newlyweds. Yes, I only remember a river and a grave hill. When you were born, I thought I had to bring you there for a visit, but completely forgot it, because I was too busy. Lu Jisheng chuckled. I heard the family members over there are discussing remaking the family records. Every family has to chip in some money or they won't be recorded. What kind of society do we live in now? And we live in cities too. What does it matter if we are not recorded in the records? They just want to take our money, Qi Fang complained. But the elders really like things like this. Lu Jisheng was not concerned about it either. Had he not lived well all this while even though he was not recorded in the family records? Lu Cheng listened as if he was listening to gossip. He planned on searching the web for delicious food there or some native specialties later. He would try his best to bring them back to his fairy. If not, he would try the food first and kidnap his fairy for a future visit. When he thought it this way, he became quite curious about his grandfather's hometown. As he ate, Lu Cheng wondered out loud. Is the whole family going? We have such a large family. It will be troublesome to buy everyone's tickets. Most likely. We can rent several cars and provide the drivers with food and accommodation. Lu Jisheng answered him slowly. It was obvious his family had gone over the details several times. Okay then. Lu Cheng felt relieved and no longer concerned himself with this. He was only a student and would only be there to accompany his parents. All he needed to do was follow his family to have good food and worship their ancestors. There was no need for him to worry about this visit. Lu Jisheng's phone vibrated a few times as their discussion stretched on. He picked up the phone and had a look at it. He smiled at Qi Fang and said, Old Zhao invited us to have tea and play cards with him this weekend. Sounds good. Qi Fang agreed easily and looked up at Lu Cheng. Your Uncle Zhao always invites us to play with them when we are free. Since you are on your break, do you want to join us? Uncle Zhao. Lu Cheng was perplexed. Who was he? Why did he have no memories of this person? Lu Jisheng took a sip of wine and smiled. Haven't you already met him? He is my childhood friend, Zhao Zijuan. His daughter has gone on a blind date with your cousin brother. The blind date didn't work out, but we have started contacting each other again. Oh, him. Lu Cheng thought of the scene when he saw Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao in Chief Xing's house. Not wanting to say anything else, he only smiled. We'll see. I may need to do something that day. I am still part of the team coach of Shoshan during the preliminaries. Why are you still so busy when you are on winter break? Chi Fong nagged a little out of her heartache for her son. Oh, Fatty Gua also invited us to dinner. Huh. I never found him this passionate before. What a drastic change since you won the youth tournament. Guomin was Lu Jisheng's boss. That was not true. Lu Cheng silently judged his mother's opinion. Guomin began to change his attitude since he recognized him. Hey Cheng. Fatty Gua keeps saying he has a life-saving debt to you. What does he mean? Lu Jisheng asked with a frown. There was a fugitive who fled to Shoshan back then. Thanks to my master, I have some connections with the police. So I was asked to do them a favor and guard Gua's family for one night. Lu Cheng gave them a simplified explanation. As expected, his parents found nothing wrong with his words. They lamented how cowardly Fatty Gua was while complimenting Lu Cheng for having a wide network of friends. After dinner, Lu Cheng shared all these things with Yan Zhika. They began enthusiastically discussing the kind of specialties Qingfu had and if Lu Cheng's family ever had any great ancestors. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng's family was common, so there was no prominent past about his family. But someone brilliant had appeared in this generation. That was the champion of youth tournament, Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng suddenly received a message from Zhang Fei while chatting with Yan Zhika. Cheng, I need to ask you something. Fatty Zhang added an admiring emoji. What's up? Aren't you coming back the day after tomorrow? Lu Cheng replied with a nose-picking emoji. Fatty Zhang sent a grinning emoji. Yes, I will be back the day after tomorrow. I want to ask you what the fun places in Shoshan are. I have a few classmates coming over to play for several days. Lu Cheng laughed as he read Zhang Fei's message. He then replied, borrowing Little Ming's tone. Aren't you also a Shoshan native? Why are you asking me this? Hee. How would I know where the delicious food is? I usually stay home. But you are always on dates with Yan Zhika, so you know where the fun places are. Zhang Fei said unabashedly. Lu Cheng replied with a snickering emoji. To be honest, I do know. There is a place we usually go to. Where? Zhang Fei kept asking him. Lu Cheng replied with an emoji with an evil smile. The library. It is the place we frequent the most when we are on dates. Fatty Zhang was speechless. So should I bring my friends to sightsee in the library? Haha. Lu Cheng felt very happy after he succeeded in making fun of his friend. He then poked fun at him and said, there must be some girls among those friends. Why else would you take this so seriously? Fatty Zhang sent an emoji scratching its head. Yes, there is. A classmate will come here with his girlfriend and the girl will bring a female friend along. They just want to take a trip here. I didn't fall for her. I just want to get to know more girls, so I will have more chances to get a girlfriend. Not bad. You are being very practical. Lu Cheng teased him. Then you can take them to Shoshan spot. You can climb the mountain and stroll around the temple. When you come back, you can use your talent to bring them to eat the delicious food. Is that it? Zhang Fei could not believe it, so he tried to seek confirmation from him. What else are you going to do within 2 days? Lu Cheng smiled and scolded him. Most probably come here for the scenic spots. Oh, you are right. Zhang Fei finally made his decision. The next morning, after Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika completed their morning exercises, they ate dishes they had missed for breakfast. Since Yan Zhika had family activities to attend to, Lu Cheng said goodbye to her in front of her estate. When he went home, he found that no one was around. So his plan to accompany his mom to handle the house furnishing arrangements and play his role as a son were ruined. His dad was at work and his mom was busy supervising the furnishing of the new house. I have become the idlest person in the world, Lu Cheng thought self-deprecatingly. He changed his clothes and took his house key. He then walked toward the Gushan Martial Arts School while carrying the boiled soup and other things. He wanted to borrow their strength training gymnasium and arena to continue his tempering. He also heard from Qin Rui that the Xiushan and Tiangao preliminary teams would be competing in friendly matches in the school this afternoon in preparation for the post-New Year preliminaries. He could also take a look at the matches. There were a few people in front of the Gushan Martial Arts School. All the female receptionists were looking inside, full of anticipation. Lu Chang did not greet them and slowly walked into the arena. He saw that several partitions had been removed and a standard ring had been set in the middle. The disciples of the martial arts club and other spectators sat cross-legged around the ring. They watched the fight as they discussed. Lu Chang bent down slightly and casually patted one of the student's shoulders, indicating for him to move to the side so he could sit. The student turned around and seemed bewildered at first. He then immediately looked surprised. Lu Chang did not know who he was, so he smiled and placed a finger on his lips as a way of telling him to curb his excitement and not make any noise. The boy, wearing an excited and surprised expression, immediately closed his mouth upon seeing Lu Chang's gesture. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say and nodded fervently to show that he understood what Lu Chang meant. He then moved to the other side and offered Lu Chang a seat. Smiling at him, Lu Chang moved forward and sat down cross-legged in one smooth movement. He looked at the ring and saw Qin Rui fighting a professional ninth pin fighter. The crisp, dull sound they made as they sparred resounded in the arena. "Brother Lu, when did you come back?" The boy beside him asked quietly as if he was doing something secretive. Lu Chang turned to look at the ordinary-looking boy that he really could not remember. He let out a wry smile. "Yesterday. I thought I'd come here today to borrow the strength training gymnasium, but I happened to see the fight here, so I decided to watch it." He raised the bag in his hand to prove his words. "Oh!" The boy seemed like he had completely understood the situation. Glancing at the fight going on the ring, he said in an envious tone, "Ever since senior brother Qin mastered his meditation, his strength improved so rapidly. It hasn't been that long, but he is close to becoming a professional ninth pin fighter. His body condition is great. As long as he overcomes his visualization shortcomings, he will naturally improve quickly." Lu Chang smiled with gratification. In July, Lu Chang started to instruct and correct Qin Rui's meditation methods. Qin Rui finally mastered it after he overcame his bitter emotions and went through a difficult 4-month practice. That meant he had successfully overcome an important threshold in his martial arts way. With his physical advantage of a 1.9-meter height, thick body, and long limbs, he could easily defeat a professional ninth pin fighter now that he could use visualization in real combat. The boy nodded, agreeing with Lu Chang. He smiled fawningly and said, "No matter how quickly he improves, he is still no match for you. Brother Lu, will you work part-time at our club again? I want a one-on-one class with you." Had the boy asked Lu Chang yesterday morning, he might have agreed. Now he simply laughed and said, "I have many things planned this winter break, so I won't have time for a part-time job. If you have any questions, you can ask Qin Rui for advice. If he can't help, you can come to me if you see me free after my tempering. You can talk to me casually. No need for any formalities." Last night, he had sent Wu Qinggui his suggestions on the contract revisions. Now all that was left was to wait for Wu Qinggui's confirmation after he returns from his business trip. "Okay." The boy next to Lu Chang nodded in delight. He too knew it was impossible for Lu Chang, who had already reached the 6th pin rank, to take on a part-time job in a martial arts club. Fighters who were born to ordinary households could not afford a one-on-one class by a master of the 6th pin anyway. Inside the ring, Qin Rui gave a full demonstration of his strength and fought his bearded opponent with full concentration. The referee of this match was a gray-haired old man with deep wrinkles. He could be a famous fighter who had settled down in Xiushan after his retirement. Xiushan had beautiful scenery and good air quality. Many native fighters would sometimes return and live here for a period of time when they became old. When the audience heard a crisp sound, Qin Rui took the opportunity to use his physical advantage to beat his opponent down. "Good!" Lu Chang applauded and cheered for him. He did not look any different than the other martial arts disciples and students around him. They were the so-called onlookers. Qin Rui had indeed made great progress, worthy of the applause. Qin Rui shook his fist with satisfaction and saluted his supporters. He walked to the other side and sat beside Monk Wenguang, listening to his comments on his movements in the ring and further instructions. The next match was between Jiang Shuiyan from Tiangao and Zhou Zhengyao from Shoshan. Both were close the level of professional ninth pin, so they were so well matched that neither could gain the upper hand. Jiang Shuiyan suddenly attacked, making several sharp and smooth strikes against Zhou Zhengyao, and finally pushing him out of the marginal line to win the match. Good! Lu Cheng applauded again. With the controlling ability of body refining state, she could blend the sharp style with the smooth style perfectly. This showed that she had mastered the basics. This time, his applause did not blend in unnoticed, unlike before. The supporters of the Shoshan team were quiet and pitiful following Zhou Zhengyao's loss. Lu Cheng's cheering contrasted starkly against the quiet atmosphere, attracting heavy attention on him. Jiang Shuiyan looked at him, surprised the Shoshan audience would applaud and cheer for her victory. The audience here was not made of a general audience. Those here to watch the friendly matches were either the martial arts disciples or friends and relatives of the team members. They were definitely the kind to cheer for their own people and not celebrate the opponent's victory. She looked over and noticed a young man whose appearance was not outstanding but had a clean look. She nodded at him, appreciating his honesty and frankness. The corners of Lu Cheng's mouth upturned and he applauded again. You are pretty good. Shoshan people are quite friendly. That guy is frank and honest. I like him. The fighters of the Tiangao preliminary team glanced at him, whispering among themselves joyfully and excitedly. The martial arts disciples and students were rather surprised. Following the sound, they looked at the man who had clapped. The moment they noticed the familiar figure, they immediately held back their scolding words. Lu Cheng? He came back? Chairman Wei Renjie and Qin Rui were first shocked and then overjoyed. However, their reactions were masked by the referee announcing the start of the next round. While the fighters fought, Qin Rui stood up and moved to Lu Cheng's side. After pushing past the others, he sat down beside Lu Cheng and laughed. Yesterday you didn't mention that you would come over. My mom abandoned me, so I had no choice but to come here and have fun and borrow the strength training gymnasium. Lu Cheng answered casually, chuckling. You have improved so much recently. I was a bit shocked earlier. It is all thanks to your advice. Master Wenguang has been amazing as well, Qin Rui said modestly, showing just a hint of pride. Lu Cheng placed his hands on both knees and carefully watched the match. Martial arts is ultimately all on you. You can't force a cow that doesn't want to drink. Not bad, you can try to get the professional ninth pin certification this April. Oh right, how many friendly matches will the team be fighting? He issued the question without much concern. The chairman wants us to fight in about 10 matches and take the opportunity to fight with neighboring teams. This way, everyone can gather as much practical combat experience as possible. We are fighting the Fenhu preliminary team next and then the Bat team of Lenning. Well, this team is very powerful because they have a Dan stage fighter. Last year, they even advanced to the second round of preliminaries. They are unfortunately still weaker than teams from provinces with strong martial arts basis, so they couldn't move further. Qin Rui answered excitedly. I see. Lu Cheng answered without concern. He was treating this conversation as a casual chat. Friendly matches meant to be learning experiences were different from the formal matches. This time, the two teams had fought for 8 rounds. This way, the leading and benched fighters of both teams all had the opportunity to fight. The fighters would exit the ring no matter the result. The match came to an end at 10:30 a.m. The Shoshan team won a good score, 5-3. Wei Renjie was incredibly proud of the team and talked with the coaches from the Tiangao team for a long time. In the end, he even invited them to lunch with his team. After the fighters from Tiangao City walked into the locker room to take a shower and rest, Wei Renjie and Monk Wenguang came to speak to Lu Cheng warmly. Lu, would you like to join us for lunch this afternoon? It is okay, Chairman. There are too many people and I am unfamiliar with them. There is no meaning to it. Lu Cheng frankly expressed his own opinions. Okay. Then I will find time to treat you a good meal privately. Wei Renjie was not angered by his refusal. He even smiled and said, I was planning to persuade you to help us fight in several preliminaries and win some matches for our team, but you improved so much recently that I am embarrassed to ask you for this favor. It is simply bullying to have let a professional sixth pin fighter compete in the preliminaries. Donor Wei is right. A professional sixth pin fighter should be a leading player in district competitions. He can even join the carryover competitions as a benched player. Monk Wenguang carefully gave Lu Cheng a once-over while wearing a warm smile. The preliminary was the fourth-level professional matches in martial arts and the lowest kind. At third level, the matches were called preparation competitions of the northern and southern districts. In matches at this level, middle-sized clubs or teams would generally make the fighter in inhuman level and high-ranked Dan stage the leader and the mighty ones of 6th or 7th pin the leading players. The carryover competition was the second level of professional matches. Teams belonging to this level would have one fighter of physical invulnerability. They will make the fighters in the inhuman level the leading players and bench the 6th or 7th pin fighters. In other words, Lu Cheng need not worry that he would not have a team to join even if he graduated now. Lu Cheng was scared by Monk Wenguang's odd gaze and smiled wryly. I should first try my best to win the university martial arts games. Lu Cheng excused himself after chatting for a while longer and walked upstairs toward the strength training gymnasium. Qin Rui followed him and asked in concern, How will you settle your lunch? Why don't I order extra and bring it back to you? Nah, don't mind me. I will just grab something nearby. I still have to continue my tempering later. Lu Cheng waved his hand. You still have to practice in the afternoon? Qin Rui asked in surprise. I'm free anyway. Lu Cheng sighed and laughed softly. It's not easy to catch up to Peng Liyun. It's not easy to catch up to Peng Liyun. Qin Rui was stunned as he watched Lu Cheng disappear into the corridor. He suddenly realized how insignificant his self-pride was. Lu Cheng was trying to be one of the best fighters of their country in his age group. He truly belonged to a different level. In the locker room, Jiang Shuiyan dried her hair with a towel after her shower as she used her phone. Sister Shuiyan, you fought really well today. Huang Bing, a benched fighter, gave her a thumbs up. Yes. Your performance shocked the Shoshan audience. They even applauded you. The leading player, Tan Digeo, also agreed with Huang Bing. The other members began laughing and teasing Jiang Shuiyan, making her both happy and embarrassed. She added humbly, The brother probably applauded because he thought the way I sparred was kind of nice and beautiful. She suddenly recalled something and frowned. Hesitantly, she said, For some reason, that brother looked familiar. Familiar. Tan Digeo and Huang Bing also ransacked their memories. The more they thought, the more they felt the same. They too thought they had seen the young man who applauded somewhere. Seconds later, Huang Bing's eyes widened. He finally realized who the young man was. He blurted out, Lu Cheng. When the hype around a champion of a provincial youth tournament died and there was no continued coverage, most of the audience who enjoyed martial arts or the games on TV would easily forget about him. They would only have a vague impression of him at most. But he was certainly a great fighter that they could not ignore as fellow fighters in this province. Lu Cheng. Jiang Shuiyan's mind also became clear. Surprised and delighted, she said, Yes, it's him, Lu Cheng. It really was him. He had actually come to watch such a low-level match. Lu Cheng, Tan Digeo and others glanced at each other to seek confirmation and could not help falling into momentary silence. After a while, Tan Digeo sighed. Shuiyan, even Lu Cheng is applauding you. You can stop being so modest. Jiang Shuiyan raised her head slightly and laughed. The Tiangao team met the Shoshan team when they came out of the locker room. Jiang Shuiyan and Huang Bing could not help but carefully size them up in an attempt to find the familiar figure. Unfortunately, they failed to do so, leaving only regret behind. After recognizing Lu Cheng, they recalled details they had forgotten. Lu Cheng represented the Gushan Martial Arts School in the provincial youth tournament, and where they were currently at was precisely that school. It was no wonder that they saw him here. More often than not, fighters would only rewatch the footage of Lu Cheng's matches. Except for those who became his fans, no one would read Apotheosis of Fighters again. The speed at which primates forgot insignificant details was incredibly alarming. Of course, they would have noticed earlier had Xioshan just used the title Gushan Martial Arts School back when they were deciding their friendly matches. They would have at least associated the school with Lu Cheng. But they were only taken to the school after arriving in the urban area of the city. Some of their team members did not even see the school signboard. Those who did see it placed their focus on the upcoming matches and only blurted out, "Oh, Gushan Martial Arts School." Jiang Shuiyan was disappointed when Lu Cheng did not show up. When she looked around, she found Monk Wenguang poking and drawing on his smartphone with his forefinger. It seemed he was doing an incredibly difficult task. For some reason, she thought a monk holding a modern technology product was a jarring sight. With a smile, she said, "Master, do you need help?" When it came to teaching the elderly to use smartphones, she was second to none. The moment Jiang Shuiyan turned her head, Monk Wenguang had already locked the screen of his smartphone with a finger. He laughed and said, "You are very considerate. I'm only writing an email. I'm good, thanks." Yo. So he knew how to send emails using his phone. Jiang Shuiyan laughed at this thought quietly, praising the monk in her mind. "Master, you are really keeping up with the times. Amitba, if I do not enter hell, who will enter hell?" Monk Wenguang placed his palms together with a smile. Swordsman, swordsman, swordsman. Inside the strength training gymnasium exclusive to disciples, a low, ancient sound reverberated constantly, as though a subtle, mysterious feeling proliferated the heavens and earth. Lu Cheng was standing and his empty thermos cup was sitting behind him. His hands were wrapped around a ball composed of mercury. He allowed the ball to drop down gently, slowly coming to a rhythmic roll, as he used external pressure and subtle perceptions to facilitate the tempering of his body and spirit. This was the swordsman formula created by Fei Dan, the Queen of Thought, and further developed by him. Parts of the tactic were also applicable in his Dan stage practice of the Ice Sect and the Fire Sect, as well as the visualization of the Frozen River diagram, the Cold and Frozen diagram, the Prairie Fire diagram, and the Zhurong diagram. As he continued his practice, the semi-enclosed strength training gymnasium underwent a wonderful change. On one side, the temperature had risen with underlying heat. On the other side, the breeze was blowing and the surface of the metal instruments felt colder to the touch. The two conditions intertwined to form a vortex that slowly turned until they amazingly formed a balance. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Cheng positioned himself in the closing form and ended his practice. He put down the large ball and exhaled the air in his chest and abdomen. The heat and cold inside the strength training gymnasium immediately fell out of balance and collided with each other. They actually transformed into a fleeting burst of breeze and shallow mist. Lu Cheng bent over to pick up his towel and wiped the sweat from his face. He looked tired, but his body felt abnormally refreshed. He picked up the rest of his things and walked out of the room to find a place to exercise. Brother Lu Cheng. Just as he reached the stairs, he saw his cousins, Qi Yunfei's boyfriend, Ding Yanba, standing straight with his hands at his sides. "Are you not resting in the afternoon?" Lu Cheng asked with a smile. Suppressing his excitement and joy, Ding Yanba answered, "We only practice in the morning. That was why he was waiting here. Fei told me you received the amateur 9th pin certification." Lu Cheng mentioned casually, his hand in his pocket. Ever since Qi Yunfei began studying in Xioshan No. 1 middle school, she was basically a husky that had broken away from its chain. She would return home once a month and spent the rest of her days either monkeying around with her friends or going on dates with her boyfriend. Fortunately, her midterm result was a giant wake-up call, and she began to take her studies seriously. "Why yes, it hasn't been that long," Ding Yanba replied cautiously, but his raised brows revealed his inner joy and satisfaction. "Not bad. You have only dabbled in martial arts for 6 months and your body is not completely developed yet. You have done well to get an amateur 9th pin rank. You have hopes to thrive in this field." Lu Cheng was generous with his compliments. Fei said you only took a month, Ding Yanba said curiously, grinning. Basically, Lu Cheng had grown out the phase where he would show off to children. Practice well. You will have your chance as long as you practice hard. He was implying that if Ding Yanba could raise his standards and general physical fitness to the amateur first pin level, the results of his internal training methods would not lie. Since Ding Yanba had heard Qin Rui mention something similar several times, he immediately understood what Lu Cheng meant. Yes, brother Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded without saying anything else. He found another place and first replied to Yen Zhika's messages before beginning his practice. His formidable movements made sizzling and crackling noises. Today, he focused on practicing Snow Cover and Cold Swallow, the 13th and 19th moves of the Ice Sect respectively. The moves were tricky and hid the user's intentions well, with too many transformations unexplored. It was not a technique that he could forget about once he had learned the basics. At 3 p.m., Lu Cheng felt his energy draining and thus ended his practice. He showered and changed into clean clothes. I feel very productive after finishing my practice. He sent a message to Yen Zhika with a snickering emoji. Yen Zhika was still with her family and only replied a few minutes later with an emoji with sparkly eyes. Our Cheng works so hard that I feel ashamed. Hehe. It feels motivating to have a goal for you to catch up to. He responded with an emoji flaunting his muscled arm. Honestly, the desire to protect will always keep me motivated. But it is impossible for me to feel spirited and spurred into full action without anything going on. Of course, he felt steadier and lasting this way. Then should I give you a sense of crisis? Yen Zhika replied with a snickering emoji. To be honest, I'm distressed by how tired you feel. Work hard and defeat the big devil, Peng Liyun. Of course. Lu Cheng forwent any heroic statements and only laughed. If you keep me company more often, I will have more rest. He visited his grandparents after leaving Gushan Martial Arts School before slowly returning home. He sprawled on his bed without caring how he looked and chatted with Yen Zhika as he read a novel. He felt relaxed as he cleared all his mental exhaustion. Inside a temple at the foot of Shoshan late at night, Monk Wenguang was turning his rosary with his eyes closed when he abruptly bounced to the door without moving his waist or body. He opened the door and looked at the two people outside. So fast. One of them was tall and imposing, with a reserved comportment. He carried a somewhat deterrent air and seemed as if he would inexplicably frighten away all snakes, pests, and rats if it was summer. This large man laughed heartily. Just so. Donor Dong, please come in. Monk Wenguang raised his palm. Dong Xiaoyang entered the room straightforwardly. Wenguang turned to look at the other man, respectfully saying, Predecessor Sin Flame, please come in. The person had deep eye sockets, a straight nose, graying hair, and eyes that hid fiery passion. He seemed to be middle-aged. He was none other than the divine enchanter of Sin Flame. The man nodded gently and entered without a word. When Wenguang closed the door behind them, Dong Xiaoyang paced a few steps before asking with great interest, Master, when will you make your move? Namo Amitba. Donor Dong, don't be impatient. Wenguang answered in surprise. I am feeling quite impatient. Dong Xiaoyang had a wide face and big eyes. He snickered and said, I have been unsatisfied ever since he won the provincial youth tournament. I have been looking for a chance to fight him and see who is the number one among the young fighters in the Xing province. Unfortunately, I can't take action without receiving orders. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, how can I be patient, master? His face was mature, his manner heroic. He looked over 30, but from his words, it seemed like he was under 26 or perhaps even simply 22 years old. But we still have to wait for our chance. Monk Wenguang tried to persuade him. Just then, the silent divine enchanter of Sin Flame spoke in a low voice. Don't disturb the locals. Predecessor Sin Flame, I know, Dong Xiaoyang replied with a smile. He turned to Wenguang and said, Our target has only ever experienced a life-and-death fight once? That is too little. An arena fighter who has not seen much blood is innately far weaker. That is why we requested you to come. When Guang put his hands together and smiled, Dong Xiaoyang burst into laughter. Great! Then I will show him what it means to tread between life and death. When it came to the contest for supremacy, no one was exempted. You sneakily went for grilled eggplant without me. At 9 p.m. outside of Old Lu Barbecue, Lu Chang took out his mobile and saw Yenjika's message from a few minutes ago. Lu Cheng's mouth curved upward into a smile unconsciously, and he replied, Qin Rui's treat for instructing him to meditate. After yesterday's friendly match, Qin Rui's fame grew significantly within the circle. I don't care. You are eating it without me unless you bring 2 eggplants for me. Yenjika added an emoji with heart in its eyes and saliva coming from its mouth. Lu Chang chuckled quietly and quickly typed his reply. I was just about to ask if you needed my exclusive delivery service. Well, as you have asked so nicely, I'll bring you some. Looking forward to it. Yenjika sat elegantly with a bowl in front of her, waiting for her feeding time. Noticing her delayed reply, Lu Chang stroked his chin and asked, Are you done shopping and dining with the Empress Dowager? Aha! Everyone says shopping is a gift shared by all girls. Why is it not true for me? Am I not a girl? Yenjika said pitifully, Chang, I miss you. I miss your foot massage with the tremor force. This is not the time to suggest the practice of the swordsman formula. It will ruin the romance. Lu Chang was typing when Qin Rui approached after paying the bill and tapped his shoulder. Shall we? You guys go ahead. I'll order something to go. Lu Chang pointed at the grill. Why didn't you say so earlier? Complained Qin Rui. Are you not considering me a friend? Lu Chang answered with a smirk. This one I have to pay myself. Got it. Qin Rui came to a sudden realization and chuckled. We won't take more of your dating time. See you around. See you. Lu Chang waved at Ding Yanba and him and then turned to the owner. 2 eggplants to go. No spring onion, please. It reminded him of how annoyed the owner was by his repeated request of no spring onions when he prepared several thermos lunchboxes to bring food from Shoshan to his then-classmate, Ku, last spring festival. Got it, answered the owner frankly with no odd expression. Apparently the memory didn't come to him. He could recognize the regular customer Lu Chang, but he couldn't remember all his trifles. One day, when the owner remembers not to put spring onions himself as soon as I mention eggplants to go, I can consider myself a frequent customer. Lu Cheng's heart was warmed by these old memories and his mind moved swiftly. 1 year has passed. Time flies when we are having fun. It felt like yesterday. Waiting for the grilled eggplants, Lu Chang stood there playing with his phone, while he spotted a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was Zhang Fei in a black down jacket. Hey, Fatty Zhang, greeted Lu Chang joyfully. He saw 2 men and 2 girls behind Zhang Fei, all student-looking. It must be his classmates who came to visit for a few days. Old Lu Barbecue for the first meal. What if it was too heavy for their taste buds? Thought Lu Chang to himself. Surprised to chance upon Lu Chang here, Zhang Fei was lost for a moment before waving at him. I was just thinking about contacting you in the next couple of days. He then went on to introduce, pointing at Lu Chang. My classmate. Pointing at behind him. My classmates. He was very amused by himself. What kind of introduction is this? He hurried to explain. High school classmate and university classmates. Hello. Zhang Fei's university classmates greeted politely. Welcome to Shoshan, replied Lu Chang in a respectful manner. Paying no attention to their faces, he noticed that their clothes were more fashionable than that of Shoshan locals. Taking a quick glance at the barbecue house, Zhang Fei said generously, What a coincidence! Chang, join us. I just finished. Waiting for some grilled eggplants for my Grace. Laughed Lu Chang. Your Grace. Zhang Fei was lost for a few seconds before coming to a realization. He shook his finger with envy. I just kindly offered you a meal and you returned the favor by showing off your love? You must make up for my mental damage. The conversation went a bit longer until Zhang Fei led his 4 classmates into the restaurant and Lu Chang left with grilled eggplants. about to order a taxi. Watching him with a bag of takeaway food from behind, Zhang Fei's female classmate in a Korean jacket chuckled and said in a soft voice, "Zhang Fei, your classmate is very healthy. He's barely wearing anything on such a cold night." Shoshan was cold and humid, pretty tough for many northern men. Seeing Lu Chang in a light jumper and a windbreaker sent a chill down her spine. "Maybe he's just sacrificing the warmth for the looks?" laughed a chubby girl with her hand held by one of Zhang Fei's male classmates. She had pretty good features, but both her face and body were a bit fat. Zhang Fei felt a bit awkward. "He's pretty damn healthy. Like a monster." "I don't believe it. All men like to play tough." The first girl chuckled with her hand on her mouth. Her voice was much more attractive than her looks. She changed the topic. "My cousin was like this. He didn't wear any sweaters during the winter, only a down jacket and nothing more. His hands, feet, and ears all suffered from frostbite. How miserable!" As the Lucheng topic ended all of a sudden, Zhang Fei didn't bother to explain further. He chatted along with his friends and urged the cook to hurry with their barbecue meat. The beginning of the alley was well lit by the lamps on the main road, very different from further in. He heard a vague shout. "Help!" Lu Chang turned to the direction where the cry had come from and saw an abandoned sixth-floor building surrounded by a worn wall, weeds, and scattered bricks. On the side of the building, "To be broken down," was written. "Help!" A female voice came out with intense fear and panic. With zero hesitation, Lu Chang changed his direction, hopped over the broken wall, and dashed towards the building to bring justice. For him, an average crime was no big issue. "Help!" The voice now sounded like it was about to cry. Lu Chang followed the direction where the voice came from and came to the first floor where all windows were broken. He agilely jumped up and gave a push with his right hand to reach the second floor as fast as he could. While running, a subtle, unspeakable feeling developed in his heart. All the hair on his body stood up. Without thinking, Lu Chang stopped and gathered his chi, blood, strength, and spirit in his lower stomach. Bang! The wall in front of him exploded, firing broken bricks and rocks like bullets in all directions through the air that was now saturated with dust smog. Every single piece carried the fatal strength that could end his life. He could block and dodge a few, but not all. The terrifying part was yet to come. A tall and sturdy figure broke out of the wall behind those shooting rocks and threw himself at Lu Chang in an imposing manner that could bring kids and timid ones to tears. He attempted to launch a fatal blow at Lu Chang when he was busy dealing with the striking rocks. Lu Chang suddenly realized it was a trap. This dangerous martial arts expert was after him. With no time to ask why or regret, he had to handle those approaching bricks. In another room on the second floor, the divine enchanter of Sin Flame with deep eyes and high nose shook his head. A young man that grew up in peace. He knows nothing about traps or tricks, so he follows his usual practices and previous experiences in peace and falls so easily. "Isn't this the purpose of your trip?" Monk Wenguang smiled. Behind them, a girl in a seductive dress had fallen into a deep sleep. Surrounded by broken bricks and rocks, approached by a strong enemy from behind, Lu Chang was in a dangerous situation where there seemed to be no chance of survival. He would probably have tried his best to block and duck, playing with details and hoping for the best. However, this time he sensed it 1 second earlier. Bang! He fired his Dan's strength downwards from his feet and made a hole in the worn-down floor. He began to fall freely to the bottom floor in dust and brick pieces and conveniently avoided the shower of rocks and any following attacks. Interesting, Dong Xiaoyang murmured to himself. Apparently he was even more into this game now. Instead of following into the hole and a potential ambush, he concentrated his force and stamped. Bang! The ceiling was broken again and Dong Xiaoyang sank behind the shield of falling bricks. Bang! Inside Old Lu Barbecue, the chubby, round-faced girl listened carefully and muttered with a frown. "I think I heard something. Normal." "It's a bar street down there," answered Jiang Fei casually. The girl wiped off her frown and waited for their barbecue patiently. Bam! Broken bricks smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and smog, like in an action film, and raising a powerful scent of danger. The desire to kill felt almost tangible. This man was a terrifying enemy. Any minor mistake would cost him his life in front of this powerful enemy. It would be even worse if he had assistance. Lu Chang felt besieged on all sides. His muscles tensed up and he felt goosebumps all over. A mixed feeling of fear, panic, and tension filled his heart, culminating in an intense desire to survive. "No, I don't want to die here." His parents' tears of sorrow, their love even in nagging and silence, his life despite difficulties and hardships, and Yen Zheka's broken heart, joy and ecstasy upon his love confession, and their sweet daily life. These memories flashed through his mind. "No, I can't let this happen. I can't lose my happiness." Lu Cheng's spirit lifted at the silent shout from his heart. A fire gathered in his eyes, igniting his feelings and holding his body up. Bam! The takeaway box of grilled eggplants flew out of the broken window, drawing a beautiful curve in the air. Bang! The ceiling was broken again and rocks and bricks came pouring down. As soon as Lu Chang landed, his two hands formed a spell seal, and his mind visualized glittering ancient characters. He then shouted with an overwhelming will to fight at the attacking figure in the air. Bang! The atmosphere instantly turned fierce, with smoke from guns rising as if hundreds of thousands of troops were gathering from all directions. Lu Chang believed it was the most imposing and most powerful launch of the army formula so far. When his mind and emotions perfectly corresponded to the secret discipline, a breakthrough occurred. Army! The chilling sound echoed in Dong Xiaoyang's ears. It felt like a gun was at his temple and the trigger was being pulled. He felt a sudden shiver and his body shook noticeably. Lu Chang took 2 steps forward while gathering his qi and blood to throw a heavy blow to the side of his waist with his tremble force before his landing. No hesitation or mercy, he was firm, decisive, and cold-blooded. I pity him, but who has mercy for me? There's no room for mercy in front of a life or death matter. Dong Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly became clear and grim. As someone who was well experienced on the battlefield, he had tempered his heart into a rock through dangers and risks, so he effectively resisted the army formula. What a joke! Where were you when I led my troops into enemy territory, into extreme dangers, into the realm of death to slay the enemy general? What a joke! Where were you when I fought for my life against ruthless killers and ended their lives? How can a young fighter, who has only seen blood once in the arena, be able to perform the essence of the secret discipline? I've gone through things you can never imagine. Using such a secret discipline on me is not a good idea. Dong Xiaoyang's killing desire was fully exposed. He curled his body in the air to focus his qi, blood, spirit, and force in one point. Bam! His body turned slightly, swinging his extended right arm at Lu Chang using the strength from fall and his Dan stage explosion. Tendons and vessels were bulging on his dark fist. Right before their fists met, Dong Xiaoyang completed a strange visualization, compressing the surging force at his fist once again. The contraction was followed by an explosion. Wild waves flooded out. Bam! A dull sound echoed in the room of tens of square meters. Lu Chang felt pain in his fist and his arm shivered. He was forced to step back by that odd double explosion. 1 step, 2 steps. He couldn't stop until his body hit the wall hard. This was a 6-floor residential building that was waiting to be torn down. The structure was not very open because of the walls of the flats and space was limited, making it hard for them to utilize their moves. It was like they were fighting in a small living room or someone's bedroom. Bang! Lu Chang fell back, breaking the weight-bearing wall and falling into another flat. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage and in extreme danger, he managed to remain calm and regained his balance thanks to his recently achieved ice mirror. His right hand moved rapidly, firing a brutal fireball to stop Dong Xiaoyang from getting closer. He immediately threw a left hook, sending out a cold beam along the ground towards the enemy. The upper, middle, and lower paths were all blocked. Bam! Outside, the box of grilled eggplant had just landed on the ground. Slightly affected by the shiver zen, Dong Xiaoyang swayed a bit in the air. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he strode forward to catch up with Lu Chang, giving him no time to catch his breath. A red glow shone in his eyes as the fireball approached at high speed. He twisted around and shifted his weight. He used his footwork to move along the ground smoothly, dodging the ice fire attack. Bang! The fire exploded and cold beams sprang out in all directions. He broke through a wall and barged into Lu Cheng's room in an imposing manner. Bam! The weight-bearing wall completely collapsed, breaking into a mess of rubble. Lu Cheng had already regained his balance. Instead of withdrawing, he advanced to approach the enemy. Courage wins in a life-or-death battle. Beams of light shone in his eyes while his mind seemed to be filled with drifting snowflakes. His hands were raised unconsciously, and his wrists quivered to perform 7 attacks at Dong Xiaoyang's body simultaneously. Cold beams shot out from his fists, creating a massive fog with tiny ice crystals to block Dong Xiaoyang's vision. These ice crystals trembled constantly and gave off a buzzing noise which interfered with the enemy's hearing ability. The 13th move of the ice sect, Snow Cover. With strength accumulating in his hands, Lu Cheng suddenly tightened his pelvis and legs and launched a silent low kick with his right foot, aiming at the enemy's ankle. Dong Xiaoyang apparently had seen this coming. He lifted his arms and contracted his thighs, launching a powerful left kick in return. In a split second, Lu Cheng bent forward to lower his center of gravity and put his right foot down on the ground gently. After the brief, gentle touch, he dragged his body to the side of the enemy and created an excellent opportunity before Dong Xiaoyang threw a left kick. This was the use of the 19th move of the ice sect, Cold Swallow. Lu Cheng combined this move with the snow cover and formed a combination of 2 strikes. After the defeat dealt by Peng Liyun, his hardcore training and effort were finally paying off. Master the techniques and follow the heart. He visualized an ice-bound river and crackling thunderclouds and raised his right arm high into the air to perform a downward punch calmly. The simplified physical invulnerability. Severe warning. With such a short distance between them, Dong Xiaoyang faced a very dangerous situation as he had missed and lost his previous advantages. No despair or panic could be seen. Instead, he calmly gathered all his strength and exploded the danqi in his spine. Pang! His spine curved in the shape of a bow, flinging his body back onto another weight-bearing wall. His severe warning had missed the target, but Lu Cheng didn't feel down. He shifted his weight with his intense desire to fight and extraordinary calmness and threw himself onto the enemy who was about to fall onto the ground. His danqi fired out and he easily closed the distance between them with 1 dash. Monk Wenguang lifted the sleeping girl and went somewhere else with the divine enchanter of Sin Flame. He muttered quietly, "Very gifted in battle. Senior, try to speak quietly. We don't want to draw any attention." "Yeah." The divine enchanter of Sin Flame gently nodded. Dong Xiaoyang tried to recover after crashing into the broken wall and regained balance in the air. Watching Lu Cheng approaching, all the color faded from his eyes except for a ghostly white. He visualized accordingly, shook his chest, and opened his throat to perform a loud exhalation. Dong! The surroundings suddenly turned silent. Lu Cheng stood in an empty room in the middle of the night, listening to the knock at the door. Outside of his window was a graveyard with the biting wind blowing by. He felt scared and nervous instantly, his body shaking out of control. However, he was extremely determined at that moment. He quickly calmed his body and formed a seal to perform the 9 words formula. Forwarding. His voice transformed into a sharp arrow, carrying his negative feelings towards the enemy. Dong Xiaoyang looked grim and resolute. He seized this opportunity to approach Lu Cheng from the front, concentrated his force, and prepared his body to perform another double explosion. Bang! 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 Lu Chang put on a series of the dance stage explosions in response, but the double strikes pushed him backward after each exchange. More and more walls were broken, causing the entire sixth floor to shake. Clang! Dong Xiaoyang didn't stick to a reckless frontal offensive. Instead, he changed his rhythm and started using his agility, leaving Lu Chang no room to perform his simplified physical invulnerability or to dodge. Quintuple explosion, then sextuple and septuple, appearing to be completely at a disadvantage. Lu Chang continued to retreat and break more walls behind him. His back hurt, but his footwork and concentration were still together. Thanks to the perception ability from the ice mirror, he managed to anticipate the enemy's next move and dodge again and again. Without this martial arts style, he would have been defeated many times. Bang! Another weight-bearing wall collapsed and the entire room was shivering. Dong Xiaoyang moved to Lu Cheng's left and pulled his arm once again. However, this time he didn't concentrate his force but visualized a flame aggregating, condensing, and exploding. The simplified physical invulnerability internal explosion. This strike will explode within the target's body. His previous double strikes were not tricks. He had no intention to reduce Lu Cheng's alertness or hide this move. When it came down to life or death, no trickery was necessary. A sudden inspiration at the right time would serve the best because too many things could change. Dong Xiaoyang's arm muscles pulsed as he revealed his fists, hoping Lu Chang would block subconsciously like earlier. Even if he could sense the difference, his rush dodge would be a great opportunity for Dong Xiaoyang to launch follow-up moves. With his heart peaceful like an ice mirror reflecting everything in the surroundings, Lu Chang noticed that Dong Xiaoyang hadn't gathered his qi and blood or force. Damn it! His spirit suddenly felt threatened and his hair stood up. A few ideas flashed through his mind and he exerted strength from his feet to spring up without hesitation. This move would be considered too risky. The wielder would be courting death in the ring unless they could fly or was close to the physical invulnerability stage. However, in this situation, Lu Chang wouldn't fall in a hurry or get stuck. Ka! He reached the ceiling and his 10 fingers opened wide to grab the rock, keeping his body hanging in the air. He concentrated his force and curled his back, using his fingers for support to push his body back like a gymnast. His feet pushed against the ceiling to throw himself into a counterattack. Dong Xiaoyang, who was on the floor, saw all this. He knew about his force direction change and that the internal explosion punch would make Lu Chang bounce to another direction. He was waiting for him to land before landing a fatal blow to him in the air. His target was Lu Chang, while Lu Cheng's target was the ceiling, which meant that he had nowhere to go. With that idea flashing in his mind, Dong Xiaoyang tightened his lower stomach and prepared to jump in another direction in hopes of luring Lu Chang to approaching him, thus giving Dong an opening to dodge and then launching an attack from behind with his elbow. It was not a trick but a slow movement that would give him enough room yet cause his rival to make a mistake from his absolute reaction. Bam! Lu Chang kicked his legs and pulled with all his strength, breaking the ceiling and pouring rocks down. He bounced back towards the window away from Dong Xiaoyang as if trying to escape. Want to run? Dong Xiaoyang's mouth curved upward. His tightened stomach loosened up, and his knees straightened. He changed his direction suddenly and jumped at the enemy from behind. You exposed your flaw. By the window, Lu Chang felt the approaching attack from behind and a fierce wind blowing behind him, yet he remained calm and collected. His hands grabbed the windowsill to flip his body facing up and he performed a twist and kick. Pang! His tattered shoes flew out alongside flames and a crystal cold beam from his feet towards the dashing Dong Xiaoyang. Dong Xiaoyang let out a dull hum and exerted strength from his feet with his muscles bursting. He attempted to produce an explosive sound in the air to generate a hurricane to block the strike of ice and fire so that his physical body could withstand this attack. Bang! Before he could complete his move, the fireball exploded, shooting out extreme heat that turned the cold beam into spreading fog which completely blocked his vision and blurred everything around him. Bam! The fog exploded and a fist with dark tendons and vessels appeared like a deadly weapon, punching at Dong Xiaoyang's head from a higher angle. To withdraw to allow for a better attack. Lu Cheng's eyes were sharp, fists firm, flesh hardened, and his entire body was taller and stronger. Everything obstructing his future happiness would be destroyed. With no time to launch another double strike, Dong Xiaoyang had to concentrate his force and lifted his right arm in a hurry to block. Bam! Since the fight was at the life or death level, this was the first time Dong Xiaoyang had to withdraw. Lu Cheng advanced further to reduce the distance between them. He completed a double explosion before his opponent could prepare for another double strike. Triple explosion, quadruple explosion, and quintuple explosions in a row. He included the techniques of the 24 blizzard strikes and met Dong Xiaoyang in close quarters. He kept punching, giving Dong Xiaoyang no time to perform the mysterious double strike or any unknown secret spell. 6, 7, and 8 burst explosions. Lu Cheng was increasingly wild and fierce. The dance stage explosion was thrown out as if it cost nothing at all. He realized that his rival was not as powerful as Peng Liyun and not yet at the inhuman level. In other words, he had great physical strength, but he was no monster. Bang! 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 Lu Cheng was burning with his desire to battle. His sweat evaporated from his head, forming a puff of white fog. Bam! Dong Xiaoyang was finally hit by the ruthless brutal blizzard. He smashed into a weight-bearing wall and the 6th-floor building shook violently. Rocks fell down in a shower. Lu Cheng stamped his foot and once again approached the rival who had just stabilized his body. In his mind was the scene of the great red sun and a bleak frozen river. Bang! The great sun hit the ice on the river. When the two vanished, Lu Cheng withdrew his arm and then threw his fist out. A variation of the severe warning. Dong Xiaoyang showed no panic as if he had faced this many times. He had no time to jump and he knew he couldn't withstand this. He chose to fall on the floor and roll like a lazy donkey. Army! Lu Cheng dispersed his force and formed a hand seal while shouting out an ancient spell. Dong Xiaoyang was shocked while rolling. He felt threatened from all directions. The shock didn't last long. His powerful mind quickly overcame the impact. However, Lu Cheng seized this opportunity to slide closer and threw a right kick. Bam! Bam! Dong Xiaoyang managed to handle a few strikes until his defense was broken. He collapsed onto the wall. Bam! This crash left the weight-bearing wall and the entire building shaking. Blood came out of his mouth. With calmness in his eyes, Lu Cheng was about to slide forward to finish Dong Xiaoyang with one final kick to the neck. But the shaking building had crossed the tipping point and hundreds of rocks started to fall down, giving off a rumbling, terrifying roar. Lu Cheng paused and decided to save his own life first. He broke through the side wall with his force concentration and moved quickly to the open area outside the building. Dong Xiaoyang was resigned, and loss and disappointment filled his eyes. Bang! The second Lu Cheng landed on the ground, an ear-piercing sound came. Half of the 6th-floor building collapsed and soon the entire structure broke down, burying the strong killer. Should be dead this time, right? Lu Cheng dared not stay in the dust, afraid of other enemies. He quickly snuck into another residential complex and found a place to hide. He dialed Geezer Sher's number. It was his first time experiencing such a situation. He was seeking aid from his master without thinking. "Hello, master. Someone wanted me dead." Lu Cheng gushed at his master as soon as the call was connected. "Who? Cough? Who has the balls?" Geezer Sher was shocked and then furious. "I don't know." Lu Cheng still felt lost. It was too sudden. I had no idea what was going on. Who did I annoy? He thought to himself, feeling wronged and angry. "Are you safe now? Go to Xing if you are still in danger," Geezer Sher said, puzzled. As soon as he calmed down, Lu Cheng briefed him quickly, describing the enemy's moves and his own condition. He asked in the end, "Master, do you have any ideas?" Geezer Sher was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth with his teeth ground tightly together. "I got it. Don't worry. Go back and sleep. It won't happen again. Damn it. I'll tear the base apart. No apology for the fire sex simplified physical invulnerability. Cough. Anyway, it won't happen again. Don't ask questions for your own sake. Fine. Lu Cheng was completely lost. He chose to trust his master. It was not a random attack. After walking out of the safe, dark place, he looked back at the place where he just had an intense fight. The building had collapsed and dust and haze were still in the air. Something was very odd here. The loud sound of the collapsing building didn't wake up anyone in the nearby complexes. Very odd. Lu Cheng frowned and thought to himself. Lu Cheng thought for a moment before giving Yan Zhika a call. Cheng, you've arrived? Yan Zhika sounded full of joy. Not yet. I had some problem. Could you get me a pair of pants? Lu Cheng didn't know whether he should smile or cry when looking at his broken jeans. It was not a match and Lu Cheng was not in martial arts suit. His tight pants had broken after the use of the Dan stage force. Ah, Yan Zhika asked in bewilderment. After dinner, Zhang Fei led his classmates towards the end of the alley, planning on a late-night cruise. The girl in the Korean-style jacket suddenly burst into a scream, pointing, "Shouldn't there be a building?" The chubby, round-faced girl followed her hand and noticed a pile of ruins. She was so shocked that she was dazed. Right? I saw it earlier. It was right there before dinner. How did it collapse? How did it collapse? Upon hearing the girl's exclamations and whispers, Zhang Fei and other two boys looked to the side and saw the collapsed walls and rubble. There was a building? The tall boy with the bangs murmured blankly after a short while. He remembered clearly that when he entered this alley with Zhang Fei and Jean Li, they had seen a building beyond this wall. As to the exact number of stories, he hadn't counted. In any case, the building was neither high nor low. The reason why he was so impressed was that he had seen the words, "to be demolished," written in red paint on the wall. He could have joked about it, but he didn't want to hurt Zhang Fei's feelings. But now, this building had collapsed just as they were having a barbecue. Oh my God! It's haunted. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Jean Li, the sweet girl in a Korean-style coat, said with a shiver, Let's go." Such a sturdy building demolished without a word. Was it due to a ghost or some other paranormal activity? Or was it an illusion? We all imagined it and the building didn't actually exist. No. This thought was far more terrifying. Right? Let's get out of here, Guining, the plump girl, said, trembling. Something like this has never happened to me before. Seeing that the girls were scared, Li Jigua, the tall boy with the bangs, became less timid and more eager to show his masculinity. He looked at Zhang Fei and Guining's boyfriends, saying, "It's so mysterious. Let's go and find out what's going on over there." I'm scared, Zhang Fei wanted to reply, but in front of the girls, he was too embarrassed to admit that he too was scared. So he stammered, "Come on. Guining and Jean Li are afraid. They certainly don't want to stay. Let's go." Right. Jean Li nodded her head quickly. Guining also tugged on her boyfriend's hand and signaled him not to go. "You cowards. I'll go by myself." Li Jigua felt so manly as he boldly walked into the ruins. Lu Jinrong didn't want to be outdone in front of his girlfriend. So he took a deep breath and shouted, "Who's a coward? There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't go." Guining threw her hands around him while on the verge of tears, but Lu Jinrong waved her back, saying, "Don't worry, it's okay." Seeing the two girls becoming more and more worried, Zhang Fei was filled with dread and made an excuse, saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." Jean Li and Guining gave this chubby figure a grateful look. They drew nearer to him to feel more secure and looked across the ruins with curiosity and anxiety, expecting Li Jigua and Lu Jinrong to find something and at the same time hoping that he would find nothing. The open field around the ruins was covered with rubble and debris. Li Jigua and Lu Jinrong's legs trembled, but they walked slowly to hide their fear, looking left and right. Li Jigua stopped abruptly and pointed to a short distance away, saying, "Grilled eggplant." His voice was full of surprise. Lu Jinrong turned his eyes at that direction and saw a broken lunchbox knocked over by large stones. He also saw golden fried peas, a roasted eggplant that still smelled delicious, and red oil that hadn't completely frozen. This food seemed like it was made recently. Li Jigua and Lu Jinrong glanced at each other. They thought of Zhang Fei's classmate from high school who was wearing very little and the view of his back as he left with a packed grilled eggplant. From then till after they had finished eating, the only takeaway was the grilled eggplant. It can't be. Li Jigua and Lu Zhangrong stared blankly at the pile of rubble from the building, wondering if Zhang Fei's high school classmate was buried under them. Little Zhao swallowed his saliva with great difficulty, saying, "Ask him." "Okay." Li Jigua took 2 steps forward and picked up the food bag and walked out with the dusty grilled eggplant. This time, Zhang Fei was busy enjoying the wonderful feeling of being surrounded and trusted by the girls. He was racking his brain, looking for a better way to comfort the girls, who were frightened of the unknown. "Maybe it was demolished through the night," he said. "It's impossible. To demolish a building, one needs to blast it. We're so close, but we heard nothing." Guining disagreed directly. Jinli also shook his head, saying, "Even if they didn't blast it, they had to use large machinery. Where are the traces? It couldn't have happened that fast. Just a barbecue." They were getting more afraid as they ruled out a range of possibilities. They came closer to Zhang Fei, who, while enjoying the sensation, trembled with fear. Zhang Fei, look at this." Li Jigua and Lu Zhenrong stepped over the collapsed walls, shaking the food bag in his hand. "Grilled eggplant? What happened?" Zhang Fei was completely confused. Did the grilled eggplant turn into a human? Damn it. It is acceptable for a raw eggplant to turn into a human, but for a grilled eggplant to turn into a human didn't make sense. In his reverie, Li Jigua said quickly, "It was grilled recently. Look, its oil hasn't solidified." "What's wrong?" Zhang Fei asked, looking rather puzzled. Then he suddenly realized, the only one who ordered the grilled eggplant was Chang. "You mean he has something to do with the collapsed building?" Right. Did we not hear some noises when we were eating the barbecue? Although they were not very loud, we did hear them. Your classmate must have walked here at that time, at most until the entrance of the alley. Jean Li remembered his auditory hallucinations and the whole thing suddenly dawned on him. Lu Zhenrong urged Zhang Fei, "Call him now. Check on him to see if he is safe. He might be buried under the building." "Call the police." "No." Zhang Fei couldn't figure out the reason why Lu Chang had deviated into the building that had just been demolished, but he still took out his mobile phone and dialed the telephone. A few rings later, the line connected and his familiar voice came through. "Hello, Fatty Zhang? What happened? Why are you suddenly calling?" Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief and blurted out, "I'm worried about you. After we had barbecue, we saw the building at the entrance of the alley collapse and there was a grilled eggplant there. So we were worried about you and thought that you were hurt." Guining and the others listened to their conversation. They were all glad that Zhang Fei's classmate was safe. "We were wrong." On the other side of the line, there was a 10-second silence. Lu Chang just smiled wryly. "Say sorry to my grilled eggplant for me." "Really? It was really you. Are you okay? How did the building fall?" Zhang Fei was startled and Jean Li and Li Jigua turned their heads sharply with eyes wide open. The grilled eggplant was indeed Zhang Fei's classmates? What happened to him? What happened here? "I'm good. The building just collapsed. Well, I have something to do. I have to go," Lu Chang said evasively. The call ended, leaving Zhang Fei looking at the ruins in a daze. Lu Chen's words echoing in his head. The building just collapsed. Does Lu Chang have some connection with the collapsed building? The building just collapsed. Guining, Jean Li, and Li Jigua looked at each other in confusion. Let alone how the building collapsed. Just thinking that nothing stirred when the building collapsed filled them with fear and awe. Just like ancient myths and legends. Zhang Fei's classmate is such a mystery. They thought of what they saw before. The boy in a thin sweater and jacket, his clean and calm look, his retreating back with the packed grilled eggplant. Then the memory of the building had become a dark pile of ruins. After hanging up, Lu Chang remained still for a while, recalling the call with his girlfriend about 20 minutes before. Ah! Yen Zheka froze for a moment and then asked in bewilderment, "Bring a pair of your pants?" "I had a fight with someone. My pants were torn," Lu Chang answered briefly. As soon as he said that, he found the sentence to be full of ambiguities and he added, "Someone set a trap and attacked me. My jeans were too tight for producing force, so they ripped." "Are you okay?" Yen Zheka burst out. Why had someone trapped Chung? Due to growing up in a peaceful environment, she was completely confused. "Not a big deal. Just some minor injuries. I think it's a test or someone wants to help me experience more life and death fights. There must be someone with physical invulnerability watching us nearby. Only mighty ones with the physical vulnerability could drown out the sound of a 6-story building collapsing. Right? If the opponent is a mighty one with physical vulnerability, he would have killed me with one hand tied behind his back, so it can't be a malicious attack plus my master's words. It's safe to ask Ku to come here. Even if it's true, I'm enraged. Damn it. Attacked by a killer on my way home without understanding why. Anyone would be angry. At that time, I thought I was in a life-threatening situation. I was frightened and anxious, afraid of dying in that building and never seeing Mom, Dad, and Ku again. Does the man behind it have any idea how I am feeling? Even though they did it with good intentions, it's still unforgivable. I'll give you such a test later. How can they do this? You have never asked for a test nor life-death fights to accumulate experience. They're so mean, so hateful. Who did it? I'll curse them. I'm asking my grandparents now. Yen Zheka got really angry. I have told my master. He will take care of this and asked me to step aside. Lu Chang comforted her. All right, let it go now, but they have to pay a price for it later. I'm such a mean girl. Yen Zheka was worried about Lu Chang, so she did not inquire further and instead asked, Chang, are you sure you're okay? Just some minor injuries. Lu Chang's clothes were in tatters at the back, revealing somewhat torn flesh and several cuts caused by sharp objects. Breaking down the wall was not that simple, but it was much better than being hit directly by his opponent. Therefore, the cell phone in his shirt pocket was neither broken nor lost. Where are you? I'm coming now. Yen Zheka took a breath. Her father was a doctor, so there were lots of gauze and dressings at home. In the temple at the foot of Shoshan, Dong Xiaoyang lay flat on his bed, eyes full of frustration and pain. I have defeated many strong fighters over the years, but I almost died in the hands of a competition fighter, a fighter at the same rank as me. If Zuhuo hadn't helped me, I would have been buried in those ruins. It's so humiliating. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame stood beside him, saying in a calm tone, this time it was a test. Don't look down on the competition fighters. Ah! Dong Xiaoyang turned his head in bewilderment. From the very beginning, they thought he would lose to Lu Chang. When he finally realized it, Dong Xiaoyang's face turned bright red and his throat rattled as if he were stuck with old phlegm, which made his scalp tingle and his teeth sour. With a popping noise, he spat out blood, bleeding on his pillow. With the release of qi, he felt relief in his chest and recovered from the internal injuries caused by Lu Chang. His head cleared instantly, and he realized that his arrogance and ego had inflated in the last year. I see. He took a deep breath and said, eyes determined and strong. I will find the gap and improve myself. Admittedly, Lu Chang did have a gift for fighting and a quick mind. When he didn't take the advantage of a favorable environment to beat him and instead was forced to compete for endurance with his opponent, he was doomed to fail. Good. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame nodded slightly, saying, unruly commanders and soldiers were not coined by inventing or imagining them. When one has experienced life and death fights, he or she is likely to have an inflated ego. But they should stay alert and well prepared for incoming fights all the time. It's a lifelong learning process. He said so many words in a single breath and then turned to Monk Wenguang, saying, I brought him back. Sure Jiangwo might come to us soon. Upon hearing that, Monk Wenguang froze for a moment and turned pale, stammering, You didn't inform Coach Shi before? Testing another master's disciple without asking permission from his master? Namo Amitba Buddha. I almost cursed. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame and Shi Jiangwo have physical invulnerability of the same level. Both were evenly matched, and I'm just a tiny 6-pin. No, the Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame said with a straight face. Shi Jiangwo is firm in speech but soft-hearted. He always tells his apprentice to just push the boat with the current and let it be. If I had told him in advance, he would have told me to respect the will of the apprentice himself and so on. When referring to Shi Jiangwo's firm in speech and soft-hearted manner, his stony face seldom gave a smile. Since Coach Shi doesn't agree, then there is no need to test Lu Cheng. Monk Wenguang had thought that this task was a request from Shi Jiangwo, or at least that he had been informed of it. Now that he knew the truth, he nearly shed tears. It's true that fighters who emerge from life-and-death struggles cannot look down upon those who participate in the challenge tournaments. However, this does not mean that the challenge tournaments can temper a fighter to perfection. Without the kind of pressure that arises from life-and-death circumstances, how can we get a fighter to tap into their full potential and enhance their willpower? Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame said calmly. But it's their own business. It's none of our business. Monk Wenguang almost failed to keep his temper. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame glanced at him and said curtly, Some things must be planned ahead of time. Both the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage have a chance to go further and step into the forbidden areas, but they are only hopeful and not 100% sure. Of course, we need to sharpen and cultivate more of those who have potential and are friendly to each other. If not, who will compete with the Apostle and Pharaoh in the future? Monk Wenguang's face changed and he lowered his voice immediately, saying, Is elderly Mei's health failing? Dong Xiaoyang held his breath with a severe look on his face. Masters in the forbidden area can't have ill health. We're just planning in advance. Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame waved his hand, grabbed Dong Xiaoyang, pushed open the door, and drifted away. After checking the address, Yen Zhika took off her housecoat in a hurry and soon got changed. Then she rummaged around the other room for some medicine, gauze, and some bandages and put them into a bag. Then she went back to her bedroom, took the other bags, and hurried downstairs, running towards the gate. After the talk with her mother during their afternoon and evening shopping spree, she decided to throw caution out the window and bought Lu Cheng a shirt, pants, socks, and 2 new outfits. She was going to surprise her boyfriend during the morning exercises. Otherwise, she'd have to sneak out Dad's old pants. After changing her shoes, Yenjika said loudly, Mom, Dad, Jingjing is looking for me. I'll be back soon. In the study, Yen Kai leaned out the door, saying, It's late. I'll drive you there. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the door close and his daughter was already gone. Why is she in such a rush? What happened? His daughter was already a professional 9th pin, so he wasn't worried about her, but he said it with much affection. Ji Mingyu came closer to her husband, looking at the door suspiciously. Hasn't your daughter always been in a rush ever since she was a high school student? Well, only when it comes to that boy. She arrived at the Old Lu barbecue by taxi. Following the GPS, she walked into an old neighborhood, finding the familiar figure in a dark corner. Seeing his pants ripped wide open, including the crotch area, she turned her head immediately and thought it a little amusing. She bit her lip to keep from laughing, saying in a low voice, Very artistic. A performance artist? Lu Cheng said, belittling himself. Yenjika chuckled and thrust the bags into Lu Cheng's hands, saying, Good, get changed now. New clothes? It doesn't look like my father-in-law's style. Are their stores still open this late? Lu Cheng looked at the bags. I bought them for you today. Are you touched and happy? Seeing that Lu Cheng looked good, Yenjika felt relieved and her tone also relaxed. Touched. Happy. Lu Cheng looked down slightly, eyes smiling. Did I go through such a life-threatening situation just for this moment? Does my strong will for survival and faith in danger situations all come from such moments in daily life? He turned, hid behind a tree, and got changed. At this point, Yen Zheka exclaimed suddenly, eyes wide open in astonishment, "You're back!" She thought Lu Cheng's cuts and bruises weren't as severe, so she hadn't urged him to treat them. As her boyfriend turned back, the first thing she saw was the bruises from the torn flesh and several deep cuts. As Lu Cheng moved his muscles and stopped himself from bleeding, the injuries did not look as horrible. "Not a big deal. Just some scrapes. Tie them up and I will be fine after I get some rest." Lu Cheng comforted her. "You liar. These cuts are deep. How can you call them minor injuries?" Yen Zheka said, concerned and a little mad. "Sit down. I'll help you with the wounds." She was not mad at Lu Cheng, but at that bad guy who launched a surprise attack on her boyfriend. No one would like to get involved in life and death fights. We love a peaceful and stable life. Okay. Lu Cheng wasn't in a hurry to change pants in case they got stained with blood. He wanted to hide what happened from his dad and mom in case they got worried. In the dim light of the streetlights, Yen Zheka grabbed the cotton, dipped it in alcohol with a pair of tongs, and cleaned and sterilized the wounds on his back. Lu Cheng felt a sharp sting of pain. Even a master feels pain. Looking at the weeds, rubble, and the dull, yellow lights, he listened to the girl nagging and felt her small movements. He felt warm and the pain subdued. Even the wind wasn't blowing as hard and the cold didn't bite as much. As Yen Zheka tied him up like a mummy, Lu Cheng hid behind the tree and got changed quickly. "I can play Pharaoh," he said jokingly. "Luckily I brought enough gauze and bandages," Yen Zheka moaned. "If you had just gone back like that, people would have called the police. Which is why you came here rather than I go to you." Lu Cheng came from behind the tree with a smile. "Remind me to change your bandages every day. Take this bottle of pills. Take them thrice a day, 2 at a time. They will help you to heal faster. For now, they seem like just some cuts and abrasions, but there might be internal injuries." Yen Zheka handed the rest of the stuff in the bag to Lu Cheng. While hearing her continuous urging, Lu Cheng looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Then Yen Zheka asked curiously, "Where did you fight? Did you win?" After a tough fight between 2 6-pins, there must be some obvious traces left. Lu Cheng pointed out, not far ahead, saying, "See? Over there." Yen Zheka looked up with her mouth wide open, saying in bewilderment, "When I passed by during the day, there was a building there." After 2 days of treatment, Lu Cheng's skin scabbed over and healed gradually. Yen Zheka was right. He did suffer some internal injuries and would take 3 to 4 days to heal, but it wouldn't prevent him from having his regular training, though he look pale. At the same time, the date of honoring their ancestors was coming. After negotiations, they decided to leave on that day, not staying over at Qingfu, for it only took half an hour's drive there. If their parents wanted to stay at their relative's home for a couple of days, he could bring them home anytime. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Cheng got in a van with his dad and mom, feeling refreshed after the morning exercises. He sat in the back seat with his cousins Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi. At the front row were his aunt, Wang Lily, and his parents, while his uncle Lu Jiqiang sat in the front seat. Lu Cheng's uncle, Ma Guiqin, drove the other car with Lu Jixian, Ma Jiala, and Lu Debong. Outside, the air was chilly. Lu Cheng was playing with his phone when the van started and they were off to Qingfu County of Luning. It was his ancestral home, but he had no attachment to it and felt like he didn't belong here. Many different scenes were flashing by outside the car's window, but Lu Cheng was not in the mood to enjoy the view. He chatted with Yen Zheka on QQ and browsed the web forums, Weibo, and other apps while listening to the chit-chat between his parents, uncle, and aunt. Occasionally he would jump in and make a comment. After the building demolition fight that night, Lu Cheng discovered that his fighting ability was enhanced. He had better control over his spirit and had also developed a stronger resistance to fear and stress. Even his skills and judgment during the battle were sharper. He was still unhappy about the attack he had experienced, but he was not angry anymore. As for the endorsement contract for the martial arts shoes, Wu Qingue, who was on a business trip, agreed with the alterations to the terms. As soon as he returned, both parties could sign the contract and continue forward with other procedures. Once that was accomplished, Lu Chang would receive a large amount of money, around 700,000 yuan, in endorsement fees. Lu Yanwei was playing games on his phone, while Ma Shi was enjoying some music. Time passed and the car turned off the high-speed road onto a small country road. After traveling through all the winding lanes and curves, they finally arrived at Liangtian village. "We're almost there," said Lu Jisheng, reminding his wife, brother, and sister-in-law, who almost fell asleep. "Really?" Lu Chang was looking out of the window curiously. This was his so-called hometown. Lu Yanwei put down his phone, moved closer to the window, and gazed far into the distance. Ma Shi was entirely unaware because she was listening to music and possibly asleep. Outside was a two-lane country road with some 2- or 3-storied houses nearby. The house owners had built yards for themselves as well, and some of them had their cars parked within. "They can already afford to own cars," Lu Yanwei mumbled to himself with complicated emotions. Lu Chang found it funny because he could understand his cousin's feelings. Returning to one's hometown was a great opportunity to show off their superiority. However, his cousin noticed that the villagers here owned their own cars. Even though they were ordinary cars, it was still something his family could not afford yet. "The villagers are fairly rich," Lu Yanwei's mother, Wang Lily, said in a similar tone. Lu Cheng's father, Lu Jisheng, laughed and said, "Times have changed. Demand for laborers has reached its peak. Here, anyone with some skills could earn far more than I do, plus they do not pay taxes. But that also means their jobs and social welfare are not secure. Right? I have heard that an unskilled laborers could make a considerable amount of money, let alone a carpenter or bricklayer," said the driver. "Not all of them are carpenters. How can they make so much money?" Lu Jiqiang, Lu Cheng's uncle, spoke out his doubts directly. "That is for sure. Think about it, when anyone builds a house or buys a car, it is not a secret from the rest of the village. No one wants to be left behind, nor to be looked down upon. The villagers made every effort to keep up with others." The driver had traveled extensively and seen similar situations elsewhere. "I knew it," said Lu Jiqiang as he smiled. "It is a common practice for villagers to want to keep up with those around them." Lu Yanwei tried to reassure himself, but Lu Chang still noticed his disappointment. His cousin was always discontent with his life. He was always thinking about starting a business and getting rich quickly. Therefore, when he was stimulated by his surroundings, he would start to feel uneasy. Lu Chang neither supported nor rejected Lu Yanwei's entrepreneurship so as to avoid his uncle or aunt's complaints. They kept moving forward, passing by more trees on both sides of the road as well as more houses all over the place. It seemed that they had arrived at the core area of the village. After several turns, the Lu family made it to the ancestral hall, where an old and gray-haired man was standing at the gate. "Debong, you came so early, so you didn't encounter a traffic jam." The elderly man greeted them with a smile and spoke to Lu Cheng's grandfather, Lu Debong. Lu Debong was also excited and replied, "My brother, you need not welcome us. We had a smooth journey." Hearing the word brother, Lu Chang was sure he knew who the elder was. He was the cousin of Lu Cheng's grandfather, Lu Deguang, who had summoned the whole family to revise their family records and rebuild the ancestral hall. Luckily, Lu Cheng's mother kept nagging about the donation for the family records. Otherwise, Lu Chang would not have remembered the elder's name. "Debong, I am so excited today. It has been such a long time since our last meeting. We should cherish our remaining years." Lu Deguang was obviously joyful as he held Lu Debang's hand while walking into the ancestral hall, saying, "Now you should burn some joss sticks and present yourself in the hall. Then we can deal with the family records. As soon as Jeline returns, we will have lunch. This afternoon we will go to the mountains and sweep the tombs." "Jeline is so busy. Must he make a special trip home?" asked Lu Debang with astonishment. "You are a rare visitor here. How could he not come back? When he was a child, you doted on him and gave him pocket money every time you met." Lu Deguang was in high spirits as he continued saying, The second son is taking care of most of his businesses, so he has lots of leisure time. Lu Cheng followed along and listened to them quietly, as did Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi. Lu Cheng's mom also mentioned Jiline's story before. Jiline, the eldest son of Lu Deguang, recruited some of his fellow villagers into a decoration company, and then Jiline worked on his own and became a successful and well-known businessman. Now Jiline had settled down in the city, but Lu Deguang did not want to live there, making the excuse that he hated to part with his old residence. The second son, Lu Jiline's only child, was Lu Cheng's cousin. Although Lu Cheng's mother had not mentioned his name, he was more successful than his father and had expanded the family business to the city of Lenning. "The second son is still single?" asked Lu Debong. Lu Deguang felt resentful, saying, "Yes, he is not even in a serious relationship. Let us wait and see. If he does not get married in 2 or 3 years, I will make him kneel down in the ancestral hall." When he heard this, Lu Cheng's lips twitched a little bit. Marriage or having a baby was purely a private matter. Lu Deguang overlooked the individual's wishes, forcing the ancestors' desires on the entire family, which reminded Lu Cheng of some awful ancient stories. Fortunately, Lu Cheng could not care less. He only listened to sensible people and sensible advice. They entered the ancestral hall, worshipped their ancestors represented by the memorial tablets, and then handed over their money for revising the family records. Lu Deguang found a huge piece of red paper and asked Lu Jisheng to write down the names of their family members. It would be included in the revised family records afterwards. Later, the rest of the relatives appeared. They gathered around a square table, chatting and exchanging messages about each other's lives, such as what kind of job their spouses had, and the relationship status or studies of their children. Lu Jiqiang and Wang Lili felt awkward, only saying that Lu Yanwei was in a work unit with a stable income and previously had a girlfriend, but they did not work out. Meanwhile, Qi Fong, Lu Cheng's mom, was extremely excited, retelling the story of how Lu Cheng had passed the exam and got admitted to Songcheng University. "My dear Cheng is an undergraduate at Songcheng University. Haven't heard of it? Do you know the University of Xing Province? Well, Songcheng is way better. My dear Cheng won the championship at the youth tournament. Haven't heard of it? Well, the award money was nearly 100,000 yuan. The relatives shouted out in surprise. Even the thick-skinned Lu Cheng could not bear such a compliment after noticing that his cousins Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi were blushing with shame. Then Lu Cheng asked Lu Debong, "Grandpa, may I go for a walk? I will be back soon." While talking, Lu Cheng got up. Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi could finally breathe a little. They both followed Lu Cheng and left. Stepping out of the hall, they loitered aimlessly and calmed down, enjoying the view of the neighborhood. "This is my first time in a village." Ma Shi looked at the river nearby, full of swimming fish, which made the city girl excited. Lu Yanwei was also excited. Everything was fresh here. "It's cold, but the river is not frozen solid. Boring." Lu Cheng just took a picture and sent it to Yan Zhika. Lu Cheng's maternal grandparents lived in the village, so they must be familiar with such a scene. While talking, they passed by a house. There was a middle-aged man practicing martial arts in the yard. His punches caused some noise, loud and clear, and his movements seemed overbearing. "Let us move on. He will be offended," urged Lu Cheng, patting Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi on their shoulders. After a moment's silence, Lu Yanwei lowered his voice and asked, "He was a good fighter, wasn't he? Cheng, can you beat him? You are being so blunt, so I have nothing to hide." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "He was obviously a 9th pin fighter since his qi and blood remained affluent." Lu Cheng did not explicitly point out who was a better fighter, but their rank spoke for him. "Oh, you have defeated a fighter of 7th pin. So you must be better." Lu Yanwei suddenly understood. "Needless to say, my brother," Ma Shi replied. At this time, they saw a group of kids raising toy guns, swords, and sticks, playing around. They shouted and quarreled with excitement. When he saw this, Lu Cheng recalled the past, saying, "I remember I had my own sword and sheath made of bamboo, and every time I drew it out, I felt like a hero. However, the sword was left in my maternal grandpa's home and has been lost for years. I do remember. Once you carried the sword and made a show of it. I begged you to make one for me, but you never did. Lu Yanwei smiled. Look, that kid's move was quite presentable. He pointed to a sturdy boy holding a toy sword. He is good, isn't he? He is my son, said a man as he came closer. He was the one practicing martial arts in his yard earlier. He had a square face and rough skin. Lu Cheng had already noticed him. He said with a smile, was that martial skill handed down by your family? Correct. The Yu family has been huntsmen for generations. This is my youngest son. My eldest one earned the title of 9th pin and served as a substitute in the bat team. Have you heard of the bat team? The middle-aged man told them the whole story without reservation. I'm sorry. No. Lu Yanwei and Ma Shi shook their heads. Lu Cheng had heard of the bat team but did not feel like giving a response. Then the man changed the subject and asked, So, are you here to join the Lu family memorial ceremony? Yep. Lu Cheng nodded. At that moment, they heard the roar of an engine. A black car was out of control, rushing from the corner and about to run into those kids. The kids were astounded and could not move. The middle-aged man jumped to his youngest son and took him away. There was not enough time for him to save the other kids. The man pressed down with the foot and leaped forward. When he reached his boy, the car's motor roared like thunder. The black car was already very close. Having seen the driver's red face and eyes full of panic, the father was outraged and knew he could not make it. Damn it! The drunkard had mistook the gas for the brake. The father was caught in a hopeless situation. Suddenly, he saw the shadow of a human figure crossing and heard the deep sound of a collision. Bang! Lu Cheng, using and releasing his Dan force, raised the front of the car off the ground with his bare hands. The rear wheels of the black car were still spinning against the ground, bursting with sharp noises and sparks. Nevertheless, the car was unable to move any further. Crack! The cement ground was cracked where Lu Cheng was standing, and the black car that could no longer move was stuck in the same place.